Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
Welcome to Blast Slam 4. It's day number 6 here, and we're going to be seeing 6 teams eliminated by the end of the day. Joining me on the panel is, of course, none other than Quinn. Nope, nothing. All right, Seb. Still another NT.
Hello.
Yeah, it's actually the only microphone that's not muted this morning, but how are you feeling, T?
Very good. I feel like we've had a splendid group stage of best of ones, but I always want eliminations. I want to put teams up against everything, you know, if they're going to book their tickets towards the destination of Singapore or to wherever they came from. I want to know who's the best, and that's what today brings.
T does love the brutality, but I feel like the last 5 days, Quinn, have just been so joyous. A lot of fun Dota.
It has been good. It's been very good. I think we've seen some highs, we've seen some lows,
sure.
and today we'll get to see some more because, like you said, that's what you get with eliminations. You get people who are very happy and people who turn their webcam off immediately.
That's all you're caring about there, Seb. What about you? What are you looking forward to today or have loved in the last few days?
It's always different. I mean, when your tournament life is on the, on the line, I think the Dota is different, and it comes with more hype to watch, but also more pressure to play, like everything. I think it's just not necessarily better Dota, but better Dota to watch.
Okay, all right. The emotions are just everywhere, running high. Who knows what exactly is installed for today? We can have a look back at all of our 5 days of group stages.
Hex on the Invoker. The lockdown there's the lockdown.
With the Ravages, 2 out of here. 2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield.
Looking to try and stay on top of got the juice. And he continue to chase for this. The swipes is
Ursa Wolf.
PMA trying to run with the BKB. Makes the jump up towards the high ground. He's in on towards the Spender.
Oh my god.
BZM super beefy here with his heart and armlet. And he goes flying straight back out of the path. Catching onto the 3 of them. There's the call. 33 has to follow. Dunk on to save.
Fine Rapier into their own hands.
Got it.
Buyback of
Heritage got it.
But Heritage, he no longer has his BKB. And that Macro Pyre is just doing some work, Avery.
That's Naomi. He's gone for this. Heritage is going to try and come in for the fight. There's the jump with the bro striking up onto the 2 of them. It's enough to help them bring down both Tino and Shanks immediately.
There, he's actually just cleaving. They might even just clean up all 5.
Chase here.
Really go for it. Hook shot lands on it too with a follow-up crush. That controls up Schofield. Got a hoof stomp flash. And now the hoof stomp.
Niche has gone for 70 seconds and got the juices ready to push off more. The cooldown comes out onto all 4 of them. PMA follows up with the Rolling Thunder. It's over for
out here by the rocket flare. Heroic have got pretty good info. They'll get the hook in on towards the Vibe, but straight away the shield comes in and look at the backline. Yuma blinks right across. This time a rare miss from Schofield. Doesn't matter though. Yuma surrounds him, gets the ultra. He's looking for the rampage and he's going to get it.
They're going to be able to reset a little bit. Heritage is almost low. They have to commit to the Tombstone counter arena out though. That is very nice. Tim's making all kinds of plays, and Yopok jumping back in, hits the crush. GPK, big entrance into the fight, but it's not good enough. He couldn't burst him down.
KJ, not so great. Can't get that. BKB, he's just running out of damage. Now Roshan's fixed. Throws Miro around. Time on the TP. Oh my god.
How did it pick up the one guy who didn't want to be picked up?
Yeah, it really sounds like everyone was having so much fun over the last 5 days. And it does mean with 11 best of ones played by each team, we do have our group standings where all of the teams have fallen for themselves here. And some highs, some lows that we've already talked about that will come today have already been locked in yesterday. Tundra and Falcons sitting up there in position 1 and 2. It does mean, T, they've already booked their tickets to Singapore. That's where they're going to be showing up.
Yeah, they have, and it's going to be very exciting because not only have they booked their ticket to Singapore, but by being a 9-2 team, they've shown that other teams have been able to best them. And it's not as if they are this undefeated team where they enter, the playoff bracket and they're going to be this almighty, how do you even get near them? I feel like the fact that we have seen them drop games means that the playoff bracket is just going to be even more intense and closer that we've, seen at other events.
Yeah, I feel like it's no surprise seeing Tundra up there, Seb, 1, because you hyped them so much on day number 1, but they've also made it to every finals of a previous Blast Slam.
Yeah, I think, and that iteration of the team, I think, is maybe the strongest we've seen over the last season. That is my opinion. I think this is a team that has formed pretty recently. It's not to understate the fact that, they have 2 new players out of 5. And Whitemon was not even there with them at TI, so they had so much. I mean, honestly, we talked about the Liquids and the other teams that had rebuilding to do. Tundra is one of them. It just doesn't. We just forgot about it because they played so well, so fast, and everything is clicking. That we just forget that this is also a new team, and this is already what they're able to achieve. I mean, Falcons, of course, they're on top of the standings. They just won TI. They've been together for for a very long time. For Tundra, it was different, and now these seem to be like the two powerhouses of Dota internationally.
Is there a little bit of surprise? I say this with a grain of salt because yes, Falcons won TI, but there is always this thing that after a team wins TI, they come into the next event and it feels like the motivation's a little bit low. People have gotten complacent. We kind of see the TI teams faltering a bit. Not this roster.
No, I think they're characterized, and sort of their trademark is they are hardworking. They are a structured team. They are we have I play with them. They have stuff they say before every game. They've got like a Google Doc and they read stuff as a reminder before every game they play. Like they are a mantra. They're very hard. Yes, a mantra. They are very hardworking. They are very diligent. And I think I like how this format has turned out a lot because I think it has put the cream has risen to the top. I think these are the two best teams. I think it's been quite clear, and they get to go to Singapore directly. And to me, that means that they've gotten what they've deserved. They've played hard. They've played well, and they get to reap the rewards.
Yeah, and if you want to see either of these two teams playing in an arena, make sure you guys get your tickets to Singapore. But they're not our only teams that will be going there. We got a lot more teams that are going to be joining them, 4 more in fact. And the way that the format works, we talked about all those best of ones. No one got eliminated in our group stages, but the bottom 4 are going to have to play that last chance best of 3. If you win that, it's still another best of 3 that stands between you and that Singapore arena.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for them, right? Because they not only do they have to play, it's just 2 best of 3s in a single day. And that's not a lot of Dota in the grand scheme of it, but when you think about the intensity of what you're playing for, right? Playing for that qualification. And for Liquid and Yakult, when they win their series, they're playing up against Heroic, right? They already know who they might go for. And then for BB and Execration, they both have very turbulent group stages. And guess who's waiting? Spirit. Spirit has been in incredible form and also a little bit lackluster, but when you get to a best of 3, you don't want to go against Spirit. So it is so scary to be a playing team, knowing that both Heroic and Spirit, very informed teams, are waiting for you. Oh, it's going to be a tough day.
Our biggest talk every day has always been what's going to be new brought to the table. And now that it's a best of 3, it feels like there might be something new that we might see in the heroes. But more importantly, Seb, what you've been talking about is a group stage is so important for developing a meta. And we've spoken about it, but very rarely do we have the numbers to back it up. But I don't know, I looked at it, I saw, are there any heroes out there that have gone from not being popular on day 1 to extremely popular on day 5, or the inverse, where it feels like we've come into the tournament and over-prioritized? So we're going to take a look at those heroes when they come up, and the biggest one that stood out for me was that Timbersaw. It was moderately looked at in day number 1. And then on our final day of groups, it was 100% picked or banned in every game that we saw.
It's definitely one of the biggest heroes of this group stage, and I think Falcons were the first one to make it work, to first pick it kind of out of the blue, and it destroyed every game it was in. And now every team is looking at it. Every team is trying to find solutions. It is changing the meta because this is how Dota works. It's like Timber's very strong, so teams are like scratching their heads trying to figure answers to Timbersaw, which leads to, these heroes keep being countered by others, and the whole cycle of Dota and of drafting in Dota is just action now. And now the whole meta changes. That's just the butterfly effect, and that's why how beautiful Dota is. It's like one hero appears and the whole meta changes.
Yeah, we've seen now Gyro being first picked by Heroic. We've seen Bane getting first phase banned sometimes, getting second phase banned, getting second phase picked. I may even progress to the first phase. We see some Timbersaw and we just instantly see a Bane response. I could see it reach that point. And I think that, in response to that, there will be other adaptations that then, okay, what's countering Gyrocopter? What's countering Bane? And the cycle continues.
Yeah, it feels like there hasn't been that over-adjustment. It feels like very in the middle of the pack right now with the Timber. But one big over-adjustment I saw, T, was the Slaughter. It cropped up a couple of times in day 1 or 2, and then it was like, okay, we actually kind of just want to permaban, and no one really wants to actually let it through.
Yeah, I think Spirit did an exceptional job at showcasing the strengths of the Slaughter. We saw both Collapse from the offlane and Lao from the mid lane utilize its strengths. In the early version of the group stage, it was the Slaughter to counter the Sand King, and then it shifted for Slaughter offlane to enable big range damage of like a Gyrocopter, as you see from the clips here. But it's conceptually such a stupid hero, right? You can itemize for utility to get Load Absorb, to enable others, get Aghanims to be tanky. You can also go for like an old school Amar build if you really want to try and threaten heroes by right-click. It's just, you do a little bit of everything, you unlock objectives, and yeah, it's a very scary hero, and I think this is probably the hero that I respect the most out of the ones that are rising to the top.
Yeah, because it's also that one that it was picked in the later stages of the draft, and then it was like, okay, it was really working out as a first pick. People could open their drafts with it, and it just wasn't even looked at. It wasn't counted. So it felt like there just weren't the answers there.
No, that is also the thing with a group best of one group stage and the amount of games that have been played. It's like you just don't have time to adapt and figure out your answers, and it's also why I think today will be very different. Like you can't really go look at these best of threes and think, oh, that team was second or like third in the group stage and that one was 10th, and therefore it's not going to work like that, because now these teams have had time to prepare for groups, like for a team in particular. The out draft that we've seen, they can happen once, but they can't happen twice. Like they're going to adapt from one map to the other. So I think everything is kind of new, and the results are very hard to predict. And one thing we've seen from the group stage is that every team is capable of beating others, and these meta heroes, they might have come as a surprise during the group stage. They should not be a surprise to anyone going into the next phase.
Do you think anyone's gonna get surprised by Huskar today?
I mean, hopefully not. You know, like we've seen so many best of ones just be lost to like an 18 or 24 pick Huskar, and I mean,
or first pick Huskar.
Yeah,
it happens
crazy.
once, it's okay. If it happens twice, it's a red card from me, and it's just not gonna happen again. Like I trust these teams for, you know, having, like, they have made the adjustments.
Yeah. Something else that doesn't normally kind of rise when it comes to metas being formed in group stages is support heroes. It feels like you come into a tournament, you know what 4 or 5 heroes are really popular, Quinn, and then it's like, that's what we're going to stick with. You're going to let some amount of them in, and some amount of them are going to be picked up. But for me, Bane was that one where he got overlooked so much. He's just always kind of plateaued as, yeah, you might want to think about him, but is he really super important? This group stage, he has been so detrimental for teams.
Yeah, and I think it's also a hero that some teams will often prioritize much more heavily than others. If you look at last season, we'd see BetBoom, who would pick Bane over and over and over again. We would massively prioritize this hero, whereas another team like Falcons will never touch it. And I think we've sort of seen, like you said, that general rise that everyone has lifted their priority in this hero, because it honestly just changes certain dynamics about the game in such a specific way. This hero who runs through the darkness and becomes like this, I don't know, this unstoppable force in the woods at night, just running around. Like any core that meets him is like, suddenly you can't fight the support. That's a really rare dynamic where when a core meets a support, suddenly you can't do anything. And Bane is maybe the only hero in the game that has that dynamic.
And Tundra's the best team at doing it, right? The idea that they have this formidable front line where Whitemoon can play behind it, utilizing his ultimate, but also if he's up front, they have always the correct amount of catch that if he does get a Nightmare on a hero, there's a Hoodwink behind, or, you know, a 33 on a Timbersaw to do that big amount of burst damage. So I think if you are looking at how to play Bane competitively, look at Tundra. Their drafts make Bane look like it's some broken hero.
Yeah, you meet Bane in the jungle, you know, hello.
Oh my God, Paul, you gotta be careful what you say here, all right?
It's always Whitemon. You meet him, you hear the chat in your head, and it's like, hello, it's Whitemon, and you know, it's just it's just a matter of time before the others connect, and you're just dead.
Yeah, and these heroes that I'm talking about, or I've gotten you guys to talk about, that was more numbers driven. That was what I was doing and having a look at. But I want to know, Quinn, if there was a hero that you more feel in your gut has been a really big surprise in this group stage.
I'm honestly, I mean, I may be a little bit biased, some others might say, but I think that Huskar has been way more instrumental and more picked than I would expect. The hero, I think, was not in a bad state going into TI and then leading outwards afterward, but I think it's picked way more than I think, and more people are recognizing and respecting the hero's potential and power. I think before, people didn't really realize the power of this cauterize facet, but I think now this hero is honestly probably in line for a nerf, and I think his power, when you get him on 18 or 24, it just feels like the game is over. And so there's this weird dynamic where you have to really respect this hero at all times to be hyper-conscious, or you just get draft lost and you can't play anymore.
Was there a hero for you two?
Yep, my hero was a bit more honest, but actually in the support role, kind of in the same vein as Huskar. It's a bit of a dickhead. It's Bounty Hunter, because I feel
Definitely
like...
same vein.
Same vein, really annoying. But the reason why I think it's pretty good is because you saw MOUZ open up the first day by showing the first Bounty Hunter the tournament. Didn't really work out well. But then when Ari took it on Tundra, the map play that they had, the vision, utilizing, you know, the damage reduction on Shard in a couple games, but not all the games, just amplifying everyone's like ability to play into the map. It needs to be in the right hands, otherwise it will look atrocious. It look like there's no real option. So I think Ari is showcasing that you can play niche heroes really well, but your team has to respect its strengths and weaknesses.
And then last but not least, Seb, have you been able to find a hero as well that you feel has been a bit of a surprise?
For me, the big surprise is Gyrocopter, because I think it's a hero that hasn't really changed. Like, it's not like there was a new way to play the hero, change the facet, or, you know, change the item build, but it went from being not so popular at TI to here being like one of the most important like cornerstone of every draft. So yeah, it's always nice to see like the meta change just kind of out of nowhere. And it's not always out of nowhere, but like the game has not changed drastically between TI and now. Yet this hero went from like 0 to 100.
I mean, teams seem to get more creative when there's like a big patch looming, right? Everyone keeps talking about 7.4. When is it dropping? Is it this week? Is it in a month? Is it in 2 months by Christmas? And suddenly it's like when that happens, teams are like, oh, let's try this new thing. It's like, why didn't you try it earlier? Come on, guys. Get more creative earlier in the patch. But yeah, I just love the fact that it just takes one conversation and a hero becomes viable, even without any major changes.
Yeah, you're talking about teams needing to be more creative. I feel like one team that has done that really well that might have been a bit of a shock for people is MOUZ. Where they're standing on the leaderboard, I was just saying leaderboard, on the group standings after their group stage performance, that might be a bit of a shock to teams. You're just like, it feels like this mash of players that hadn't really found a home in a team for almost a year have come together, and now they're doing so well. They've put themselves in a very decent position here.
But also, when you look at the roster, I had the honor of casting these players when they were doing European qualifiers under Secret, when they had the same 4 players minus Celery plus Puppy, and they just didn't look very good. On paper, it wasn't that exciting. They also struggled in open qualifiers. So when I saw the roster get formed by MOUZ, I was like, guys, have you not seen the homework's already been done? Like, this isn't meant to work. And then they play an online tournament, get second. They come to Blast Slam. They're taking games off these teams. They're, what, a best of 3 away from getting to, Singapore. Like, that is such an incredible storyline that, yeah, they can do it.
Yeah, I think they're a team that has massively impressed a lot of people and, to be honest, overperformed over expectations. I think they're a team that is the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. I think when you look at all these players individually and you compare them to maybe some other players, you can play this guy to somebody on Tundra or on Falcons. A lot of people would say they're not quite on the same caliber. But whenever you put them together, I think they have a lot of synergy and their playstyles work really well together. And I think that's honestly the sign of a great team, because I think the teams that the whole is greater than the sum of their parts, oftentimes the parts then also individually get better and you become truly like a titanic team.
To me, the difference I would see is like I don't think there's like a massive upgrade, because the difference was like Celery Puppy conversation. I don't think it has so much to do with that, but more about these are very specific players with specific identities. You think of mid one, you think of certain heroes that are, some of them are very unconventional. Same with Yamit, she's playing position 4 Pudge and whatnot. And same with Crystallis. I mean, we've seen a position 1 Huskar. Like, these things are out of the meta kind of thing. And I think MOUZ are enabling their players to kind of be themselves and play Dota how they view for how they view the game, and it's working wonderful.
Yeah, well, we've talked about impactful heroes. Now it feels like an impactful team being a whole of the sum of their parts, I think is how you coined it there. Something like that. A lot of words were used there. And so we're going to now have a look at our most impactful play of yesterday.
Very strong. Very soon they're going to jump on a Whisper. It's just GPK for now. The support's a little bit slow to get here. Finally, the Brambles goes out and the Static Storm. Full commitment. Put the snowball from outside of the Static Storm. They're heading on and got the flip away. Whisper's out. They bail him out. Heritage is going to arrive. Go after KJ. Not so great. Can't get that. BKB, he's just running out of damage. Now Roshan's next. Throws Miro around. Time on the TP. Oh my god. Divine all chatting middle of the team fight.
How did it pick up the one guy who didn't want to be picked up? He was just trying to TP out. Like, he's not bugging you. He's not messing with you.
Such a beautiful player of the day. A little bit of comedy put in there, but just so well made, T. I feel like we say this every single day, but it's just one-upped from the previous day.
Yeah. Was that Roshan's first player of the day, actually, in the history of Slam player of the days? I think it's always been players and heroes and teams, but no. Fair play. Roshan stepping up for the boys. I
also got to wonder, I've always questioned this. Do you guys know how the pathing of Roshan works in order of if you're actually in his way to be picked up or not? Because there's been a bunch of times I've crossed his path in front of him and he has not picked me up.
I think it's a vibes thing. He's just like,
oh, okay.
I choose you. Yeah.
Yeah, if he's in like hugging range of you and in front, he's going to go, hello, bot, bam!
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yep.
All right, okay. Well, I'll make sure I stick as far away as possible, and hopefully, Bev and T, they've learned as well, stay as far away from possible when it comes to Roshan moving between them, because they're going to need to be in full form today for what is going to be their first best of 3. They're coming up against Execration in this last chance qualifiers, then we're going to be looking at all of the other teams around there. But on this stream, it is not Betbim team up against Execration that we're going to be looking at. It's Liquid versus Yakult.
They're able to finish off the job, take Zeal down. Emo trying to set something up. In with the ultimate, trying to focus down Chrysalis. If they got the save, they do. They're able to Yules up Fly into the sky. Chrysalis will still go down. BKB's out from Boom as he stands his ground against Fly. Fly will fall. This fight, it is Yakult.
Got the Wisdom Shrine, now here comes the entrance. Terrorize goes out on 2. Mickey jumps in from the side, already killing Pelosin. They surround Fly inside the Wukong's command. He got off the stone gates though. He's low, he's out of mana, gets a little bit of helper there. Nisha's gonna die. He ends up blinking in too aggressively. Gets turned around on still though. Liquid can win this fight out with a Fiend's Grip on the Medusa. Abound the strike on Zeal as he tries to get out. They get wiped.
Yeah, Liquid and Yakult there, both of them having that rocky group stage. It feels for Yakult definitely the tougher one here, only being able to get one win for themselves, but it was up against Heroic. So it feels like there is that weird silver lining, Quinn, if you're a Yakult fan out there.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've seen that they have the capability to play well, and we've seen in other tournaments as well. There were tournaments last year where the same roster looked quite good and took a lot of games off of great teams, and they just haven't been able to find their footing this tournament. But I think we've talked about it some off camera, but I think they function much better in a best of 3 than they do in best of 1s because we've talked about it ad nauseum that their drafting is their biggest weakness, and they end up in games that are very hard for them. And I think flipping from team to team to team to team to team in these best of 1s is not their strong suit. And if they can have something a little more solid pinned down to one team, okay, we're playing Liquid, not the whole world, then I think maybe they can get a more solid draft and that play can look better.
I think on top of that, they're swapping from teams to teams and teams that they don't know, teams that they're not familiar with. Because this is a Chinese team that, you know, how often do they meet like the MOUZ players or Heroic? Like they only meet them in international events at TI and whatnot. And again, do they even meet them? Because like they have to be in the same group or find themselves in the playoffs. So I think it's been, the group stage has been very challenging for them. But these are, you know, tier 1 caliber players. They have proved, I mean, they basically destroyed Heroic in a game, and Heroic has been one of the most dominant teams here. So they have what it takes to take on Liquid. It's going to come down to how much time they had to prepare, and this time around they had time, and how well they're prepared, and if they're just given the tools to play their Dota. And if that happens, we're going to have a very, very close series.
I mean, the thing with Yakult is they've been a 1-10 team. So we do have one example of them doing well based on what you said. I think the draft in this single game was what I want to see them do in this best of 3, right? They had a Jakiro Ursa in the safe lane. We have some clips about it to show what I'm expecting from Yakult. Like, they have been the most dominant team from the Chinese region in recent qualifiers, and this is because of this type of concepts, right? Like, they utilize the Jakiro, Disruptor, and Ursa. They're pushing Divide really deep back on the tier 1 tower, and a lot of the story this early game is Heroic trying to do their classic iconic aggression, but once they make that aggression, it's not met with the result of taking over the game. Here you can see on the net worth, the Tidehunter and Invoker are 2nd and 3rd, and they're completely free farming. They never came to these rotations, and then when Heroic goes to try and kill Tidehunter a couple minutes later, they don't convert on the kill. And I did not see any of this gameplay in any of Yakult's other games. Like, to have this caliber of aggression bot lane, surviving top, a couple minutes later also going for Roshan, getting a quap kill. Like, we're talking from minute 8 to 13, they died bottom, took the tower though, didn't die top, they then got Roshan, got another quap kill. Like, all these things, all these little motions control the early game. But again, when their drafts are too creative, you don't have the safe lane aggression, you don't have that Roshan, the tower, and everything. And I really want to see Zeal back on the Tidehunter. I want to see Polison on the Jakiro. Like, these laning heroes that bring life to the minds that they have. Again, the drafts have been their biggest weakness.
Yeah, I feel like it also maybe the biggest difference between watching that clip and that game is also the Fly hero, right? He's on an Ursa, some hero that likes to be aggressive early game, and then other times we've been seeing him Saki's pick in a draft set where it's like, okay, we're first picking an anti-mage, okay, we're gonna, like, you know, early pick a troll here. These are all heroes that can be counted, and they're also heroes that want to play for the later part of the game. So that's also a hero pool that needs to be considered.
I think they have the right idea, but they're just executing it wrongly in the group stage. Like, I think their idea might be that they kind of pick Flyfell as hero early, and because he has like 2 very dominant core players, like Emo and Zeal are players that can take over a game completely if they're just given the right hero in the right game. So maybe the idea is that, okay, we're picking Flyfly early so that we can just like make space for the better picks on mid and off lane. But this is actually creating issues in the game that they have to problem solve the entirety. So it's actually doing the opposite of what they're after. I think they just need to figure out the hero pool, figure out when to pick it and how to pick it. But the idea is correct. Like, I think if you set Emo, I mean, obviously Flyfly can, you know, do a lot in the games, but Yeah, in the game that we've just watched, Emo was Invoker, like some 20-0 Invoker. He just destroyed the entire game, had a great lane, was super aggressive, scaled greatly. And they can replicate that.
Yeah.
And the same can be said about Zeal. So it's just about, just figuring out the draft order and the hero picks, and it's going to be a smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, as much as we want to discuss what we think are some of the potential issues for your cult, there is only one true person that can give us that insight, and that's Zeal. Zeal, you guys obviously had a bit of a rough group stage, and so I just wanted to ask from your point of view what you and the team feel like is one of the big issues causing that.
So we have a rough group stage, mainly because we have like issue getting like a proper draft in, and we are mainly also playing in second pick most of the time. So as much as the loss takes, like we lost a lot, and it snowballed into more losses, basically. Yeah.
Do you also feel then that a best of 3 is going to be a lot better for you guys than the best of 1 group stage format?
Maybe it will be better because we get to adjust based on like the series goals. Because best of 1 always feels like after you finish the game, it felt like you haven't really like digested the series after all.
Yeah, and you also briefly mentioned that it's been hard to get a good draft for you guys. But Voka's been playing a lot of unconventional position 4s. So for you as a position 3, how does that impact you laning and going on into the game?
Basically, it doesn't really matter that much because he does his thing really well. So all the fundamentals he does, it doesn't really interrupt like how I play in lane. Basically, we also trust what vision he has before picking his heroes.
It was nice to get so many answers to our questions where they thought their issues was. It does resonate with our viewpoint. It is really hard for them to get a draft in a best of 1. How does he feel about Baboka's hero pool? He has a vision. We have belief in that. But it feels like this best of 3, you only versed Liquid yesterday, Seb. It needs to come to fruition. You had that time to digest now, and is there now that faith in your cult?
I think, it's good to hear that what we've seen from the outside and what we've analyzed here, they came to the same conclusion. So I think it's a very good sign. It also means that given the fact that we have a lot of hope to how best of 3s are going to suit them better, it's meant to happen.
Yeah, hopefully, but they're in this position because they had that rough group stage, and that means Liquid also had a similar sort of thing. It feels like there just wasn't much momentum from either of these teams to be able to propel them out of this detrimental area.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at how the teams started out, and I think both had a very rocky start. And then as the group stage has progressed, I think Liquid has been on a slow but a rocky incline, but an incline nonetheless. Whereas I think Yakult had that initial game against Heroic, they looked pretty decent, and then from then really had a hard time finding their footing. And so I think while I think Yakult has a path to victory, I think you can see the trajectories, how these teams have been going, and I think Liquid still continues to feel like they are improving. Now, they're not perfect, and they've had mistakes in these games. They've had messy moments, but I think they are pulling things together, whereas I think we've still yet to see that from Yakult. And so we're looking for, okay, is this best of 3 going to be different for you? Are you going to be able to figure more stuff out? Because it feels like Liquid is on, the right path.
I mean, Liquid's moving in a direction where they're entering the mid game and they have purpose. I think at least in the early drafts, you felt like there was like this snowball only option, and if they aren't snowballing, they don't have the lockdown, the team fight to scale. And I think the last couple games have been very refreshing from Liquid, and I just hope that the clips we saw of Yakult, that draft, is identical, and then we get to see Liquid do the drafts yesterday. If we have those mirroring, we're gonna have honestly, it could be 3 games. But I need to see day 1 Yakult against Heroic, and I need Liquid from yesterday.
So you need day 1 Yakult against day 5 Liquid.
Yep.
Well, it's been 5 days. It's been a very long journey, and with the journey comes a lot of insight as well, which I got to get from Mickey. So the first question everyone's asking is how has laning changed for you, Mickey, now not having Insania, who's been your laning partner for so long?
It's definitely been a bit weird, not seeing the name pop off. The lane partner that I have, it's not Insania. But Tofu is doing a great job. He just looked at me and gave me a weird. It's been okay. I mean, we're still trying to learn. He's learning a new role, and I think we're trying to help him out a bit. But I think he's doing a great job.
Yeah, and I want to know about rebuilding, right? A lot of teams have done some small adjustments, but for you guys, you lost KP, you yourself have a new laning partner, and you also have a new offlaner. So I want some insights in how it is to have so many adjustments and to feel like you have to rebuild.
It's I mean, it's a fun process, to be honest. I think we haven't rebuilt in a while. I think we kept changing like a player here and there, but we haven't like had a complete full rebuild in a while. And of course, it's you know, as you can see, it's been a bit tough and messy. But I think we're working hard and we're working on the issues. So I think we just need some time to make it work.
Yeah. What's the Liquid dynamic like now? How would you describe it?
It's a bit different than before. I think they're not really used to how we play and how we talk and all that stuff, and we're not really used to their side as well. But it's been, I don't know, we're still working on that part, I guess I can say. Can't really say too much, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's really valid. And of course, the same sort of thing happens. Is there any changes in responsibility for you? Because the responsibility of like helping Blitz with drafting, I know has been shifting a lot throughout players, but with you, is there any new responsibility here in this new roster?
Not really. I think more so just to stay more positive, I guess, through the rough times. But I think nothing has changed. I still help through the draft sometimes when William gets a bit lost. But you know, that's everybody's responsibility.
Mickey talking about, you know, got to keep the vibes up, all right? The positivity. I think he does a great job. He's having clearly like a back and forth between Tofu there in that interview too. So it was just nice to get some uplifting words and some moments there, Seb.
To me, I really want to actually take this opportunity to like thank the players for giving such insights and being so open about what's happening within these teams. I think it's not to take for granted. You know, I think of post-game interviews in some traditional sports where it's like, oh, we played better, therefore we won, or we played worse, therefore we lost, you know, and that's all you get. So I think it's, yeah, to be appreciated, you know, opening kind of the doors of what's happening behind the scene and sharing that with us. So props to them, and I can only wish them even more success when I hear that.
Yeah. Well, now that the doors are opened, it feels like the curtain's pulled back and a lot more revealed, Quinn. Where's your prediction going for this best of 3? Liquid, Yakult?
I mean, with all the curtains in the world open, I think I'm still picking Liquid here. I think Yakult has just yet to show us, besides that first game, but since then, so we've gotten a glimmer of hope. But besides that game, I think they have yet to show us a team that is the caliber to be on that LAN stage, to play in front of a crowd, to compete with the best of the teams in the world. Whereas I think Liquid, we've seen moments, we've seen it in the past with different rosters that we know they have what it takes. It's just, can they find it, with this new roster, this new amalgamation of players? And I'm not sure if Yakult has shown that yet.
Okay. Well, you say like, T, did you want to have your prediction? I feel like you want to have your prediction.
Yakult's going to win this. It's the biggest upset of Blast Slam 4, even though they're 1-10. This is their time to shine. They're going to wake up and make their best Dota.
Well, I hope they're awake. So do you have your prediction too?
I was thinking of doing what is just of like, kind of bringing some hype also, because I like hype matchups, but I'm glad you did it and I didn't have to. That's why I'm you're on your own, my friend. I think it will be Liquid for reasons I'm not going to state, but you know, all the support, all the good vibes and the energy, I hope you're right.
I'll go with you, T.
No, it's just in the taxi here, all three of us were like, yeah, Liquid's winning. This is like 99%.
No way.
Like, okay, but no, for the sake of ignore the conversations we had. It's all about the fans, right? Yakult, they can do it, all right? They can do it.
And they can. That is real.
They definitely can. They've talked about it. A best of 3 is going to suit them a little bit more. They have time for adjustments. All that prep work is done, though, as our best of 3 starts now. How are you feeling coming up against Liquid?
I feel like it's a okay matchup for us, because we are all like the bottom 4 team of the tournament anyway. So it will be maybe a bit messy for us, but I hope that we can do well in this series and hopefully the next one as well.
I mean, what about, it being Yakult specifically as your matchup?
I think we're pretty confident against them. We had good prep and good talk how to beat them, so it should be good.
both players had some final words about that matchup, whether that instills more confidence for you out there, who really knows, but I like it. The prep work has been done. Both of these teams feeling like a best of 3 is going to favor them, and it all starts with this game number 1 here. For the draft and what they don't want to be letting in, Nature's Prophet, Marcy, and Chen so far in the early stages of these bans.
Yeah, not too surprising. We've seen quite a bit of this. I'm curious to see how how stressed the players look in game, because I think whenever you played a bunch of best of 1s, you played a long group stage, and then you get right into those playoffs, there can be some jitters, some nerves in that first series. You can see people maybe a little bit off, and I think it can also empower some players. They can play much better. You can see that aggression and that cohesion, you know, by like, okay, you know, it's on the line, and I think it's good and important to look out for. Okay, who is locking in because of the pressure, and who is?
Think of Emo with the, you know, famous question mark. Like he was back against the wall, 0-2, all chat starts, and then 3-2. So that guy is apparently, you know, completely hermetic to any sort of pressure.
And for the first time, at least in a couple drafts, Liquid's going to have access to Lycan, right? So here that they've always been banned against, and that will be available. Also, the Queen of Pain that Liquid have been using in the last couple of days, also in play. So Yakult, you know, promoting the Timber Sword to the first phase ban, but letting, you know, 2 critical heroes through.
I think Yakult is a team that nobody has given Lycan to, despite their lack of form. So I think Liquid will either they just take it. Okay,
yeah,
I mean,
Liquid will take it.
I think it's a good option, because this is definitely Yakult's bread and butter. So maybe not the best idea to give it to them, which will mean I think it's the first. Isn't it the first Lycan we've seen from Liquid? I'm gonna check that quickly.
Yeah, because it's been banned against them.
Yes.
Okay, so first Lycan for Liquid.
I do also want to say that in the Zeal interview, he talked about how what's been a bit of a hindrance for them in a best of 1 is the fact that they've always been second pick. It kind of indicates that's not where they're comfortable. They would love to have that first pick. And so now I do wonder, has that adjustment been made to be a little bit more comfortable on second pick? Is this going to be the change that your cult are able to bring to the table?
None of us can answer that. I just hope so.
Well, I was hoping you'd answer it, T.
I mean, right now it doesn't seem that it's that big of a change, if I'm honest, because this is what they've been doing so far. Is like they pick Fly's hero quite early. Like we've seen the anti-mage first pick, you know, and it's a good answer to the Lycan. Of course, it has a really good lane against Lycan, so it's gonna make the game quite stable. It is a formula that they're trying to enforce. At the end of the day, you know, it's hard when watching a draft to know exactly what went wrong. We just can't tell the end result. So perhaps they have made the adjustments. We're just going to be able to see them later through the draft. But the logic here is make more space to set up Emo for a good matchup, a good game, give Zeal, which is a very versatile player, the choice of heroes later on in the draft, and have Fly just have a stable game and get a scaling condition.
And that's why Yakult opening the next phase, I want to see them go for like Enchantress or Jakiro, right? Just have a really strong position 5 that can play into the Lycan, put some pressure, utilize the strength of Ursa to chase down the lane, and then you bring attention to that safe lane, because it kind of unlocks everything you're mentioning with Zeal and Emo. It needs to come from an active safe lane that kind of opens up the early game.
And adding to that, I think Liquid's bans in the second phase are very good and very on the ball. The Shakiro plus Disruptor, I think Lycan versus Ursa in lane and in the game is somewhat of a two-sided matchup, in that if Lycan has a really strong, like whichever side has a stronger support, this Lycan can die 100,000 times to some Ursa Disruptor, say, or an Ursa Shakiro. And if Lycan has a good start to the lane, this Ursa can get chipped down, and you're not the best at dealing with the Zoo until you have more items. So if Lycan has somewhat of an early dom or more levels in the Wolves, you can get pushed out of lane, and if Ursa's being pushed out of lane, the hero is incredibly sad. And so there is, while potential there for an Ursa to dominate a Lycan and to have the ball rolling the right way, there is some volatility there. So I think Liquid realizing that with very sharp bans. There's the Ench.
One hero is left. Yeah, okay, this Ench. The snap was also in, so it made it through a pulse. A hero that's like highly contested throughout the tournament. It would be a pretty normal pick for Liquid in the next phase. I don't know how much Ench punishes Lycan, if I'm honest. I think it's a little bit whatever. Like the slow is a little bit nerfed. Ench to me is gonna be stronger at playing away from that lane, and Lycan also relies a little bit less. You don't have the Dom interaction you used to have back in the days. So as soon as Lycan gets Dom, Ench also struggles a lot against that. So we'll have to see how they make it work. I think it's a hero that they have not played that much in the tournament. They've played it only once and they went away from it. So hopefully this is part of the adjustments that they're making for a more stable early game, which Ench is definitely a hero that can do that.
If Liquid doesn't pick up a flexible core hero here, they are going to reveal double supports, Lycan, like the whole integrity of their draft is kind of on display, which I think does simplify Zeal or Emo's pick in the next phase.
I'm a little bit surprised at the Hoodwink, I have to say, because usually Hoodwink is a hero that does not excel against Ursa on the lane. Ursa is very high armor hero, and Hoodwink relies on this physical damage. Same goes with the matchup against Ench. Ench is typically a hero that will, you know, zone the Hoodwink away from the lane. She's just stronger, 1 versus 1, and doesn't care as much about the Hoodwink spells. So obviously that changes throughout the game. The break mechanic is great against both Lycan and Ench. But this is Liquid, you know, applying a little bit less pressure on the lane, which is a good news for Yakult.
You think maybe they have some tech with Howl? Like maybe they skill Howl early and they abuse Acorn with Howl, something like this?
Possibly. It's very good combo of hero. And we see the Tofu Mirana, they've had good success. You've mentioned, Quinn, that this is a hero that he really, really enjoys playing. So good to see them building some comfort.
Okay. That's all the cores, unless there's some Baboka shenanigans.
Ooh.
I think you always have to accept that Baboka can take a hero to 4. In case this is your first Yakult game that you are watching, he has played Lycan support, Storm Spirit support. He's taken whatever's available, Timbersaw support as well. Maybe not in this tournament, but also previous qualifiers.
Is this an answer to... Because I'm thinking they pick the Tide, they don't have to worry about Ursa, they have it. And Liquid has played Monkey versus Tide. Is this co-op potentially something they like against Monkey on position 4?
Maybe.
Because they have to think of this matchup, and they have to protect it in a way if they're prepared for the Monkey.
I just worry about handing them such a good puck game, which it is like about quite a good puck game.
Banned in the first phase.
Yeah, banned.
Oh, it is banned in the first
Oh,
phase.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Liquid Bandit Chen Puck.
Okay, so then I think
Control.
that probably is why they consider the Queen, because I think without that puck ban, it's really yikes. But with that puck being banned, I mean, it's a bit strange to have second pick and to pick all your cores like this, unless you want to do some weird flexing, which is possible. I would not personally advise it, but it is possible.
Yeah, it's...
Okay.
But at the same time, so the Monkey comes, they believe that it's, you know, it's not a counter. The co-op is not a problem for the Monkey versus Tide matchup, which I think they're pretty much spot on with that. I don't think Monkey cares at all about co-op position 4. But we've seen Baboka do a lot of crazy stuff, and I want to say that co-op is pretty okay compared to what we've seen. So co-op position 4 is like, actually he toned it down a little bit. You know, we've seen Timber position 4, Storm position 4, Lycan position 4. Co-op is like, yeah, we're getting there. You know, we're on the way to getting a stable
I can't
4.
believe we're saying a co-op position 4 is
It's totally
reeling
fine.
in.
You have to lower your expectations at some point. You have to be, you know, you have to be real. So co-op position 4, all good.
The thing is for Liquid is their draft is built on the success of their lanes, right? Like, can Lycan get to his Dominator? Is Monkey King gonna threaten a Tidehunter? If there is a Queen of Pain 4, even a new 4 picked up to try and threaten him, I am worried that Lycan on the back foot, Monkey on the back foot, they are gonna have a slight issue where Niche is gonna have to step up and fix some problems.
And what this Tide pick allowed for Yakult, even though he's gonna run into a pretty tough lane, or he should, and a tough matchup, it keeps the Ursa on a win condition. I don't believe Monkey to be like a counter to Ursa in any way. If anything, Ursa's pretty good against Monkey.
Yeah.
So this Ursa, like if he gets to, you know, critical mass, we'll take the game.
I mean, Snapfire is still available, so if you want to keep Queen of Pain mid and find a new 4, like you can just go for a high damage hero to even threaten the Monkey King. When you try to step up and get the Jingu to chase the Tidehunter, I don't know if you can really fight into Lil Shredder plus Scatter Blast, Cookie for stun. I mean, there are some options for Yakult. Of course, they do have last pick.
It's a good option for sure. It's a solid one.
I mean, it's the hero of the tournament. So anyway, for Liquid, what does Nisha need?
There's also a world in which the Ench plays position 4. Baboka is an Ench player.
Yeah, he is.
It's not the worst against Monkey. Like, you can dispel the Jingu, and when you start getting, you know, creeps, when you start getting level 3, if you're a little bit lucky with the creeps, you might just be able to, you know, help your Tide enough, make some stacks, play runes, and we could be looking at a position 5 pick also.
It's only 5 seconds reserve time. Liquid really are just...
I think they could look at a DK. Void Spirit, interesting. Void Spirit versus Queen is somewhat of a... It's a very skilly matchup. There's sometimes Queen skill dagger, sometimes they don't. And if they do, then Void Spirit will skill dissimilate at 2. And there's this dance of moving back and forth and dragging creep aggro and really like pump faking all the time trying to dodge this dagger. It's actually insanely annoying to lane to play from both sides. Okay, yeah, it's Baboka shenanigans.
Yeah, but no, Baboka. Wait.
Could it be Baboka Tide? Yeah, I was gonna say it's.
Yeah.
It could be a co-op position 3 to punish heavily the Monkey, and Baboka plays the Tide. So, okay, this is classic Yakult, I want to say.
Yep.
Like in terms of drafting, it's a little bit. I think it's more balanced though. Like it's classic in the sense of like it's crazy, a little bit crazy, but it's much more stable in terms of how the lanes are gonna play out and the team fight presence that they have. It's a very good Storm game. It's a very good lane for the Ursa. It's also a very good lane for the co-op. So they should have a stable early game and stable first 10 to 15 minutes, which is a very good sign. This is a team we haven't seen have that for a while. and they're capable players.
And for Liquid, they're kind of copying the draft that they had against Aurora, this idea where Nisha can initiate, set up for the long-range damage of the Mirana and the Hoodwink, kind of create opportunities in the early game. Monkey, of course, and overwhelm that. Same for Lycan. So if Lycan's having a bad game, the 4 heroes can fix it. If Monkey's having a bad game, you invert that and they can fix it. I feel like the skirmishing and pick-off in play for Liquid, if you're out of position on Eam or any hero, you can die, but there's something about the scaling of Yakult, which is, it is fun to play, and then also how good their lanes can be.
Yeah, I think there's some variance on how things can go and how lanes go, and I think it's a game that I think both sides have chances. They have strengths and weaknesses, and I think a lot comes down to execution and how the lanes go.
You have to shut down this Lycan, because you did not really address him throughout the game. If you shut him down in the lane, doable.
All right, we've seen it time and time again. A first pick not getting punished. Is that going to be enough for Liquid to have a win condition? Or have Yakult been able to pull something out of the bag for this best of 3? Let's get on to game number 1.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to get into the action here today in the last chance playoffs. It's Liquid up against Yakult. Fogged already with the draft. We're getting the classic Yakult fun, aren't we? We're getting some Baboka Tide, Zeal on the Quap. Can they make it work? You know, the groups stage, it wasn't great for them. It wasn't great for them. But then again, it wasn't great for Liquid as well. That's kind of the way you say this. You know? But
yeah.
I was gonna say, I felt like the panel might have been sugarcoating it a little bit as well in favor for Yakult, because they've not looked great, Fogged. They've not looked great, but maybe today.
I think also me and you got to see a lot of their absolute disaster games that maybe the panel didn't get to see every single one of them, because some of these, like Emo just rage quitting almost mid-team fight and stuff. Man, there's been some crazy stuff from Yakult. And again, of course, we're going to get similar, like you said. But there's a reason, right? I like to always say that. There's definitely reasons why they did it. They saw the Monkey King pick. As soon as that's there, they don't want this Tide to get completely shut down, so they swing it to 4 position. However, I will say something that they mentioned at the end of the panel there, which I'm super glad they did, is the Lycan. If Ace now doesn't get shut down in lane, the Tide was picked as an answer to the Lycan in a way, right? Because that's what we used to see in the past. As a core, it's a support Tide now. So my issue really is that, yeah, you fix the lane in the top lane, but now if this Lycan has a good start, there isn't really a game counter to him. It's the Ursa, but that's pretty much it, right? So, because you can just fall into some big difficulties as a 4-position Tide that you can't do as a 3-position. You know, the 3-position can do that you can't. You know, they get the anchor on time, etc. Be tanky enough. You could just die. So, we'll see.
Well, on sort of the positive side, I'd say, for Yakult, is they could look at the fact that obviously Liquid against them, they've come in with a couple of picks that aren't the most common. You know, we are getting the Mirana for Tofu. Sure, it's something that we've seen Liquid win with before, but this is not a hero that people are playing. So overall, I'd imagine most teams would not consider this as one of the hot picks right now. And also just like the Void Spirit coming in for Nisha. I think we've had like kind of 3 games from this hero so far in the groups. It went 1 and 2. Also just one of those heroes that hasn't really been blowing us away.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But definitely, again, in this game, some limited disables as well that I'm seeing. The Anchor, of course, is going to be one of the bigger ones, but there's like no stuns for a Void Spirit. It could be pretty devastating how much Nisha can actually get done in this game, or how much he can, you know, just dodge spells and absorb for his team. So we'll have to see how that goes. But I'm glad you mentioned the Mirana, because I was also looking. If Snaking's not playing Mirana, that usually is an indicator, right? Because it feels like he's like, he plays Mirana when it's good as that 5 position a lot of times. So we'll see what Tofu can do with it.
That's true. Yeah, I'm sure Snakey's going to be watching this game going, come on, Tofu, show him what this hero's made of so I can pick it for some of our games as well.
Hero just hasn't gotten any buffs or changes is the thing. I don't think the hero's horrible.
No.
It's horrible as a 4 position in my opinion, but as a 5 position, I actually think it's like this A or B maybe tier hero that can do a pretty decent amount of stuff. Because from 4, you don't provide anything, but from 5, your Moonlight Shadow is super efficient, your itemization is natural, and you can actually use your spells, so I'm happy to see it.
So far in the mid lane, Emo getting a nice little edge against Nisha in the matchup, 13-2 against the 8-0. Looking at the side lanes, what have we got going down here? Ace, 7-1 against the 11-2, so having a little bit of a slower start than Fly, but still early days. And then, I mean, because top lane, so what do you sort of expect out of this? Like, can this off-lane Quap and support Tide put pressure onto Mikea as the Monkey King?
Perhaps when the level 2 dagger comes out, we'll have to see.
Yep.
It doesn't really feel like it, though. I feel like Mickey is going to be pretty fine up here to be able to sustain, because if Baboko walks up, they probably just kill him, or he just gets those Jingu stacks and gets that sustain. Mickey is holding the skill point, though, just in case of anything, so we'll see. He does put it in Jingu now. And I wanted to mention something also from Ace. Microing his wolves, because he's playing versus the Enchantress anyway, so you end up losing them. He's sending them to the water runes. He actually killed the bottom rune. It actually ended up being kind of sad because he killed Nisha's rune, but you can see what he's trying to do in order to deny Emo's water runes.
Yeah, man, yeah, Nisha will definitely appreciate that extra bit of assistance. So, you know, the mid lane matchup definitely going in favor of Emo, so Nisha needing that extra bit of help to maybe try and slow down that lead that Emo's getting against him. Top lane.
Emo.
Looking to chase down Mickey. He'll be fine. Fine enough to take him out. Tofu trying to turn. Fight back towards Zeal. It's close, but not quite enough to finish each other off. So Tofu will have to back off. He's got a salve at the ready, so we'll be able to heal up. He's going to fall pretty low to that dagger, but won't quite die.
Zeal's last hits are not looking so good, though. They might be able to apply some pressure soon. I feel like they might have to with the level 2 dagger, because he is struggling on CS at the moment. 10-6 to the 19-4.
Good attempt there from both. Emo was able to get the Vortex onto Nisha, like underneath the tower, and there was like one creep tanking the tower hits before it would start hitting him. So Nisha pops the fortification, make sure that the creep can continue to tank so that he doesn't take a hit. Because if he took a couple of hits from the tower there, he would have actually gone down. Either way, not great for Nisha. He's gonna have to take the walk all the way back to base. So this mid lane matchup, Emo, he's having a great time. He is gonna hit the 6 at a very good point, and at a point where, you know, Liquid, they're not really gonna have any way to kind of gank or put pressure onto the mid storm before he hits the 6. So Emo is getting a very free start here in the mid.
Yeah, definitely a game that the Storm can also do quite a lot in. I will say, though, we've seen Storm struggle quite a bit in this tournament, even if he's playing versus some limited disables, and there is stuns on each side, right? There is a stun from the Monkey King on one side, Void Spirit has stun, Hoodwink as well, so there are ways that they can deter Emo from going for some plays. But yeah, Emo, I mean, phenomenal start. 31-10, 23-1. I see a lot of people have been talking, you know, because Liquid is struggling, people have been talking about, like, what's the issue, you know, what's going on and everything, and they're blaming 1 in 5, you know, the supports mostly because it does take some time to mesh things together. Nisha's actually been struggling a bit, I do have to say that.
He's had some rough lanes.
He's had some rougher matchups, yeah.
There's been a few games where he's kind of been, you know, set behind in that mid matchup and then hasn't quite been able to get back into the game in the mid game. It's been tough for him. He's had some tough 1v1s in the mid.
He hasn't been set up for success, of course, in some of them. He did get picked like Monkey King versus Yesef, but he had a big struggle, especially in that matchup. And
sure. And, you know, I'm sure he would tell you as well, you know, we have seen some games where kind of the support movements on Liquid towards the mid to try and make plays with Nisha, they've been a bit awkward sometimes, right?
True. Very true.
So, just not completely gelling together for Liquid, but today, you know, for Liquid it has to, right? This best of 3 last chance playoff. You drop this series, you're going to be one of the first teams out of the tournament.
You're going to be
yeah,
really sad because you lost to Yakult, and nobody else is really using the Yakult.
No, yeah, Yakult,
except for Heroic about 4 days ago, I think it was.
Yeah, since then it's unfortunately Yakult been downhill, but so far the start of this game not looking too bad at all. 6 minutes in, get the drag back there with the Wild Wing Ripper, trying to chase down Nisha, but they won't have any further catch. They can turn towards Tofu. Tofu's still got 2 leaps, but he's not able to get them off in time. He had 2 leaps, Fog, but he didn't press them. He gets dragged back by the Vortex, and that's first blood for Emo.
He tried to hold it, I guess, as long as possible, but yeah, gives
2.
Emo the kill.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You can hold 1. You don't need to hold both, but yeah, Tofu not jumping away, and Emo having a great time. He's been doing great in the mid, and now he's just got first blood.
He'll take it all day. Soul Ring done. Galvanized stack. The dream. We did see the other day when Emo played the Storm, I think he was sitting at pretty much 0, though, for the majority of this game, so already off to having that is very nice. And bottom, we're seeing the result, at least of that lane. Earth
top, Mickey. Trying to threaten Baboka. Baboka's going to be fine, and Mickey is in trouble. Tofu trying to finish off the job, will get the kill. Mickey indeed looks like he will manage to survive. Tofu trying to burst through Polison, in fact, will manage to get the second. So Tofu getting the double. It's also bringing Zeal down pretty low. Baldas comes in, Tofu keeps his distance, and Tofu, well, you know what? He might not be able to hit the leaps, but he absolutely makes up for that tenfold.
Hey, Owen.
Getting a triple kill.
You know, if you used the leaps earlier, one of them would actually still be on cooldown, and maybe it would have...
There we go. Tofu with the big brain. You might kill him mid, but he will kill you and everyone you ever knew.
That is actually... outrageous for a support Mirana, because the levels are actually really relevant on a 5 position, especially too. Level 3 Starstorm does a ton of damage early game, so having it 7 minutes, pretty solid.
Quick moves from Emo. He's going to join forces with Fly, able to punish Boxy close to the tower.
Nice move. I mean, Emo. He did get his Storm banned out a lot. He's had a lot of focus put on him in most of the games, so let's see what he's going to be able to do when he can have a good start and a good entry into the game. See if he can get the power rune too. They are looking to really emphasize pressure on Tanisha.
It's going to be down on him. Emo will be able to grab the haste rune for himself.
Like the way they're playing right now. We've gotten to cast a lot of games of Yakult, so
we've done
their early game usually isn't the biggest problem. Yeah, you know, right? Like they usually can bring things together. It's just afterwards when the big problems happen. So far, things are good. They're setting up Emo for success. Let's see where they go from here. Olsen. I mean, he just walked in and died.
Well, okay. Happens. Happens sometimes, I suppose. Easy one there for Boxy.
Sometimes you feel tankier because you're playing Enchantress, but this time there's a overwhelming amount of damage, right? Physical and magical that's going to be coming into play. That's what Lycan always pretty much gives you. The Howl, just buffing up even something like a support Hoodwink. That minus armor, very relevant. Mid.
And Tofu hunting to see if they get the setup on the Emo. Not going to happen. And top. Mickey definitely having to be very careful now that Zeal's hit the 6. They've got the Sonic Waves, so they've got the huge amount of burst from Yakult. Mickey has to ensure he does not get caught.
Mickey doesn't have a point held yet, too, so he doesn't have the availability to just go for the Wukongs and maybe go for a play here. He might put it at 7 if they do commit up here and his team wants to fight. See what Mickey's choice is. Yeah, instantly skills it, so that's an indicator they want to probably defend this tower here.
Yeah, here we go. They're bringing the supports up. Boxy and Tofu. Tofu's actually going to head away, so just Boxy for now.
Yeah, he's just watching for now still. Waiting for an opportunity, though. Pullison.
Get
here. Over. Emo's coming, too.
Starting to poke at Nisha.
Off the mark, Boxy.
With this. And this tower's going down. There's tier 1 on the top. We've finished off, they'll look for the deny. They'll at least get that one. But yeah, losing that top tier 1 tower pretty early. And on the other side of the map, they've not really been able to put any pressure on themselves yet, Liquid. Top. Emo's going to go for the play, but the Wukong's command is there from Mickey. And towards Provoker with the Boundless Strike. They'll bring the tide down. So Liquid with the numbers will be able to take the kill, not lose anything themselves. He's going to try for the jump on Emo, but Emo's still with mana left.
He's still got a step.
Distance.
He's got another one, Emo.
He's closing in, does get the Remnant. Emo still with just enough mana to get away and stop Nisha from being able to get any kills himself. I should say that, he's walked up, they're going to go in the bushwhack. They walk back in, Emo will be able to jump on the Sonic Wave, pushes Liquid back, but Emo's dead. Oh, a little risky. I mean, they sort of took that. He was fine, right, Emo, but he was. They wanted to try and turn and see if they could get something out of that. Obviously feeling strong with the fact that Zeal had his Sonic Wave, but ends up costing Emo's life, and Liquid, they lose no one.
Can they get Tofu? At least looks like he's going to be able to survive with the leap as well. Liquid, the fight dragged on. Honestly, that was a bit crazy there from Yakult too. The initial start to things, right? They'd already taken the tower. So then afterwards, it's just them going for these kill plays. And Liquid was already set up, so they kind of fell into pretty much completely what Liquid wanted them to do there. Nice bushwhack for Boxy. And all in the meanwhile, Ace is completely free farming. The Overlord timing is going to be very quick. I know Ursa is free farming, which is great. Fly probably feels incredible, but there's a reason that Lycan is banned almost every single game, because he can just completely take over the game when he gets this timing. Ursa is very strong hero, but it's not the same thing amount of pressure what an Ursa can apply compared to a Lycan by any means with these type of timings. Ursa's just going to chill and farm until he gets Blink. Then he can start to do stuff. Lycan, yeah, when he's got this in the next 1,000 gold, could be some big problems. Jarax Baboka. Dude, he did it to me.
He got you. He got you with the tag.
He got me.
Yep. And they got him. That's Baboka taken down. Was trying to get that level 6 out of the mid lane. Liquid, they weren't having that. They push him out.
I rarely fall for the Jarax one because I know Jarax is obviously not playing, but my brain just herderp. That was pretty good. 3-7. Fly, timing, as we said, Battle Fury is going to be at a pretty solid one. Pretty solid timing here. Boca, still not 6.
Liquid doing some decent damage onto the tier 1 mid. Emo's watching from the side. Maybe if they had the Ravage, they'd be able to set something up, but without it, hard to sort of have the lockdown that's required to kill the Void Spirit right now. Now with the 3 of them Liquid, Tofu also around.
Oh, I did want to point this out too. Is Nisha went phase boots, which I find pretty interesting. I've seen this actually more on Void Spirits lately. Emo.
Get the opening, and in fact they get the bushwhack. Arrow will be blocked by Bavoka, so Emo's going to be free to zip on forward. Boxy's going to try for the TP out, but the burst is there. They kill Boxy off as Fly also turns up the engagement in the mid. Nisha.
Well, they wanted him dead, I guess. Those 4 heroes turning up a Sonic Wave. That's quite the commitment to just take out Boxy, but they do keep Emo alive.
Be able to hold Liquid off the mid tier 1 tower a little bit longer.
Felt like quite an overreaction, but at least they do get the kill. All right, Ace, it's done. Let's see what he can do. The Helm is finished at one of the faster ones, 13, well, not the fastest. I've seen it at like 11, but still one of the faster ones, 13 minutes. Definitely could be extremely potent because the 2 supports are extremely core dependent on the side of Yakult. The Enchantress and the Tide can't really provide too much. They definitely can just die to these cores pretty easily, I would say. Mickey, looking for Paulson.
He's got Nisha as well with the backup. Just a bit of control with the Remnant, and they've got the burst.
The corrosion definitely helping quite a lot there versus the Ench. And Mickey is gonna, I call this the Mickey build because I think he's one of the few that still plays carry monkey, but also he's one of the few that tends to do this build more than everybody else if he does commit for that death, so I'm pretty sure he will. Does feel pretty good this game. Looking at their heroes, there's definitely some squishiness to the draft of Yakult. They have a 4-position, 4-position Tide, a 3-position Queen of Pain, so could definitely see the benefit of getting that death zone, especially with how it works with this draft too. We talked, me and you got to see the disgusting Tundra like in Ursa, the wolf bear. There's definitely a monkey bear or monkey wolf potential in this game too at some points.
Absolutely, yeah.
With that death, so it's insane how much damage you do. So that can be a cool build.
The mid pressure from Liquid will allow them to finish the tier 1 tower off. I mean, how active do you imagine Yakult's going to be looking to play at this point of the game? Now, they do have the Ravage and such, or do you think ultimately they'll be playing responsive? You're going to see Liquid get pretty aggressive here around the tier 2, trying to burst Policy, but Policy will survive that initial attempt. They'll look towards Bavoka, put the Ravage, Fly in on top of Nisha. Nisha has to jump away with the Astral Step, Ace.
Emo's
trying to commit, they get the jump, they get back on top of Nisha, they get the big kill. Bavoka should die here to the summons of Ace. But Liquid losing 2 and losing the big one there, Nisha getting taken out.
A Fly, honestly, a really nice play. Getting that blink secondary afterwards, after getting the first play. He's even maybe looking for a play top. Mickey.
Oh, he's quick. Okay. He'll have the Wukongs, but these swipes are stacking up. You can obviously jump around a little bit, but Fly nearly finds him there, Fly. But Mickey, just out of vision, will be able to jump up into the trees. The pressure being put on him back in the river. They get the grab and the Sonic Wave on a Boxy. Yakult starting to pick up the kills.
Fly is playing unbelievably aggressive. I love that move that he just did. The catch that he gets in the jungle, then instant TP. He's going to get involved. The blink, he's on his way to his BKB. This is hot stuff from the Ursa. The better 16 minutes I've seen from the side of Yakult in terms of responding and with their own style. As we said, the Tide Hunter. Let's see what build the Boca goes for. Okay, I did not expect treads. All right. I thought he might buy the Shard relatively early because he's playing versus Void Spirit, Lycan, and Monkey, 3 kind of mobile heroes, but those are treads.
They'll get Paulson hit. Setup.
That is very interesting from Bavoka. I don't know.
But the treads.
Yeah, he just wants to hit creeps, I guess. That's the case. But I feel like the Shard looks super value this game versus 4 different heroes. But
I mean, maybe
he wants to have some extra item between.
Yeah, and I guess because you don't have that, he's not picked up like kind of that small sort of mana item and anything. Having the tread switching does kind of make up for that.
He's about to get a neutral item, so. Treads are just very, okay, as a 4 position, this is like the greediest thing you can do. I'm just.
To buy the treads.
To buy, when you have 1,400 gold saved up and you have brown boots and you just buy treads. Like it's incredibly greedy. But it's very Baboka. Just wanted to point it out because there's definitely, you know, arguments for some of the other stuff. Looking at the blade
I mean, you know, he's
deal.
thinking big. He's thinking of
He
that
is.
50% chance of Anchor Smash level 25 talent. He's, you know, he just wants to make sure he's got the attack speed ready for that one. He's in this one for the long haul, Baboka.
You're absolutely right, though. It is, you know, the tread swap will help. He gets Essence Ring also, so he's actually just looking to tank up. He actually looks pretty tanky now. 1700 HP when he pops the Essence Ring, 2k HP. So, okay, cool. See if it works.
I mean, he better be tread switching in the middle of the team fight. I'll be watching him. Let's see if they get the setup on Anisha. They've got the control to just blow up the Void Spirit.
What a catch. Fly. Again, he's turning up. I love that he's making these moves with Emo.
Yeah, this is great stuff from Yakult. They're starting to shake Liquid up a little bit in this early game.
Yeah, the first turn up from Liquid, right, with the Helm of the Overlord, it was actually completely Yakult who was prepared for that move.
Tofu's got to be careful.
Up.
Dagger's in. He's going to try and put the Moonlight Shadow to get away, but they've got the control. Sentry down. Tofu will try and leap off once more, but they'll be able to continue to push forward, finish him off. At the same time, they did lose Baboka. Fly getting focused now by Ace. Fly's going to opt for the TP out. Doesn't want to be a part of this fight, and he'll get away before the Boundless can come in. They'll still get the Boundless down onto Zeal by a bit of time with the Yules, but as he comes down, he's gone. Actually, yeah, with the Yules there of Nisha to finish that one off. Try and get Polisan top. TP out. Oh my goodness. Makes it just before the Boundless strike comes crashing down. So Liquid, they'll turn up, they'll fight back in that mid and make sure that they get the 2 kills and a nice one there, taking Zeal down. And straight away, on with the pressure on the top lane to take another tower.
They ditched Baboka pretty hard. He got caught at the initial, and there's a break built in, right? They have the hoodwink, so he just gets burst before he gets anything. Mickey gets himself 3 Deso stacks off of that fight, which is pretty relevant. Definitely going to see him start to do quite a fair bit of damage as he gets these Wukongs. As we said, there's quite a bit of fragility on the side of Yakult. Like their front line is pretty weird because they have this 4-position tied. Keeping things even though. The Liquid. Let's see, where do they look to go with this next timing of Ace? Because he's been hanging on to this Ancient Prowler quite some time. It is very strong if he does ever hit anybody, of course, with that bound. Just get Tormentor. Good old Lycan things. Easy for free. That's probably something that also needs to be changed. Some of these heroes that can just do this Tormentor so easily by themselves with just no pressure. It doesn't do, like, it is pretty crazy. I don't know. Like, Lycan's just so strong, that all the things that he can do, and then he can also just solo Tormentor with no problem, without even losing HP.
And so, do you mind this as well then from Baboka? Starting to look at how he's going to continue the build, just going straight for the Fortress and then into the Ags, without buying the Shard at all this game?
No, I think Shard is amazing this game. There's like, yeah, I mean, there's a Lycan, there's a Void Spirit, there's a Monkey King, there's 3 mobile cores.
I think someone on the team told him, they're like, hey, Baboka,
I would.
You can get that Ags, but please get the Shard first.
Yeah, 100%. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not going to hate on Baboka's build, because he's Baboka, and he does some fun stuff. There's definitely merits to some other items that he could have perhaps thought about in this game. I like treads, I like the 4-step, treads, yeah, whatever. Baboka, you do you, man.
He'll have the Shard sooner than later.
Yeah.
600 gold in on towards it. Rest
I'm
of the
glad
team
he's buying
here.
it.
Looking to try and make a smoke play. I mean, again, feeling very strong with Fly now that he has the BKB complete on Ursa. Already seen how he's turned up the fights. He's been pretty immaculate. 1-0-3. He's yet to die in these attempts. And
Liquid also.
Tougher for Liquid to bring him down. Liquid, yeah, they want to fight back. Of course, Mickey's super strong. Dessa, Iyasha, and the Orbital Corrosion hit super hard, super fast. Let's see who finds who first. The smoke from Liquid continues.
Liquid has great heroes to gather information.
They'll find Polisan. And it's not going to be the big grab, but it will be a grab. We see Emo actually thinking about turning around this. Going on to Mickey. He'll get the Wukong's command off. Zeal will put the flame out, but they'll catch him. The Ravage will clip onto 2 of them. Does get Mickey off at the edge, but Mickey's healing up with the Jingu Mastery. Baboka, he's going to die for that effort. Emo tries to TP out, but the Boundless strike is back up into the arrow. They tried to fight this Fog. I mean, Emo, he went in on this. They wanted to try and follow up and help him out with the Ravage from Baboka, and so Zeal jumping in. But they were just throwing themselves to the wolves, quite literally here. With Ace and the boys cleaning up.
such good, I mean, perfect team fight really from Liquid. Their heroes are very good at gathering information to pick a fight a battle, right? With Moonlight, with Monkey jumping in trees, with Lycan scouting, with Wolves, it is really quite a difficult lineup to play against in terms of picking and choosing your battles. And that was probably the worst time to pick and choose your battle. They jumped literally into a perfect Wukong's. That Wukong did 5k damage.
Yeah, they tried to get the setup onto Mickey, but yeah, still gets the ults off. And at this point, it's just very, very awkward. You see Fly realize. Fly's like, oh, hell no, I'm out of it. He just BKBs, gets out of the fight. He knows it's not going to be a solid one. And maybe if they're able to get Emo out at the end, they could, they could kind of get away with that rough play. But losing Emo as well at the end of that one, causing it to be a very painful outcome for Yakult. Liquid now able to jump up a 5k lead.
If they're going to go for these plays, it has to be at the exact... Everybody has to jump at the same time. Like, Emo jumping by himself, that can actually be kind of okay. It just in the position that it was pretty bad. If they want to jump with the Tide and the Ursa, it has to be at the same time, because they have to kill a target during the Ravage stun. Otherwise, there's so many ways Liquid can disengage. And immediately you can see Fly. Like you said, he looked and he's like, hell no, I'm not going to
He's like, I'm not part of this, boys. I'm out of it.
Yeah, so if they want to try those fights, just need to coordinate it a little bit better and maybe just have some better information. Yeah, not the best position to go for it there. But Boca soon will have the shards, so perhaps that could help them if they go for it this next time. But now Liquid has comfort of this Aegis, and they have the AC on Ace, and he is queuing up that Aghanim. So that Monkey Wolf is definitely going to come online at some point. And we saw the Ursa literally just end the game in like 1 minute a couple days ago from Tundra, now it's been, but either way. Pretty devastating with some of these high physical damage heroes, and Mickey has built full physical.
Yeah, he hits very, very hard right now. Yeah. And can obviously assist them in taking these towers down super quickly. Tier 2's gone. Liquid starting to look towards the Tier 3.
Yep, does feel like they can keep going here.
Fly's got his Bastion. And they do have Ravage backup, but as you say, they have to jump and ensure that somebody just gets blown up during this Ravage initiation. And ideally, I guess it's got to be the Monkey
not
or something, but I mean,
not
at the moment with the Aegis,
yeah.
They might just not want to fight towards this, but they're going to go for the smoke. It is risky. If they can maybe find the team without Mickey, but going on the Aegis Monkey King, I mean, Fly's going up on this. But they just turn with the Boundless into the Remnant, the Bushwhack. Fly's in trouble. He'll have to put the BKB in the Enrage and try and run. But a rough effort there to try and get into the action. BKB about to come to an end. Emo will get the grab onto Mickey. But they've got to bail out on this. And he is dead. Ace just finishes him off, chasing him down with his big purple Ancient Prowler Shaman. Paulison gone as well. The Sonic Wave is either going to be dodged. Mickey gets forced out to the side. I mean, we said they shouldn't go on the Aegis Monkey King, folks, but that's exactly what they do. And they don't even get the Aegis out of it.
They tried to cut the tree, right? Fly tried to go for the heads-up blink. They saw him jump on that one, cut it, have the stun, but disaster. Absolute disaster, truly, as Ace just chases him with the Prowler. He just dies. And now, the high ground push. They don't have Sonic Wave. Even if a fight comes together, they don't have all their abilities.
They couldn't afford to make those sort of mistakes here. Yakult, Liquid ready to punish it hard. Straight down the mid. They get the setup, take down Baboka. Tier 3's gone. 26 minutes in, Liquid taking the mid-racks.
And it's more of the same of what we've seen from Yakult. First 16 minutes, they're making moves. Things are looking good. And then the next 10 minutes, the game just explodes open. But Liquid have to give them the credit for getting that fight, especially Bottom. Like, that one's the one that it literally won them the game, essentially.
And just a great draft and great itemization to punish those mistakes. Super hard, right? Deso Monkey King with the Lycan. They are just destroying the base, just off the back of kind of getting that one sequence of events. They take 2 sets of barracks. Liquid, they're ready to, they knew exactly how to beat Yakult in the sense that they knew Yakult was going to make mistakes. They wanted to be ready to hit them hard when they did.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can. There's very few games I think we can actually see Lycan just get let through. And especially this, I'm going to reiterate it, right? The Lycan goes through. They pick this Tide as a pseudo kind of counter versus him, but it gets moved to this 4 position. And look at Ace. He's 5-0-6. He's unaddressed completely. I'm not saying the Tide is the end-all, be-all answer by any means versus Lycan, but it was one of them for quite some time. Like, teams used to pick it as this this halt, because you just really can't go for him because it's this, this deterrent versus all that physical, but...
And
As a 4.
They're going to go for another smoke. At least this time, they will have in mind that the Aegis is about to time out Mickey. So a little bit of an opportunity for Yakult to maybe catch Liquid by surprise. It's not going to be easy. This has to be perfect. If it's not, we might be seeing the beginning of the end of this game.
It could be the final go for them, because Liquid has also acquired 14,000 gold of items in these last few moments. So everybody's pretty rich. Greaves, Pavis, Tofu. Yeah.
They try for the setup on his Tofu, but the force is there to get Tofu out. Flyfly tries to follow up, but he has to back off immediately. Emo already having to pop the BKB to escape. Ace sending in the Dragon, forcing Baboka very low at the back of the team fight. Emo, he's going to run out the BKB soon. He's got to zip back to safety. He's running low on the mana. They have to fall back. I mean, Flyfly's going to try and get back in, but the Remnant there into the bushwhack catches him. Mickey's got the Wukong's command laid down. Baboka, Flyfly trying to run. The Ravage will come out, but Baboka goes down. Flyfly will try and take the passion on the Mickey. They'll be able to take the Monkey King down. But can they get anything else of Yakult? Baboka's going to come in with a buyback with Flyfly, caught by the silence. He's killed off, no buyback available on him. Zeal trying to stand his ground as they turn over towards Nisha. Nisha able to jump out with the Astral Step, but Zeal and Emo trying to chase another Remnant from Nisha. Trips up Emo for the moment, but they continue to go. They'll get another Vortex onto Nisha. The leash as well from the anchor. Nisha, could he survive through this? He cannot. They'll bring Nisha down.
Nice buyback.
They might even be able to threaten Ace as well. Zeal taking a lot from the summons of Ace. They have to be careful how close they get to the Lycan. He hits hard. They've got to slowly but carefully try to dispatch of the Lycan, but it's not easy. He's fighting back pretty well. He'll go for the TP out. There's nothing left to cancel it, so Ace will be able to back out successfully.
Decent fight.
Something from Yakult. Yeah, they have to use the buyback from Baboka, but they are able to get the 2 big kills, taking out both Mickey and Nisha. It's a tiny bit of something, but it is something. The game goes on.
Good buyback, honestly, from Baboka. Allows him to get that extra kill from the anchor. Allows him to lock down Nisha long enough. Good initiation, too. I think at the start of things, they got a couple extra swipes onto Mickey, and then, yeah, he gets caught in the front line there and just gets, I think, everything thrown onto him there. The Ravage, the Sonic Wave, they will be able to bring him down. The base did get damaged pretty, not like a massive amount, but they did lose all of the little buildings, and the tier 4 started to get hit from those wolves that come in from the shard. Although at least it's something, but yeah, still a couple more steps they need to do.
It's like, you know, in that sort of scenario of events, it could have been, you know, worst case, they lose the game. Best case, they keep the game alive for a little longer. And they've managed to keep the game alive a little longer here, Yakult.
The sad thing was that Flyfly got, I think Flyfly and Emo got 0 of the kills, if I saw that correctly. I saw that Zeal got one of them and a support or 2 got the other ones, but the 2 main cores that want to get the kills, especially Flyfly, did not get the gold. Feels like, I feel like Flyfly needs as much as possible, because they do have this offlane co-op, which the concept of is about snowballing and having a, you know, constant fights go well for you. Zeal is not having that. They will catch Tofu. Just
another
kidding.
leap away though. Tofu's fine.
Another Tormentor. Mickey gets it for free. Zeal. They're stalking him. The wolf is right on him.
Zeal's in trouble. Wukong strains the Boundless. It's so much physical damage coming out from Mickey and Ace. Not even a chance.
How much armor reduction is it? So it's 18... Wait, so it's 10, 15, and then 21, right? So that's a lot of minus armor. Actually, it's more than that. It's 23. Sorry. Wait, no, it's 21. Anyway, I think it's 21 minus armor. So it's a lot of physical. So you can see how much it just brings down Zeal, even if he does have, what, Blade Mail plus... I mean, he's at 19 armor, so puts him almost down. I mean, pretty much to negative. So.
Or mid. He jump onto Nisha, but Nisha's able to get the BKB off just in time. Aaron on Spoke of the Boundless, nearly kind of one-shotting Polisan. Polisan, though, will survive with the heals. Only just the Acorn shot bounce nearly kills him off. But the last house being evaded, so he'll survive.
Watch the monkey. Jump in the trees. This is the best part. Yeah.
Look at this one.
Yeah. It looks so goofy. Roche time. Ults are back available. How the BKBs. They get the initial jump on Tofu, too.
Yeah, they'll get that kill.
Okay.
All right. I mean, if you're Yakult, you go for more. You've taken out one of them.
You have to. But
Mickey's gonna get a tree cut! Emo! He cuts the tree! The Ravage to follow up! Mickey is dead! Or maybe not! No, he's not! Boundless, yes, he is! He's dead!
Oh!
Emo was quick to go for that one!
Oh, it's the
and now, into the Roshan. They might be 15k down bot fog, but they're not out of the game yet. Yakult
Okay.
Into the
let's go.
Roshan. Boxy's watching from the side. See if Liquid can interrupt this 3 versus 5.
Nisha's also watching.
Okay.
They'll push him away.
I think they're
They
wanting to
secured
try for
this
a steal
Roshan.
here. Oh, yeah, they're 16k down and they're taking Roshan against them. Yakult.
Hell yeah.
There we go. Emo. Really finding a chance to get the jump there, but yeah, Fly. He's got the Aegis in his hands.
I mean, Liquid just getting caught. Honestly, they're getting caught one by one, and then Mickey just not respecting that they could have a ward, which they did.
Yep.
So they
They
did
knew
see him
exactly
jump
where
on
to
that
find
tree.
him. As it nearly managed, he survived that little extra here at the end, getting the boundless off and such, but yeah, there was nothing else to bail him out. They throw everything onto Mickey. A huge kill and a huge objective to find whilst they're down 2 sets of racks, down 15k on the net worth. Yakult, they're certainly holding on.
Yeah, they desperately needed that type of play, but they will connect on it. And they have 70 seconds now for Ravage to come back. They have this Ursa now with an Abyssal Blade, so he's got this good... He could full lock down perhaps one of these cores and burst them if they've got the Ravage follow-up. So
yeah,
pretty big gain they've gotten off of these last few moments.
Because Baboka, he's a few hundred gold away from having the Blink Dagger. So, yeah, if they can get that jump, like, they will burst. I mean, probably the tankier target, like Ace probably not, right? He's 3,800 HP, a hell of a lot of armor.
Die.
Most of the others, maybe even Mickey. I mean, well, yeah, I guess we did see there in that situation Mickey going down. So I think, yeah, anyone other than Ace, if they are able to fully jump on them, they can take them out during those stuns.
It was a 1-by-1 sequence, though, so we do have to remember that. The team fight is still going to look probably quite difficult overall for Yakult unless they can get that initial first kill again.
Sure.
Because that was literally Liquid. They lost the Mirana, and then, yeah, just a pick off on the Monkey King, so... Gem on Emo. I like that they did this too. I usually mention this one immediately when people are playing versus Lycan, especially if you're playing behind. You usually want to buy this gem at an early time. They will have it after that fight. Ace has been doing a good job of just scouting. He's very annoying.
Boka. He's going to be able to quietly finish off farming that Blink Dagger. So they will have the superior jump. I guess the question now for Liquid, Liquid there's still have this gold lead, but with the Aegis on Fly, like what are Liquid doing during this Aegis time? Are they just trying to avoid the fights, or would they still take a fight?
If it's a 5-man, I think they'll take the fight, depending on the positioning of it. But otherwise, I think they can just wait, right? I think you just stall it out. Like I said, they're still in a super comfortable position in this game, so they can just sit back, get the next few items, wait for that to expire. Because they are next to, they're up to some big items pretty soon. Ace is about to have BKB, Nullifier soon for Nisha. I don't think that they're in a rush to fight things, but if it comes to them in a good position, they'll take it. They can just wait on the side of Liquid. And the Wolves are constantly going to scout things, right? Even though they have the gem and they'll be able to kill them, I'm seeing Ace. He sends one wolf to the triangle, he sends one wolf to the bottom side, and he scouted them right there. So he saw the Ursa, he saw the Storm. And yeah, Tofu just pop the Moonlight and disengage.
Just under a couple of minutes left of the Aegis here for Fly.
They really want to catch somebody. Nisha will show mid. Just too different. I look at the positioning, right? Like all 5 heroes are just playing in kind of shadow areas, not allowing them to get any type of pick off with this Aegis. It ticks down to 90.
Radiant are scanning.
Next big round of items that Liquid's looking for. Mickey closing in towards the butterfly.
Ooh, that could be really painful actually, because I'm seeing Fly. He's going, at least for now, he's at least queued up more survivability. As soon as he sees that, probably will just queue up that MKB, but that could be pretty devastating if the next fight that happens, Mickey has Butterfly also.
The Aghanim's done on Zeal. Can get the chance to get a few rounds to spam off in the team fight. We have quite a lot of damage popping off.
Years of my delight.
Final
They
minute
see everything.
Aegis. Yeah, Liquid are dodging this very nicely, not letting themselves get caught at all by Yakult during this window.
Nice sneaky ward we see there on the left, right next to the Tide right now, on that hill. not really the most expected one. I don't see that one usually placed on the Dire side. When you're Radiant, I see that one placed on the opposite side, but this one I usually don't see. So pretty clever one. So yep, full information given, and again, just watching that Ursa's timer tick down to 15. Liquid potentially could look for a smoke and gather soon. Unless they want to just wait for that timing, right? Wait for the nullifier, wait for the butterfly, which is about to come out, so.
Well, they want to still keep going here, Yakult, on the smokes. Even though the Aegis is gone. Fly and Paulison smoke up again.
Nisha.
Get the catch him. He's got the high ground and try for the blink, but Nisha will head the other direction.
All right, Liquid, time to fight. And oh my god, that is that's some good timing right there for them. The amp damage spawns. Mickey will be able to grab that, and Mickey got the butterfly. Now his damage has skyrocketed. Boxy also bought a Vlad's earlier.
Oh yeah, yeah. If Mickey gets wolf bitten in the fight, he's
gonna go
just
crazy.
Gonna clean up.
And he did get magnifying monocle with attack range, so it's gonna be a Monkey King attacking from what 500 range or something as well.
Zeal, they're gonna get the jump on him. Boundless is into the bush, but they'll try and force him back to safety. He'll get the blame off another force. He's gonna be held in the air for now. Oh, Emo, he tanks the arrow. He will die for that, but he simply tanked the arrow for Zeal. But that does mean that Emo's dead. Baboko also gone. Paulison gets chased down by Ace and Mickey. They'll come in with a buyback from Emo. He'll get the grab on a Tofu, but Mickey's got the Wukong's command down. Fly trying to get out of the Wukong's command. Has to pop the enrage of BKB as he tries to run back to the base, but they just kill him off through both of them. They're running out of buybacks, Fog. They tried to give it one last effort there. Emo, he wanted to save, well, maybe he didn't mean to intentionally save him from the arrow, but either way, ends in disaster there for Yakult. Liquid, they'll take game one.
Hey, they did have a moment at least after those first 16 minutes, right, on the side of Yakult. They were able to take that little pick-off situation, get the Roche at least, and delay the game a bit. But overall, Liquid, the game plan was clean. Liked the way that they drafted, liked the way that they itemized. AC Deso build, so much physical damage. Poor Emo, even though he's saving Private Emo, well, the opposite, saving Private Zeal, he actually ends up just dying instantly in one little slug. Too much damage.
Another rough one, unfortunately, for Yakult. There's obviously 1 and 10 in the groups, and now coming into the last chance playoff, dropping game 1 of this best of 3. We'll see if they can pick it up, but as for now, Team Liquid will get the first game in this best of 3 against Yakult.
And what an invigorating win it was for Liquid here. I mean, this Lycan first pick, your closing words said, but when we saw the draft was, I don't feel it's answered. You're able to pick up Lycan in your opening phase, and there wasn't anything on the side of Yakult to combat that, and it really showed in the way that this game unfolded.
It's a free Lycan game. Like this, if I didn't see the draft, I could have guessed it's a last pick Lycan, and it would have made perfect sense, and it was the first pick Lycan. So it says a lot about Yakult's approach to the draft, that they really need, if they want to stay alive in this tournament, they need to change it, act drastically, like, because this isn't working. Lycan is a hero, like, it's not answered by, it's good against Tide. I mean, Tide is good against Lycan, but this is a Tide position 4 that's like starving in resources. Look at the gold of Tide. So when this Lycan is clicking ulti, they all have to run away, whether it's the Storm, the Quap, or the Ursa. So yeah, you just don't have any solution.
I mean, Yakult, they needed to pretty much crush their lanes and snowball the game, where it's like every time Emo wants to call his team, then you can find a kill. They wanted the first Roshan, they wanted to dictate a lot of the game, but it never came into play. You can see from the clips like Liquid, when Yakult was doing these like early motions, they bring a couple heroes, they trade kill for kill, they kind of stabilize the game, they protect their towers, and they buy enough time that Monkey, like, and all of them just get online to just break the map, like Seb's mentioning.
No, I mean, I think in general, to be honest, throughout the first 15 minutes, Yakult played a lot better than they have in some of the other games. I think it was showing a lot of promise. I think it just goes back to be honest, they need to stop picking these random flexy 4s and just pick some normal heroes. I think the one game they won, they had Snapfire and Jakiro supports or something like this, and it's Disruptor and Jakiro or something along these lines. And basically, I think they just need more normalcy, because I think they played pretty well the first 15 minutes, but at the end of the day, they have 0 spells on both their support heroes. They have no counters for Lycan, like Seb said. Ace also played a great game on the Lycan, I think 7-0 and something. And was you know, like a very consistent that rock. When I think of Ace and how he is as a player, he's the guy who farms, he has a good lane, and he is high net worth, and he's that stable force that you can rely on. And we haven't seen that so far from Liquid, but I think this game he was very much what I think of when I think of typical Ace.
And I think Zeal like deserves also on the other side on Yakult, like you see the impact that offlaners can have on the tempo of the game. By nature, like this Lycan has dictated the entire pace. And on the other side, you're sitting with a co-op position 3 that it can't do as much for the game, for the team fights, for the scaling. It's just it's just not built into the hero. And you know, we've seen Zeal have really rough laning phase also because of the hero choices that they have, like the lack of synergy between the 4 pick and the 3 pick, and yeah, he's playing Axe completely under farm. Now he's playing a co-op position 3, and you know, regardless of his own performance, I think he's just not set up for any success, and it always leads to the same formula. It's like it reaches a point where this, no matter how well they play the early game, and in this game they played it a pretty solid one, they just can't answer what's being thrown at them in the game, and then they're on the losing side of things, and then it's just pain from there until the game finishes. So they really need to make sure that that they can keep having an answer to what's happening in the game, and that's going to happen mainly through that person, I think.
I actually want Zeal maybe to step up more in the draft, right? Because when you see this pick position, you pick the Tide. Again, like we said, we're against the Lycan, it's a good Tide game. Why not pick a position 4 that can protect the Tide Hunter against the Monkey King? Be proactive in the draft where you know what's coming from Liquid, so pick a strong lane. The fact that I feel like Zeal's like listening to Baboka, and Baboka's like whispering into his like, hey man, can I take it? Can I take it? Do you want to do this? Like, I think there's too much power maybe happening within the drafter where the players are maybe just accepting it. So yeah, you can see from here, like the fact that Tide Quap get picked, like imagine replacing the Queen of Pain with the Snapfire, or you know, insert any like alliance, maybe not alliance, not really popular, but any defensive position 4. That's a strong draft to enable the last pick for Emo.
They're like tricking themselves, I think. Like they're actually overdoing it, overplaying the mind games. Because you pick Tide, you see Lycan, you pick Tide as an answer, but then it's a Tide position 4. So surely nobody picks Tide position 4 as an answer to Lycan. So in reality, your answer to Lycan was Quap position 3, which is very bad. It's very bad. So it's like it's kind of this got you. It wasn't a Tide. It was a Quap. And then you got them, but you also got yourself at the same time, because then you end up like, wait a minute, like we did trick them many times, but we also tricked ourselves, and the game is just over. So I think they just need to, you know, dumb it down a little bit. Like make it just very simple. Hey, solid draft, working lanes, good answers to what they see, and it will just take it from there.
I feel like an additive layer onto that is how would the Queen of Pain to Void Spirit matchup go on in the mid lane if we feel like we just had to put Queen there and last pick something else? Let's say that all the rest of the draft plays out the same way, and it's just that last pick that changes up for your cult.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I think it's not a problem at all for Queen. The lane, if anything, can be Queen favored. There's potential there to win that lane, and they also could have just picked a normal 4 instead of Queen, and then last pick mid, and actually had the counter pick. You know, so I think they had plenty of options. I think they're just getting a little too spicy with it. I think T mentioned that sometimes people can have suggestions. You have players who are more on the hipster end of things, and you want to accommodate that. You're like, yeah, this can work, and you're like, yeah, that's fine. It's okay. I can do this. I can do that. But I think there also has to be a point where you put your foot down a little bit and you push back, because I think probably in the back of Zeal's head, he says it's fine in the interview, but I don't necessarily believe he believes that. I think he's like, I feel like my lane is being griefed, because it is. They're picking some shenanigans in a lot of games, and I think there needs to be some honesty there in like, hey, this is not okay. I actually think we're deviating a little too far from the norm. We need to pull it back some, because I think whether or not they're saying it to each other, I think they feel it.
I mean, it takes a lot of maturity to be able to have that type of conversation anyways. So yeah, it's a difficult one for you, Cole.
It definitely is. And we did talk about this was a stronger showing, it felt like, in the early game for your cult. Fly on the Ursa was doing so well, whilst, yes, a Tide in a Quap Pain. We have some lane. Quap lane, we have question marks about. It felt like things could have come together, but to the first Roche fight around that 22-minute mark, that's where it felt like it really unraveled. It feels like a lineup should have been good at executing a great team fight, and it just fell short, unfortunately, and it's first Roche not going the way of Ursa.
Yeah, for the Colts lineup, you know, Fly, he had top net worth, right? He was at 10k, 11k, 12k net worth. Like, they had everything going to them. But, you know, just prior to this, they tried contesting the mid tower. It took a lot more resources than they wanted to. And Liquid, they understood how your cult want to play for Roshan, so they're already taking the fight in this area. They take the fight, they kite back, and the spell usage from your cult, it's not as if they're trying to win this fight. They're kind of clinging on, hoping for, you know, a return kill or something. And of course, Tofu, excellent arrow there to stop the Storm Spirit, of course the layering stun from Monkey King. But I think critically this replay is just Liquid know Fly wants that early Roshan, so they play this area of the map. They're not giving your cult any free access. Like the clips that we saw in the pre-show, it's the free tower bot lane, it's the free Roshan, the free defensive top. Liquid defended the mid tower, defended the Roshan, everything that we praise your cult on for that one win. Liquid did not give them any of it in this game.
Ursa wants stuns. Ursa is, you know, highest net worth. He has an immense amount of damage. He wants stuns. He doesn't want a co-op that clicks daggers and memes around, clicking vessel on everybody. Like, he actually wants stuns. This Ursa could have carried the game, but I think the hero composition just does not allow him to do so. And the issue, you know, I speak from experience, is that like when you start losing these games, even if you fix like what we're addressing here, that has to be fixed in terms of drafting and player hero choices, other players are going to start overthinking. They're going to be like, maybe I'm just bad, maybe the Ursa doesn't work, maybe like everybody, if the team is not like kind of facing these problems together, everybody's in their own corner. You know, the Storm player is overthinking now and doesn't want to play Storm anymore, or the guy is going to be like, Ursa's just not good these days, or it doesn't work against Lycan. So hopefully they can be quite clear, quite also, it's not about being confrontational, but just, you know, honest with each other. It's like, hey, I'll take this one on me. Like this suggestion didn't work. Let's move away from it. Yeah,
you're putting so much into a Ravage. That's essentially what their lockdown was. It's this massive cooldown on the side of Liquid. You got Hoodwink. That has a lockdown here. You have Marana, by the way, being played by Tofu, something he loves, very comfortable and very confident on. So, yeah, drafts were a massive issue when it came to the eventual team fight. Also a big issue there. But good news for Yakult and all their fans. It's a best of 3. So right after this short break, we're going to be back with game number 2.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Pulse Shaker here. Slap!
So he's going to reduce some of that healing. Not as worried about the Satanic here. Dealt with the healing ward. It's an opening a bit for Liquid. He might chase here.
Really go for it. Hook shot lands on a 2 with a follow-up crush. That controls up Schofield. Got it. Flash. And now the hoof stomp plus roar takes Mickey out of the fight immediately. Nisha, he's not going to be able to contend with not just the Juggernaut, but all of these various cores. A second roar was still in the bag for Whisper. He only had to use one of them for Mickey because of Device. Such a sick hoof stomp he landed.
That was such a nasty hoof stomp.
Oh my goodness, this hook from Yuma.
That's a lot of damage that Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take because of that hook.
That like owns him in the lane. There's another hook in 4 seconds. He might just do it again. Okay, he'll be able to get hooked again.
We're not going to kill him, but he's not around. He went for the second hook and he got it.
This is a brutal start, I would say, for Toronto Tokyo. He
try and hook him again.
Another.
Dude, if he gets him again.
Do it.
Nah, he's not going to try.
Oh, he is! He got him!
He got him again!
He got him!
He got him again! It won't kill him, but my goodness, he just hit pretty much 3 hooks off cooldown. So I tell you what, if a punch is doing that in your pub, the game's over. This guy's a god.
It's an elimination best of 3. Yakult 1 game down, Liquid 1 game closer to being able to make it to that next phase of Blastland 4 here. And we've been wondering, when are there going to be a couple more stock standard picks, as I'm wondering what behavior is coming out from Blitz over there.
Yeah, what on earth is he doing?
He's like a ninja.
This man, he loves to sit on chairs like he's not a human, and this actually doesn't surprise me at all, that he's now sitting like that.
Yeah, he is on his chair sideways, peeping through like he's got a window.
I feel like Liquid play best when he's in this form, though. You know, I feel like he's been showing maturity and, you know, traditional form in the early days of this tournament. I think now we see him going back to his roots as a coach. I think this is where Liquid truly are going to be able to level up.
I like it. We've taken one step above in that analysis here on how our coaches are feeling. And yeah, I'm sure everyone on the side of Liquid are feeling pretty good after that strong showing in game number 1. And for our game 2 draft, Liquid not having first pick means they are going to ban out the Lycan. They saw what they were able to do with it. They understand that in the hands of Yakult, it could be just as powerful. So that's taken out along with Naga Siren, Marcy, and Timbersaw.
Yeah, and something that's a little bit, I mean, of a handicap for Yakult is that even though they have first pick, it seems that they do not want to, you know, get their hands on the Marcy or the Timbersaw, which are, you know, heroes that usually teams have to ban when they have second pick. So this just makes the draft a whole lot harder, because yeah, this is freeing up a lot of bans for Liquid, since they don't have to worry about these heroes. They've been banned by Yakult themselves. So let's see what they end up first picking. They have mentioned in the interview that they are much more comfortable on first pick than they are on second pick. So yeah, there's probably something behind that.
Yeah, we'll see what they opt for. I'm not actually sure, 100% sure what their first pick priority is. It is very strange they're banning Timbersaw and Marcy.
There's been some Puck first picks before.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would go back to that, if that's like their comfort.
Ooh, I like this.
I love this, actually, yeah.
First stepping stone, like just one step at a time. Jakiro, solid laner, can't really get punished. Take it from there. Maybe react a little bit more to what you see.
I mean, I like it just for the fact that I want Fly to have a bit more information in his lane. Yes, we enjoyed the Ursa, but him winning lane feels like a good recipe, first of all. Jakiro does that into most matchups, into potential Lycans and beefy offlaners. Jakiro can do quite a lot against them. And yeah, don't rush towards first picking heroes that Liquid can instantly exploit. You also protect yourself from Slardar, that hasn't been banned as well. Overall, Jakiro, not the craziest first pick, but I think for Yakult and the situation they're in, I like it.
Solid.
Yeah. For other teams, probably wouldn't have been too excited by it.
So what do you decide to go? There's been a lot of co-ops for Liquid. They go for the Puck themselves. Interesting. I mean, obviously, you know, Nisha, exceptional Puck player, very respected, often banned against them. And this is a deny pick. Now, this is one more hero that they do not have to worry about. And one thing to keep in mind is that this change has happened since a long time, but the second phase bans, you have very limited options. So deny picks are kind of a thing in the sense that there's only a few heroes you can ban after that.
Yeah. I mean, I think this, it's fine. Puck is okay against Jakiro, but it's certainly not the end of the world. Jakiro's a hero that's pretty tanky and pretty strong in lane. And generally what counters Puck is stuns. That's an obvious one. You need some way to kill the hero. But also is heroes that do well in lane and are tanky. Puck is a hero that his damage is very slow and needs to go in and out. So if you're able to get an early Glimmer Cape, early solars, things like this, because you won your lane and be generally tanky, that is the other way that counters Puck very hard. Sometimes even harder than being able to stun the Puck is if Puck can't kill you fast enough, because you'll kill Puck's team while he tickles you and evades, you know, dying, sure, but you won't die yourself.
Will Liquid use their ban on DK, which is like Emo's kind of most likely hero to play into the Puck? Outside of DK, there's not many of the big counters Emo likes to play.
You can see the Void Spirit.
Yeah, maybe the Void Spirit, yeah. Or does Liquid maybe ignore it and not care if Yakult have it, because they already know like the type of draft they're going to go down?
They ban it.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, they do ban it. Okay.
No DK, Snapfire is out too. We've seen the Hoodwink happen a couple of times. I don't think it's amazing as Jakiro on lane. Jakiro is very tanky, doesn't care as much about the harass, and he will dominate a Hoodwink 1 versus 1. So that's also something that's interesting, is like, what are going to be the answers of position 4 players to Jakiro? Like, do you just dodge the lane and try to wave pull? Do you have matchups that you're happy with? It's kind of yet to be seen.
I mean, Liquid just copy-pasted support Joe from the last game, right? Why not just go the Hoodwink and the Mirana again? In the lane, you've got the Skari from Hoodwink to be able to disengage from the Jakiro to try and dodge some of the damage. And then in the game, when you have plenty of follow-up damage, Puck hits a coil, just throw in this long-range artillery. But instead, they go for the Tusk.
Not great against Jakiro in lane, typically, but it is good with Puck. Very good with Puck. It gives you that damage that Puck can need. You buy this treads very early, and Puck has honestly pretty high attack speed, so you can abuse tag team pretty hard. And it can just be a 5 Tusk, so it's not landing against Jakiro. It's not really interacting that much. It's totally fine. Yeah, okay, so.
And Emo does go for the Void Spirit.
This is a very bet boom response. You have a lot of kill threat in the early game with the Void Spirit Q into more silence. Like, Puck will die to this if she is not like full HP with some 20 wand. And then as the game progresses, you have tons of silences. You make Puck buy like weird stuff like Force Staff or BKB that she doesn't really want to buy. So they have sort of, Puck can be killed front covered, and they have normal support heroes. So
they do,
as far as, Yakult's draft goes, especially compared to other games, I'm very happy with them so far.
They have good ways to just, when Liquid go initiate, you've got Ice Path, you've got the cooling, Void Spirit's elusiveness. Like there's 3 different forms on 3 different heroes of trying to punish Liquid when they initiate. That alone is like, I'm happy Yakult are moving to this position. Like they are going towards a draft that feels coherent, and of course Muerta could get flexed from 4 to carry, but I just want to see most likely Baboka for Muerta.
It's a very good Muerta pick. I like it a lot against both the Puck and the Tuskar, and with the Void Spirit. So very solid trio of heroes right now for Yakult. One of the best we've seen so far from them. So get your hopes high.
All right, Seb, you're taking the reign for hyping Yakult after the draft, all right?
I think it looks good for now. I think that we've even seen the Muerta played on position 1 one time. It was against an Abaddon actually, and it worked really well. So that could also maybe be an option. Lots of routes they can go for, and I would even dare to sit in the driving seat. Yeah,
I feel like it's normally the last pick for Yakult because they like to keep things open. That you both have mentioned, they're flexing it, and so it's always that. Okay, what's going to be the last pick, and are they going to dig themselves into a hole?
It's a boxy Puck, right?
It's 4 Puck. Okay, so yeah, Puck 4 is actually quite good against Jakiro because you just save your phase shift when he does this double spit, and you also heal twice from the 2 attacks in the air.
Very smart.
Puck 4 is actually, it's quite a good counter to Jakiro in the early game. And while Puck 4 may not be the most dominant, it's actually something we were doing at some point during last year, that when we saw Jakiro, like we just played Puck 4 just straight up.
And on top of it, they have Abba 3 potentially. So like this Jakiro has no impact whatsoever on the lane. Like you go into Abba Puck lane, you're pretty much useless. The Huskar is super punishing to the Void Spirit. There is a world in which this Void Spirit can also be flexed. I don't think Void Spirit 3 is anything crazy. Like it can work. Some players like 9 class even played on position 4. Where I may be opening the Pandora box now to Baboka, but I mean, he doesn't hear us, so it's fine. We can just talk about it as much as we want. He already made his choice anyway. But yeah, they might be Enigma. So could this be because we've mentioned how Enigma actually punishes Huskar mid a lot. Is there a world in which we see Enigma mid?
I don't think Emo will play it.
But if
maybe they do a lane swap. Maybe?
Yeah, only if they lane swap.
I've never seen Emo lane swap ever.
Okay.
So I think it's unlikely.
So 2 nevers. You put 2 nevers out there. Never seen him play Enigma, and you've never seen him lane swap.
He played carry. He played carry for a season. Right? I think he switched to carry, this guy.
Actually, I just don't remember this.
Not a lot of success in the sense that I don't think they made it to a lot of tournaments, but I think he was a carry player for a while.
Okay.
He tried to make that transition. Not an offlane player, but yeah.
Competitively, he's never played Enigma in his life. So that's one thing to note. But I think for Yakult, at least, they identified how Huskar is very punishing. To counter the mid Huskar by flexing heroes away from the lane and getting a new mid would break their entire draft logic. Like trying to go for like a ranged hero to play into Huskar. Now you've got an offlane Void. Like it doesn't sound good, right?
Can Muerta lane mid against Huskar?
No.
I don't think so. No.
All right, that's a straight no.
It was so definitive.
So put the Enigma win 1 lane, like trade mid lane loss to win the off lane, right? Like Enigma plus Muerta, let's say, into Abaddon. Like you're gonna win that lane on Enigma. You're gonna take that tower. If you take that tower early enough, and then rotate towards mid lane, trying to threaten the tower, like that is a really good recipe to at least deal with a big problem. Like they have many fires to put out. So I'm all eyes on the Enigma. Like he has to win his lane and just create objective pressure in the early game.
I mean, I just hope they don't put Void Spirit mid. I don't think it's an okay matchup. It's not. You can't come back. It's not real. Like you just can't lane or play. Void Spirit's a pretty low damage hero, and Huskar is very tanky. It's a horrific matchup. I think they need to put Void Spirit side lane, either put him support and put Muerta carry, put the Enigma mid, or pick a new mid. The only weird thing about picking a new mid is that I think Boxy will play for Huskar. So if you do pick something like a Viper, they will put Puck mid again.
Oh, they're flexing both,
yeah. So it's actually a weird true flex because I don't think you want 4 Huskar. It's kind of game ruin. But a hero like a Viper is insanely bad whenever he doesn't have like a very specific purpose, especially in the early game. So I think heroes like that are these ultra hard counters are somewhat off limits to an extent. I could see a sniper with like a Void Spirit like
carry.
Yeah, with a Void Spirit carry or something like this. They can also put Enigma mid and do Void Spirit offline, pick a new carry. I think they have some options that are okay. Like, but they need to not put the Void Spirit mid.
And right now, I want to say it looks like they are planning to, which is, yeah, a little bit worrisome. Hopefully they will pivot. There are many ways to pivot, as we've just stated. Liquid is just making sure that it's a good Huskar game on their side. You know, they're banning A and Doom. I don't think they're also guessing because they're banning a support and a core.
Yeah, A is a must ban when you pick Huskar. You just close your eyes and ban it. I don't care if they have 4 support heroes. You're banning AA.
Yakult also still have one ban for themselves, so this is going to be a ban into a pick for themselves. It feels like there are a lot of things that you guys are worried about that they need to rectify, but a ban and a pick, that's what's left. What options are there that any must takeouts here?
Well, you're either taking out a carry or a position 3.
Does it feel like there's more solutions from position 3?
To be honest, it kind of depends on what they want themselves. Yeah, so now they banned the monkey. This will give information of why is a tiny.
Yeah.
Wait, it's a tiny 4 for Boca?
4 tiny probably.
Okay, so Marta position 1 and the Void Spirit's just gonna go and tank it.
Please let please let Enigma be mid and Void Spirit be offline. Like, please don't tank it. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself, Emo.
This is.
If they do that, they actually have very good chances. If they put Void Spirit Silent and Enigma mid, they have amazing chances.
And if they don't, they lose 3 lanes. Because this Enigma's gonna get countered. Void Spirit's gonna get destroyed mid, and
yes,
it's the last jar.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, please don't. I mean, this is literally, you know, have a chance or just get destroyed.
Pre-gyrocopter, I was like, you know what, fair play. If they can crush the offlane, then maybe there's like some weird ways to like dual lane mid, do some weird shenanigans. But no, with the gyrocopter pick, yeah, that is one of the hardest counters to Enigma.
Surely you don't have the plan of playing Enigma 3 and you didn't ban gyro. Surely that's not the case.
I was going to say, Emo has selected Void Spirit, so if what you guys want is still to happen, it would have to come down to a lane swap because they're not swapping heroes on players.
We wanted Zil to step up, right? To have a bit more voice in the draft, right? Here, I want him to do the same thing. He's playing his Enigma. He has to make the call.
I have a different
He has to be Emo.
He's also away from any position 4 shenanigans. He's doing his own thing in the mid lane.
This is how we do it.
Emo, you deal with this crap. I'm mid now. Get out of the way.
I need to see that. I refuse to see Enigma versus Gyro, Void Spirit versus Huskar, and you know a Jakiro trying to deal with an Abaddon lane. I refuse. It's just a no. It's just a no. Let it. No.
Normally we have to be PMA here, right? But Yakult have put themselves into drafting into multiple counters, and like, they have to show some creativity elsewhere because their drafting is not doing it.
With that being said, it's a good Muerta position 1 game, but I feel like we've said that about them a couple times where like they have a scale condition. It's just about how to get there, and you're not gonna get there if your lanes go wrong. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. They have 2 options.
I feel like the first team fight is going to be the big moment as well, Quinn. Lanes are an issue that plays into it, but the big team fight, when it comes to it, bringing numbers together, where do you lay the cards?
I think it honestly, it's hard to say without seeing the lanes. I think Yakult's draft is honestly better than Liquid's if they put the lanes right. If they put the Enigma mid and the Void Spirit offline, I think their draft is way better than Liquid's, to be honest. I just really hope they do that.
Okay, all 3 of my analysts are begging Yakult, please fix the lanes. There's only one way to get a clear answer to that, and it's to head into game number 2 of this best of 3.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of Yakult versus Liquid, and I can confirm, looking at the item builds,
fingers crossed, it looks like
they're doing what the panel's doing right. I'm seeing what Emo's picked up a wand. You're not buying a wand if you're going mid against a Huskar, right? So he's got to be going to his side lane, right, Vogt?
I mean, otherwise, unless he's griefing, yes, because that would be griefing. Otherwise, to buy a wand versus Huskar.
Yes. Well, I say that Zeal's also got a wand.
I know. They all have wands. They all have the same items, pretty much. So.
I mean, because you're not farming charges off a Huskar, are you?
No.
No. Well,
do you even get one for? I guess you get one for Berserker. But do you even get one for Berserker Blows when he cauterizes? You do, I think.
Sure. But eventually. But either way, yeah.
No way he goes. There's no way. Unless they dual lane mid. I don't know.
Oh, they might be doing that. Maybe Zeal's going to go mid with Polison. Yeah, we'll see. Or at the least, the panel's getting what they want. Emo is going to the side lane. Zeal's going to
normal
mid.
lanes. Yeah.
I mean, would you agree with the panel that? Because I think it was a Quinn, right? He really liked Yakult's draft if they laned it as the way he wanted to see. Would you agree? He was pretty hyped up for this against Liquid. Or do you think it's going to be another tough one?
I mean, I can see some things for it, but I'm not seeing entirely how. I mean. I'm not going to say Coin's wrong by any means, but I'm seeing good ways for them to kill Muerta because they have a lot of magic damage too, and Gyro's mixed. Sometimes it's like some of these carries, Muerta just ults, right, and just stands. Gyro can fight back, right, even during that with your abilities. So, I don't know, I'm also just... I've casted too many games of Yakult, man. I don't know.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of losses, unfortunately.
It's
Yakult. 1 and 11 now.
Yeah, it's... Yeah. I don't know. I hope that there's going to be some good stuff because we have, you know, Tiny Enigma, right? This is a classic old school kind of combo. They do have good things going with their draft. I just think that there's a lot of counter picks that came in. Like you said, the Gyro versus the Enigma with the Drinking Buddies. It's like the hard counter. So, okay, let's see what we get and let's see if they do put these lanes as we hope.
Oh, Baboka with that toss will make sure that they get 3 bounty runes. Might die for it. Will die for it. So, got the 3 bounties, but does cost the giving up of first blood to Mickey.
So why did Zeal buy a wand?
Well, am I missing some sort of... I guess obviously he just wants it because it's the stat item. It gives him obviously but it's quite... I don't know. You know, I'm not a mid Enigma player. I mean, I'd have to guess to say Zeal's not even... I mean, do you think Zeal's played much mid Enigma and is competitive? Probably not, right?
No, not really.
Because I mean, as the panel was saying, right? Emo or Emo. He'll have to dissimulate here, level 1.
So I guess he will get some stick charges though out of it because he's going to be using Inner Fire to CS. So he will actually, you know what? Okay. Whatever. Okay. We're not going to harp on it too much. Either way, they do the lanes we wanted. We're happy. Emo's not going to be happy though. That is going to be the one thing is this bottom lane is going to be absolutely miserable. But Zeal is going to say, Emo, look what I've been dealing with. I'm just kidding. But Boka's actually playing a normal 4 position, so I can't do that to him.
Yeah, this game
it is a hard lane.
Did give up first blood though, you know.
He did.
So, and we will see. And maybe, dude, maybe this is it. If Yakult win this game, then going forward, it's going to be Zeal mid, Emo off lane. They're just going to make the change. You know what I mean? If this works, it's going to mean something's going to work that hasn't been working in all the other games they've been playing.
That's true. Fair enough. And look at this lane positioning. Tofu, I don't know what is going on here, but he got some nice shards to stop that pull that was coming in from the Tiny. Mid, okay, so Zeal maybe don't want to use the Malefice I was seeing. He actually used it, and they just got instantly cauterized off from the Berserker blood, so definitely just wants to hold and just farm. And let's see how this lane ends up going, and let's see how Nisha can handle versus these Eidolons as level 3 has.
But dude, no, you're Malefice, so you can farm a 1 charge when he cauterizes. That's the big brain move. He doesn't
minus
care.
100 mana for plus 50, sure, whatever.
No, he doesn't care about the mana. He wants the health for his demonic summoning. It's not a good trade. It's not the greatest of trades, but you know, spend some mana.
You know what, whatever,
use
honestly,
a spell,
cool.
get a bit of health from a 1 charge.
Yeah. You know, whatever. Honestly, Zeal's doing great, so the lane is going to be good for him, but Nisha is handling it also at the same time, so he is getting something out of it. Top, we haven't gotten to talk about this, you know, the thing that they were talking about with the puck. I'm glad that we actually get to see it. I haven't gotten to see him dodge too many hits just yet, but the double hit, the phase shift, the idea about it is super cool. Tried this a couple times as well. It actually does feel nice. And Emo is really struggling.
But is he struggling as much as if he was mid against a Huskar?
Probably, yeah.
He probably is struggling more. I think he would actually have more than 2 CS if he was mid. That's the sort of the unfortunate state of that. But obviously for Zeal, it is going way better for him mid than it would be down bottom. He is having a great time on the Enigma. But yeah, as you say, Emo, he might have to just sort of be along for the ride on this one, as this is not going to be a fun start for him.
Not a fun start, and Mickey could perhaps even look... They can run him down pretty easily since he does have this afterburner. Emo will just get pushed out of the lane, won't be able to get much of anything. I'm wondering where Emo's going to go. I guess you just have to let Baboka pull waves and you try to get what you can, but let's see what Emo really wants to do in this one. Top, they're doing great. Fly pulls, a lane that's been secured. It's a lane that should go well for them as well. I actually really like the Muerta versus the Abaddon. We saw it the other day from, Whiteman and Pure. Looked really good what you can actually do versus this hero. Calling is really powerful. Same thing for the dead shot repositioning. I will say though, I liked how I mentioned this really like immediately the other day from Pure is he put the skill point in the calling at level 2, and he was going for kills off the lane. Fly is going for more of a farming route. Immediately you can tell with the gunslinger.
So in this sort of game as well, obviously we'll see what Emo is able to scramble together off the back of a rough start. Obviously for Zeal, getting that kind of boosted sort of situation by being in the mid, getting his solo XP, potentially getting a bit more farm. Will there be a slight sort of difference in how he'll build as an Enigma, or will be exactly the same as what he would have done on the offlane?
Same. You still just go drums, I think. I don't think you can deviate too much from it. Bottom, though, Emo is going to go completely different build, right? Because he's being forced into that off lane.
He will, right, yeah.
He's queuing up Dominator, which, I mean, I can understand why he might want to go for it because it's, you know, the off-lane item, but it's going to come really late. Like, insanely late. So he's getting next to nothing, and it's absolutely killable. Like, this draft kills that creep very easy. All 3 cores will just annihilate it. And so far, I mean, Nisha is handling the Enigma very well. He's actually not feeling that pressure.
Yes. Yeah, Zeal, of course, getting some, you know, a fair few denies, and obviously some of those being his own Eidolons, but yeah, not taking away that many last hits from Nisha. As yeah, Nisha, 29-8 against the 23-20 of Zeal.
I mean, these lanes are going very well for the side of Liquid. And now making the move, Fly.
Get the lead in with the snowball. Chasing him with the orb as well. They should have him. I mean, Fly actually standing his ground pretty decently. Boxy getting low.
Damage.
Put the phase shift. Baboka's in with the avalanche onto the turn. Then they take Boxy down. Dual breath onto Tofu. They should be able to chase him as well. They're going to have the dead shot back up in a few seconds. It might not even be necessary. Snowball's there. See if he wants to line up the timing. Just the right crits alone will do it. Fly ends up getting the double off the back of Baboka, turning up and turning that one around against Boxy and Tofu.
He had like a 16 wand. They get the dual breath, the attack speed slow, I believe, on both heroes. They're just standing there. They actually couldn't get the attacks off onto Fly. Well done. Good rotation for Baboka. A little funny toss at the end there, but either way, does get the kills.
And Emo power and Zeal.
Radiant are scanning.
Hey, we can start slowly making his way towards that helm. On the mid lane. And I guess now that the 6 is online, Nisha will have to be careful how he turns up. Just in case Zeal finds an opportunity to just go straight on him with the black hole.
I'm wondering maybe if how much he deviates after the drums. That's what I'm kind of curious about. If he goes for more of like an aggressive kind of standard build or auras maybe for the team perhaps. Even though he's playing mid, he might still do something like that. Or he might, like you said, just go like this Blink BKB kind of style. He's getting this tower. Down to 500. Might just be able to finish it with these next Eidolons. He's TPing, so looking to make sure they don't lose their wisdom.
Should succeed in doing so. Looks like Mickey and Tofu aren't even going to risk it. They're not going to try and head into this area, so Zeal and Emo will secure that. At least get Emo's level 6.
Nisha can go for the deny if you'd like to. Tower is put into that range. Okay, I mean, not a bad start, of course, but I think they wanted to probably have Zeal have a little bit of a better time in the mid lane in terms of the edge, because they did do these lanes to have, you know, a better time. Emo's going to get sacked. So I think Liquid, they're probably pretty happy with this, even though they did give up this double kill to Fly. I think they know that Mickey's just got to be massive. It's a gyrocopter with complete free farm, and this hero can absolutely control tempo if you do get this type of start. Emo, though, he has it 6, so shouldn't die down here now. Should just be able to survive and occupy the area.
From mid, we obviously saw Zeal make that move to try and defend the 7-minute wisdom. We'll see. And now that tier 1 is gone, where Zeal does look to put the pressure on.
Making his way toward top, it looks like here, with Baboka. Do see Boxy. Ace is in 6 still.
But the ice path, buying time for Baboka to get him with the avalanche. He'll look for the toss back. Ace.
Oops.
Gonna try and run. He's gonna be able to get that off with the shield button. They'll drop the black hole, make sure they can lock him down, ensure that Ace cannot run.
Nice move. And he's got Eidolons up. He can look to contest triangle. Does he want to look to hit tower? The wave's not in a good position for it here. Double D ward coming out from the side of Liquid. They will be able to find both of those with their sentries, so some limited vision for the side of Yakult right now. And Emo, he's actually trying to trade back with Mickey.
That's a bit scary. He is catching up, though, in this lane. Emo's starting to get some farm. Now, all things considered, you sort of compare his farm to like that of Zeal from what Zeal was able to get in the mid lane. He's only like a few hundred behind, so he's getting back into the game, Emo.
Yes, he has gotten, like you said, though, the full farm build. So it's not like an earn for him to try to fight and come back. This is him just going to play for the farm game and just recover, and then eventually maybe get items that are going to be relevant in the game. But it's definitely going to take some time until he feels like he's going to have much to contribute with this team.
Fly, he popped the ult there, felt that they were maybe making a bit of attempt onto Boxy, but weren't quite able to land the full combo. The dead shot was a little bit off the mark. Maybe if that hit, they would have got it. But wasn't to be.
Boxy just being pesky up here, really. Well, they're farming really well on all 3 cores on the side of Liquid. Huskar's got that armlet finished up. As you said, Mickey, he's hitting every single one of the times. Mickey's levels actually are a little underwhelming. He's only level 7. I thought he'd be like level 8 because of how much he's been given in that bottom lane, but I guess he did have the 5 with him the whole time. Tofu will snatch an amp damage away. Much more of a farm game.
Yeah, both carries enjoying that sort of pace so far. Fly and Mickey. See Zeal and Baboka maybe looking towards that top lane once more for the wraparound. They don't have the Black Hole back online quite yet, still a minute.
Look, Zeal is actually queuing up the Dominator as well. Guess they're content with wanting to just sit back and farm. But Liquid now, the coil is soon online for Boxy, making the move on Zeal.
He does have the opportunity for borrowed time if necessary, but not quite able to get any sort of catch, so Yakult fall back.
Yeah, limited catch on Liquid, so definitely see the reason why there's this low kill count. We saw them make the one aggressive move at the Tusk. Now they're just waiting to have a couple more levels on these supports. 6 has now been hit for Boxy, so now they do have that catch. Yakult get content just being able to sit back and just hit some creeps. Dominator's done for Emo. They might make the move on him now too. They have coil, so Emo, if he does get caught inside of this one, very likely to just get brought down. They're bringing the Tusk as well, just in case.
Yeah, coil into silence should buy enough time for Mickey to dish out the damage to kill Emo. There's the setup, and indeed, they got him into the punch. Not a chance of getting away from that one.
Good thing that they brought the Tusk just in case, actually. It looks like he maybe was going to be able to play his way out of it there, so.
Top.
Liquid.
Looking for Ace, but borrowed time's going to be enough to get him away.
Baboka turns up bottom. I guess trying to hold on to the tower a little bit longer here, but could get caught if Tofu swings over. He'll be able to survive. Can they pressure top tower? Let's see. With the Eidolons and with the movement that we did see in the force of the borrowed time, looks like they should probably be able to finish off this tower.
Baboka and Tofu are going to find one another. Backup coming in, Emo. He's got the burst here to threaten Tofu. He'll have the snowball to buy a little bit of time. Good shards as well, block him off, so Tofu gets away from the 2 of them.
And they get the tower. Of course, the trade comes in from Yakult, but yeah, good information gathering, and they're just hitting creeps too. And Liquid is probably pretty content with how things have gone. Nisha is cruising toward the top, as we said. Mika is having a great time also, and the Abba too. I'm wondering what build Ace wants to go for here, because Ace sometimes doesn't go for that really greedy route. You know, sometimes he likes to be more of a team player. So I do see what he's queuing up right now, which is a bit different.
Okay, he wants to play for the cooldown build.
Yep.
Terrain. And
buff up his cores.
And we're seeing Zeal, he is switching about things. So instead of going for the helm, he's got now the Blink and the Boots of Baron queued up instead.
I prefer this way more. I was very concerned if they were going double Dominators, and then they could just fall into a position where they're just going to be hitting creeps, and I think Liquid is content with hitting creeps in this game as well.
Ace to Ace. Borrowed time is back available again. TP's coming in as well, so Yakult will have to start backing off. The coils there onto Zeal, into the silence. They'll kill off the Enigma. See if they can get more here. Block grenade down onto Baboka. Boxy looking for the body blocks as well. Sets up for the snowball to come in. Nisha wrapping around. Fly's tied up though, and he has the Pierce the Veil ready to shoot back. Takes down both Tofu and Boxy. Now looking at Nisha and Ace. They've got to be careful.
Body blocks.
Nisha. Tosh comes in over towards him. The Eidolon stopping him from being able to escape. He's trying to kill his way through them to get away. The dead shot will miss, but the avalanche will not. As Yakult will take down the 3 of them.
Great fight. They pushed a little too far forward there on Liquid. They got the kill and then they chased forward for more, not expecting Fly. If they're gonna go for that fight and they expect Fly to turn up, they need Mickey to turn up to be able to counter him. So can't actually go for that there. As great fight. Even though Zeal does die, those Eidolons are proving to be pretty problematic in terms of body blocking, but also damage they deal early.
No, absolutely. And
that was nice.
On the plus for Zeal dying there, didn't get the chance to use his black hole, but that's going to mean that 200 gold away, he'll have that blink dagger, and he'll have the black hole ready to go. So there will be that solid timing for Yakult to look to make this play around the blink black hole.
And definitely some limited ways for them to stop it. Of course, the Puck and the Tusk have some ways to play versus it, but he could catch a pretty big black hole because of this blink dagger. And they're smoking with this. Well, he doesn't have it just yet, but looking to smoke for a kill before it. Mickey might get called from this move.
See how prepared he is.
Power, though.
If backup comes in from Liquid. They'll see him now.
Okay.
Baboka's going to get the setup. They might not... Oh, they'll use the black hole anyway. I was going to say they might not have needed to use it, but they don't want to mess around. They drop it to guarantee the kill.
Like this move. That was really nice. I like this from Zeo, how he's playing active. He's kind of playing as an offlaner from the mid lane now. We're seeing him making these rotations, not looking to play too greedy, looking to just move around and make space. And tower bottom should drop because of it, so some really nice moves in these last few moments.
Yep.
Top, Ace.
See if he can get out of this. He's got the borrowed time. Nothing else to throw down on him. Fly doesn't want to quite commit yet with the Pierce the Veil. Foxy's still going to try. Going for Paulison. Ice Path is up, into the silence from Fly, and the dead shot. This time the follow-up's there perfectly from Fly. And the Moetas, he'll be able to shoot down another kill. 4-0-3 so far, Fly this game, having a phenomenal start, and he's not really had to leave his lane fogged.
No, and I have to give the credit also to Paulison. Some of these games I've seen him really struggle, be under-leveled, not be in the right positioning. Paulison is he's almost level 10 on this Jakiro. That's actually pretty insane. He's almost the same level as his carry, so he's got 4 points in this Ice Path. This is not an easy game for Boxy to play this puck. That's why maybe they did move it to this 4th position as well, too, because there's a lot of control. The two support sections.
And look at bottom. Baboka with the jump in. He's able to get the setup onto Mickey and into this army of Eidolons of Zeal. It's an easy kill. They take the gyro out. I mean, Zeal as well, he switched up the build once more, because obviously once he used the black hole down bottom, he's like, well, I have the blink dagger gold, but I don't need to rush it now because I've got to wait for black hole to come back on. So he picks up this early shard, and that's helping him obviously with the farming and with these sort of aggressive Eidolon plays. Top.
I love this.
We'll get the jump in return onto Paulison. Does take the 4 of Liquid to take him down, and more than enough space will be there for Fly to back off.
All right, really cool stuff. Yeah, Baboka able to get this blink dagger at pretty good timing. Emo. Look what Emo's queuing up. He's like, I've recovered enough in this game.
Oh,
he's
I like
queuing
that.
Radiance.
This is the correct build.
Yeah, and Ace is not going kind of this scaling build, right? He's bought the shard. Ace is going Octarine. Emo is acting as this ABBA kind of in the off lane, right? Going the Radiance instead. That's interesting. We'll see if it ends up paying off for him.
It's good.
He's going to get really farmed.
Dude, if you just get to casually pick up a relic into Radiance like this as an offlaner, it doesn't matter who you are. It's gonna feel good. I mean, because talking about Ace's build a bit more, so what sort of leads towards going this sort of build as the Abaddon when you're in the offlane, as opposed to some of the other ones we're seeing?
I've actually seen this now. This might be the 3rd game I see it. I saw Collapse do it another game also. I think it's just when the game is more about your carries than it's about you. This game is about the Gyro and the Huskar. This is not a game about the Abaddon. So I think you just want to enable them as much as possible. Not saying I fully agree with it, but I can see the idea behind it.
True, because I guess the sort of trade-off is that your game, your farm can fall off. I mean, top Ace, he's going to die here. They get the dead shot, push back, another kill for Fly.
You can just turn into pretty much a pseudo support in a way on the Abaddon is the issue for me sometimes. And there are ways that they can deal with it, because even though the shield is very valuable this game, right, to remove some of these spells and debuffs, he also has to put himself in a position that can be dangerous versus Ice Path versus the Calling.
Zeal is just going to get jumped immediately there. Very easy one for Nisha. The question is, though, if Nisha can get out, because the counterplay comes in, but Baboka and Emo make the jump. They get the toss back onto Nisha. He's under the tower, trying to arm toggle his way out of this. Will not make it out alive, so they'll be able to dive and get that kill, but does cost Nisha his life.
This is the best game I've seen from Yakult. This is by far the best game I've seen.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if they win this game, going forward, it's going to be Zeal mid, Emo off lane. They're going to stick with this. They're like, guys, this is working.
It's working.
Emo, go
It
off lane, you can
absolutely is.
play what you want, just buy Radiance, it'll be okay. Maybe they've just found the untapped potential of their roster here with these switch-ups.
Oh, and I mean, this build looks so wild, I gotta be completely honest with you. I mean, I can see the argument about how it can work, right, because of how much farm he's getting, but look at his inventory. It looks so awkward.
Oh, it's Zeal! He's in with the black hole, he's caught Mickey!
The Radiance!
He was just able to turn and kill Mickey off!
The Radiance!
Yeah, it's good.
It's good.
This build is a build you can actually do on 90% of the heroes in the video game Dota 2 if you're playing off lane. Just buy Helm, it's broken, and then farm Radiance. You'll actually win a decent amount of games. You might lose more, but you will win some.
I don't know if that made sense, but I like it. I mean, this is awesome. He's the highest level in the game, Owen.
Yeah, he's crushing it. No, I'm telling you, this is we are seeing the birth of a new Yakult. This is a new era for Yakult. But both of them with the avalanche onto the two of them. It's a very dead Tofu, and as the borrowed time comes to an end, I think Ace is going to be in trouble as well. Nisha's thinking about trying to help out, but he cannot. The ice path into the dead shots there. Ace dead again.
Okay,
Yakult.
Liquid, they're hemorrhaging kills. They need Mickey to help. I feel like they're trying to play without the gyrocopter. Mickey's probably content because he's farming, but they're just dying everywhere. Ace is chain dying. That's the third death. His build has been completely slowed down. Tormentor's now next. It feels like they can't make moves. They only really have, as you said, the puck to make the moves for their team, but they're hemorrhaging so much. It's an 8K lead now.
Yakult. Incredible stuff here. He could be on Nisha.
Okay. But the timings are, they have fallen so far behind in all this. Ace, as we said, he's fallen off a cliff completely in this game, but Boke almost has the same net with him. So he's actually potentially going to have this Yules picked up too. So he can actually prevent a lot from the ABBA.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong as well, but back when we did see I think it was like a few patches ago where we did get a lot of ABBAs kind of do the Octarine. Didn't you usually get the Midas into the Octarine, or was it Octarine into the Midas? Do I remember seeing some Midas Octarine back in the day, right?
True. I don't remember now the order, but I don't like Midas.
Yeah.
So.
You don't like, sure. But there was sort of a phase where some of the offlanders were doing it. It wasn't working out. I do remember, it was like at the beginning of the tournament, there's a fair few games that just didn't sort of work out. But as you say, yeah, Ace very much leaning towards just being able to have those low cooldowns to protect his teammates and keep Nisha and Mickey strong at the front of the fight.
And speaking of Mickey, they're going to start getting Mickey involved. He still doesn't have his BKB, so there's a lot of magic damage that can really trip him up. Pretty much everybody does a ton of magic damage. So it does have to be careful with positioning, but they do have Nisha with BKB, and they go for Roche.
I mean, then here's the smoke. Yakult's coming. Moxie will be able to hold back the smoke play for now. Giving space here for Nisha to try and finish this off.
Emo Scout
still making the move. Can they get to the pit in time? No, I mean, Liquid are doing everything they can to hold Yakult away from the pit. Nisha should be able to finish off the Roshan. They'll keep the space for him, and he's able to finish it off. So Aegis onto Nisha. Does cost the poison life, and there's the black hole now onto Mickey. Mickey, he goes down. Nisha will try and jump back in, but the ice pass there. Tofu's gone, and they've immediately taken the Aegis out of Nisha's hands. They're ready to set up for round 2 here. Nisha has got the BKB. He has to BKB TP. They don't have anything to interrupt through it, so he'll be able to get out. I mean, Liquid, they get the Roche, they get the Aegis, but they immediately lose it, and they immediately lose a team fight. I don't know if that's worth it at all for them, Fogged. I think Yakult, they're going to be very happy with that one once again.
Absolutely. I mean, Fly is absolutely owning this game. Showing up to majority of these fights, showing up more than we're seeing the Gyro in this early game in particular, right? He's part of 14 of their 17 kills. And I like that he's actually put points in the calling as well. I want to point this out because a lot of players, they just put stats, right? A lot of carries. It's such a good game for him. Honestly, he's playing versus this Puck, versus ABBA, versus Tusk. Has super high value. I love the way we're playing. Like I said, this is the best game I've seen from them in quite...
It really is. It really is. I mean, that's obviously that's not really saying much. They've had a lot of rough games, but...
They have, but still, it's a big thing, right? Because
it's good
overall,
to see.
It looked weird on the draft. It looked weird how they were going to approach things, but they did it the right way. They set the lanes up the right way, and they're playing this honestly beautifully. The supports are playing really nice, and I've seen it. There's too many games from Yakult where they all just playing their own game and split up. This is not that case by any means. Liquid, They got to get something going together. I mean, Mickey, I feel like he desperately needs this BKB, but they've fallen very far behind that he might not have damage for the upcoming fight, even if he has some survivability.
Oh, they're beefy. I mean,
he might not even survive. Like, the BKB is probably not going to save him. The damage has leveled up a ton on the side of Yakult in these last few moments.
Yakult doing everything they can here to hold on. You know, down in the last chance playoffs, down 1 game in this best of 3. Maybe this is, imagine if they make the turnaround, Yakult, and they're able to just crush it through this best of 3 into the next, straight to Singapore. Maybe this is the beginning of what could be a phenomenal run from a squad that's had one of the rougher group stage showings we've seen in many tournament times.
Hey, the ball is absolutely in their court, though. Right now, this game it's looking at super difficult for Liquid to start to come back in. This could potentially be one of these Rapier Gyrocopter potential attempts for a comeback as we get to the later stages, because yeah, this Muerta is just too strong.
Gonna find Ace here. It's got good time to set up with the Avalanche, the Yules into the toss back. Ace very far away from any sort of save. He's going down. Nowhere for this Abaddon to run. Yakult might be able to get another kill secured here for Fly.
8-0-7. It's nice that he's getting all these last hits for sure. Just enabled so much because of it. And he's been Kurioing this whole time. He's got the dormant Kurio on the Muerta, waiting.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Are you a dormant? Like, are you normally taking dormants, or you do?
If Sister Shroud, I take Sister Shroud. If no Sister Shroud, I take Kurio every time.
Yeah. Some players hate to take the dormant. You know, I feel like some players never take it. But Fly, he's a believer that it's going to be worth it in the long run, and he's going to get that nice, juicy tier 3 or tier 4 neutral to buff up.
Yeah, if you can get like a serrated shiv, right? Like, that's the dream. If you can get something like that. Maybe some attack range or attack speed. Depends on which one he can look for. BKB is done for Mickey. See if they want to try to look for this fight. It's still super difficult now at this point because everything is up. Zeal has Blink and BKB also. The likelihood of a gigantic black hole is very high.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zeal is so ready to go.
Yeah, the supporting cast, I'm going to say it again, this is the best performance I've seen from the two of them in terms of team effort with Polosin and Baboka. Polosin has great itemization. He's been there for all the catches.
Yeah.
And Baboka,
and I guess,
great timing on the Blink.
For all the innovation of Baboka with his picks, you hate to say it, but I guess there's a bit of you kind of looking at this and being like, well, you know, when you put Baboka on a bit more of a normal support hero, he looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, I was literally messaging Lacoste earlier, and I was telling him I think Baboka is allergic to playing generic, normal heroes that he's good at.
They're just too easy for him. You know, he likes a challenge. He's like, guys, let's not make it unfair for the enemy. Give me, I want to play something funky. But yeah, this game on the Tiny, much more normal than some of the other stuff that we've been seeing Baboka try out in position. And 1-1-15,
hey, look at this.
Looking brilliant, this game.
Fly, he got it. He did actually get it. So he got the Kurio curated shiv. I don't think he got the attack range, so he took the tankiness, but that's still phenomenal for him.
Yep. No, good stats, and well on the way to having the BKB as well. This Muerta is going to be pretty much impossible for Liquid to kill when he puts the BKB and the Pierce the Veil in these team fights.
Yep. It's very difficult, especially when Mickey is behind at this point. If you're ahead as a Gyro, you can actually deal with it a bit with that magic damage, but yeah, Fly absolutely can just stand his ground. And also, assume BKB, so can just do BKB, Pierce the Veil, and then he's just pretty much invulnerable. We do say, of course, Mickey did get a serrated shiv as well, had got some lifesteal with it, so did Nisha, so they did get the good RNG for the neutral item as well. But Yakult just continue to get more and more out of the map, continue to grow a bit more. Liquid, they're going to smoke to look for an opportunity. They might be able to catch them split up here.
Let's have a look. Liquid. Oh, Baboka's so quick there with the blink. Avoids the attempted initiation from Tofu.
Baboka on fire.
Top. He's chilling. He's got BKB if he needs to. He will concede though to the TP's coming in. Doesn't want to hang around.
Oh, and I love this though. I'm just looking at Emo. If you take a screenshot of that inventory and said, guess what hero this is, would you ever say Void Spirit?
I mean, I'd say there's a tiny, probably not. But I think it's not that crazy, is it?
No, it's not. But it's just
Void
interesting,
Spirit,
right?
Yeah. No, for sure, yeah. The fact that he's seen this game as the one to do this build, and as I said, I don't think there's a better build he could have gone for in the position that he was in. This has absolutely been the correct way to go. Second highest on the net worth, and doing so much. We'll see in the mid, Tofu getting caught. They're going to try and go on to him, but he's got BKB ready to pop, so this Void Spirit's not dying, Fogged.
He doesn't want to use that BKB
yeah,
either.
he doesn't even need to, just the steps alone. Same time, wraparound's coming in from Yakult potentially. They're pushing in on the tier 2 mid. See Nisha TP over. I mean, Liquid, what is the play they can look to make at the moment in the spot that they're in?
I'm really not sure. It does feel like it's going to have to be some type of, I don't know, I'm saying it again, like it feels like it has to come from like maybe Rapier Gyro at some points, because I feel like all their timings that they wanted to play with haven't worked.
Nisha's going to get jumped. They get the setup, the avalanche of the toss back into the ice path. Nisha, he was not ready for that at all. He just gets torn out of the base, killed off. He's dead for 50 seconds.
The book is going to go for another 3 seconds.
Gotta be careful of these tiny plays. Mickey stepping up. Mickey, careful! You're just gonna get stepped up and tossed back as well. This time, though, Mickey will get the BKB off. Tries to stand his ground against Flyfly, but Zeal, oh, he whiffs the black hole. That's gonna cost Baboka his life. So a little bit of a whiff there from Zeal. Liquid, they'll certainly want to punish that one. Boxy jumps in, Ace as well, straight on top of Zeal. They'll kill the Enigma off. Quite a major mistake there.
That's a pretty huge mistake.
Yeah, they needed that black hole to hit, and because it was a good entrance into the play there from Baboka. He, initially gets the toss back onto Nisha, then also gets a successful toss back onto Mickey, but Zeal lets the team down a bit on that one.
A pretty massive blunder, honestly. Now Mickey perhaps doesn't have to consider, well, he might still have to consider Rapier eventually, but now can go at least finish up the Satanic, have that secondary life. That is a big slip up there from Yakult. Is Roche up actually? It is. So Black Hole is on cooldown.
Yeah, they'll check it out now. So they want to try and go for this. I mean, still, even without the Black Hole, Yakult, a pretty formidable team around these sort of areas of the map.
Yeah, Liquid's
not Liquid want to try.
100 seconds on the Black Hole cooldown. So, I mean, Liquid might try to go for something here. Again, not the easiest of fights. But a big step forward here, and they do have a gem now picked up too. And it's, okay, Satanic also Anisha, so they do have these 2 lives essentially on their carries. They're looking for the play while it's on cooldown.
Yeah, here comes Liquid then. They're looking to try and get this angle with the wraparound. See how ready Yakult are for this. Yakult are in preparation on the high ground.
Under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Scan's been hit from Liquid. They know that Yakult's up it.
Emo is standing in a very ideal spot, though, so he can break it and probably just get out pretty easily.
They try for the setup, they get the punch off. They drop the Dream Core down on towards him as well, but he's able to get the BKB off. And the Avalanche pretty much on all 4 of them coming out in play from Baboka. Nisha will put the BKB in the Satanic, start to try and heal up, but Flyfly's ready with a Pierce the Veil. Can this Muerta stand their ground and shoot them all down? He's looking towards Nisha. Nisha dragged to the side, but the damage is done. Nisha will fall. Ace, the borrowed time's forced out. They have to start running. He'll get the blink off as well before Emo's able to get the jump on him. Continued chase here. Tofu's gonna throw himself back in, wants to try and get back in onto Flyfly. Mickey turns, brings the damage. They take Flyfly down. Boxy falling low. Hits the Eidolons, but he won't die. Boxy survives. A great jump back in there from Tofu. Sees that opportunity to set up for them to bring down Flyfly. They will still end up losing Boxy at the end of it all. Buyback coming into play from Boxy immediately. Same to be said on the other side for Yakult from Baboka.
Oh, and
Baboka's watching from the high ground.
The sustain. It actually, this fight, it works. Ace, I didn't get to see how many shields and heal it was, but I think it was like 8 shields, 8 miss coils. This double Satanic also, they're very durable. They tanked a lot, and Black Hole, it's back up now, but...
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Liquid's going for Roche, but indeed the Black Hole's there. And Zeal, I think he has the full Aghanims to Zeal, as he's still a bit short. So it might just be coming out to him. Yeah, he's going to have it. So this is getting a bit spooky now for Liquid. Tofu at the side. Look at the snowball off. Same time, the rest of Liquid are looking towards Baboka. Mickey, Ace, moving to take him out. So it's a 3v5 situation, but still, yeah, with the threat of this Black Hole from Zeal, Liquid, can they really force this Roshan?
Flyfly's respawning as well very soon. We see the gem. They did get it recovered.
This is a tough call. I mean, they want to try and finish this Liquid.
Feels like they have to commit for it, right? They have the double BKBs back up on their 2 main cores. But Flyfly, he is alive. Foxy's trying to mess with them.
Yeah, he's trying to sort of keep them all away from the pit. Worked last time at giving Nisha the space to finish off. We'll see if it does this time. Macropire down onto Ace, but the borrowed time is there. Roshan, can they finish it off the fear? Catching onto Nisha, doesn't matter. Nisha still finishes the job, gets the Age of Seal. He's in, we'll get the Black Hole here onto the 3 of them. In fact, the 4 with Tofu walking in as well. They'll bring the Aegis out of the hands of Nisha, but Mickey just gets burst down by Emo. They'll take Nisha out on round 2. Liquid, they have to try and run and get out of it. For sure, they killed Zeal at the end of it, but Zeal, he got the job done, getting him with that Black Hole. Now, Boxy also clipped by the Remnant at the end of the fight by Emo, sets up for Flyfly to get the triple. Liquid, they really wanted to push for that Roche, but again, kind of like earlier, the subsequent events don't really mean that it pays off whatsoever for Liquid. End of it all, Flyfly's getting another triple.
Flyfly super happy. Boxy's trying to zone them there, right? But even if he does zone them, Zeal just quick. He can just pick and choose how he wants to go for these black holes with this BKB. No way to stop it. Just catches the 2 perfect wars. Okay, so Ace is going full in on the anti-Enigma black hole build. So going for the Aghanims now also. And they're going for this kind of counter, the sustained kind of war to just outlast, it looks like, versus this Pierce the Veil versus this black hole. Saw it work once when the black hole was on cooldown, though.
Whoop.
Tofu
gets away with that, I tell you what. Gale Guard and a blink out saves him.
Oh, and I like this build that Flyfly's queued up next, because so Liquid's trying to outlast in the fights. Flyfly's queuing up the refresher, so that's going to make these fights. It's like a 20-second essentially play that you can't really go for this kill onto him. So pretty cool if it is able to get that finished up in these next few moments as well. Nisha, they saw him with this ward.
Flyfly.
This might catch him completely off guard.
Opening setup, they can the ice path from across the tree line into the avalanche. Not a chance for a BKB or a Satanic or anything from Nisha there. He's dead for a whole minute.
Pulse and vision.
Step up in damage from Mickey. I mean, Mickey's got the Daedalus. Should be able to jump back to the orb. Just trying to hold back the push. But yeah, for Mickey, I mean, are we in the territory where we are going to say, you know, maybe we do need to see that Rapier from him as that next big pickup, just go all out on the damage?
Perhaps, but honestly, I'm looking more with like drinking buddies and all that too. His damage is actually very formidable if he can actually hit these targets. It's just, that's the question, is if he can actually hit the Muerta, because it's just the Pierce the Veil thing. So I'm like, I was saying that before, and then I was trying to like rethink about if it's actually ever going to have the value, but perhaps. We'll have to see. Level 25 soon for Emo, another Tormentor. Refresher also queued up for Zeal. It still is feeling very difficult. And honestly, maybe it is. It still is just feeling too hard. Because if they get these double refreshers also on the side of Yakult, the fights also just get to that point where it's incredibly difficult. You maybe just do need that insane damage from Mickey.
Yep. I guess this will be quite nice as well, right? Now, Emo, next item, getting the Shiva's Guard. That will help reduce some of the sustain, right, that Ace is going to be popping out with the Aghanim's Borrowed Time miscoils, right?
Absolutely. It's a good call. He's still... I mean, he can drop the gem. I was going to say he has inventory issues, but yeah, he can give the gem to somebody else. He doesn't even need to carry it, actually. Yeah, but Boca still has one, so they're actually just carrying double gems. So, yeah, absolutely. Shivas can be super value. Those 3 timings feel like it could be go time from Yakult and to look to close things out, because Shiva's the refresher for the Muerta and the potential refresher for Zeal. Liquid not going to have any of these big items in comparison that they're going to pick up in these next few moments. All right, let's see how much Ace can heal, because he's got the Blink, he's got the Aghanims, he's got Holy Locket even. So blink into the black hole with Borrowed Time if his 2 cores get hit inside of it.
Yeah, and
because the idea works.
So in terms of the numbers, what is it? Every time someone takes 550 damage, they're effectively going to receive a heal for 325. So it's that's the numbers, right?
It's 50% also because Holy Locket.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's not accounted for on the tooltip.
So it's like 400.
Right, so it's like a 400. Yeah. So essentially, you're effectively taking 80% less damage. Would you say it sort of works out to than you would be if there wasn't a ban with the ult and Ags in equation?
Sure,
if you're on
and
the
then
team.
now we have to
Like-
factor in Emo. He has the Shiva, so 25% cut, so it's back down to the 300. So, yep, okay. Interesting. We'll see. I mean, we'll see whose idea works better, because they do have double Satanic. You can see the idea that Liquid wants to play for is outlasting this black hole, outlasting the damage, but the refresher is there from Huerta.
He's gonna get the setup on a mid-K. Let's try and get some information. At the same time, Baboka will look for the jump on a Boxy as they find him at the side. They'll trip him up with the silence from Fly. That allows them to take Boxy out for 70. I mean, Boxy, of course, has been pretty pesky, right? He has been this hero that's been trying to sort of hold them back, disrupt smokes, and be there to sort of block the jump from getting on the rest of the team. With him gone for 70, it could be difficult for Liquid to try and, you know, set things up so that Zeal doesn't have that sort of free opportunity to get the jump with the black hole.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Boxy is the only control on the team in terms of team fight, so when he's dead, it's like 50 seconds where they could, if a move happens from Liquid, Yakult can just disengage because there's no puck.
Nice, they jump. They're going to try and look towards this Ace. Not going to quite have the borrowed time come out yet.
He tried to just Pyrrhic Cloak, snipe Fly. Fly also, now the Shard, I believe he did pick up a couple moments ago. This is going to be really strong in terms of also just lifesteal and standing, but he also has 20 stacks. So his damage is insane. That's 20% spell amp.
Liquid, do they want to try something here without Boxy up? The fortification. Tier 3's gone. Just the Tier 4's getting that extra bit of time with the fortification as they'll hold back momentarily, Yakult, expecting the fact that they put the full lineup back in, and Indy probably just waiting until they get these deliveries because he's got the money for the refresher. Zeal just needs to get it out to him.
These fights are going to be pretty crazy. You can see for Yakult, ease of execution, absolutely there. Just BKB Black Hole, 2 of the cores, do it again, refresh, right? Go for these plays, same thing for Fly, good protection. For Liquid, quite a bit more difficult for them to execute these, and maybe wanting to just still sit back and acquire a bit more gold to get these next few items, because Ags is soon there for Nisha. The supports honestly can get some pretty good impact also if they can get to these like level 25s, the Ags on the Tusk too, because they will have Coil plus Kick eventually, which is pretty OP. If they can get those 25s on the puck, because it pierces the BKB, of course, but still a ways away.
Yeah, just Emo continue to go full out with this build. I mean, you know, the Shivas then into the Skadi, like making sure that it has all the items to just deal with the sustain that they're trying to rely on. I think Emo, I think he's absolutely killed it this game with his build on this offense.
I like this a lot.
It looks fantastic.
Yeah, and if you can get to that Skadi, right, you just jump and hit the gyrocopter the entire time with the Shivas plus the Skadi, and you reduce the Satanic, all that stuff from the Abba. Definitely can be a cool approach. Fly also soon to be 25, so extra damage going to be coming out from him very, very soon. Tense moments. Roche, how's that spawn looking?
Yeah, let's have a look. Smoke up from Liquid.
Power rune.
And Yakult in a pretty good spot for this. The smoke's going to get dispelled. Baboka waiting on the cliff. It's very difficult for Liquid to get these jumps onto Yakult. Yakult have been super prepared this game for these moves that Liquid's trying to make to get back into this.
2 supports. Honestly, I'm going to keep giving them these credit because I think they've been in the right place at the right time almost every time. Polison. Can't get the catch, but Boxy.
He's been found.
He's in trouble.
The silence into the Remnant. He will be able to jump out of the macro pile. Actually, yeah, goes
tripped him up
instead. Yep, fakes them out there, but Zeal, he knows where he's going. Still gets him with the Malefice. Boxy's going to keep them chasing. Fly coming in for the side. Ooh, that shot was so close, but doesn't quite clip him. So Boxy out with a TP.
I can't believe he actually survives there. All right.
That just flew right past him. It's scraped past him, that dead shot.
It's a small model for Puck, you know. If it was a bigger model, then that would definitely have clipped him.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche, yep. The next biggest point of contention. That Tusk Ags is there. Okay.
Okay.
And he did get, all right, magnifying monocle also, so has that cast range that you usually need a little bit on the Tusk as well. Game is getting exciting. More and more exciting.
The question is, we've seen how the last few times have gone. They normally get the Aegis. Do you think, are you doing it again, Liquid? You just try and force the Roche? It's not worked out too smoothly for them the last few times. As I say, they normally get the pickups from it, but then the fight immediately after ain't too great. Boxy's going to try and hold back Yakult as Yakult make their way over. This time Liquid will back out of the pit. Liquid watching from the high ground. Roka's going to be ready for the toss back.
McKay.
And McKay turns towards him. Tofu gets the punch up, but Emo's ready to try and keep Boka safe. He'll buy some time over the yours. McKay pops the BKB, trying to stand his ground against Emo, but Emo's able to jump back. Nisha jumps in over towards Flyfly, but Flyfly just turns. Nisha's in trouble. The Black Hole's there to lock him down. The heals are coming out as Ace throws himself in with a borrowed time act, but it's not enough to save his cause. Nisha and McKay got McKay buys back straight away. The second Black Hole comes in onto Tofu, on towards Ace. Ace up in the air, Yule's up, but as soon as he comes down, he's gone as well. Into the pit they go. Boxy will be able to jump out. The dead shot flies through though. Nice Flyfly finishing off the kill. This time he doesn't miss. Yakult into the Roshan. They'll be getting this one for themselves. And I mean, we're seeing that answer that question right. Trying with this counterplay with the Aghanim's borrowed time, it's just not enough. They've got the overwhelming damage to fight through the heals that are being pumped out with those missed coils. It's just not enough to save the cause at this point. Yakult 32k ahead. They've got the Aegis on Flyfly, the cheese on Zeal. They might just be ready to shut this game down, Fogged.
Absolutely. I'm Baboka just baiting them. He just walks up, he's like, use spells on me. Pops a Greater Healing Lotus, Wind Wakers, resets, and McKay in these fights, McKay has to pop BKB almost instantly. So it's awkward for him to run into the fight afterwards without that BKB because of that overwhelming damage like you're mentioning, and that's truly what it is. They can probably look to close this out.
There we go.
30 seconds.
Liquid, do they have anything left in the tank this game? They might just be about to be pushed to a Game 3, an elimination Game 3. Here by Yakult, a team that has struggled immensely in the groups, but here today with some switch-arounds and some smart drafting. Game 2 against Liquid, they are looking the best by far that we've seen from them.
Zeal to the mid lane.
I can't wait to see what happens in Game 3 if indeed Yakult close this one up, to just see what do they do with this knowledge. They're like, hey, we kind of owned it this game. Tofu, you're gonna get the jump in. They've got the taunt as well onto Emo, but do they have the damage? Not really. Emo's gonna be perfectly fine. Ace is borrowed time, having to come out super early. McKay will put the BKB turn towards Emo, but Emo's so tanky on this Void Spirit. Swings across towards Boxy with the Astral Step as they bring down the puck. Boxy, he'll buy back immediately. And Liquid, they just can't kill anyone.
No, it's just honestly, it's far too much damage, far too much control. It's far too much everything on the side of Yakult. And that BKB Black Holes, they're going to be coming back up. Liquid was trying to catch an opportunity with it on cooldown, but they can't touch anything. I mean, Emo, as you said, he is just killing it this game. He only died
really
once.
One death.
His build is really cool.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Liquid, they tried to do some clever stuff, switching this puck to that 4 position, getting this Huskar pick, but Yakult, as we said, super happy with the way that they actually did the switch up that the panel wanted, that 7 Quinn were dying for.
I mean, when you sort of see this play out, I wonder sort of how last minute this adaptation was. Like, is this something that, if you're a team like Yakult, do you think they've always had this in the back of their minds as an option if they do kind of get Huskard in this situation? Or do you think they did kind of go for this on a whim? They were like, well, you know what? We have to try the switch up. Let's go for it. Like, how prepared are they in this sort of setup?
I think they actually, I actually will say I think they are. Because Emo, I'm glad that Seb brought it up. Emo used to play carry, so Emo will play other roles. And there was a time also where there was certain heroes that Emo would just take. If you remember when he was even playing mid. Remember when he would just pick they would take Ursa and he would just take it and then just play the carry even though he was a mid player. So I think this team definitely has the flexibility to be able to do stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it certainly looks very well rehearsed and polished here with this performance.
I mean, if Baboka's willing to play Timbersaw 4 and, I don't know, whatever some of these other crazy ones were, I'm sure they're willing to do stuff like this.
Altering done now for Zeal. And McKay still scrambling towards the Swift Blink, but there's got to be a Rapier on the horizon somewhere, right? If they can at least survive that long, of course. This game does feel like the end is almost imminent with how much of a lead Yakult have. And he's just lost his Swift Blink, Fog. Flyfly able to get his courier. So that's no Swift Blink here for the hold from McKay for the next 3 minutes.
Nice little savory shield we see coming out for Fly also. Nisha. Baboka is hunting.
Oh, he found him!
They found him!
The last millisecond there, the TPL getting interrupted by the Avalanche. Nisha trying to get back towards the base. He's going to get dragged back by the Remnant. He's in trouble. He's gone, and now they've just dropped the Black Hole to lock down Ace. I mean, this Nisha out for 18, no buyback on him. They've got the dead shot and the Avalanche controlling Ace outside of the base. He cannot escape either. Both are dead, and indeed Fly's ready to push on forward. Constant Refresher ready for round 2. Even if they kill him the once, of course, he's still got this Aegis for 30 seconds on the Muerta. There's the jump in again. Fly continues to play aggressive, tanking all the spells. They drop the Dream Coil onto him. Mickey tries to set his ground in with the beacon. There's the Black Hole onto the 3 of them again. It's beautiful from Zeal. Triple kill, ultra kill for Fly. Yakult, they're pushing it to a game 3 fogged.
And look at their smiles. I mean, they had so much fun in this game. It does seem like it. Fly especially, have to give him so much credit. 36 of the 39 kills, the Muerta's involved in. So that says a lot about how involved he was. But yeah, the safe lane for them absolutely crushed it. Polison, I have to give him the credit too. 35 of the 39 he's involved for. As Liquid, they faltered pretty hard in this one.
Absolutely, an absolute shambles after that game, Liquid. A very rough loss there. And I cannot wait to see what we get from game 3 now, because Yakult, after this, they're going to be like, they've got to have some quick talks between one another. Like, guys, we absolutely crushed Liquid in this. How can we draw upon this magic into the game 3? Can't wait to see what happens. It's 1-1 right now between Yakult and Liquid.
Oh my goodness, the flowers that we're giving Yakult right now, the fact that we liked what they had drafted, but we're so worried about the laning phase. Well, the lane swap happened. We still had Zill playing Enigma, but going from the mid lane, and what a beautiful game it was from Yakult. Just absolutely amazing here.
I mean, on paper, they also have the worst draft possible into Liquid's heroes if they did it incorrectly, right? Like when you think about Enigma to Gyro hard counter, Void Spirit to Husker hard counter. So if they didn't do the lane swap, this could have been the quickest game possible. Liquid gets a 2-0, happy days, whatever. But in the opposite side, Yakult, with the lane swap, they bring so much life to the game, and then we get a game 3, also happy days. So yeah, I'm very happy for Yakult to have that mindset, to finally have creativity in the draft, but not with Baboka, but with Zeal and Emo. That's where they're going to shine.
No, I mean, I think you see it from this game. I think you can see the potential, and they look quite cohesive. It looked like all of them were playing comfortably and with confidence. They were making good decisions. They were making good individual plays around the map. I didn't feel like anyone was having a weak game necessarily. I think they need to look at this game and look at the other game they won, sit back, and with a broad eye look and say, hey guys, the games we won were the games where we were a little more normal with our drafts and things. We had some structure and some common decency, and they go back to that, and I think they will have great efforts and great shot in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, you know, on top of that, like, I mean, if they were not up to par with the other teams, like you have a better draft and you're still getting outclassed, okay, but it's just even more frustrating to have all these games or like the drafts is just disallowing them to play, because when they get to play, they're really good. They're a very strong team. So it is very hype for game 3. What's going to happen on Liquid side? The pressure's on them now. I mean, I think Yakult, they kind of felt the pressure. I don't think you raise your expectations again. It's like you've kind of suffered enough already. Now it's like whatever happens is bonus. Liquid, I'm pretty sure, you know, I don't think it's that kind of people, but, you know, they probably started thinking about the 2-0. You know, game 1 was pretty simple. It's the 1-10 team in the group stage. Now, all of a sudden, you're 1 game away from getting knocked out. And that plays a big part in what happens next.
It really does. And there were 2 big issues, I want to call it, in this draft, or what Liquid had for themselves that after the game, it feels like there were issues. This Puck position 4. We talked about it. Jakiro was the opener, Quinn. Puck gets picked as a response, and you said it shuts down that Jakiro. It makes it a really hard lane for Jakiro. Do we still see that? Are you questioning a Puck position 4 now, or is the idea still very strong and valid?
I think it's a totally reasonable pick, the Puck, if they're spawning it there. I do think the issue, though, is this a bad and offlane. We've seen it multiple times. I think it's 1 and 5 now throughout the tournament, is what we looked at backstage, and it just looks super underwhelming. He farms and he buys his Octarine first. We've seen other people buy Radiance. None of the builds look like they do anything. He kind of just blobs around, schmops, and then eventually gets his ult popped and dies. Like that's the recipe we've seen over and over. And to me, that is they overcompensate for this Jakiro. They need to try to counter it both years instead of just like picking a guy who plays Dota and then just chilling, you know?
Stop picking Abba. Just stop. At this point,
and
like I don't think there's a single game, even the game that it's the only game that it's been winning. I don't think it was even related to the Abaddon. I think you just have to skip this one.
The other issue, well, not issue, I don't want to keep using that word there, but something that is very interesting is we finally get our first Husker loss here at Blast Slam, right? They thought it was a free Husker pick. This is going to be a free game. The stats were all proving that as well. It felt like this hero was just being picked up at the perfect time by the teams. Now, unfortunately, it falls a little bit short for Nisha and Liquid.
Yeah, and it's in an unconventional way, right? Because we do have the Enigma to mid lane counter, but I am happy that these Huskar pickers, they have to see all these heroes before picking it. Of course, Nisha had a little bit more honesty than most Huskar pickers because he did pick it somewhat blind, and that was kind of the start of the unraveling because of Zeal taking the Enigma there, right? And, I'm happy to see that Huskar loses. I think it's really important for the scene that Huskar isn't in meta, isn't popular. I think for the sake of all our pubs and the community.
Sorry, brother.
Bro, Quinn was
It's a personal attack on Quinn at this point.
Quinn was trying to convince me how like Huskar's a fun hero, and he was like, "Oh, but it has to be last picked." And I'm like, "Yeah, but that doesn't make it fun then, because one guy has fun, and everyone else has to play your game." So,
no. Just one guy is bored. The other guy laning against him is bored.
He was
Everyone else is chilling.
Okay, all right. The other 8 are like, whatever. There's a Husker in the game.
Yeah.
Well, you talked about it. Husker first loss in 8 games there. Some of the issues, some of the downfalls, but the biggest side of it is. Well, you already mentioned that, Quinn. It's the guy that plays against Husker. That's normally the person who's not having fun. But Zeal on Enigma was having a lot of fun when it came to this later part. I loved seeing them do this lane, so I feel like we cannot overhype just how good Zeal looked on this hero in the mid lane.
No, I think he was doing a great job. I think he finally had a laning stage that was a little more normal. As weird as it may seem that he's in the mid lane, but I think this game the laning phase was more normal than the lanes he's been having. I think he had a great performance. And I think it's impressive to be able to swap lanes like that and be confident doing that. I think a lot of people would get nervous and maybe still lose the lane even though he had a favored matchup, but I think he played great. And I think if you contrast the two, if you compare it to Ace's impact in this game compared to Zeal and the impact he's having, it's night and day. Whereas I think you look in the prior game, we have this Lycan versus this Queen, and I think it favors Ace quite a bit. You look at these numbers and you also just watch the game and you feel it in game. This Abaddon is doing not very much and Enigma is all over the place.
Yeah, and I feel like when we see some stats, right, we can also look at clips. The fact that Zeal, in a lot of the early game, he is the one creating the tempo, connecting the dots. We've praised Polisson for his KDA, Fly as well, but every single early move at the 8-minute mark, it's Zeal connecting with his team. Of course, the Boka's going to be there, utilizing the black hole. And I think just the natural farming pattern of Enigma, he was taking away the enemy triangle. After every gank, he would then go deeper on the Radiant side of the map to take additional jungle camps away. And that confidence of where your Enigma is farming means that your Murta or Void Spirit or Tiny or Jakiro feels like they can make the move behind because of the positioning of Enigma. So even though we give praise elsewhere, I think Zeal did so much work for his team that we got to see the creative freedoms of every player. And if there was any other hero in the game, I don't think Yakult could get this result. And it's all because of how confident Zeal was from this mid lane.
Yeah, and on top of that, one thing that has changed is we now see Baboka on a more conventional hero, and he did amazing. It's an exceptionally good player. This guy has been around forever. He's won championships. Like, he's not a bad player. He's an amazing player. So it's also nice to see him finally enabled. And one last thing that I want to mention too on that draft is the Murta. I think it's been twice now that we see Murta position 1, and it looks very convincing every time we see it. It seems to be very good against some of the meta heroes right now. Like it punished the Abaddon twice already. It seems to be pretty good against Huskar because you run into damage issues against Huskar, but Murta, there's no such thing as not dealing enough damage when you play Murta position 1 and when you get the items. It's a counter to Tide, it's a counter to Timber Soul. Like a lot of heroes that we see right now that are very popular. It's also very good against Slardar. I think this hero deserves to be much higher in the meta, given what the meta is.
Yeah, there's a sentiment that you also share, Quinn. You're just like, why is it only 2 games now? And they've both been amazing wins.
I think in the right games it has a lot of potential. I think you don't want to overpick this hero, but in games like this, especially against this Abaddon, I think it's looked great, and they should probably continue to consider it.
Okay, well, hopefully they'll continue to consider it because there is a 3rd game on the horizon. That's right, it's an elimination series, both teams with 1 apiece. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it will be ready for us.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
big items did come up for Yakult here, worth mentioning. Abyssal Blade on the Ursa and the Hex on the Invoker.
One of my favorites.
The lockdown there's the lockdown.
With the Ravages,
Dude, that here.
2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield. Now Yuma half HP,
Oh my.
no HP. Fly rips him a new one, and that. Well, there goes that little bit of a comeback from Heroic. They may have gotten those 2 supports, but back up
Emo's not
5.
done. A beautiful initiation. What a meteor placement from Emo.
Coming with the repel, keeps him safe, divides him with the grab on a snaking. Boris Strike comes in from Whisper, that's snaking out for nearly 2 minutes. No buyback, Marino. Get the hook comes in from Amar. The buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2. With the borrowed time, he's in on top of Yuma, has the Abyssal, but King Junkle's able to just freely throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the Ultra, give him the rampage, there he is, Yuma! Closing up this Rapier comeback game with a Rampage. Heroic will take the victory.
This is the joy of going from best of 1s to best of 3s, is that we get to see a game 3 between Yakult and Liquid. Both these teams with a little bit of a struggling period in the group standings. That's how they've landed themselves in this last chance play-ins, last chance qualifiers, if you will. And after an amazing lane swap from Yakult in game number 2, it brings the question, where does the creativity end? And where is it to creative, Seb?
Hard question to answer, because it's paid off. I mean, honestly, the last kind of swap or craziness was, I think, more survival based than, you know, I think they just had to do it because they just they cornered themselves in a way where had they not do it, I think they would have lost the game really quickly. Like, that was like a terrible potential lane setup. So it's good that, you know, they just were able to stay clear-headed and make the right choices. We've seen a lot of smiles in Yakult's room, which I think is a very good sign. It's also a sign of, you know, them not being too tense and kind of relaxing a little bit and maybe also figuring things out and feeling confident about what's next. On the other side, I think, to me, like, body language is a big thing. Like, it's something I've paid a lot of attention throughout my career too, also because it plays a big role in what happens in the game. You have to be kind of mindful of, you have to kind of read the room in order to help your teammate or to coach your players. And right now, I see a lot of kind of closed faces in Liquid's room. They seem a little bit upset. It could be focused too. So I'd say that in terms of body language, Yakult is looking good.
I just want Yakult to continue their strategy, which is actually just copying OG from 2019 Epicenter, where they first picked Jakiro. I want them to do that again. I want them to create these pockets of information that they can utilize through strong lanes, and Jakiro for them seems to be the current recipe.
Hopefully Paulson is better than Sochka, because we had to pick Jakiro for the wrong reasons, unfortunately. Shout out to Titwan, my good friend. But I think this guy actually will not cause as many issues as the ones we had to deal with.
I mean, look at the respect from Liquid there, just throwing the Jakiro into the first phase bans, right? Like, that is, you know, testament to, of course, what just happened.
And again, like, same recipe for Yakult, like opening with the Chen, like leaving a little bit more space to the cores. You know, they have first picked the position 5 last game, and it worked pretty well with the draft, allowed them to have the versatility they actually used to their advantage. So you'd like to see it.
Also, something that's not in the team's control, but both teams have been preferring first pick. Liquid had a game 1, Yakult had a game 2 and 1, and it seems like, so then you re-coin toss for the third game. It's the only way to keep it fair, and it seems Yakult has won the coin toss, and they have chosen first pick. So they have gotten first pick again that third game, which is what, you know, they said in the interview that they prefer. So, you know, a little bit falling in their favor.
And they actually won with it, right? Like, they got it, and this is the map that they won with, the first pick map, and lost with the second pick. So they seem to have figured something out when it comes to that.
This is an interesting pick. It's maybe, I mean, maybe Boxy just likes it on support to support matchup, but it doesn't fit the typical archetype we've been seeing of anti-Chen heroes, which is this melee dude who goes and runs around. Bat is not bad at TPing safely necessarily. He can also somewhat play the stack game. But we haven't really seen this as a response recently, and it still leaves you with this thing of, okay, you still need an offlaner that's good against that Chen. So your second pick, so this Tidehunter is harder to pick, the Timbersaw is already banned. What exactly are you looking for? Because the offlane still needs to be picked, so Liquid still has that question mark there.
You don't feel that like Bat's ability to deal with neutral creeps is something that factors into it, and that's why there could be an okay, or that's still not enough to shut down a Chen?
No, I think it's not enough. You don't really want to click your spells like Firefly, for instance, for Chen creep. I think it's not something you're going to be happy about. But if this Bat, let's put it this way, if this Bat is locked on support, they were better picks for sure. Like the Tuskars, the Bounty Hunters we've seen, they are much better at dealing with Chen. But if this Bat is open for core 2, given that they are second pick and they will have the ultimate last pick in the draft, so they're going to be looking for this flex hero that every team is kind of, you know, picking when they're second pick, then it's good. Because Bat is one of the heroes, obviously it can go mid, and it's kind of Huskar-like, where it's very punishing to certain matchups if you don't respect it. It's also a very good offlaner versus Chen, because it's an offlaner that can play 1 versus 2 in some matchups. Chen also enjoys kind of going to the jungle at some point and building his own net worth and XP, whereas, you know, leaving your carry versus a solo Bat is just never a good idea. So it can work pretty well, this Bat.
And also, you know, MOUZ hasn't been banned at the moment, so based on, you know, the aggression of those lanes, MOUZ is still available for both teams. I'm thinking for Yakult, how well-rounded would their lineup look, where you got this Chen who's, you know, annoying the Batrider to some degree, forcing him to stay more towards the lane. Then you have MOUZ in the off lane, setting up this kind of formula that we want to see Yakult play. Of course, a lot of the bans from Liquid are tailored towards the supports at the moment, at least in the first phase.
One surprising ban is the Abba ban. It is an Abba ban, right? I see correct?
It is,
like
yeah.
on Yakult, which usually is a hero you consider when you face the Batrider. So I wonder which hero they are thinking of picking, so that, you know, that also triggered that Abaddon ban.
They thought last game was too easy, and they're like, yeah, Liquid will help you out. Don't pick it bad.
Yeah, we actually...
we
Boka's unlocked right now. Yeah, exactly.
Giving them help. That's very generous.
Honestly, with the Abba ban as well, I just feel like the MOUZ stonks are just going even higher.
It's a good one for sure. They go for DK. It's in blind DK. I don't think we've seen that often. It's a hero that has had, you know, pretty decent success here at Blast Slam 4. It's very open. Mickey plays it. Nisha also plays it. It's punishable by certain picks. We'll have to see how much Yakult wants to invest in that.
I'm somewhat sus of it. I think generally DK is not that good against Chen in some ways, because Chen makes the lineup tanky and DK is quite a low damage hero.
Yep.
Batrider also on that low damage end, and both heroes are about that jump, that initial stun. So you picked your first two heroes with a lot of redundancies. They do a lot of similar things, and Chen happens to be in some ways good against those things.
It is.
DK is also a hero that's very vulnerable, like Seb said, to being punished by other, you know, specific counter picks later in the draft. So I think this can get scary for Liquid.
Yeah, and the green facet, I mean, everybody's like favoring this physical damage DK approach, which Chen excels at countering with Divine Favor. So, like, I think red or blue DK can become decent versus Chen, but that's not something we've seen so far.
Yeah. And I hope Zill's been kind of looking at the 33 replays, right? I feel like the way that he's been playing Axe, showcasing that you don't need to always go blink blade mail, going for like the phylactery, pipe, these kind of cheap, not cheaper, but more tempo items to throw yourself into your team fight rather than for your pickoff play. I like it a lot. And when you have Bat DK opening, there is a world in which you draft yourself into a corner of not having damage, relying on items to fix your problems.
I'm a little bit concerned about this double pick by Yakult. I mean, I like the axe, but again, that's like a, what we call like a naked axe. It's like it doesn't see anything. You just pick it blindly and it's gonna get heavily countered on the lane like it should. It also is looking to lane with either a Chen or a Clockwork, which means very, like, heroes that cannot protect you by any means. Like, you're kind of suffering the same. Like, would you run into an Ursa or a Monkey King? Like, these lanes would be completely disastrous. And I don't think the Clock is that good against Batrider. I think it's a pretty Batrider favored matchup when we're talking support to support. So this double pick, I do like the heroes together, but they can run into a lot of laning issues.
And Tofu can just pick up his Mirana that we saw in game 1 here, where you then have good range. You're never really getting hit by cogs. You can also leap in to help your teammate by killing the cogs quite quickly.
It's time to pick Phoenix. Where is this hero actually? This hero is like, it's so good. I refuse to believe it's bad. Phoenix is amazing. Let it be known. And pick it. Or pick Bug now.
It's in the same part of the alphabet at least.
Okay. Well, I don't know if that's a win, but Oh yeah.
Great progression.
I
from
was
day
showing
one.
progression
5
from
days.
day one.
Quite
Exactly.
the learning curve.
Thank you, Nat, for
Amazing.
showing my...
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's a chip for that.
God, that's a pity chip. I can't accept that.
So
Fair enough.
Pugna, very good.
Whoa, I'll take it. I'll take it.
So why Pugna? There are 2 reasons to the Pugna pick right now. It's very good against Axe because the Crepify saves from Axe and the heal also. So it's it acts like as a save. Also Pugna is a hero that's hard pulling waves against. Which when you play double melee you rely on quite a lot. So we might see Boboka playing Clockwork with boots and just pulling waves to his Axe. Given that it's an Axe that was picked early and that will play versus a bad matchup. But against the Crepify, it doesn't work because you lose aggro of the creeps and then you just have to lane.
Interesting queen pick. They're flexing the queen and DK, so if you cult those pick Puck, then they will be DK mid and queen safe lane most likely, so it's not as cut and dry as you would normally respond to this. Okay, so they go for the Huskar. Huskar, very good against all 4 of these heroes, and I think so good that Liquid will probably need to do like queen off lane or DK offlane potentially even, and pick a new mid hero because I don't think it is okay to have either one of these heroes against the Huskar. And I think contrary to last game where Liquid maybe got a little bit ahead of themselves and picked Huskar with a bunch of heroes that don't really help the Huskar. This game they have Chen and they have a lot of catch, which are 2 things that Huskar really wants. So it is a game that Huskar is very happy playing with his own heroes and also against Liquid's heroes.
Very strong pick actually, very scary for Liquid. They have a lot of problem solving to do. And they need this super clutch last pick to fix it all. Because right now it's actually... I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think your cult might be outdrafting Liquid.
I think so too.
It could be possible. It could be possible, but we have to also put context into the Huskar pick. Your Cult Brothers aren't a team that actively draft it. At least in the last year, they've only played it once. Emo himself has only got, I believe, like 8 games total on his career on the hero. So it is going to be more kind of how much has he been putting into pubs playing the Huskar. Like competitively, it just isn't really his hero too much.
What do we know at this point? It might just be a Boboka Huskar and a Chen mid, you know, like it keeps surprising me with the...
Just to be clear, game 2 made me forget about him a little bit in regards to the draft of group stage. Please don't bring me back to that. I'm in my happy place.
No, of course. I was making a joke. They're locked in. This is like...
Yeah, the French can do that as well. They can joke, okay, T?
I just didn't know.
No, we do. There's a lot we can do. But, you know, this is like your cult locked in, you know, looking at getting through this stage and getting to the next best of 3, so I'm pretty sure that there's not going to be anything too crazy, only things that make a lot of sense, just like last game.
I think they need to ban Viper. I think it is a very good Viper game, apart from Chen, but it's fine. And I think that is one of the worst matchups for Huskar. It's not even like even the Cauterize fast doesn't really help because sure you can purse the poison stacks, but what's actually good against the Huskar is the ulti and the innate, which gives you the extra damage when Huskar's low. So you kind of just hit him like a moron the entire lane across the first wave with Q spamming all your mana, and then he's so low that even if you're out of mana, you don't need to use the Q because your extra right click damage from the innate does so much damage. So it's a very bad matchup. You can even do things like blink and just blink ult the Huskar every fight, and he has no regen for 6 seconds. It's pretty insufferable.
He's just gonna die. I wonder if that's also the thing with a team that's maybe not as comfortable with the Huskar or as experienced. Like they can't forget on some counters and get punished. They did take the AA out, which is a classic one and a very good one. Let's see what they decide to ban now.
Another option for Liquid is maybe less towards Viper, but Sniper, right? The same kind of logic, or at least of playing on range. The thing for Liquid is they don't have this perfect like team fight scaling aspect in their lineup. It feels like they need to have this like the early tempo to feel like they can continue cascading objectives. This is a draft that reminds me of like day 1, day 2 Liquid, where they were struggling quite a lot. So now, not only do they have a draft that they've performed weaker on, they also still have to deal with the Huskar problems that are getting presented.
I like the Murta pick. I think it's a very good one. Again, this hero just doesn't really look bad these days. I think the Murta counters are pretty much out of meta. I hope that they... Ooh, that's a good pick. That's a very strong pick. I hope that Chen will lane against the Pugna and the Murta will lane with the Clockwork. That's an adaptation I would like them to see. I don't know if Boboka is a Chen player. Did he just pick Chen? I think he did. Nice, okay. Yep. So that's very good. Looking good for Yakult. Even though this Brood pick, what can we say about it? Looks like a pretty good Brood game. It's laning versus Axe, but besides that, it's pretty free.
I think it'll be offlane Brood.
It's offlane.
It's offlane Brood and carry DK.
Oh, okay.
This is one of the hardest counters to Huskar in the game.
Because of the facet necrotic webs, right?
Product. Yep. It is ridiculously bad for Huskar. In the game, you just have no HP regen. It feels incredibly stupid to play. You just walk into this web and your HP regen drops to 5. And I don't know what the counter is, genuinely.
I think it can also be punishing to Murta in a way, but I do think the lane is not easy. Like versus Murta Clock, this is a lane that you might struggle a lot against, you need to get the Brood to level 6 somehow. This is when the fun starts. But there is an opening for Yakult to make it really slow and really painful for Ace.
Yeah.
And not only that, is once they get to that point, they can swap the lanes where they put the Axe into the Brood lane. Axe can just keep soaking the waves, and then Brood doesn't have any creeps to take the tower. Like, I feel like Yakult's draft is probably one of the stronger drafts that we've seen so far in the tournament, but we do have to still respect, like what Quinn mentioned, how the Huskar will fare into the Brood throughout the game. Will that regen really impact him? Will it kind of hurt his ability to kind of snowball games where other Huskars have just demolished the mid game?
Yeah, I truly don't, I have no clue how to play this matchup. I've played it before and it feels impossible, so I'm curious if Emo can show me something I haven't seen before.
Well, look, guys, it's an elimination, game 3, so I'm going to need a prediction from each one of you. No reasoning, just the team. Quinn, starting with you. Liquid?
Yakult.
Yakult?
Yakult.
That's not fair, team, but we don't have enough time to dwell on it at all. Liquid and Yakult coming up against each other in a game of 3 elimination. The other one advancing to the next stage and one step closer to Singapore.
Game 3 time, ladies and gentlemen. The deciding game here between Yakult and Liquid. And Fogged, we have Yakult there like, well, we raised the Huskar. And then Liquid's like, well, we raised the Broodmother. Coming in as that last pick. And, of course, one that's going to be very strong in the hands of Ace. And for the reasons that we heard from the panel, and we heard Quinn himself, you know, a Huskar enjoyer, he's a little fearful for what Emo's going to be able to do in the long run of this game because of this Brood.
We've seen some games. It was one of TI also where we saw a Brood pick that was absolutely disgusting, if you recall. And they picked, I think it was versus like a Morphling.
33, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they just, the Morphling literally couldn't ever regen, and they were just keeping him at low HP. That's the idea that they want to go for here. So this health restoration absolutely can cause some big issues. I did like this Muerta pick, and I'm super glad that everybody's talking about this, because at TI, I was literally saying, where the hell is the Muerta carries, because I actually wanted to see this hero more too. I'm glad we're getting to see it picked a bit more, and it's with like the best melee support you can pick with it. Clockwork and Tusk probably are the top 2. Keep them inside of the calling, keep them fighting. Let's see what goes down in this game, because we do have to highlight also, it's a Muerta versus a Pugna, right? So definitely some cool things that he can do, being able to hit these targets, of course, through the Decrepify, and yeah, let's see what goes down.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking forward to see this game after what we had in Game 1 and then in Game 2 between these two, Liquid and Yakult. Let's see what we get. And do you like sort of that, in terms of the setup, the panel wanted to see it, and we are, of course, getting, you know, Baboka taking the Chen to this bottom lane, and then having this Clock Muerta lane top.
Yep.
Zeal? Look at this.
Zeal, this is clever. They want to shut down Ace as much as possible.
Okay.
They probably will get this kill.
Yeah, absolutely. A surprise Axe turns up with a Battle Hunger, and indeed that'll set up for first blood for Fly. They were not expecting that one bit, Liquid, and who could blame them? You don't expect the sort of minute 0 gank from the offlane Axe.
Yeah. Where was this Yakult earlier in the groups, man? I swear to God. Yakult is busting out all the little tricks in this game. I mean, when it's necessary, of course, but that's so clever, right? There's a Chen, so you're probably like, oh, they're not going to try gank me, but it's the Axe from the offlane. Super clever kind of stuff. And yeah, very strong lane that they put up here, but I feel like this is exactly what Yakult needs to do, because I do think Liquid's draft looks pretty terrifying.
Sure. But for Yakult, with this Huskar, outside of the webs from the Brood, are there any other things that make the Huskar's game difficult, or is it really just that Broodmother, and outside of it, this Huskar could have a good time if there's no webs in the equation?
I mean, there's a hard stun on a DK. Hard lockdown usually is something Huskar doesn't like to play against as well. It's also just straight physical damage that can burst. So I think they have a decent amount of stuff. Yeah, the Sonic Wave as well, just big burst damage to bring him down. I think the webs are just going to ruin him in the mid game. If he's just inside of webs, he literally can't fight. As long as the Brood is, you know, within the vicinity inside those webs as well to actually apply that heal reduction. It really is a gotcha.
A little bit of a whiff attempt there. They tried to get the dead shot angle onto Boxy to get him back in range of the battery assault of Polison, but not connecting quite there.
And Emo, he is getting, it's a great lane already set up for him versus that Queen of Pain. And he's actually getting the Chen creeps as well to help him out. So the mana burns are coming in onto Niche as well. So yeah, Emo absolutely set up for success, at least in the laning phase. We'll just see how much it's going to happen, how much it's going to matter later on. Because Mickey, he's gonna absolutely free farm, especially with the way they started the lane. Zeal starting up top. It's gonna be a very big Dragon Knight, and a big DK provides insane physical bursts, as we've seen from a couple of the DK players.
And I imagine sort of the early to mid game pressure is going to be pretty huge from Liquid's lineup, right? Kind of similar to the level of that on the first game, you know, having like this Pugner, this Brood, and of course this DK in the safe lane. They should have a chance of shutting down some early objectives, early towers.
They can snowball pretty hard. Like, if Ace has a good time and gets these spiders online, there's not really the best heroes to deal with it. Yes, you could say the Axe, but it's just not really the case. So if Ace does get that 6, he can look to even like swing toward the mid lane and take over. I have some concerns for sure. So I really want to see that early game go well for the side of Yakult, because it feels like it could be a pretty explosive early mid game from Liquid to take over things.
Mid, Nisha was trying to still get the CS there with the creeps meeting beyond the tower of Emo. At the moment, 11 and 8, 9 and 7. Yeah, not doing bad at all. Actually getting a fair few denies himself, Nisha, in this lane. We'll see Boxy gets caught top here. Paulus able to set up for another kill for Fly to get involved in this early stage.
Yeah, great stuff. And like we said, I'm glad that they did this lane setup as well with the Clockwork plus the Muerta. Then they can actually slow down Ace a little bit, perhaps get some kills on the bat. Yeah, you're not pressuring the DK down here, but I mean, how are you going to pressure him anyway with an Axe Clockwork, right? And you can't pull waves because it's a Pugna down there. He'll just deep-prep you. Zeal. We'll be okay.
In this game, I mean, we've obviously seen a few varieties of build-up on the Axe in this tournament. Do you have a way that you think Zeal will need to go with this one?
He might have to go a little more normal in terms to be able to protect the Muerta and to protect the Huskar versus this Broodmother and get those catches. Because otherwise, like, how are they going to stop Ace? So he might have to maybe go for it after this Dom, but I don't know. We'll see. I say that, and then most of them just do Dominator plus these like pipe builds, but this one doesn't feel value to go for that, so maybe we'll just be Dom Phylactery, but I might want this Blink Dagger a little earlier.
So far, both carries getting similar amounts out of their safe lane situations. 33 and 8 for Mickey down bottom, 28 and 6 up top for Fly.
Nisha just dragging waves. Now he is starting to truly struggle. Emo did go for a dive play with a glyph that did force Nisha into a bad position. Polison getting stacked up.
We'll need a lot of stacks in return, and we'll be able to take Polison down. Boxy survives.
Fly.
He might also be in trouble here, Ace. Right-clicking him down, flame break in. Fly underneath the tower. They'll be able to take him out as well. Boxy able to push for the turnaround there and get the double.
That is not what you want to have happen at all in Yakult. You've set up this lane to be able to slow down Ace, and you've actually just accelerated him quite a bit there. Big mistake there from Polison. Too many stacks up onto him. Boxy, great play. Power Rune. Nisha, like we said, he's not going to get many chances to get these early ones. But Boca just constantly camping the runes with the creep. Nisha won't be able to get that fill up.
Just bottom lane. Zero pressure able to be put onto Mickey. Having a very, very relaxed time here in this matchup.
Oh, we'll lose his courier though, so won't get the tread. That's actually... I mean, a few seconds. They could potentially have gone for kills with these treads kind of easily onto Zeal, but that will slow down some of their aggressive potential. 20 seconds. Shrines soon coming up. Boxy looked like he wanted to go through Portal, but it was spotted by a ward. So he looked like he was maybe going to make the move bottom, but unable to now. And so it should be just 1-for-1 exchange of Shrine.
Yeah, Ace will be able to fall back for his. And of course at this point starting to feel very safe in this lane. Very difficult to kill the spider.
And that's clever. So they're not giving it to the support, right? They're giving it to Ace so he gets the spiders online even faster so that he can completely just occupy this whole top area. Because as soon as he's 6, that's the question, right? What are they going to do to deal with these these spiders? These two heroes do not do it.
Listen. He'll be able to get the catch on to Boxy. Stuck in the cogs. Boxy finally makes his way out of this, but the battery assault will allow for them to chase him down, so back to finding kills on the safe lane. Here you Colt.
Nicely done. Ace about to hit 6, still hasn't. Flyfly's actually hit the 6 first, so Flyfly, he at least can survive up here, right? That's the biggest thing, is even if he does get surrounded by spiders, he can pierce the veil and TP out, because there's no stuns on the side of Liquid from that side. Actually, there's only really one stun in their whole draft. It's DK, so can't play around that nicely.
Wants to go for the setup here onto Zeal. Mickey and Boxy swinging over. They look to punish the Axe, but Zeal's got backup. Emo and Baboko are here. Zeal actually gets the call onto the two of them. Emo jumps forward. Zeal, he'll still burn down, but Boxy will lose his life in return. Yakult making sure that they at least get something for themselves there, but of course, Axe going down will slow down Zeal's game.
Boxy just respawn and then dying immediately, but he's getting these kills anyway, so it's not that bad, all things considered. He's getting a decent amount out of it. And now Ace, as I said, he's 6, so let's see how they deal with the Brood issue. As you said, Flyfly has ways to survive because of the limited stuns, but how can they protect their tower? And then we'll have to see where Ace wants to go from there, because he's starting to get these levels built up. Level 3 on the webs now. That reduction, it's starting to add up. It's 50% now. Wilson.
I want to try and dive Mickey here. Flyfly's coming with the rotation. Zeal trying to get in range for the call, but Dragon Tail from Mickey holds him back. Good dead shot though. Pushes him back into the call. Flyfly getting the angle to set up for the kill.
Nice play, and I like the rotation that he does, right? He doesn't want to stay versus the Brood, so starts getting active, looking to hit some towers, and maybe even potentially get Tofu here.
Yes, he's got the dead shot again.
Coming. And
hit that angle. Boxy indeed looks to see if he can assist. He'll get the flame break knocked back onto Baboko, but Flyfly and Zeal can just turn towards Boxy instead. Boxy caught by the root Nisha. See if we can do anything to get kills in return. They'll lose Boxy, but Nisha not having enough to commit for Zeal right now. And Emo jumps in aggressively over towards Nisha. Sonic Wave will push back onto the 3 of them. Blast onto Flyfly as well. But Tofu not quite able to finish off the Moer to kill. Flyfly will be able to back away successfully.
It's a huge Sonic Wave, but yet all 3 living at just pretty much 10% or 20% HP. No finish off there from Liquid, so no Sonic Wave will be able to get them those kills. Ace is getting away with doing his thing. He's actually going to go down this phylactery route. Maybe it's a Conda game, Owen.
It's a pretty good good approach against, I mean, it just makes the Huskars game even harder, right?
Yeah, I know that like Koikva in particular, he does like to go the Conda, and he's one of the big Brood player still at the moment, so I could absolutely see it this game if he wants to go down that route, just being a killer.
Yeah, if they're sort of just abandoning your lane and you're getting this amount of space and the sort of speed that you're going to be able to build this up, it's going to be so deadly for some of these heroes, and just making the game for the Huskar that was already looking pretty tough when the Brood turns up with webs even tougher.
I don't know if he'll fully rush it in per se, right? But I think that guys like a 2nd or 3rd item could be pretty cool. Tofu will get caught. Here comes the Brood. Emo has to be very cautious. All right, the webs are now invading the mid lane, so just watch this regen. It really is quite brutal, especially inside
we'll see how much of a
difference.
So in the webs at the moment, he's getting, what, about 10, 12, 13, 14? I wonder, it's sort of similar HP when he's out of the webs.
He might die. He has to be so careful. Jesus.
Webs just keep him in very low. Same time down at the bottom, Nisha, he's caught in the cogs. Jump forward, he wants to try and finish off, but he's blinked in to the call. The Hand of God coming out, healing up Yakult, and Nisha, he's got to run. He'll have blink back up in a second. We'll be able to get out just in time. Turns, gets the Sonic off. I mean, Nisha living on the edge there, it pays off. He survives, turns, he gets the burst. They kill both Zeal and Policy.
Truly pushing the limits here as he needs to. I mean, he is struggling quite a bit inside of this game, but yeah, getting a lot done here. Mickey and Tofu will be able to find this kill, and Ace, he's just occupying the game. You know, we had concerns. You know, this last pick Brood looked pretty incredible. So far, seeing what he's going to be able to do with it. He really can take over the map.
Yeah, so it's really pretty crazy. So just at the moment, the difference in the web. So when he's sitting about half HP, when he's not in the webs, he has like 20 HP regen. When he's in the webs, he has like 5.
Yeah.
So it's, the numbers, you really see how much this kind of causes issues for the Huskar.
Causes issues for everything too. It's like the cauterize as well too, because it reduces everything. It's pretty nuts of a counter. Phylactery done.
Tofu.
Big damage.
Olsen's going to be able to trap Tofu here in the cogs. Does actually end up getting pushed out, but can he actually escape? He's going to try and heal up with the life drain. Not enough to survive the damage from Emo. Nice little smoke play there from Paulison. Saves him from the burst coming in.
I'm fine. I'm always fine with these smokes. He can actually gather with his team again because he has Tranquil Boots and look for a play. So that's actually kind of cool. Might catch Ace off guard. He's thinking about it. He will sack his life quickly, but he's not healing with his Tranquil Boots because of the webs, by the way. He's running through and he's probably like, wait, what the hell? I have 5 regen as Tranquils. What's going on? There we go. Back to 20 regen now. Boxy. This game, I saw him try one of these games during the groups going for like the Dagon build, and I was very disappointed because it's a build you want to play with like super far ahead. He's gonna have a very good timing on the blink. He actually has it done already. It's 13 minutes. It's a very good blink game too when he's playing versus Muerta. You can actually almost solo kill the Muerta as a Batrider.
And Ace just continuing to be so annoying here for Emo, taking over all these areas of the jungle that Emo wants to try and back off and farm in.
I think Zeal needs to get blinked.
Great job so far, Ace.
Yeah, he's queued it up. I think the Dominator in the phase, this is all fine, but I think they need something to slow down the pressure that can start to come from Ace. At least just to catch him, because otherwise, like I said, just Ace has free roam to be able to pick and choose whatever he really wants to do. And we have yet to see if Ace wants to commit for the rush of it, or if he's going to get an item in between. I feel like for Ace, he's going to get one in between, but we shall see.
Boxy and Isha. Trying to see if they can find Fly. And they'll catch him. There's the jump into the lasso. Fly. He's actually going to get healed up by the hand of God. It doesn't matter. They can take him out. Paulison, he'll be able to TP out just in time, but with Fly gone, Liquid can keep the pressure on this top lane up to the tier 2 if they want.
It's looking tough, really. Like for the Muerta in particular, Fly, we highlighted him so much, how good of a game he had. Yes, he has the, versus the Pugna, the anti-decrypt thing, but the Batrider is amazing versus the Muerta at almost all stages, and Quap too.
And Yakult, they're trying to sneak the Roshan, but they're coming over Liquid. He's in a pretty tough spot now. He's going to get forced out of the pit. Flame Break out the pullback for the Wild Wind Ripper. The Sonic Wave comes in. Emo and Zeal likely to be going down. Yeah, Zeal cannot survive. They tried to sneak the Roshan, but they just couldn't do it quick enough. And of course, as soon as Liquid arrives, it's over. This Roshan to be Liquid. They'll finish him off on his walk. Get the Aegis onto Nisha. The game continues to get tougher and tougher around Emo's Huskar.
Liquid playing it pretty beautifully here. Sure, it's 11-8, but it does feel like Liquid has a much bigger advantage now at the moment. Just limited plays that we see them able to make on the side of Yakult. Like, where does the damage come from? They actually can't rally around the idea of what their draft was of playing the Huskar game, playing the Axe game because of all this. Same thing for the all 3 cores are kind of countered pretty hard now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Okay, yeah, Ace, as you said, likely to pivot. He goes for Vessel.
Boxy gets himself solo. Want to get a catch on Baboka, take him out before any backup comes in. Zeal try and chase down Boxy, and we'll get the call, so Zeal actually having to get something in return for that one. Same time inside the jungle, they're looking away, they get the hook shot onto him. Nisha will jump forward to try and help out Paulison, taken down, but Ace will fall.
Did Tofu heal the wrong... Was he healing Nisha? I think he actually life-streamed the wrong target.
Yeah, I mean, Ace dying there, that's a decent amount of money for Emo. It's been able to put an end to the Spider, and it's got to feel good for him, right? Because of how much of a headache this Broodmother's giving him. He's finally able to kill him. We'll see again here on the replay,
right? He was life draining the wrong. Right, that's on Nisha, not on Ace. Oopsie. He probably could have saved him.
That would have made the difference, right? I don't think there wasn't any sort of counter healing on that they have to throw down on Ace. So yeah, might have been able to save Ace in this situation.
It happens when people are stacked up, you know.
And look at this, Yakult, they're keeping the moves going. They've got the catch onto Mickey.
Nice kill.
I mean, Yakult, a couple of huge back-to-back kills into a timing where, you know, it's Liquid. They're the ones rolling with the Aegis. They've just lost their off lane and they carry. They will lose Baboka, but Boxy, does he actually get away with this hook shot? Not quite having the reach. Liquid, they want to push for the kills here. Ace He's looking at Emo. Emo will pop the arm, then turn, jump straight back over towards him. They got the lasso to lock down Emo. Emo trying to stand his ground, but the Sonic Wave flies through. Again, with these other toggles, Emo lives quite a bit, but not long enough to survive through this effort, as Nisha will get the cleanup.
Nice pickoffs at the least there from Yakult. They did get a couple there, but immediately, right back. Boxy baiting them. Honestly, this might be one of the better games I've seen from Boxy. He's died a lot, but he's doing it. He's 7 and 6, but the impact he's actually having is pretty massive. Part of 13 of the kills. Mid tower now, very likely to drop from that move. And Zeal, he actually delayed the blink, so now he went Blade Mail first, then he'll go back for that blink. But definitely seeing Ace. Ace is taking over.
Yeah, he really is. That BKB timing for Emo can't come any sooner. He needs that big time.
Yeah, this Vessel build is kind of... It's pretty cute, right? It's pretty interesting because it's good versus 2 main cores, but also just versus the Hand of God in general versus everybody to reduce all that healing. And it reduces it a ton, right? It's the highest percentage reduction, 70%. So he has 140 health reduction when he puts...
Not gonna have a good time.
No.
If Ace is able to find him in the team fight, Emo.
He really needs this BKB. And they might look to go for him again. I mean, Nisha is lingering in the area with Boxy. Lasso up in 8 seconds. Polison's playing this nicely. He's at least following him, playing right behind him at all times, but difficult for Emo to always survive. And now Ace will go Aureus, so he'll go for the Greaves build. Look to tank up for the team. We don't get the Conjure just yet. Maybe eventually.
Okay, yeah. I guess he wants to be able to deal with the silence from the inner fire as well. If Emo does get the jump on him, talk about getting the jump, they get the jump on Emo. Lasso into the Sonic Wave, a very easy kill for Liquid.
Yeah, it's Bat Riders just finding catch after catch after catch, and now high ground. That's an amp damage. They've got to react.
Yeah, Flyfly will have decent damage to kick out now that he's got the Fulmione. They do have obviously have the Blink Blade Mail on Zeal for the setup.
See if Liquid gives them the opportunity to get like a multi-hero call. Right now with this Aegis, they still have 30 seconds to potentially finish off this tower. It's going down.
Just about 10 seconds for Emo to be back in. Tier 3's gone.
Oh, and look at Nisha's build next too, right? Shivas. They're going to reduce a lot of healing. I want to see someone queue up a Scotty next.
Everything to make sure that the life with this Huskar is the most miserable.
Where's the corrosion?
Plan here from Liquid.
No one can carry a corrosion, sadly. No one wants to, so they don't have that one, but that would be pretty hilarious if they have literally every single heal negation. Tormentor time. As you said, they've got a couple pickups here that are pretty big for the side of Yakult. They don't have a BKB for Emo, though.
No, that's sort of the major one that they are really lacking in these team fights. They're still going to try and take this risk, though. Liquid's going to be pretty low. Boxy will survive, but Polison is able to get him with a hook shot. Liquid, they got the Tormentor and the Shard. Can they take the fight? Emo gets him with a jump onto Nisha. Hand of God comes in, but again, Emo just gets popped. Emo's dead. Z will get the call on to Nisha. The dunk coming in a bit too early, though. Nisha, he'll blink out, might still burn down to the spears. He will. Ace moves in on towards Zeal. Mickey is getting close to destroyed by Flyfly, but Mickey actually survived. They couldn't quite finish him. Zeal wants to find him. They'll get the call. They will get him at the end of it all. Ace versus Baboka and Zeal. Baboka will die. Try for the TP out. Zeal will survive. A very bloody fight that results in just one hero for each side remaining, Ace and Zeal.
That was wild. And they got so split up. Emo dies almost instantly, but does get enough spear stacks onto the Quap to finish up a Blade Mail, counteracts it. Then Mickey is standing versus the world. I think it was like Mickey versus 3 with Tofu. Ace comes in for the follow-up. You'll take that as, honestly, I think you take that as your cult, right? You get, I think, like 1,000 gold more than them. Sure, they get the Tormentor, but you get something. Definitely get something out of that fight. And an interesting build that we see Flyfly accelerate with goes for the Blink. So he wants to join with the Blink call. He has to be there on the Blink calls. And this hero is super immobile. So I like that he's actually done that. It's kind of cool.
I mean,
it might get him killed, but...
Sure. But if they can hit these BKB timings, they're absolutely going to have a chance in these team fights against Liquid.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this is actually pretty crucial to have with something like Axe, is just the follow-up.
Vessel's on him. Oh. He'll be fine. But still, gets a bit spooky out on the map in these webs. And there's a spider about.
Radiant are scanning.
Triple BKB timing. That'll, yeah, I would say for Yakult, that's definitely the next big thing that they can go for. It's going to take some time. They do have emos at least finished up. Liquid probably looking to continue applying pressure. They do probably feel that they still have this advantage. They have great ways to catch and pick always. They've got the Arcane Rune also on Nisha. Lasso's ready. Yakult is smoking themselves, so playing with emo's BKB.
Okay. He's also just picked up the BKB himself, but they get the instant call on him to set things up. Into the silence, Mickey will now get the BKB off box. He's got the lasso onto Baboka, Sonic Wave, bursting Emo down. He's going to get the BKB and the armlet off. Emo's fine for now. He's going to try and battle back. With the BKB soon to be coming to an end, he has to maybe back away. Nisha's cleaning up, gets the double, looks to Paulson, triple kill for Nisha. They finish off Emo. Fly, he'll pop the Pierce the Veil, up for the TP out. They got anything to burst him through it. They do. Liquid find the team wipe.
I thought they'd wait for BKBs. I thought they'd wait to try to get the 3 of them, but really trying to force the fight without it, just with emos, and Liquid is super prepared for it.
And they're ready to run it down the lanes here, Liquid.
Right, they get the lasso.
They tried to set up
but
yeah, they nearly burst Mickey at the start, but they couldn't quite. He gets the chance to get that newly picked up BKB off. And at that point onwards, you know, Nisha just going untouched throughout the fight. He's able to pop off, dish out insane damage, and now with a push, the mid-racks taken down.
It's also awkward how it goes. They, especially without having all these BKBs, like Fly, he went for this blink build, which, if you said, it can be a bit risky, and they don't have this instant catch with the follow-up to burst a target right away. They just didn't do it in time. So Liquid, very decisive fight for them.
They can back up for the Roshan.
Yep. And Ace is actually just going to go absolutely full aura. So back to his usual kind of style, even though he did get the phylactery early on. Now it's just Greaves into the pipe. And definitely can see the tankiness and, you know, the merit of it, of course, for Mickey. He probably always loves to have that. All right, now the plan is obviously try to get those BKBs finished up, but they just hurt themselves so much. Slow down any momentum that they maybe were building up after that Tormentor situation.
Fly. Gonna try and go for the solo play onto Boxy, but he doesn't do enough damage.
Sister Shroud. Gotta be careful. At least he went for it. I'm fine with him trying for these type of plays, especially because the game now has gotten into pretty dangerous territory. Nice little attempt.
Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Liquid ready to go out again here with the smoke.
They'll take any fight. Ace, the pipe is done. They've got lasso. Ace sending the spiders. He's doing the scouting thing. 1 spider to each corner, giving a ton of information for the team. All right, how far is Zeal for the BKB? 700. How far is Fly? Also about 700. Ideally want to wait until they have those before they try to take a big fight. They need a big call. They're going to need a nice call from Zeal, and they're going to need a nice follow-up from Fly. They do have damage if they can get the connections.
Looks like they won't try and make any sort of attempt at interrupting this Roshan. Yakult, Liquid are going to get this one for free. So the Aegis on Mickey. Got the banner ready for the push as well. So these next few moments, Yakult, they've got to piece everything together to prepare for the high ground defense.
Trying to think how they want to go into the fight. Oh, Zeal.
Zeal.
Okay, he'll survive. Because, like, obviously, yeah, they want to get a multi-hero call. Like, that's easy to say, right? But wondering how they want to actually approach it. I feel like Polison has to kind of do this, like, bait angle, and then they have to hope that they fall for it so that he can get these angles. Because it does feel very difficult for the team fights in particular on Yakult, just with the way that their draft functions. It's really all reliant on what Axe can get. And Liquid's, it's just easier to approach, right? If anyone gets lassoed, if multi-heroes just get DK stunned, they're likely to die, especially with this advantage.
Fights against this these BKBs, this Aegis is going to be very, very difficult for Yakult, but they might just have to do so unless they want to just let additional racks fall. We'll see how hard Liquid want to push here. Who's gone?
Fights though, because there's so much sustain now on the side of Liquid too. The Glimmer, the Solar Crest on Tofu, the Pipe, the Greaves. Heroes are going to be incredibly tanky, even if they have high damage that can come from Huerta. That's pretty much all the damage that is in their draft now at this point. Emo, he has a very hard time committing into fights.
Okay, making short work of the tier 3. Emo trying to step up. We get caught in the Dragon Tail, so immediately back away.
Right, I think that's the most buffs and debuffs I've ever seen on somebody. He had like 20, I think, buffs and debuffs on him. Because he has a Chen on his side, and then he's playing versus the Pugna. Jeez, so many different buffs coming out. We've seen the webs, right? They're just stuck even when they're inside their base. They're playing inside of these webs, so the fight, they're always just going to have this zero health regen.
Dire are scanning.
And this Brood last pick was pretty dirty.
It might be something that teams, if they want to try and do these Huskar picks, will have to have in the back of their minds, especially against teams where you know there's a player, right, that can pull off the Brood. You know, like Ace on his Brood. It's not a surprise. We know this guy's a good Brood player.
What was the... never mind. I was trying to remember what the last ban was that they did, because I know they banned AA, but I can't remember what the secondary was.
Quit
the push.
Track's gone. A fortification, but what can they actually do to start the defense here, Yakult?
It's just so hard to approach. I'm trying to think about how they want to. Like I said, it's obvious that they want to get a multi-hero call, but look how Liquid's positioned. You just can't.
Liquid.
Rax will fall.
They came for. They'll be able to back off with barely a scratch.
Time for the top lane. Might jump though, but Boxy.
He gets the grab. He gets the grab on Zeal. And Zeal, he's the one that they need to be making the initiation. He's dead for 50. A perfect grab.
The push.
That indeed will mean that Liquid, they don't have to go anywhere anytime soon. They can keep pushing on. Paulus is going to try and set something up here with a hook shot onto Mickey. And Mickey turns with the Dragon Tail onto Fly. Fly will get the pierce the veil off. The heal's coming out to Mickey. Not enough to save him from going down the once. Round 2 here. Emo pots the BKB. Can't really find a target to commit on those, so he's going to have to BKB and back up.
Oh, that's awkward. Mickey still has his BKB at the ready. They didn't use it for that first life. Emo now has no way to enter the fight.
20 seconds without Zeal. The crucial initiation that they need to have some sort of a chance of a hold here, Yakult. There's Liquid.
Dropping.
Well, they're looking towards getting those mega creeps. Fly, he's got to be careful. He does have BKB ready to press if forced out. The damage is done. They get the jump. Now the BKB from Fly comes out. They will turn. Look to kill off Boxy, as Boxy will end up ticking out. But obviously there's structural damage done. Liquid, they've got the mega creeps.
Yeah, Boxy may die, but again, did his job beautifully. Gets the lasso on Zeal, doesn't have buyback, and now it's just mega creeps. Now it's super hopeless for the side of Yakult with that.
Next they'll tap out.
Boxy will respawn, and they'll just tap out.
They've had enough. I mean, they know this one is pretty much over, and it is over now. They'll call it GG here as Liquid will take the victory here in this best of 3. Moving on, and unfortunately for Yakult, this is the end of the road for them, Fogged, in this tournament at Blast Slam 4.
At least we got to see a big sign of life and some smiles as well too from them that second game. I like that they had the confidence to be able to switch things around, but this last pick Brood was pretty dirty. I still was like pretty happy to see with Yakult making some of these moves and all this, but at the end of the day, yeah, they got last pick Brood and Liquid. Look good in this one. Honestly, they look pretty good in terms of how much pressure that they can put on with this DK, a little bit different than we do see. Nisha with the Quap pick ends up doing pretty good. But yeah, this was definitely a last pick Brood pick from a team that knows how to play versus a Huskar for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Team Liquid making this one look very smooth after a bit of a rather rough game too. They clean their act up and they move on 2-1 here against Yakult.
Oh, Liquid, they're just providing the entertainment, giving us a game 3 and then picking a last pick Brood mother. And I mean, that's what happens. We know some now, Seb, the downfalls of Huskar, and Brood is a very, very clear downfall of Huskar.
Yeah, I mean, we have our own Huskar expert here on the panel, and it is not
we don't want to hear about it.
It's Quinn, and he said himself it's an unplayable matchup, and this game really showed why. Like, this Huskar is sitting on no regen the entire game. It's actually, Yeah, I never thought I would say that, but it's actually pretty sad to see. You know, this Huskar is...
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, he's kind of, you know, tasting his own poison in a way, because, you know, you feel desperate and discouraged against Huskar. Now he was the one discouraged.
Yeah, it's just nice that we kind of see the depth of how complicated Dota can be, right? Because in the draft, right, we're mentioning, you know, heroes like Viper, we're talking about AA, the Dooms, and suddenly now Broodmother's getting reminded, right? And that's where, of course, Ace, leaning on his depth of knowledge, his experience from the offlane, being able to bring it in, right? Any other hero, this game's probably very competitive. We just saw how Murta could do it, but unfortunately, one pick and the whole, you see from all the highlights, right? It's Brood taking the top tower, moving towards mid, choking out the map, then eventually going back top. Everything was just dealing with him. And then Mickey just got to free farm. Boxy got to get his Blink Dagger, grab pickoffs. Like, this is Liquid utilizing their draft perfectly to showcase their skill.
Yeah, I feel like the unsung hero really was Boxy on this Batrider, because we had seen it in the group stage before when a different build didn't really look as good. But this time around with the Blink Dagger, he's using this lasso on cooldown. There's always a reposition coming out from him, and solo kills, bringing a core to the team. It's amazing from him. I love to see this style of Boxy being played.
No, he had a great game. The lane was a little iffy, you know, but I think once he got out of that stage, he got his blink pretty quick, and he was all over the map killing people. And I think Liquid had a very sort of reminiscent of old Liquid pace. They took a lot of buildings very quickly. They played a pretty good game. It was overall pretty clean, I'd say. Not perfect or immaculate or anything, but I think it was quite a good look. And I think really it's a reminder, this game, that how much like playing pubs and being super sharp individually matters a lot, because this game could have been very different if people had played enough pubs to have played Huskar against Broodmother or seen this in some game and they remember it, you know, like having all these little things come to your mind when drafting, that you know these matchups, you know these interactions, you know what's okay and what's not. Like that comes down to, like T said, the minutia and how complicated Dota is. Like you need to be on the ball for these things.
Yeah, there were a lot of tiny details around this anti-healing, which is what you want to do when you're coming up against a Huskar T.
Yeah, and I think with Liquid in this game, they showcased a pretty cool idea of trying to play into the map. I don't know if you're trying to segue into my clips or their graphic, but it's fine. I'm just going to...
All of the above.
I'm just going to straight to my clip, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Liquid, when you get carried away in a game, you very easily can do stuff. But again, this is not the clip. That's fine. You can see from the regen here that they have a still frame of 39 regeneration. All right, let's show the web.
This is when Huskar isn't in the Brood web.
Yep.
And this is when Huskar is in the...
Exactly. And the point is, with 70% reduction, right, he had 39 regen without the web, and then with the web, he goes down to 13, right?
This is also with Armlet on. The other one was off.
Yeah. So, oh, sorry, we could have got a better clip.
So it's even more.
It's even more,
gosh.
Yeah. It's fine, though. The point is, we just visualizing how damning this game was for the Huskar. And then you throw in a Chen as well, who wants more regeneration. It's just an absolute disaster.
And we could sit here and be like, take out this Brood, right? Because one of the changes to her within the past year is that she has to be within the web network for the anti-healing to come online. And so you're thinking, okay, well, maybe we just target the Brood. Maybe we all in on the Brood. But it still wasn't easy with their lineup to be able to do that. Ace played a fantastic Broodmother.
Yeah, he clearly has done some theory crafting and some work on the build. He went into this Phylactery, into Vessel, a very game-specific build, bought Greaves, an item we don't see very often, and was just, he was all over the place. He made the classic transition from Brood taking the offlane tower into wrapping to mid, was camping the Huskar constantly, and you can see he's leaning on him. He's playing into this. He's not like, okay, I'm Brood against Huskar, but I'm gonna go do my own thing. No, he's like following this Huskar around and placing webs where he goes, and really being oppressive.
And Brood is really, the kind of hero that it's just, it's hurt. It's painful to lose against Brood. I see this Brood model behind me too. Even that I don't like. Like, it's like...
So doesn't want to be in the studio anymore.
It's like, this hero is just, it's like agony. You're like losing the map. You can't really get out there. You're getting scouted by the spiders. You can't really touch the Brood. She's bleeding items. The team fight's getting harder and harder. And honestly, props to Ace. I think he played, not only was it a great pick, I think he also executed it really well. He's probably one of the best Broods in the world. Yeah. Like he's been that for a while. You talk Brood offlane, you think 33, you think Ace. And that's painful reminder for your cult, but a reminder to also the other teams that are going to have to face Liquid. You can't, you have to think of this hero.
Yeah, they're powering up. They're coming online a little bit more. And you've talked about one of the highlights of Brood, not only just against Huskar, but her as a hero, just how much she's able to take over this map. It feels like just slowly choking out the opponent there. And Liquid utilized it so well, T. It felt like... This is your moment.
This is my moment. Hi again. This is back to me. Yeah. And this is where I feel like this clip from Liquid is a way to show that not only are they utilizing Brood perfectly, but they have this mindset of what the big picture is, because they're hitting the tier 2 tower top, but good teams will utilize pressure on somewhere on the map to take another objective, right? So if they see Tormentor, you take Roshan. If they hit a tier 2, you try to go for Roshan. And in a Brood game, you very easily can go, you know what, let's try and take everything. We're already choking our opponent. So during like the intensity of map play, they're still going, how can Yakult come back into this game? They're not allowing the kind of the snowball factor to kind of dilute their kind of thoughts and processes. So yeah, I think the fact that Liquid contest this Roshan just shows a really big picture kind of mindset that I think they've been lacking earlier in the group stage.
No, absolutely. I think it was overall a very good, a very clean game for them. And I think you can see that this. I still feel like you can see the synergy and the cohesion between them building. I also think we talked about way earlier in the group stage that maybe they wanted to start picking Mickey as hero earlier, have some flex, give Ace some later picks, and I think they've been doing that, and it's looked pretty good generally. And I think, yeah, I think they're starting to figure out their stride more. Mickey talked about in his interview that there's some growing pains, and there are, and I think there will continue to be so. I don't expect them to be perfect anytime soon, but I think they're continuing to head in the right direction, which is good to see.
Yeah, it was a massive rebuild for them. He was very candid in that interview. And, you know, amazing best of 3 played here between these teams, both Liquid and Yakult, but we had to say goodbye to one of them. It was, unfortunately, Yakult. They will be eliminated here out of Blast Slam 4 and will not be making one step closer towards Singapore. But Liquid for themselves, whilst being in the bottom 4 at the end of the day for groups, they are now going to be going up against Heroic. If you guys want, the B stream is also progressing really well, but they saw a 2-0 in favor of BetBoom over there, and they're going to be looking at the Aurora and Na'Vi series, which is currently being played. So if you want some action there, you can head over that way. But here, of course, we're going to be looking at a little bit more fun. There's a break to be given for Liquid, and so that's why we get to have 2 more refreshing teams. But yeah, the first elimination, is this what you wanted to? You said at the start of the day you're ready for some dreams to be crushed and hopes to be given?
Yes, always. Every time. I prefer eliminations than the winners.
Okay, all right. Well, I was kind of leading towards maybe you wanted a little bit more hope, maybe something else you can look forward to. And whilst I know Dota players and Dota fans out there love watching all of these tournaments, it brings me great pleasure to say that Blast Slam in 2026 is going to be continuing. That's right, we're going to have Malta Blast Slam number 6. Can you believe it already? We're on 4 right now. We know 5's going to be in China and Blast Slam 6 in Malta in February.
Oh, sorry, do you hear that? People still saying Dota is a dead game. Fuck off! The game's alive. All you haters, you just hating for nothing. This game is alive and beautiful.
Oh, this is some nice scenery. I've never been there. Like, this looks nice.
Yeah, that's right. Seb's never been to Malta. Hint, hint, Blast. Seb's never been. He would
put his
love
application
to go.
in early. Yeah, that's good.
What about yourself, Quinn?
It looks awesome. I think it's always great whenever new people and new organizers step into the scene, and Blast stepped in quite recently. I think it's really cool to have tournaments all over the place. One in China, Singapore, doing live events that we haven't seen before. I'm honestly just really excited because I think it's so much more fun with these live events and more competition between organizers. I think it can only be a good thing.
Yeah, more competition for our Dota players as well, of our Dota watchers. Yeah, but you said it there. There is going to be an audience. If you guys want to go to Malta along with potentially Seb there, then you guys are okay.
Sorry.
No, he's putting it out there. He's going to put his words there. But we've got to see which other teams are going to be making it to Singapore, because that's the focus we want right now here at Blast Slam 4. And we do have MOUZ up against Aureus.
Pure. He's going to move forward aggressive with the BKB, but they're rather split up. He's trying to TP out because so much damage is coming up from Natsumi. He commits for the kill with the Dream Coil, but he puts himself in such a rough situation. He's in, he's got to put the BKB, and Natsumi's just tearing him apart with the focus fire. Ari tries to take him out of it, but the damage is already flying out from Natsumi. 33's gone for 90 seconds. White one to fall. Ari's out of the game.
May regret it. Half HP for now. Static Storm goes out. No Ravage just yet, but Boom got out of the Static Storm and is ready to Ravage now. Nisha with his BKB is committing on Celery, but Celery has healed himself up and knocks it down. And I love Chrysalis just goes on to the next. He got Glimpse back, but that is perfect position for him. He finishes off Nisha.
MOUZ up against Aureus. Yeah, MOUZ came in. It was a bit of a shock for us, at least. Maybe not you guys at home. Maybe you've already been following their journey. But this matchup is sure to be a great one. Also, another best of 3. And I don't know, Quinn, it feels like you got a little bit of familiarity with one of the players on MOUZ. So were you surprised to see them doing this well? To be just that one best of 3 away from Singapore?
I honestly am. I'm a bit surprised, but I think if you ran this tournament back with the information we have now, and you know,
and it played out exactly the same.
Yes, and it played exactly the same. I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow, that's who would have thought?
Yeah, that's be things. What can I say? Built different. No, but I think they've outperformed, and they've to be honest cemented themselves as a top tier team. I think at future tournaments, and if they make it to the Singapore LAN portion of this tournament, I think people will have high expectations for them. They'll be expected to have the potential to even win the whole thing. I think they've looked really good. They have a very clear identity, which is something I think Seb has mentioned in the past. It takes a long time for teams to build. Sometimes they're sort of floundering. They don't have a clear identity in the way they play, and MOUZ has that, and I think it's quite a powerful boon for them.
I think it's just win-win, right? Because both MOUZ with mid one SEA player, and then you have an SEA team with Aureus. It's like no matter who wins, there's gonna be a team in front of a crowd that has like that home favorite.
And on top of that win, you're getting your own win, which is somebody's going to get eliminated and knocked off and not going to have to go to Singapore. And they're going to cry and it's going to be pain.
Whoa, crying. Have you ever cried after a loss?
I've never lost actually. So
oh, that's my bad. Yeah, why would I even put that word? That's so bad.
I've never lost. I don't know what it is.
Welcome, brother. Welcome to the good side.
Look, you're winning on this panel right now with some of your insights. Yeah, no, definitely. So I want to know some more insights about this MOUZ. We heard from Quinn, but for yourself, Seb.
Insights about the MOUZ squad. I mean, you have to watch out for certain heroes. I think you have to think of the Huskars. You have to think of the mid one niche. I think you really need to like, I think they. Okay, I'll go ahead and say that I think they benefited a little bit from the best of one group stage because I think again we've said they're a team with a clear identity and like they have some very experts on certain heroes that are not very common or very meta. So for teams that don't know them, you run into this Yamich Pudge or this +1 Huskar or this mid one Brood mid. And honestly, it's too late. You can't you can't afford to have to figure it out during the game. I think now they're not going to get the surprise factor. People know them, people know what's coming, and they're going to get ready for it. So they have to just show how solid it is and how much they can also maybe reinvent themselves.
Yeah, and also I feel like we don't give much respect to Boom, right? As an offlaner, he's playing really well on like the Mars and Tide, maybe other heroes not so much, but it's like he's still kind of finding himself, finding his like ultra comfort. And for MOUZ, and even both teams, they're not going to be very comfortable going into this because they know that winning, they put themselves in front of a crowd. Both teams haven't really played in front of a crowd for too long. Like I think for MOUZ, like some of their players, the last time they played in front of an arena was like 2023. It was the Secret Squad though, where the same 4 players played together. So there's like experience together, but yeah, it's like they have been absent from big arena games, and this best of 3, it has so much more weight than other best of 3s because qualifying to an event, that's something, but qualifying to play in front of people, in fans, that can linger sometimes on the back of a player's mind.
Yeah, well, hopefully they're not thinking too many steps ahead because, yeah, there's still a lot of time between then and now for them, a lot of games in between. And before we get into our game, I'm going to catch up with one of the players from MOUZ, Celery.
Hello.
Hello. Long time no chat.
First question is, I was curious, we've been through plenty of the slogs through the online qualifiers, but y'all have had a particularly crazy one. Y'all played like some unreal amount of games in these past weeks, and I'm curious how you feel, if you're exhausted, what the burnout's like.
Yeah, I was pretty done, but it was interesting. I mean, it's especially annoying when you're a new team.
Yeah.
And you don't get invited to anything. Not even we had to play some open qualifiers.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we managed to lose the first open qualifier in something, so we have to play the second.
Yeah.
I think we played 70 plus games in 3 weeks. But that's just how it is in the beginning, because you don't know what you're gonna qualify for either. So you just try everything. The one thing we didn't try to qualify for was this blast, but here we are. We cannot dodge a single tournament.
I was curious if y'all, like, how you feel about playing in front of a crowd again, because it's been a little bit with all the online qualifiers and taking some time off. Do you feel like the pressure in this tournament because it's leading to a hype stage crowd in Singapore? Are you looking forward to it? What are your feelings about that?
I'm looking forward to it. I don't really feel any pressure, as we've both been through the same things. Nothing really hits as hard as the things we already had to endure. Some full reverse sweeps, some nice finals and TI. We've had it all, so no, I don't really feel any pressure here. I think what helped for this team as well in the beginning is that for like all my teammates, they already played together for almost a year, I think, on Team Secret. So they're already very used to each other. Just now they have hopefully tiny bit better playing with them. But jokes aside, though, I think they all improved a lot since then. So it's not the fairest comparison. They're all playing really well.
How is playing with mid one compared to me? How are things feeling? Differences, preferences?
He's, I mean, in terms of laning, you're both very good laners. So that's the common part. Besides that, it's like the polar opposites, I would say. Where with you, like, you like your meta heroes and what's good, you don't go crazy. He will just randomly call for the gyro mid, or like heroes he didn't talk about for weeks, and all of a sudden we have this hero mid. I have no idea what's happening all the time. So it's very funny though. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes not so.
Oh, well, look, such an honest interview from Celery. Thank you so much, Quinn, getting all that information out there. But yeah, he talked about it. He's had that time in front of a crowd before. He's no extra pressure on having a best of 3 to go to it. And I do like just how honest he was with having mid one as his mid lane, and not necessarily comparing him, you know.
Of course.
Okay, I'm glad you understand that. But just like the fact that they're not doing the meta, and then that's the identity you've all talked about, where it's just like, great, that has worked for you. Is it going to keep working for you up against a team like Aureus?
He said it himself. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes, you know.
There's a question mark.
Leave it at that.
Well, Aureus, it feels like a similar sort of story. Sometimes good tea, sometimes we're a little bit lackluster on what they're bringing to the game.
Yeah, I feel like Aureus kind of sit in the box of teams that are creative in draft, but their macro gameplay, their kind of the understanding of what they want to do is maybe not to the same caliber as other teams. So they can look like a disjoint between creativity being their downfall. And I like it when they do simplify things just a little bit, because they do shine so much. But yeah, I think if they aren't going crazy, then they're going to look good. I feel like we can probably copy paste what we said to Yakult a little bit for Aureus.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit more stable though, Quinn, because of the fact that they made it out of that bottom 4. They were just on the precipice, but they were able to make it to this second stage where it's only one best of 3 needed to play.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of potential as a team. I think they need to overcome somewhat of this inconsistency. I think you see they've had a lot of games where they get really stomped, and a lot of games that they beat people who people consider to be much better than them. And so I think they have that potential to punch up very far, but their depths can be quite low. And so I think if they have that solid laning phase and they get off to a good start, then I think they have quite a bit of potential to beat really anyone in this tournament. We saw it. They beat Tundra, who looks like the strongest team, right? So.
Yeah, well, we had our time to catch up with one of our MOUZ players. It's only fair we also got to catch up with one of our Aureus players. It was Natsumi who joined me. Natsumi, you got to tell me, how did this team form? It feels like such a weird group of 5 SEA players.
Yeah, I mean, this team's like formed by Scam Yopaj teams. I mean, like, before their team is right, like Scam and Yopaj. So, and we are also close friends. I'm close friend with Jape also. And yeah, I mean, like, we just formed stack in C.
How does it feel playing in an SEA tournament? You guys are one best of 3 away from making it to the Singapore arena. Is there any extra pressure?
I mean, we don't have really pressure and expectation. It's like we just take it game by game. It's like, yeah, we just focus like day-to-day matchup.
How much would playing in front of an SEA crowd mean to you?
I mean, it's great because like it's our like home court. Like, yeah, I mean the CFATs is crazy also. It's like they gonna support like us. So yeah, I mean, it's good to qualify there.
Well, I am sure that crowd is still at home cheering on our SEA team in Aureus here. They want to see them be able to go to that arena, see them in Singapore. And it concerns me, T. Taking it game by game, is that good in a best of 3? Do you need to have a look at a bigger picture? Is it still fine to have that mindset going into it?
Game by game's fine.
Yeah.
You know? If you get too worried about the big picture, then in the game you start second guessing yourself, thinking about too many things that are relevant to how good your lane is. I just like the fact in that interview when you asked about the SEA crowd, his smile, like he was very neutral, and he's like, you could see that it means a lot to him, but he wants to contain the emotions. He wants to play his best. So it would be great if they did qualify, of course, but they got to get through MOUZ.
They got to get through MOUZ, and we got to get through this best of 3. I don't want to wait any longer. I don't want to keep you guys waiting either. So let's get on into game number 1 draft.
Feel about playing against Aureus? Are you confident? Are you feel like you'll have good stuff?
Yeah, I think we're gonna smash them. But I think every game right now it's very much like how it was with us back in the day, where you're just playing, and it doesn't matter too much who you're playing. You know that if you do your own things well, you have a good chance of winning. It's never secure, but yeah, we're feeling good. Looking forward to the game.
The MOUZ, I think we just need to understand their heroes. I mean, like the past matchup, we lost to them because we really don't understand their heroes. Like our heroes was bad that time. I mean, the matchup, it's not good. But maybe now it's we can prepare to fight them.
Aureus up against MOUZ, both of them having a little bit of confidence coming in here, as we just heard from their interviews there. And it felt like Natsumi understood where some of the downfalls were in that best of one that they lost against MOUZ previously in group stage, and that is some good signs. It's very easy to learn a lot more from a loss, Seb, and to make some more adjustments.
100%, and I think against MOUZ in particular, because yeah, these are teams. This is a team that has a strong identity, very niche hero pool, and these are players that we have not seen on the tier 1 stage for a while. Therefore, it would have been impossible for Aureus to just know what they're up to and what they like to play. So that information has now been acquired, and let's see, what they can make of it.
And they talk about finding the heroes for MOUZ. They've left open Monkey King, which is one of MOUZ's best heroes between mid 1 and Crystallis, a hero that we've seen utilized against the Timbersaw in other series. So I'm a little intrigued to know how they're going to approach that.
Yeah, I think, okay, they actually don't even pick it. That's very surprising. Okay. So hopefully, I think they should very much ban this Monkey. I think it would have been brilliant for MOUZ to pick it. I hope it's going to get banned and that they're aware, unless they have an answer. But an answer would come through, I would say, the position 4 hero that shuts down the Monkey on the lane, because I don't think anything else will fix it.
It's interesting bans from MOUZ, much more targeting Aureus specifically than sort of more generalized meta bans we've been seeing. There's the Lycan still in the pool, Chen still in the pool. A lot of stuff that would normally be removed, they're like, nah, Bristle, Slardar, Abaddon, bans that to a lot of other teams would be very strange, but they've done their research. They decide, okay, we feel like these heroes are integral and key to Aureus's lineup. Sometimes, going into a series, you ban more for the meta, and sometimes you ban okay, we think this team needs this. Without these heroes, they can't function without them. So they've decided, we think Aureus needs these.
And MOUZ is one of the few teams that I think enjoy Snapfire position 5 even more than position 4. I think Seri has been playing it mostly for them, rather than Yamich. And when it comes to Yamich, he's getting some of the heroes he enjoys to play. The Pudge would be through the pull. The Monkey's also in, that has been played position 4 for him. So there's a lot of cool options for MOUZ right now. You also have to keep in mind the Dazzle Huskar action that can always happen. They've shown it once, I'm sure, and they had great success with it. I'm sure they're ready to, use it again. Ooh. They get a really early Juggernaut. Interesting.
It was Crystallis, to be fair, that went on some 16 or 17 game competitive win streak on it. It was through multiple qualifiers, of course, so the teams they were playing was varying in skill quite heavily, but it has clearly been comfort during their qualifier run. But again, like you said, very, very early.
It's early. The Slardar has been banned, so there's that out of the pool already. But there are a lot of big counters to Juggernaut, especially on the lane. We now see the Batrider and the Hoodwink, which I'm not sure how happy I am to see it. Because I'm thinking, classic counters to Jug would be like an Enigma. These are heroes that can punish him really hard on the lane. I think when you pick these supports, you're not looking at that hero anymore. So perhaps they're just, they have just decided to send the Timber off lane no matter what, which again is the role in which he had the most success. And I think is a pretty decent lane against Jugger. I don't think you care that much.
No, I feel like Timber should be quite, maybe even slightly good against Juggernaut. Depending on how the support matchup plays out. And certainly Juggernaut doesn't stomp Timberland. You can't even spin on him. You can just chain away at any point. So you have to cancel it with Cookie. It's very finicky to ever really threaten to kill him, I imagine. So I also think mid Timber is just super volatile and very counterable. And I think when you play against mid one specifically, also without last pick, you need to be very careful about the hero you pick because he is looking for any way to screw you over completely. So I think you want something very solid, very stable, which I think Timber mid is not right now.
Do you pre-counter the puck for Yopaj if it's still in the pool? I think it's a hero that he's played a lot. It's a pretty good puck game for now, I would say.
For sure.
So do you have to like pre-pick that with mid one, or depending on what you decide to pick it? They have picked Boom Hero pretty early. We've seen some Tides come out rather early in the draft, so that could also be an option.
I mean, with the Ursa already getting banned out, I think the kind of the big team fight offlaners that Boom's been playing is protected, right? You could go for like Tiny plus Centaur, Tide, any of these heroes, and then suddenly you can flex the Tiny between mid to offlane. You create a lot of life for your draft, but yep, there are some options for MOUZ.
Those guys, those heroes, rather, it's a bit of a strange dynamic though, in that you're picking a lot of things that Timber is pretty good against, and we sort of go back to this thing of, okay, you gave the first pick Timber, and then you picked a bunch of stuff that doesn't counter it. So like, do you think the hero is just less strong than other teams do, or do you feel like these actually are counters? It's, you know, it's very possible there's like they're just incorrect about the strength of Timber and it is too strong and they will get shown that, or maybe they have some other idea that is correct, you know. So there's an interesting sort of clash of ideas of Aureus saying, nah, Timber's goated, and MOUZ is like, nah, we don't think so.
Yeah, and I mean, surely these are not Timber counters. Like, these are heroes that are actually pretty bad against Timber, I would say. Whether it's Snap, I mean, Timber closes the gap on the Snap, so the kisses are not really a thing. The Pudge, especially on support, which it often
there's
is.
your boy!
Oh, we get the Phoenix. That is nice. Finally, it's a good one, I think. Yeah, it's a good Phoenix game. I mean, I think it's a good counter.
There we go.
I'm trying to think, you know, if the classic counters, like the meta counters to Phoenix are like Snap and Marcy, both are out. So I don't think they're gonna have that much of a punishing pick. I'm just curious about what this Phoenix is, because
I bet it's flex to mid.
I was gonna say, when you say what it is, do you mean like position?
Yeah,
like
sorry, which
what
role?
it's adding to? Yeah.
Because Pudge has mostly been Yamcha's hero, which would leave the Phoenix to be a core hero. It's very good against Timber. It's a vessel buyer if you want to. It could be played on position 3 and on mid.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah. Which I'm sure mid one, you know, it fits his very unconventional hero pool.
The thing with MOUZ's lineup is they are really good at choosing where they want to take the fight, because when Aureus initiate with like a Batrider blink going for lasso, Phoenix can just follow, put the egg down, and then you kind of have to disengage from the egg unless you get a hero that can kill the egg. So I think there's a lot of fight positioning that we excels with their lineup.
But if I'm fully honest, like I don't think it's the best lineup for Phoenix to play with, because usually Phoenix plays on Sunray, so he really enjoys having like heroes in the front, which Pudge can be. If it's a core Pudge and a support Phoenix, I like it a lot. If it's a support Pudge and a core Phoenix, I like it less, because these are heroes that don't really frontline for Phoenix, and at the end of the day, it is what you want. The second thing you want from your heroes is ways to protect the egg, meaning stunning the enemies as they're trying to take down the egg. I don't think they have that either. So let's see what the last pick is, and let's also see which role Pudge and Phoenix are going to play.
But when you say you like it less, what if it was a mid Phoenix where mid one's playing it, and then Boom picks up that control, that lockdown from the offlane?
Much better.
And then he can just shut down the mid windrunner that Yopaj has played.
Definitely much better.
I think also the mid Phoenix plays slightly differently. Like you're not really about Sunray or even Egg at all.
It's
Egg is
just
almost
Spirits, yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of just Spirit bot, because the hero's laning is insanely broken in some matchups. Like the hero's mid laning is ridiculous. And you can get this very early Shivas, which is just a very crazy item in Phoenix is a hero that can buy it super early, and so you can have this tempo and sort of just take over the map early game, and then have other heroes that carry the load, because Phoenix is not like doesn't scale that well for mid. I mean it kind of does, but it's very weird.
Yeah.
I think the puck ban is very good, because I think if Winrager mid, I think Winrager mid is actually quite terrible against Phoenix mid.
I do think it's going to be a position 1 Winrager. I hope it's going to be a position 1. Like they had a lot of success with it on Natsumi against Sandra, then they tried it on Yopaj versus Huskar, I think it was, and that worked horrible.
Yeah, that was the Falcons game.
Hopefully they will keep this Winrager position 1. It's very good. It's very solid. It's good against what's thrown at her. It has a good matchup versus Jugger, so there's no reason to divert from that, I would say.
I really want to see the Phoenix go mid. Everything that Quinn just mentioned against the Timbersaw, the fact that you are playing into potentially a windrunner, like everything feels enabled. The bans, well, the Puck, the Queen of Pain, these are heroes that can try to do stuff against the mid Phoenix. Maybe I'm just getting too carried away on this one line, but just the way that the draft thrives, I could just see so much tempo being built around it.
It's very good. And the one thing also is that Winranger might be a range hero, but she can't really turn on hitting the egg. She's too squishy. It's not one of those. What worries me a little bit also is that this +1 Ranger, I think Pudge 4 excels against range carries, because you know you the way they stand to last it, they're not protected by the creeps, like because they're further away from the creeps, so it's much easier to hit the hooks. But it looks like it's going to be. No, I guess it's Wind Ranger +1, right? Like Timber's gonna go mid, and
I sure hope it's not Timber mid for Timber's sake.
Yeah. And oh yeah, you think it's a really rough matchup, right?
I think. Okay, I mean, there's a potential you like mess up and die, but I think if you don't die on Phoenix, then Timber should get smacked. Because the magic damage is just overwhelming, and I think you'll continue to get spammed. But there is like that risk that you can slip up a little bit and just straight up die because you'll be low naturally from casting your spells, and Timber goes, and then you know.
I'm really confused about this Undying pick because
holy crap,
what the hell's going on?
This is toxic.
No, I think it's a Veno 4 and
no, it's Veno mid.
Veno mid against what? Against Timber?
They have not picked yet. No one on the side of Aureus has picked their hero.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them. There's a lot of things to kind of factor in order to make the best choice. But I want to say this Undying pick to me is a little bit weird because I think, you know, both Jug and Snap are pretty good heroes against Undying. Healing Ward is good. The Snap E is amazing. Phoenix is also great at fighting into the Tombstone and into Undying. I'm really confused about this Undying pick. I think it's like one of the worst Undying games I've seen. So I don't really understand what they see in it.
When both lineups have low stuns, you look towards who has the better way to utilize early levels to take over the map, right? And MOUZ, they have that in an abundance, right? Between the Snapfire, Pudge, Phoenix, and Veno, they can take over complete areas of the map and 4v5 certain fights whilst Juggernaut's farming. And for like Aureus, there's not really this big damage to blow up into, right? Like you're leaning on Undying, like Seb's already mentioned, that is countered. A Timbersaw that potentially should have a bad lane. So I am worried that
who's going mid for Aureus?
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw's going mid, okay.
I think it should be not a super nice lane.
Probably like some 40-60. Like he's probably gonna get stuff, no? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he'll probably get some. I'm honestly not. I've never seen this lane in my life. I think there's some variants. I think Timber can either do like mostly fine and farm ancient stacks and be okay, or there's like also probably some world where he gets obliterated.
It's the race to BKBs for Aureus as well. Like, sure, the early game MOUZ on paper should be demolishing, should be controlling, but there's always going to be that kind of second wave of items that maybe can fix a lot of problems for them.
They have a big laning issue, I would say, Aureus, in all three lanes actually, so that is the worrying part. Their heroes interact pretty okay together and against MOUZ lineup, so it's going to come down to what happens in the first like 7 to 10 minutes of the game. If it's stable, we're going to get a good game. There is a possibility of getting completely steamrolled.
Okay, well look, Aureus and all their fans out there are hoping that the Natsumi Wind Ranger is going to come in clutch. But the one thing I love is that we tried to put MOUZ in a box and they said absolutely not. Here's a Pudge, here's a Phoenix, and here's a Venomancer for game number 1 in this best of 3.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for our next best of 3 of the day. And what a treat we have, right, Fog, with these picks. This is going to be a whole lot of fun to see go down here between MOUZ and Aureus. So much to talk about. Stuff. I mean, what do you want to talk about first here, Fog?
I don't know. I think the first thing I want to highlight is this Undying pick because of how bizarre it is. Honestly, I'm right with Seb. As soon as I saw it, I was like, wait, what? If it was going to be like a 5 position or something, I maybe could see, I don't know, but... into Jug and Snapfire and into Phoenix who burns you. This is the concern pick for me, for sure. I'm hoping he can have a good game on it somehow, but that's probably the first thing I want to talk about next. I guess it's probably the Veno versus the Timber, because I've also never seen this one. But pretty cool, because you can go this, you know, you want to go for these small items with your Septic Shock, right? So you can go for this Orb of Frost, which has merit in the game, which is going to be good versus Timber. So this is kind of cool. I'm looking forward to see what the Veno's going to do.
Plague our enemies. Let's see what mid one can pull off here in the mid.
Yeah, because he's got this Orb of Frost, the way it works with the 10% bonus per debuff, right? And then at 15, he's got this Poison Sting health reduction thing, too, that can be pretty cool versus Timber. I quite like what MOUZ has got, to be honest.
Let's see what Aureus has in store. I mean, you got to imagine as well, obviously, for Aureus, drafting into MOUZ.
Look at mid. We have to pay attention. It's Yamich. So Yamich does all the tricks.
He's going to get the hook on the block, yeah. There it is.
He will.
He'll get the hook. Yopaj is going to try and Timber Chain away. Ooh. Not a bad effort, actually, with that angle. Very good effort,
ready.
He gets, indeed, immediately out of that and will not be going down here, Yopaj.
Yopash has been trained in the SEA pubs. There's probably thousands of people that do this versus him all the time. He was prepared. Yamich, as we said, one of the absolute masters on the Pudges we've seen. Super confident to pick it in almost every single game. Cool try. Mid one, we'll get a full free wave because of that.
Let's see how this bottom lane goes. Because as you said, overall, a lot of reasons to sort of question why the Undying was picked. At the lane itself, though, is this a scenario where Nico can kind of take over early on, or even that shouldn't necessarily be easy for him down here?
I'm just not too certain. I'm really curious, like, what the idea kind of is behind it. Maybe it is just like tank up so that they can never spin and kill you. It's just in mid game, I'm wondering what the actual use of it's going to be, because Tombstone is always going to die to either Snapfire or to just Jug if he wants to.
Boom.
Maybe it is just for the lane. So we'll have to see.
Boom will just survive there, having to dive away, but getting harassed very low by Skem on the bat.
He still could die at any moment. The power shot can come in. So that execute is available.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Yeah, he's got to be careful.
Yeah. Usually the first thing that people do when they're playing versus Wind Ranger, 3 minutes hits, you buy Wind Ranger up almost immediately.
Oh, you have
so
to.
You can not get killed from that execute a lot of times. So.
Hook will hit from Yamich, but for the moment, there's no further follow-up. Whilst they're still here on the level 1.
Yeah, I liked how Seb was talking about the Pudge versus range carry thing. I was actually thinking similar, where you can much easier line up hooks always on range carries compared to those melee carries. So Natsumi does have to be pretty cautious up here. Right now, though, doing excellent on the Wind. Because Yamich, of course, also started in the mid lane, but 14 and 9. Only to 2 last hits on Boom right now.
For MOUZ, though, on the other side of things, on the mid, you know, they might not have got that first blood, but they are having a lovely time here, mid one, on the Veno against Yopaj's Timber. It's 14 and 7 against the 5 and 0. This is pretty brutal, Fog.
I was thinking that there's definitely possibilities for kills at any moment too on this mid in the top. They do get it.
Yep, they're able to get the kill shot in, they take him down. I mean, Boom's got to be careful as well. There'll be another power shot in a second. He's got 10 stick charges, actually, so he should be fine, even if it hit. So he'll live, but you're getting the first blood in the safe lane after, as you said, already having a fantastic start in these first few waves now, Sumi.
And I guess this, okay, so I guess this is really the purpose of the, you know, the Undying. It's just like spamming, keeping the Jug relatively low HP, keeping him high HP. They can't actually go for the kills down here. And he's getting a fair bit of range denies. I think I've seen him get at least 2 or 3. So, okay, I guess that's the purpose of it. We'll have to see, of course, in the mid game, the result, because they will have these counters for it, but... And the other thing I do have to mention, of course, is the Tombstone versus the Hook, right? It's a small thing that you have to mention, but it can matter.
And looking back at this mid lane, so with the way that this has gone so far, like, can Yopaj just no longer turn up to the lane at all? Or, like how do you play from this point onwards? Because he just got so little against mid one. Mid one's soon going to be hitting that level 5, so, I mean, with this wave coming in, pretty much going to be like a level ahead of the Timber.
It's really difficult because of the way mid one itemized. Going for the boots immediately. I was thinking that maybe Yopaj does boots right away also, and then tries to do the, you know, the Malrine, where you're cutting waves, Timber, you know, doing the chain, etc. But it's very difficult versus Veno, who just got boots immediately. So I think for Yopaj, yeah, if he turns up and plays the lane normal, he can just die.
Bottom. So he's going to TP over. Already getting fantastic pressure here onto the tier 1 tower, Aureus. Celery, he's just dead for this one. They're not able to fight back here on the safe lane of MOUZ. And yeah, this tier 1 4 minutes in, already nearly half health. I mean, this pressure from Nico and Tims is working fantastically.
Yeah, we're seeing the purpose of it, so very cool. Just the constant spam is keeping Crystallis extremely unhealthy to step up and actually limiting him on the CS over and over again. Aureus, with their own approach to things, and this time, at least in the lane, it's looking really interesting.
Now, side lanes are great.
Mid lane, not
the
great.
mid lane, yeah, not so much. You know, mid one, he is going to be quite the terror here with how free of a start he's getting. Gonna get super quick 6. Like, this area of the map is his completely. Bottom, they get the kill. So it's going to be a really interesting game to see play out. You know, what's more powerful? Crushing the side lanes, both of them, or crushing the mid?
Yeah, having no mid laner can be a pretty big problem, Owen. So we'll have to see how he's able to recover, because they're putting a lot of attention on him, too. I mean, Yamich is here with Celery as well, so they want to continue to shut down Yopaj.
Absolutely. Because mid 1-6, they can just go for the kill on Yopaj.
Oh, he's dead.
So the struggles will continue for Yopaj in the mid. TP's coming in, but Yopaj will not survive, and they're going to want to cancel that TP as well. So this mid lane, you cannot go here at the moment if you're Aureus. But yeah, the side lanes, Aureus doing phenomenal. They'll look to Crystallis. They'll get the Blade Fury off, but again, having to run. They'll try and chase. They won't quite get the knockback with the Flame Break and the Healing Ward's out, so it's a bit tough of a chase to continue to go for. But yeah, crushing the mid, super hard, MOUZ. But the side lanes, definitely, going the way of Aureus. We'll see how this plays out. The bottom tier 1 tower will be taken here with a push around the siege creep, but at the same time, mid 1, he's cleaning up the tier 1 in the mid lane.
He's got a DD also potentially for the next move as well. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to say, I think Aureus perhaps a little bit, I would say that they're probably happy because it is the 2 lanes that are winning in comparison to the 1. Timber has ways to recover, kind of, but it's not an easy Timber game. So it could be hard for Yopaj to really get off the bat after this rough start also. So we shall see.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
That's the tower gone. In the mid.
Yeah, I don't know, because Boom is also Boom's gonna have a Vessel at a pretty good time, even though his net worth is pretty despair on the Phoenix, just because he's pure, just straight up rushing it. So Yopaj, on top of Veno and Vessel and so, yeah, I don't know how he's going to recover, but at least he does have the Wind Ranger and the Undying having a good time. But as we said, the Undying game overall, yes, the lane has looked good, but we're going to have to see again how it's going to look once everything starts to kick off altogether.
Well, here comes mid 1 damage, but they did have the ward down, so won't be getting caught by this Aureus.
And now mid 1 goes back for a bottle after having Treads and the Orb of Frost so that he can keep his mana going. And he can look to invade and play sustain. And all the small items, of course, Blightstone plus the Orb of Frost, as we mentioned, the Septic Shock. Maybe it isn't so bad. Actually, no, I take it back. I think it's actually nicer for us. Because the Jug, yeah, he lost his tower, but you can just go hit jungle creeps. Timber can go hit jungle creeps, but that feels bad. Like, Timber wants to be able to do stuff. So actually, yeah, I take back what I said before.
Sure, well, you just feel the path to recovery is much simpler for the heroes that struggled in the lane for MOUZ.
Yeah, Jug can just spin, and Phoenix just needs to hit 6 and have the Vessel, and he's about to actually have that. Yes, his net worth isn't the greatest, but his impact is still going to be pretty similar when the whole fight kicks off, because who's going to hit that? Who's going to hit that egg? Yes, you have some ranged heroes, the Hoodwink and the Wind Ranger, who can if they get a good position, but if they're Fire Spirited, there's no way they can. Mid 1. Amp damage, and a haste.
I would be tempted to try and bully Yopaj once more.
Oh man, they got a ward right on him. Yopaj is 6.
He can't afford to stick around and kill these neutrals. He's got to keep his distance.
Does get the scan, so we'll be able to protect himself. And now, Natsumi, let's see how he deals with that pressure, because Boom, since he's been given that space to just chill up here for some time, levels are racking up, the Fire Spirits do start to hurt.
And obviously, I imagine one for Nico, who obviously had this great lane, got the tier 1. I feel like with the Undyings, it's always like, well, what's next? You know what I mean?
Needs to pipe this game.
You've had this chance to get this lead. Now, where do you go from here?
Yeah, he needs pipe this game, and I think he can farm that, and then maybe just look for team fights constantly, but that is true. That is a question, because overall, looking at their draft, how do they make plays? It's really reliant on the supports to get the catch, because Wind Ranger just kind of wants to chill for some time, and because the mid laner had such a tough time, and he's a Timber, he can't actually naturally make those moves, so... Yeah, definitely a good question, because they need the pipe, because it's overwhelming magic damage on the side of MOUZ.
Mid bomb. It's gonna look for Scam, but immediate TP from Scam will keep him alive.
Yopaj struggling to recover. Everywhere he goes, there's heroes on top of him.
Top lane Natsumi. He's gonna go with the focus fire onto Boom. Has the shackle and the power shot. It's not enough to kill Boom, and now with the dive forward and the Phoenix egg, Natsumi's in trouble. He's gonna burn down. A little over ambitious there with that attempt to try and take down Boom. Boom easily survives.
Now he's got Vessel charges too, and it's just I see just a lot more ease for MOUZ to make moves all over the place here, because they have the levels on the supports. The Phoenix is really easy to rally to, and he can make aggressive plays. It's harder for Undying to do the same. And they're drawing a circle where Crystallis is, but he's recovering.
Oh, he is. He is. And that's rough enough for Natsumi because he's the top net worth on the team. They cannot afford for him to, you know, be making these sort of plays that end up disastrously.
And so the plays are going to have to come from Scam, right? Overall in terms of catch, but he's not rushing the Blink Dagger that we did see, at least from Boxy in the game before. He's going like small items in between. Jesse's playing 5 positions, so it's a little bit different, of course, but it feels like they kind of need that. Like, Tim's is farming, which is cool and all, but their initiation and starting team fights is pretty difficult. Unless they just want to farm on the side of Aureus. Which I think MOUZ will be very happy about.
Trying to keep the pressure up around the jungle to not allow Aureus to get in here to the safe area. Mid one.
Mid one.
The noxious play gone to Scam, but Natsumi's by Scam's side. Turn it with a focus fire, but the kisses are coming in.
Natsumi,
I mean, beautiful connections for Celery. They get the hook as well onto Yopaj. They've got a heavy amount of burst here coming through from the 4 of them. Will be able to timber chain away, but Yopaj, he still falls. The 3 of them dead. It's starting to get kind of rough here for Aureus. MOUZ up 4K lead. They're pressuring the tier 2. Hard to see what sort of play Aureus can bring together right now, Fogs.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring it back. Undying, right? Nico, amazing time in the lane. It's just now bringing him together because he's had the best time in the game, but he hasn't been able to do anything with it afterwards. It's 12 minutes in. He's still occupying bottom, unable to get involved with his team to help them out. They're falling really far behind. Yamich, only 600 gold from a Blink Dagger for him, too. And you can see for Natsumi how hard it is to play. All this magic damage. He almost just dies. Just from a dive, Vessel plus the Fire Spirits. He needs a lot of items this game to be able to survive just versus some casual spells that are thrown out at him.
No, absolutely. It's almost impossible in a team fight for him to actually be able to commit onto a target with the focus fire. Like, he will just die. It's sort of the pickoffs that he can look for. But as you say, until he sort of has those, you know, the mantra at least online so he can have some sort of dispel, it's super tough for this Wind Ranger to fight.
I mean, even Manta, right? It'll make him a little... but there's such overwhelming magic damage. It's like, I hate to say it, but like these BKBs, it's something that might need to get accelerated because of the Snapfire, because of the Phoenix. It just feels horrible because he's playing versus Veno, so it's probably something he won't want to do. But we'll have to see, because it feels like MOUZ is getting away with absolutely everything after the lane, you know, bottom and the top lane went kind of rough. It doesn't even look like that was the case really that much anymore.
Yeah, Chrysalis is continuing to climb back into the game. I mean, if Nico, that pipe timing, maybe that's when Aureus are going to try and look to group up, perhaps with the Piper and the buff. That will then give Natsumi the survivability to be able to really get stuck in the team fight.
I guess so, yeah. That's probably the timing they're looking for. Just might be overwhelming. Because it is that much magic damage that they really do have on the side of MOUZ. Yamich, and as we said, he has the blink, so super early timing, and they already had great ways to make aggressive moves without it.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, Natsumi shows, it feels like he just dies. Looks like they will be able to take away shrines, though, so this is a pretty heads-up move. MOUZ looking for the aggressive play. Aureus trying to just avoid, and they will be able to get that because of it. Scam.
Celery. See if can find him, but Scam should be fine here.
TP
doesn't have actually TP. Actually, doesn't have TP for 10 seconds. It's still cooldown for Scam. Last will be off the mark. Backups in. And indeed they will. Celery persistent there as he searches through the tree line. And as I say, yeah, Scam just a little unfortunate that his TP is still on cooldown for those final few seconds.
Good awareness there by Celery. They don't find anybody. They knew that something like this was happening. 5K lead now. Mid one. Honestly, having the dream. This is what everybody who's been playing, I don't know how much you've been seeing this, but like anyone who's been playing pubs has definitely seen these Venomancers. This is the absolute dream for one of them. Some of them, they just feed out of control, but this time, I mean, mid one is absolutely set up for success. He's super strong right now. Shield Rune also for the upcoming fight. The damage this hero does as the game builds up, he becomes like the highest DPS hero in the game at some point in the super late game because of all the debuffs. And super obnoxious also to play against. So the thing we have to mention is even if you do get the blink on the bats, right, you're playing versus Veno.
Yamich!
Yopaj
knows that he's there! Yopaj's trying to hide in the trees, but they see him.
This Timber just can't play. cannot play Dota.
He's been bullied from minute one here. You know, with that hook,
Literally.
He survived that, but from that point onwards, it has been downhill, unfortunately, as mid one completely crushed him in the mid matchup. And
just...
what are you going to do? You're a timber behind. It's almost impossible to recover, as we're seeing here.
MOUZ, I feel like they got... When I look at this draft, I don't think I could think of a draft that screams MOUZ more. They got their Jug Pudge. This is their staple. Big one.
Oh, they're going to try and fire around the mid, but mid one's kind of ready for this. He's able to get the Noxious Plague off onto Scam. They will turn and take down Yamich. See if they can back off alive. The Tombstone's down. Will be quickly cleared up. They get the kill. They won't have any casualties themselves, so all things said and done, a little bit of something here for Aureus.
Yeah, you'll take what you can get. Mid one, perfectly fine though. Shield Rune acts as a regen so he can continue pressure. They have this deep ward top that Yamich placed right before he actually made this play in the river. I believe it saw Natsumi setting up, and they have the ward, of course, right on top of him. Natsumi doesn't know.
This is going to be quite the nasty surprise for him. He's quick with a shackle, but doesn't have enough damage to stop the supernova going off. He'll try and run. He does have backup coming in. He'll be able to kite out the supernova, so Natsumi will survive. Let's see if Aureus can punish mid one and Boom for this. Tims, the acorn shot. I mean, they're very low. Of course,
Tim's
on
careful.
the side of Aureus, and Tims will try and turn with the burst. Not enough to take down mid one, but now with the Sunray burn coming in, Tims, he's going to likely be going down. Yamich also getting the hook back onto Nico, cooking him from Celery as they take Tims out. Nico will get one more decay off, but he'll still get shot down by Celery. They'll get the power shot, kill shot onto Boom, so at least a little bit of something there for Natsumi at the end of the fight. But still, overall, we're seeing in these team fights just how much of a slow burn the damage output is from MOUZ. You know, as the seconds pass by in a team fight, or if they just find themselves slowly dying.
And just a quick connection, you know, MOUZ looking for the plays, joining with the team. Mid one, Natsumi looking for the angle for him, but can't quite. Mid one is building Lincolns too. I actually like this quite a lot. He can block the focus fire, which is one of the main things that's going to kill him, and the lasso. It feels like a really, really good build-up if he is able to get to it. And in the meanwhile, Crystallis is living the dream. He's like, great job, team. Sailing dreams.
Yeah, he's made a full recovery now. And the top 2 net worth here as the Juggernaut after losing his tier 1 incredibly early in that lane and having a very rough time in that laning phase. Pretty much
they still
fully recovered.
They still have this ward top. I can't believe it hasn't been dewarded. They have the sentry there, but they just haven't checked that high ground again. Skem will survive, but only just.
Yopaj seeing if they can maybe set up something onto Crystallis, but it's not easy.
He doesn't have TP. He's got spin and go through the gate, I guess, so he should be okay.
Yeah, there's nothing to stop it. Crystallis away.
And little clever things that I'm seeing them do also. By the way, Crystallis is placing his own wards. At least they're bringing some to him, and he placed the one bottom. So because they're being so active, they want him to do it himself because they don't want him.
Yopaj. They're gonna find him, Yamich. They'll get the setup in with the blink. Yopaj will be able to timber chain down to the low ground, and with the pipe out from Nico, Nico able to keep Yopaj safe. See if they can find something in return. They'll chase down Yamich. Power shot in with the healing ward here from Crystallis, helping Yamich out a bit. Now the backups arrived. Nico trying to frontline with the supernova in perfect position here, splitting Aureus completely. Nico gets taken out by Crystallis again. Celery landing these kisses perfectly. These 2 supports not missing their skill shots at all this game, Celery and Yamich. So they'll take out the 2 of them.
Great responses. MOUZ is just playing this. I love the way that they're playing this. Super smart. You could see the pressure that Aureus is feeling, trying to make these moves, trying to do anything aggressive to get themselves back in, but just falling further and further and further behind. Yopaj, he's literally pretty much support net worth, and this Undying, who we talked about, at least in the lane, who had a good time at pressuring the Jug. We're seeing what the panel was also talking about, what Seb was concerned about.
Not for sure, yeah. The lane was great, but after that, you're very much seeing that
Scam?
Difficult for Nico to have that impact. And Yopaj is going to still TP in on this. They really want to try and punish. Shackle not going to latch. Yamich able to force on way to safety there with that, and they just can't chase on any further. You know, after the Shackle's sort of been used, they don't really have much more to be able to lock anyone down. MOUZ, they'll get away.
I guess Scam trying to bait and hope that someone's there, or maybe just didn't expect them there, but yeah, just right on top of him with ease. MOUZ will find it again. Yamich, Blink, Force Staff is done. Nearly level 12. Having a hell of a game. Yeah, the two supports, like you said, they're doing so much. And it looks pretty natural the way that they can move to the lanes because of just how strong the heroes that they drafted here are. You know, the Phoenix, as we said, the lane was rough, but quickly afterwards, the game was perfectly fine for him because of how he can pressure versus the heroes he's against.
MOUZ can set up for the Soulmentor. A few pretty nice shots to be found this game. First one goes to Yamich.
I like this shard. Most people don't really like it that much, but I don't know. It does it when you hit this 15 talent, it's like a 900 damage hook. It's pretty crazy if you land it at max distance. And always good to save allies. 6-second cooldown.
Because for Aureus, where do you go from this point? It's
you have to get Blink back.
Like this game's only getting harder and harder. Like, sure, I guess that sort of gives you that opportunity to get the setup, drag someone out, allow Natsumi the freedom to just focus them down with the focus fire, and maybe get that core kill before the full team fight kicks off.
Yeah, it's just also like, I think it's gonna get to like some weird base defenses too, and they're just gonna have to like lasso pull them in and hope for the best. But yeah, I don't know, MOUZ, they're playing this clean, they're playing this comfortable. Like you said, this is like their bread and butter draft, so they know exactly how to approach this in a commanding lead. It's 22 minutes and a 15,000 lead, so it's pretty gigantic that they're able to get these timings. And I want to say that mid one has gotten every single power rune.
Oh, Yamich got another grab. Tim's not going to be saved here by the buff up from the pipe of Nico. They could just run down the hoodwink, take him out. Aureus not with any sort of tools to fight back or punish.
I think Yopaj, yeah, okay, Yopaj got one Invis rune, but if I'm not mistaken, mid one got every single other power rune because of the way that his supports are playing around him in the mid lane and how much he dominated.
It's been looking fantastic this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more mid Veno come through some of these drafts. You know, I think I looked, we'd only had one game at the Veno so far this tournament from Na'Vi. I can't remember that game. Was that a mid one? I'm not too sure, but that was the only time we've seen the hero in general. Yeah, mid one coming in with the mid Veno, looking very, very strong. You know, completely crushed that matchup in a way that I don't know a lot of other mid heroes would have been able to do. You know, mid one really using the Veno to its maximum potential. They're looking around the Roshan Aureus, but can they make this play? Kem's got the blink. They'll make the jump onto Yamich. They will get the quick burst there, taking down the Pudge. See what more they can go for. Crystallis back to trying to finish the Roshan.
He's respawning in 30. Fighting in this area is just, yeah, still difficult. You can see from Aureus their posture. Nico looking for a different angle.
Maybe they can go for some sort of steal. I mean, Tims has tried to step forward, but straight away, boom, dives in on towards him. Tims is gone.
They can't go for this. They gotta just give it up. Super hard to approach the fights. Just limited damage. Pretty much no mid, as we keep saying. Poor Yopaj. Unable to recover in the game.
I'm just getting very close to the point where Yamich, he's about to overtake the net worth of the two of them. Both the mid and the off lane. Yopaj and Nico.
Yopaj.
Got Boom by his side. They're kicking out so much damage. The Supernova's out as well. He'll try and save himself with the Yules up into the sky. Will be able to break away from the Supernova stun at least at the end with that Timber Chain, but still, as that sort of like a dive cookie play there between the two of them allows them to still land in on top of him, get the cleanup, and at the same time, you know, Crystallis, he's cutting down Nico on the other side of the map.
Easy little Omni Slash, and then we do see the Pudge pass both of the cores.
See if he can take the Aegis out. He can. So at least able to take that away from Crystallis. Of course, will not be ready to go for round two.
Doesn't get him any gold, though, of course, though, sadly, because it is that Aegis. Now Yamich, he's actually on his way down to look for the Wind Ranger, Natsumi. We'll be safe. They did see that Tims was behind him, so they have that ward. But Yamich still smoked in the area, looking for a catch.
He's botched over as well.
Oh, yeah, I was going to mention, though, Jason reminded me, so.
Skem. He's got the last one to Celery. Shackle won't latch, so Celery a chance to bounce away. He'll take the quick D-ward. In fact, still surviving here, Celery. Is he actually going to be able to walk this off? He's not. The pushback comes in. They will kill off Celery. But can they get out without losing anyone themselves? Here's the dive for from Boom, catches Tims with the Shiva's Guard. So they'll find the trade here. MOUZ and Aureus, do they really want to try and fight on 4v4 whilst they're at such a deficit?
Hook.
Gonna be off the mark.
The amp damage, Venno.
Coming in onto the tier 2.
So much damage.
Got the shackle onto Yamich. Focus fire and the burst of the Whirling Death will allow them to kill Yamich off. Mid-1 though pushing forward here with the remainder of this amplified damage rune. Is doing a hell of a lot of damage to Nico. He'll try and turn with the decay. Another shackle will latch. Allows Natsumi to take down Crystallis.
That was sick.
Natsumi starting to show signs of maybe being able to do it. It's a big kill there. Bringing down the Juggernaut. They'll be able to push MOUZ back.
He needed that desperately, and he gets the last hit on it too, so that's actually pretty big that Crystallis gets caught from that. Thought for sure that he was going to survive, but that extra burst damage, you'll take that, especially at this deficit. Anything you can get here. Boom. Gonna make the play around top. He has this vision of Scam. Mid-1.
He's gonna find another one here with the help of Celery. Tims trying to bounce away, but the attack range is there from Mid-1.
Boom. They make the move. They catch him.
The lasso, another big kill for Natsumi. Maybe, just maybe, Natsumi can pull this one off here as the carry Wind Ranger. He's just gotten himself 2 pretty huge kills. You know, reaching up close to level 20. Now, we've seen Wind Rangers do it before. This will definitely be the heaviest game that a Wind Ranger carries, you know, being able to carry if he's able to pull it off in quite some time. But maybe, just maybe, Natsumi can do this.
He's queuing up the Ags. His core to core, like, if we just put in that, like, his core to core versus the Jug alone, it's good. It's all these other things that are just a big concern. Because I see he's queuing up the Ags, but there's just so much overwhelming damage, and especially magical. And there's always going to be control, even if he does go for BKB, of course, because they have the Pudge. So yeah, it's difficult for him to itemize really in this game to deal with everything, especially because his other 2 cores are just having such a miserable time now. But at least one step, you know, he's at least doing something here. But Mid-1 now. They're starting to get these. This is the next 2 massive timings really for MOUZ. Ags is done for Venno, and MKB is done for Jug. So now he can just Omni slash Natsumi as well inside the fights. And when Mid-1 will probably just kill everybody with the Sagonims. The damage gets very ridiculous. Looking for the shrine.
Yeah, for the 28-minute wisdom. Just be the trade between the 2 of them. MOUZ. See if they want to try and push up to the high ground and force a reaction from Aureus.
They can probably at least poke. Crystallis can just hit. He can put Lincolns onto himself, be protected. And they can look for these hook catches. Tims has to be careful. Looks like when they get the TPs back, they will back themselves up, reset. Natsumi, as we said, recovering, doing better, but it's still such a tall mountain to climb because I'm just still seeing Yopaj and Nico getting next to nothing. Nico is building that Lotus, which could help a lot for Natsumi versus that Jug and versus the Pudge in particular, and all these dispels that he can go for, but again, it's still just Natsumi pretty alone as this core.
Skem, Yopaj and Tims sticking together as a unit. MOUZ are heading their direction. Skem. We tried to get the last up, but the Omni Slash was instant. They'll be able to tank most of the Omni Slash over the Yules up from Yopaj. He'll put the BKB to try and get away, but the Dismembers there locking him down. They'll kill off Yopaj through the BKB. The kisses continuing to connect. Skem, sorry, Tims is going to be able to dodge Gale, but still, I mean, the Noxious Plague is up if he's able to get in range here. Mid-1, the hook, not going to land. But the Noxious Plague and the blast in on the Tims. The Supernova's there as well. Nico's going to be able to turn and allow him to take out Mid-1 again. Natsumi finding these big kills. They still need more though. Dive 4 is going to be coming in. Natsumi backing off for now. Doesn't quite get the latch this time with the Shackle shot. The Blade Fury's out from Crystallis.
Still a good kill. Pretty big one again. Natsumi able to keep getting these catches. The next item is the big one, of course, for him. If he's able to get this Daedalus, then that could perhaps solve a lot of the issues that they have, because damage is still going to be an issue in terms of taking out all 3 cores. But he's level 20, and they're looking to catch with Mid-1 dead.
And Natsumi See if he can get his hands on anyone.
Can he find the big jug? Well, this Veno's dead. Yamich actually has a BKB on the Pudge. Oh my.
Yeah, they'll take the easy one. Get the grab on a Celery.
It's the easy one,
though. Quick up the high ground. That's not the easy one at all. He's actually able to get away now with the back of a Yamich. That's Skem gone. A little awkward there. Natsumi not quite able to get in position to really lock down on towards them with the focus fire.
Awkward, like in the tree as well too, right? The way he lassoed him, he got like pushed over the edge of the cliff there. Definitely pretty awkward. Yamich very ready there. We saw his Pudge, the BKB debut from him. So small little punch forward there for Natsumi, but game state continues the same. 3 cores. Well, I mean, actually 3.5 or 4 cores, I guess you could say, for the side of MOUZ. Just continue to scale. It continues to be the same. Yopaj and Nico not getting a whole lot.
Aureus. They'll hold together on the high ground. Little sort of suspect on what sort of move MOUZ could be making on the map right now. But as it is, MOUZ, they're heading towards the Tormentor. They'll come up with the smoke now, Aureus. Won't be able to get over to the Tormentor to do anything about that. That's already been taken. Mid one gets the free shard.
Roche, though, could be a point of contention they can look for. Again, very difficult fight, especially around that area when Phoenix can set up for it. But if they can maybe take out Boom before the fight, they're looking for the angle here. There's a chance that he could get caught here.
See if Natsumi can get the shackle. There's the jump. Lasso for the setup. Natsumi bringing in the damage. An easy kill.
Can they turn it into more? Doesn't look like it. They're looking up top. Roche still a bit longer till it's going to be respawning, so Boom will have time to come back.
Yamich.
What a
hook. The hook! Sims goes down. Yamich, he don't miss.
Almost just kills him with the hook alone. You can see how much damage it does do when you've got this shard plus that talent. Nearly solo kills him. Mid one, some of these 20 talents tend to be peaks of a lot of core heroes, so mid one now 50 base damage talent. Same thing for the Jug, has the healing ward, and yeah, look at this one in. Look at his health. 3/4 of his health gone. Very fun.
Aureus. Now imagine they will try and have something to say about this Roche.
Probably have to. You don't want to just give that one up for free, but that is probably the hardest place for them to fight in the game versus the Phoenix.
They might catch Celery though to start off the move. Celery shows himself bottom. They get him with the lasso. That's one of them taken out.
Nice pickoffs. I mean, this is a couple times now, right? 3 or 4 that they've been able to catch on the side here with Natsumi. Skem finding some good ones with these lassos. MOUZ still looking to control high ground because that Roche is back up.
Do they have a smoke available on Aureus?
They did. Yeah,
they do. Yeah,
they had one on
Tim's got one. So if they want to make the quick move now that the Roars come out, this would be the time to do so. Obviously, you won't have the lasso back for 30 seconds, but if they get a good angle with the shackle, could still have a chance. Roche is going down quickly, though. A lot of damage on Chrysalis and mid one.
It's eyes on Boom's positioning, too. This
Tim's going to try and interrupt, but Chrysalis will be able to commit with the Blade Fury, finish with the Roche, get the Aegis, and they've got the jump on towards Natsumi. Natsumi is going to try and force away, but the quick move there to get the catch onto the Wind Ranger meant that there was no chance with their main damage dealer just completely controlled through that effort there. MOUZ, they catch the big target.
That's the hardest place for them to fight because it just allows MOUZ to freely set up with all their spells. Yamich can just blink BKB and bite the target that he wants to, and that's the dream one that he gets for. And I do want to highlight for mid one, I think did he get the shard earlier, I think it was, so that's stun.
Tries to burst Boom. It's not quite enough damage. He's still going to try and continue on forward, but the dive's there. Boom's able to get out. Yopaj wants to keep on chasing, but Chrysalis is heading over his way. Yopaj, he's not going to be able to finish off the job. Boom's fine. The hook will miss. So Yopaj the chance to Timber Chain back to safety. They do have the lasso back up, but immediately the dismembers there locking down Skem. Mid one's going to be perfectly fine. They can keep this push going here down the mid, MOUZ.
30 seconds still Natsumi, their only core that they have to rely on. Man, Yamich Pudge is just too good, man.
But yeah, some of these heroes probably got to go in the draft of game 2.
Yeah.
Dive forward. A little bit of a whiff and a miss there with the dive blocking the hook. So the space, it's there for the mid-racks to be taken out by MOUZ. 28k gold lead, and still with plenty of time on the Aegis to keep this push going.
Bat respawning soon. Wind Ranger is coming up.
And Yopaj wants to try and see if he can get the wraparound with Tims. They'll get the pushback onto the two of them. Jump forward, looking for the burst, but it's not enough. And Yamish is able to stand his ground. BKB dismembered to lock down Yopaj. Chrysalis stepping up. He's got the Swift Slash available if necessary. Won't use it for now. They snipe the Undying there with the blast from Celery.
Did he just pop out of the tombstone? I think he caught him literally at the split second that he came out. I think he was entombed. We'll catch him.
No Nico for 50 seconds.
Oh, Tims.
Outside of the map. Yamich gets another grab. He's found Tims. Tims won't be getting back safely to the base. He's out as well. Both of them do have the buybacks available. Might have to use it if they want to try and hold on to this set of racks down on the bottom as the tier 3's gone. Chrysalis with both the Swift Slash and the Omni Slash. Good to go, Skem. They'll try for the jump, but the Blade Fury was already out, so hard to come in with the follow-up. They're focusing him down here with the ult of Natsumi. They'll take out the Aegis. As Chrysalis gone the once, here come the buybacks from Aureus. Can they take him down a second time? Chrysalis, he's looking to turn. He's trying to step up towards him again, though. Yamich with the dismember, locking down Natsumi. Natsumi's gone. No buyback available on him. Chrysalis survives, healing up with the ward. As the bottom set will be taken, they're ready to push him for more, and Aureus, they've had enough. GG will be called as MOUZ coming very hot with this game 1 draft and play. Aureus, they tried to hang on, they tried to make these moves whilst behind, but this whole game fogged, they were just so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, they won the 2 side lanes, as we said, but very quickly you could see, I was like, wait a minute, this is actually really devastating because, the Undying pick overall, we have to highlight about it too. They mentioned at the end of the draft, we saw the purpose at least in the lane, but afterwards it felt like it had no purpose. And MOUZ, too much comfort, played the game beautifully, and overall, they're definitely going to need something different. If Natsumi didn't have his other 2 cores get shut down so much, you could see perhaps something coming together there, but it was too much for him to deal with alone. Just so much overwhelming magic, so much overwhelming control.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, for MOUZ, this style suits them so well as they come in and get a very strong victory here in this game 1.
Yes, it definitely does. Folks saying, comfort heroes for the side of MOUZ. I don't think I'll ever be comfortable with a mid-Veno, Seb.
It's good, though.
I don't care who's playing it.
It's good, though. My good friend Topson is bringing some good stuff back into the meta. Thank you very much. Mid-Veno, enjoyable. Love it.
Is it the double thumbs up?
Yeah, double thumbs up. Triple if I had a third arm. But, great stuff. I mean, I think MOUZ is causing extra issues to Team Aureus because they've shown that they have a little bit of a hard time drafting sometimes versus what they haven't seen in the past. And against MOUZ, it's always that. Now you have to deal with a Phoenix +3, a Venom mid, a Pudge position 4. This is completely unknown territory for most teams. So if you're not really good at adapting on the spot and figuring out what counters it, what deals with it, you end up in big troubles.
Yeah. I mean, we mentioned it briefly in the draft, but I think this Undying was just a mistake. Frankly, he did way better in the lane I think we thought he would, but his impact in the game is just not there. It doesn't really make sense against their heroes. And I really think Aureus needs to prioritize having a stable lane for Yopaj because it's been a problem in a lot of their games, and it was definitely the problem in this game that he just got absolutely smacked by mid, and it caused them to start bleeding, and it led into every side lane and just became the main catalyst for them losing the game.
And it's also a reason why you see Pudge getting banned from against Yamich, right? It's we're seeing the creativity of mid, but it's on the foundation of MOUZ feeling really happy, right? They've got Celery on his Snapfire, he's played multiple times. Yamich is on the Pudge, he's played multiple times. Chrysalis, he's played multiple times. And after that, it's boom, what do you want to play? Let's go for a Phoenix. We can flex it to mid if we need. And I think just taking away the building blocks of MOUZ stops that creativity a little bit, but yeah, I think for Aureus, it's a bit rough. I think they kind of drafted into the meta. I want my Timber, that's popular. I want my Hoodwink, that's popular. I want my Hoodwink, and then their kind of gotcha picks, they're saying, just aren't the same value. So yeah.
If you just compare the last pick from Liquid in the series before, when they last picked this Brood, and it just dominates the entire game, and it's issues everywhere for the enemy team, and you compare it to this last pick Undying, it's day and night. I think you need to get more value from your later picks in the draft, and until you do that, you might end up in situations like these.
A value pick, though, for the side of Aureus was this Wind Ranger. It was the saving grace, I think, is the nicest way to be able to talk about it here. Natsumi had a fantastic performance on it, but without the help of everyone else, I know it struggles, but it's still like amazing that, okay, this Wind Ranger, whilst not being able to have the help of the other 4 heroes, is still looking good, still able to claw some part of the game back.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid showed it to play well. Natsumi in this game also had moments of brilliance, and that's the shame, right? I wish we had a game where we could have seen a bit more, but you need your Timbersaw to step up. You need someone else to step up to give further life, because you can't rely on the odd power shot or two to keep you trying to, prolonging the inevitable.
And it's not that easy of a Wind Ranger game. I think Yamich was very locked in onto the Wind Ranger. He understood like that the main issue that they have is this. So every time Wind Ranger showed, it's like blink dismember. And you have too many items you need to get. You're playing versus Veno, Snap Phoenix, you need a BKB. At the same time, you need damage to kill the Jug through all this healing. You also need the Lincolns to deal with the Pudge or Lotus Orb. And the game was just not good enough. Like, they were too far behind in gold.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the hero he won in the game against Tundra. And I think, in general, Natsumi's been having a pretty good past couple of games. I think he's been pretty impressive, and one of the big reasons why Aureus has made it so far and, was able to skip that last chance stage. And I think if they can get a little more solid lanes to their gameplay, I think they have very good chances, because there were bright spots. It didn't look completely hopeless in this game. While they were having a rough game, certainly there were like little bits and pieces where it was like, okay, maybe they have a chance, maybe they can come back, maybe this Wind Ranger can do it. And I think, yeah, just solidify things, have a little more normalcy, and I think they have very good chances going into game 2.
Yeah, the fact you can have glimmers of hope in a game where it feels like everything is unraveling, where pickoff after pickoff is happening on the side of your team, it is nice. It should be able to instill confidence, and hopefully that's their takeaway from this. For me, though, Seb, last series you were calling for the Phoenix. Whilst you're a series ahead, the Phoenix did come out. It gets a win. Are you still going to be jumping on the bandwagon now of Phoenix? Well, sorry, leading the parade of the Phoenix bandwagon, I should say.
I think it's a great hero. Funny enough, I think last game was not the best game for it. I don't think it was.
And it still looked good.
It looked good, so it's an even better hero than what I'm claiming. I think I'm looking at Phoenix for the value of the egg, for the value of the Sunray and the Shard, which I think are like borderline broken right now, in my opinion. I think it's a hero that as soon as it's going to be looked at by teams, gonna jump into the first phase, in my opinion. But let alone that, there's also this way of playing it. We've mentioned in the draft, like, you play with the damage facet, you play with the vessel, and you're just overly aggressive, shove the waves into them, play with travels, and keep taking the fights. And we've seen the value of the hero. Like, this is a hero that's hard to deal with if you don't have the right tools. And last game, they did not whatsoever. And I don't think they respected it also, because they did have a few picks. I think it was only the Undying that they could have replaced in terms of countering it, and they decided to completely ignore, because Undying is not the hero to hit the egg. Like, it doesn't happen, and he also just dies to the Phoenix, spells and items. Yeah, you don't respect Phoenix, you pay the price.
I mean, I also like Phoenix for the fact that when you have Timber, Hoodwink, Batrider, all these heroes want to kind of explode you. They want to grab you, and drag you to new places. You don't combo, boop, egg. That's it. Like, sure, I love Sunray and all this stuff, but the idea of being able to just tank that first part of the fight and then create a secondary fight is so broken if you have heroes to utilize it, and then behind you have Veno and Pudge and all these other toxic heroes to utilize it. So there's so much nuance to Phoenix, but you need to understand it to be able to be comfortable. And clearly, I think MOUZ maybe are ahead of other teams on knowing its limits.
Yeah, I thought they could have gone down the route of like a disengagement on the side of Aureus for their last pick. Like, clearly they were looking for an offlaner, and so I was a bit confused why there wasn't that. Center is obviously a big one that springs to mind, where it felt like if you wanted someone to be a frontliner, that happens, and it still has the utility toolkit of disengaging, which is a great way to kind of reduce the impact of a Phoenix.
Yeah, certainly something they could have considered. I think MOUZ puts a lot of teams in a difficult draft position, and I think the system they have going for themselves is very solid and one that's like built with a lot of sense to it. I think Crystallis and Boom's pairing with mid one makes a lot of sense as cores, because I think in a lot of teams you can have issues about who wants to be that first pick player. A lot of players aren't comfortable being people, okay, you pick my hero first always, and I'm always fine. And I think both Boom and Crystallis fit into that category of early pick players. They can pick into anything and be full fine, and mid one is a last pick specialist. I don't think you want to be first picking mid one's hero, but if you give him the last pick, he's got, I don't know, 126. How many heroes are there?
There's 126 heroes.
That's right, 126 possible choices, because the man can seemingly play anything. And so I think that dynamic they have going on there makes it very difficult for the enemy team to find, later picks that they want.
I mean, not exactly 126 because obviously there's been prior picks and bans.
Yeah, so like 112 or something.
Yeah, that was really good quick maths.
Is that all you kept from everything that he said? You're just like...
Yeah, pretty much. I just have to tell when he's wrong. That's all. That's my only point.
Luckily,
in
she
this.
didn't say 127 and leak anything. So.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Whoa, absolutely not. I'm not leaking anything. The only thing that I know for sure is the fact that we're going to have a game 2 just after this break.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Shaker here. Slap!
So he's going to reduce some of that healing. Not as worried about the Satanic here. Dealt with the healing ward. It's an opening a bit for Liquid. He might chase here.
Really go for it. Hook shot lands on a 2 with a follow-up crush. That controls up Schofield. Got it. Flash. And now the hoof stomp plus roar takes Mickey out of the fight immediately. Nisha, he's not going to be able to contend with not just the Juggernaut, but all of these various cores. A second roar was still in the bag for Whisper. He only had to use one of them for Mickey because of Device. Such a sick hoof stomp he landed.
That was such a nasty hoof stomp.
Oh my goodness, this hook from Yuma.
That's a lot of damage that Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take because of that hook.
That like owns him in the lane. There's another hook in 4 seconds. He might just do it again. Okay, he'll be able to get hooked again.
He's not going to kill him, but he's not around. He went for the second hook and he got it.
This is a brutal start, I would say, for Toronto Tokyo. He
can try and hook him again.
Another.
Dude, if he gets him again.
Do it.
Nah, he's not going to try. Oh, he is!
He got him!
He got him again!
He got him!
He got him again! He won't kill him, but my goodness, he just hit pretty much 3 hooks off cooldown. I tell you what, if a punch is doing that in your pub, the game's over. This guy's a god.
Well, after a Phoenix and a Venomancer as their last 2 picks for the side of MOUZ, it does make me very excited for what is going to potentially come for game number 2, as this is the potential last game MOUZ have to play before they lock in their spot to be playing in Singapore in front of a live audience. For Aureus, backs against the wall, they have to bring out all the stops they possibly can, go back to what feels a little bit more comfortable, have some stronger lanes for themselves, and they won't be finding it in the heroes of Nature's Prophet, Tusk, or Bristleback.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they leave through. I hope they ban the Mars. I think that's been something that's pretty crucial for MOUZ and a hero that's very strong for them. I would not like to see them give that to them. They banned the Tusk, which I think is okay, but I just go back to, against MOUZ specifically, they have 3 or 4 of these melee bros, and they're always going to pick one of the melee bros. And so I feel like you need to find some way and some combination of heroes that shuts down that play style of roaming around, of this double melee wave pulling, and less so just banning them out, because I don't think that's a realistic answer.
And I'm just thinking, Nico used to be called Force before, right?
Correct,
and he was on MOUZ at a point.
There was a period, yeah. There was,
so they actually know this guy pretty well, because this Bristol ban is like, it's one of his signature heroes, and I don't think it's like, I mean, I guess it's kind of out there, but it also says about the fact that MOUZ has a lot of insider information on like what the Aureus players like to play, and it's probably not the same.
Yeah, some teams have been banning out against them, but it's really team to team. Like, some respect it, some don't. Of course, that is the joy of drafting. You have to balance both meta bans with personal player bans.
Because these bans are very targeted to the Aureus players, like the Bristleback for Nico, the the Abaddon, I think, is also a hero he likes and that Natsumi plays a lot. So these are not popular first phase meta heroes in a sense, but more trying to push them out of their comfort zone.
More importantly, game number 1, Aureus had that first pick. Now in game number 2, MOUZ are having first pick. And what was so impactful in that game 1 was giving mid 1 the overall last pick. The fact that he could counter, he knew his matchup, and he was able to get the benefit. Is that going to be the same when they are second pick?
It is.
Sorry, first pick, and then so therefore not having their overall last pick?
In the second phase, you can close easily with that, but on top of that, there's so many meta heroes that are available, right? There's the Marcy yet to be banned, the Naga Siren yet to be banned, the Chen also,
the Timber. Yeah, so everything's getting through the pool. But it is a very good point about second pick. I think MOUZ is a very scary second pick team, maybe not as much as a first pick team.
MOUZ actually banned the Marcy themselves. Crystallis is very capable of playing that hero, so it's honestly a bit strange that they banned it because it was one of Tundra's most played heroes at TI and like very fearsome. Crystallis is one of the players that was most successful on this hero, was always banned against them. So now that they decide now we're actually done playing it is a bit peculiar to me, to be honest.
It is. A lot of heroes are in, so it's hard to decide. For Aureus, probably you have to make a choice. We've mentioned Naga is in, Timber's in, they just lost with it. But again, like it's funny, like every time we see this Timber on mid, it's losing the game, and whenever it's on offlane, it's creating billion issues for the enemy team. So I hope they have different routes, but they could also decide to just go for the same opening, like Timber versus Snap, but just put it offlane this time around.
This to me is odd. Like I think it's I mean they had a great lane against Snapfire last game, so maybe they feel like this is a good one-to-one support matchup. It'll give them a good lane, and if that's the case, then I think it's reasonable. But I do think in general, picking a support on 9 is not that good because you need to pick the core on 13 anyway. And so is Hoodwink the most value here you could have taken there? Was it the most likely to be banned in that second phase setup bans? I'd argue probably not.
No, the logic is exactly what you're highlighting here, is that the strength of the 9th pick is that, like this Hoodwink pick, is that you pick something here and then you use bans to protect it. And you're not going to protect a position 4 Hoodwink with bans. And now what's going to happen is that they're more likely to ban the heroes that you want, like the kind of the central heroes of your draft and strategy are just not going to be available. Whereas had you committed to something, stronger in terms of like the role it's going to play and how, important it will be in your strategy, you would have been able to protect it and to build around it.
Yeah, it kind of simplifies. Well, MOUZ can just ban like Slardar, Dragon Knight heroes to utilize the Hoodwink as an option. But yeah, I'm not too impressed by the Hoodwink for sure. It's very exploitable from some of the better drafters in the tournament.
It leaves Timber in the pool, so something to not lose track of, and same with Naga. We've seen it yesterday with Falcons, where some heroes kind of made it through and they got later picks. Like these heroes could already justify like a first pick or a second pick, and now they're actually getting through the second phase. So something to really keep track of for both teams if they don't want to get completely outdrafted.
One way for Aureus to approach this though is to open the next phase with another support pick, lock in your early supports, and force MOUZ to reveal 3 heroes. We've mentioned that they like to maybe sometimes pick Boom's heroes early, like a Tide or something. Then you can punish it with 2 counter picks. So I think this draft structure, even though it's maybe not the most impressive, if they do double pick support, then there is a world where they're just trying to, fish for more information before they lock anything in.
I mean, I do think, especially against MOUZ, it's pretty important. You have flexes and you keep your draft relatively sort of stable and not too open to being countered, because there's that Huskar waiting or a Broodmother waiting or these random heroes. And so you want things that are structurally sound. You want some initiation, you want some good lanes, and ideally, like I said, you want that flex so that you're not getting blasted by some mid-1 counter pick.
They're using a lot of their reserve time just for their one single ban. Again, this ban is very simple. When you pick a different, like a core hero, you know the counter to the core. So this is kind of uncharted territory. Instead, they just take away the comfort.
Okay, so they're doing the double support.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that they value these supports specifically together so much, because I don't think these heroes are like, they're not incredible together. And also there's a general idea in Pro Dota that picking 2 supports back to back to start the draft is not that good. Even though it may seem like, okay, you're leaving your core picks for later, they're not going to get as counter picked, that sounds good. And in theory it does, but in practicality what happens is you end up sort of bottlenecked and have a hard time getting that either initiation. You end up with weird situations where you're missing something in your draft because you're not getting that structural foundation of like this fight starter or this tanky boy somewhere in the beginning of the draft.
As somewhat expected, it's the Aureus pick the support, and then MOUZ then reveal the early offlane pick, like it's not as if we're kind of getting surprised by the draft order, but now the Omni Knight though. That's a slight little
Okay, I mean this is like a strategy
heroic
that they kind of took from heroic and go for. Like, you know, I think it's like little things in a draft that make the difference between like the best drafters and the ones that are like trying to get there. Like for instance, they banned the Juggernaut and then they picked the bat. Like last game what happened, like MOUZ was in their situation and they banned the Ursa to pick a Juggernaut, which is like a head-to-head counter. Like you want to make the most out of your bans, and in reality what's happening here is that they're banning Jug. Sure, so you know you're removing one hero from Crystal's pool, but he has a lot of others, and then you're afterwards gonna get to see the core heroes that MOUZ are picking, which will decide what you pick in response. So this Jugger ban is meant to become wasted.
Okay.
I think originally this was meant to be Omni offline. I think this is a hero that Forrest or Nico has played a decent amount in the past, but I think they should adapt. And they should put Bat offlane and put Omni support, because I think if you run Omni offlane into this, it's not going to be super pretty.
Yep.
The lane's going to be bad, and I think also this troll with, you know, especially Tide buying Aureus for him, eventually he gets Ags. I don't think Aureus have enough to deal with him, and so I think this Bat in lane could potentially be spooky for him, maybe.
Yeah, one thing to note though with troll is you can, with Aghanims, you can get rid of the Guardian Angel, but if he has the Repel and Guardian Angel, you can't get rid of it. So it's kind of management of who's been repelled. If he has, then pivot to a different hero. But still, troll, very, very good hero in this game. Being able to just lock onto a hero and just 100-0 them.
Which is another reason to keep the Omni on support rather than on core, because then the spellcasting is going to be fundamental for Omni if he wants to keep his gyro alive and win the fight. And that doesn't happen as much when Omni's playing core and already kind of chasing for a kill, you know, in the middle of the fight. So if the Omni has to prioritize his positioning, maybe even get, you know, cast range items and whatnot, this is like a game that Gyro can win with the Omni helping out. It's not impossible. Like, it does change the matchup of Gyro versus Troll, which is usually very Troll favored. But with an Omni, it could be different.
So we're saying here that Batrider to offlane looks like the most comfortable option for them?
Or mid, yeah.
I can see mid too.
Core bat.
Because I think they could also put him mid and have something like an Axe. This is a pretty good Axe game so far. Or Doom, pretty great Doom game too.
Yep.
The question is Bat good enough in the offlane that they can find a big counter to mid? Because at the moment MOUZ are banning out mid laners, so they're respecting Yopaj picking up another hero to change the, the pacing for Aureus.
It's not an easy offlane Bat game by any means, but Bat is the kind of hero that has like a very nice comeback mechanic. Like if you can, Bat can farm stacks, can pull waves, can get something done 1 versus 1 even with the gold disadvantage. So it's kind of like a Pango in a way. Of course you can, you're not gonna win the lane, but you can definitely damage control on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the Bat offlane doesn't have a great lane, or you're saying the early game is not good, yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like they should have banned the Slash, because I think it's something relatively easy for mid one to take that they don't have the clearest counters for. The Queen is banned, of course, you'll never really get that as an option. And so Blesh is also one of the best heroes against Bat in lane, so you're not gonna win the lane if you put the Bat mid. You'll lose slightly to very hard, depending how the skill of it goes. And I think it also makes it harder to get some counter mid against both the Troll and the Lash, because Lash I think was probably Aureus' best option too.
Yeah, and the Venomancer ban from Aureus feels more like an emotional response, right? They're taking that game 1, bleeding into game 2. I think other teams wouldn't have not allowed that to impact them, and of course, Leshrac felt like a better ban, but again, that's kind of hindsight. You can see the drafting just...
I wonder if Bat mid is any good against Lash. I have a feeling that's like one of the few heroes that could play pretty well against Bat.
Yeah. I mean, Bat can survive, but the lane can also go really.
Okay.
So it is Bat mid then, I would assume?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So I like at least that they didn't put the Omni Node offlane. I think that's a lot better.
Yeah.
I think Leshrac is also really bad against Undying. The zombies tank Edict. So in teamfights, if the tomb is down, then you just don't do any damage. It's actually quite a terrible matchup. Dirge can also stick on you and just beat the crap out of you. With the tomb and the zombies tanking everything, it's a melee hero that can actually man up onto Leshrac and beat him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a better Undying game, honestly. It's good against Lash, good against Tide, can become good against Troll, especially if you shut him down in lane, which that's the one bright side they had in the first map, where Undying absolutely dumpstered his lane. So if that happens again, I mean, I'm always worried about the snap versus Undying, because I think it's probably the best answer in the game, like one of the best. It's just, not good to have Undying versus Snap. But again, if you can start the fight on the Snap or make sure it is a position 5 after all, maybe he should just not be allowed to go in there and just click E on the Tombstone.
Like, my fear for Aureus is that on paper, their heroes do well in the lanes, but then when you break from that and you want to play out the bigger picture, they are just going to be outmaneuvered by the strength of Pudge, Snapfire, Lesh playing behind the Tidehunter, and they're going to be waiting for the next wave of items. So for Aureus to be competitive in this game, their lanes have to go so well that the Omni Knight is like throwing the Batrider into fights, is throwing the Undying into more fights. Yeah, this is an uphill battle for them, it feels like.
I do think on the flip side though, they have, like, MOUZ are a lot of heroes that want to run in. There are a lot of point-blank heroes, a lot of right-clickers. They don't have really many spells. And they have a Gyrocopter with an Omni behind him who, if he gets fat enough and an Undying, buffing up his damage, like if this Gyro is really fat, he can kind of just slay everyone as they run into him. And so I think if Aureus can lane well, like T said, and they can make some moves early game, they can open up some towers and get to those items, I think there's a world where they have reasonable scaling potential.
For sure, they should be able to get a rush also with this lineup. So, you know, kind of get ahead, maybe get a Tormentor. Like, they have a way to pace on MOUZ and get the Gyro there.
I mean, we've been saying that Natsumi's been having a good tournament, but now he has to have a great game. Like, this feels like everything's on his back to keep his team chances alive, and of course, you know, booking their ticket to potentially Singapore with another win after this one.
That's right. It's game number 2. All of the things that our analysts have talked about here. Laning stage, well, that's gone well for Aureus before. Is it going to go well this time? Is Natsumi going to have the game of his life to keep their tournament dreams alive?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get to the action of game 2 here between MOUZ and Aureus. Fog, we're getting something a little bit different, but then something a little bit from the same, right, from Aureus. Right, the Omni Knight coming in this game for Skem, but they do end up going the same direction as last game with Niku once again on the Undying. Do you like it a little bit more this time, though?
Much more, way more. I knew he was going to mention it, of course, as soon as the Lesh was the interaction between it with the zombies. I think it's a much, much better game for it. You can even go, I've seen him do like blade mail routes and stuff. It's not always the best, but you can do something like that. Also, with Troll, if you get Crimson Guard on this hero, you pop it with the Flesh Golem. Troll's damage is, you know, small in a lot of instances, even though it adds up over time, can do quite a lot. I like it quite a bit better. And this is like a page out of Heroics book, right? With the Omni Knight, the Gyrocopter, looking to just buff up Natsumi as much as possible. Let's see if it works, because the one thing is also, you did give Yamich his Pudge, and you gave the Snapfire again, and they dictated pace pretty hard in that last game around the two supports.
See, well, if they want to make any sort of play around here, I'm going to be able to get the 3 bounty runes, MOUZ.
Yeah, I liked how they were, like, you know, talking about like this Tusk ban and everything, but I feel like I would rather give Tusk to Yamich than his Pudge, even though he's amazing on both of them. But either way, we'll have to see what the results of all of it will be, because, yeah, they got these 2 supports that played super well in that last game, and we'll see what ends up happening because of it. Celery will get an immediate D-ward in the mid lane. And we're going to get to see this matchup that me and you have gotten to see, I think, 2 or 3 times, the Lesh versus the Bat. Lesh pulls ahead in terms of CS slightly, but the Bat constantly does have this, like, kill threat, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the least, definitely expect to see Yopaj have a much better time than he did last game, right?
Absolutely, without, I mean, yeah, infinitely so. But also, like, I'll say this also, because I think mid one is one of, like, the better Leshrac players, is I don't think he'll get tripped up by any means by this Bat. Because it goes in both ways, where if the Bat has an opportunity, he can go for the kill, but if he messes up in any way, Edict will rip you to shreds. Scam.
Trying to finish off the kill here. See who comes out on top.
Ooh.
Oh, boom! And he's going to get taken down first. So first blood for Natsumi.
Ooh, Yamich off the mark there. If he gets that hook, perhaps they get the first blood, but not connected onto Skem. Will end up hurting Boom quite a bit here. They like committed for this kill pretty hard. He actually has 0 CS on the Tide.
And I think, you know, they've got to watch out for Natsumi, right? You know, last game, he tried his best on the win range to be able to carry the team through what was a very tough game for the majority of it because of how far they were behind. This time on the Gyro, even if things do start to get a little tough, this hero, of course, much more kitted out to be able to kind of carry the game, take it on his shoulders, right?
Especially with Omni Knight, right? I'm so glad that you were talking about, I was literally about to say pretty much the same thing, is that Natsumi, he has this, like, Giga 1v5 potential hero, even if things do go sour. So I do like their draft quite a bit better this time around in comparison to what they had last time. There's definitely just still a lot of strengths, as we see on the side of MOUZ. Just these lanes, definitely a big problem, especially this bottom one.
Just that one CS on Boom.
Yeah. Top lane should be... I mean, this is probably just better for Chrysalis quite a bit than last time, because he was this Jug versus the Undying pressure. Now he's got the Troll Push with the snap, so he can actually harass a little bit more. But I think Nico's going to get a fair bit again. Like, this lane should be pretty good for him. It's just what he's going to turn into it. What he's going to turn it into later. Because Crimson and Pipe look very good for the Undying this game.
Pushing Boom back again. Managed to get his third CS, but it doesn't look like this is going to speed up anytime soon for Boom on the bottom lane. A very, very slow start for him down here.
And hard for them to land the hooks, the speed, the afterburner. You know, Natsumi is very, very fast if he does connect with any of these barrages on Boom, as he is constantly.
Scam. Just going to give Yamich a bit of a chase down here.
He's chasing him down very well. Hey, this is adding up. He's got a good 20 base or 20 movement speed advantage because of the degen aura. Even with boots, with the windlace. Yamich is taking a beating. That means it's just a completely free lane for the gyrocopter.
Ooh!
He did the math.
He did. He knew it would have taken one extra hit to die there. Gets out with the TP, Yamich, but yeah, I mean, Natsumi, he's getting the free farm, and he's getting the solo XP as well for the most part because of this. So he is having an absolute joy of a time down on this bottom lane.
This Omni pick is actually so good versus the Pudge, now that we're seeing it all come into play too. Even versus double melee, just in the lane. He can just kind of walk at them and force so much pressure to give that space for Natsumi. Love to see it from Scam this time.
Mid.
All three lanes, pretty good. Yopaj, of course, falling a bit behind in terms of CS.
There's the hook, Yamich.
What a play.
Gonna find the connection. Wasn't ready for that one, Yopaj.
He's the one to watch, Yamich.
Tombstone's gonna get quickly taken down here.
Chrysalis is low. He's got stick. Can't commit for it. They can't go for the kill there, even though Tims had left the lane. And they knew that Tims had left the lane as well. They really tried for it. Boom is starting to recover. See the 12 last hits. 27, of course, Natsumi is free farming, but the lanes have been broken. So Yamich, overall as a Pudge, he can obviously just roam a lot easier. Scam, this hero doesn't really roam too much, but he could do some cool kind of counter plays if he's in the right position.
Yamich ready to swing back down it. Top lane. And Nico getting that edge against Chrysalis, but definitely not as much of an edge as he was against Chrysalis when Chrysalis was the Jug last game.
Yeah. Able to just get that extra bit, just because he's got this range always, right? He can just get free last hits, being able to throw whirling axes as well as take a big nuke there. The Soul Rip coming in. We'll be just fine.
Yamich.
Comes Yamich again. Yeah, it's eyes on him, really, just to watch. If he gets any hook, could likely lead to a kill.
Just to hang around for the 6-minute power in. Set that up for mid one.
This flash pick, definitely a very strong one when you're playing versus an Omni Knight. Just having that incredible magic damage to be able to spread around. Tims.
In trouble. Cookie set up for Celery. Last hook, a little off the mark though. They still get the plug grenade down. And with the rot, should still be able to chase him down, finish off the job. A little slow,
mid one.
They get the job done.
But look, he can just walk in. He's like, oh, nice. There's some sacks here, at least for me. So he gets that extra farm. The slash, they're looking to play around him, similar as they did before. The double support's just following him as the lanes are broken a bit, and they're looking to recover on both Chrysalis and Boom. Just looking to play around their strength with the hooks. Yopaj. Looks like he was thinking about going for mid one there, but he actually doesn't have the point in the flame break. So doesn't have a way to bonk him and then get that lasso off. He has to literally firefly in and go for it, which could be suicidal.
Nico trying to keep the pressure on here on the top whilst Chrysalis is yet to hit the 6.
Ooh, this
drop down.
Natsumi.
He's not going to, well, I mean, I say he's not going to hang around, but he might be tempted Natsumi going to keep looking. He's not going to keep searching for this, so Crystallis might get away with some low HP jungling here if they don't search that deep.
That scan expired literally as you walked into it, I think, right? It looked like, at least.
Once again, though, as in game 1, they should be able to take this tier 1 rather early here. Aureus. Natsumi joined the push.
MOUZ is recovering a lot, though. We see Boom, he had like 2 CS or whatever. He's actually similar net worth as Yopaj in the mid lane. Actually, exact same net worth as him. Same for the Troll. So this time their mid lane is doing good. It shut down the enemy mid laner a decent amount, and their side lanes are doing better. But Natsumi is, as we said, set up for success.
Minute power in this time round. Is going to be up top. Yopaj will be able to have that one grabbed and ready to go for a potential play. The bat.
Midwood's gonna have a very early blink dagger. This could be pretty insane, the timing that he has on it versus the gyrocopter, because as good as the game that Natsumi's having, the Lesh can still just kill him way too fast. Like there's no way to protect versus this Edict unless the Undying's there, because Repel doesn't matter. He can just still burn him down in seconds. The mid one is off to a hot start. He'll slow it down a bit. We'll buy some arcane boots, so we'll slow at least some of his progression forward. But a slow-paced early game here, 1-2.
Yeah, definitely not with as sort of as drastic as difference in kind of the lane matchup. Definitely just overall in terms of the roles, just how much of a lead Natsumi does have compared to that Crystallis. He said it's incredible start as the gyro, and last game, even when things were falling apart, Natsumi was still being able to provide a pretty solid gameplay. So if they can just make sort of this conditions just that little bit better for Natsumi around him as a team, every reason to believe this gyro could become a huge issue.
For sure, and if he gets involved early too, like it's easier for him to get involved because he's got the Omni backup, he's got a good frontliner for himself too as Yamich.
They're gonna find him.
Yeah, pretty damn good so far for Aureus. I want to see like if they do go for very aggressive plays. I want Natsumi to turn up though, because they probably know that Crystallis is so far behind that they'll be playing this 5v4. And this gyrocopter is definitely strong enough to show up. Just has to be wary, of course, of the Lesh. But he does have the backup of the Omni Knight, at least to prevent some of it.
Nico, ready to swing over to the mid. In case they want to try and put the pressure on for the tier 1 and look to take a fight. If MOUZ do turn up for the defense, mid one a little low at the moment.
Arcane Rune. Yopaj. We'll be able to get that one. He's going for the Boots of Travel first, so they're looking to play with this greed. This is pretty much going to be that blink done for mid one. So I feel like when that comes out, the pace of the game for MOUZ at least is going to accelerate, because they do have 6 as well on Celery. So we'll have to see how they deal with that pressure that's going to be coming pretty soon on Aureus. Because defending some of these towers could be difficult versus the Ravage, versus the Lesh with the Blink and the Kisses. It could be a bit overwhelming for them to deal with. See how they do want to set up for this first pressure play.
2 supports just trying to get the 6s online in the mid.
Should have it about the same time.
Ready to go wherever it requires him.
Gets the scan bottom.
And Boom's kind of a tough one to go for. This Ravage.
Maybe he'll settle.
Eyes on Yamich, Tims.
Cuts the tree.
Get the setup, and mid one's in with the counterplay. Immediately blinks in. They'll bring further back up in on Aureus. Yopaj, can he get a lasso opportunity? Can he get dismembered? It was looking to try and find a lasso. We'll get it now onto Yamich. So with the drag back, they'll still manage to get the job done, kill Yamich. And in fact, at the same time down bottom, Natsumi and Nico were able to take out Boom. So killed from the mid to the bottom. Mid one's still trying to push on forward. And Tims will die, but mid one and Celery, they have to be careful. They have to back off.
Yopaj, ideally, he wanted to get mid one, of course, there. Yamich will give his life for it, but still a good pressure play. Good TPs coming forward, ready for the move. Smoke comes out, so they're still looking to go for this move. And this is a very heads-up move. This might catch Natsumi off guard.
Yeah, they need to catch Natsumi. Natsumi having an excellent start here. MOUZ, they need the gyro off the map to just give their own carry, the Chrysalis Troll, a bit of a chance to catch up.
If they see him, he is very dead. And it looks like they will.
Yep. Is there going to be any sort of reaction in time? They indeed look like they do not expect this. The jumps there. Natsumi melts to the damage output of mid one.
That honestly, that was a super heads-up play, because the way that they were still kind of low mid, they probably thought that they were backing up and jungling. This was really smart.
This is like a triple ancient stack.
Yep. Scam was making that earlier. So looking to play around mid one. So a really good strike back coming out there from MOUZ after Boom had also died in the bottom lane. Chrysalis getting time to recover.
Should be able to finish off the tier 1 tower down here as well, MOUZ.
They're making their own move. They know where the troll is. Yopaj has the lasso.
They're just a step behind though. Chrysalis.
No way.
Back to the tier 2. He is, by the looks of it, gonna get away whilst there's 4 members of Aureus in the area. None of them getting the sort of vision or lockdown onto him in time. So see if he sticks around for this tempting farm underneath this vision now. He senses something's up. He's keeping his edge, keeping the distance, and he'll be finding out mid one actually just jumps in aggressively. That's the Ravage, boom! Pretty much caught the 4 of them. The kisses are coming in as well. Yami's trying to look for the wraparound. Still has the hook and dismember at the ready if he finds an angle. Has to deal with the zombies first coming out for the tombstone. Neither team getting a grab on one another.
The scan connected, so Chrysalis actually, it seemed like he knew this play was happening. He scanned above himself by this ward. It clips for a second, his team starts to connect, but both teams kind of disengaged.
He'll get the knockback onto Yamich. Yamich is going to miss the hook, but I tell you what, the dismember's there straight on towards Yopaj. They have to buff him up with the Guardian Angel to get him out.
Scam
tries to turn to finish off the job onto Yamich, but Yamich survives. Mid-1 runs down Scam. Nico moves in with the Sora towards mid-1, but will not be able to continue to push forward into the 4 of them. MOUZ, they could continue to chase out Aureus. Tim's, he's trying to hide in the trees, but mid-1, he knows he's there. Tim's burns down, finished off by mid-1, coming in with the split earth. They tried to sort of get the sort of setup around that vision on that cliff to try and make this move, Fog, but they couldn't get anyone. And it gave more than enough time for MOUZ to just set up and fight back.
MOUZ is bringing the numbers, right? They're playing to make sure that Chrysalis has a good time. They're bringing the 5. There's no way that Natsumi can get to this positioning. It's just way too far for him to get involved. So the 5v4 reigns supreme for MOUZ. There's the Blade Mail. So like I was mentioning, I've seen Nico do this one before when he's played versus some of these like Lash, like just high damage mid heroes when he plays this Undying. But that does mean that he's not going to go the Aureus first, right? Like I was saying, Crimson and Pipe are extremely valuable this game, especially when when you look at what the plan for the game is make sure Gyro can 1v5, right? This is a little bit more of a selfish kind of build for Nico. So we'll see if it works. Of course, it's fantastic versus the Lash, but yeah, kind of deviates from the plan, I think, if they maybe have wanted to build up.
A close start still overall. Just that slight lead here for MOUZ. And MOUZ obviously having mid-1 in the top spot. And Aureus still with Natsumi in a very, very good position, halfway towards the Aghanims.
My worry is just how much the supports are also getting, because we did mention that almost immediately, right? The impact that Yamich and Celery were able to have in that last game. And they're having a really good game so far. Celery's level 8, Yamich again, also on his way toward the Blink Dagger. In comparison, the 2 supports on Aureus, right? Scam is never going to have farm. His job is literally just positioning, hope that he can get maybe a cast range neutral item and just buff things up. And the Hoodwink also struggling a bit.
Yeah, because we're seeing as well, you know, Yopaj, when he tries to get in and look for these hooks, he's pretty much getting dismembered every time by Yamich. Yamich is just able to hold him in position anytime the bat looks to get close for a lasso.
Yeah, and even though he is getting saved, as we saw, right? Scam bailed him out with the repel plus the GA there. Some of the times it's not going to be there. Like Scam has to be pretty much in perfect position to bail him out every time. And it's not the easiest sometimes as these 5-position Omnis. Yeah, I see that Yopaj is building his own BKB. I kind of like this instead of going for Blink. Just so then the repel is always going to be thrown on the gyro instead, and then they can actually take the fights like that. So we'll see what happens when Natsumi also joins, because that's the big thing that we did say, right? 5v4.
Gee, his teammate's not connected.
I mean, they're pausing though. Bro, you're missing a guy.
I mean, yeah, Chris was on pause, I think, for the meme, because they did say go. Scam, wait for your off lane. before you make the call, buddy. Oh, he's back in now.
He was probably loading, right? I'm sure he was loading.
Yeah, he was. But I guess, yeah, just did not quite load nearly as quick as Skem was expecting him to.
Yeah. So I was mentioning this thing from Nico quite a bit because I do want to just... He's gone for the Blade Mail, like I said, it's good versus the Lesh, but Boom is going for the pipe build, right? So in comparison, there's going to be this aura now on MOUZ very likely. And when you look at the draft again from Aureus, right, it's a lot of magic early that can be blocked out. So we'll see if the Blade Mail does get the job done where it kills somebody, like the Lesh in particular, but also if it just ends up doing nothing. And them just lacking an aura, which they probably would have loved to have.
At this point, would you say both teams, like, are they a similar level of chill and just sitting back and letting their carries farm, or is one of them going to be feeling the heat a little bit more when things start to fall into a more passive phase?
I think they're both pretty chill. It's just because Chrysalis is like recovering, right? I think they're both pretty happy. Natsumi's probably saying that he's very happy. I think if I was MOUZ, I would feel a little bit happier with things. Yeah. It's just slowing down nicely. Letting Chrysalis get to these points, letting you get to these auras, and you just have... You have amazing team fight, really, as the game builds on. Like, Tidehunter's going to provide you that team fight, pretty much win in most situations. As they're swinging down, they're all positioned here.
Oh, coming in with the wrap around. The Tims and Yopaj, they have the high ground. Yopaj, that was early. Very awkward. I mean, he just walks into mid one. He doesn't get anything off Yopaj. The two of them are dead. Did he just not see the Lesh standing next to him? I guess he didn't want to lasso, but either way, he just walks on top of mid one and dies.
That was really weird. That was them connecting for their fight, and now Yopaj has... I mean, he's killed his game. Look how far behind he's fallen now. He already was a bit behind, and he's gone for bots, and now the BKB's going to be super delayed. That was weird.
That was rough. I guess they just were not expecting them to be that close to the Twin Gate when they came through, but either way, yeah, they just... I think panic set in there for Yopaj. He's like, oh my goodness, there's a Lesh here. What do I do? I'm dead.
It seemed like they were aware of it too, right? With the way that they TP down. So yeah, I guess completely caught off guard of it as Yopaj. We'll have to use the lasso.
Or something, but indeed overall we're seeing with those sort of moves, so much more has been made out of the map by MOUZ, starting to get that lead growing.
Their Tricore is in a great spot, and as we said, the supports also are looking pretty phenomenal. Yamich has the blink. The Ags is going to be that next big one for the Troll, as they mentioned on the panel. This is the build that we used to see on Troll for some time, especially when Omni was super popular. And now that we do see it in the game, yes, the Repel plus the GA will be able to protect versus the Dispel, but only on that one target, only for a small duration. Mid one's game. It's very impressive that mid one is staying ahead of a gyrocopter. They're playing around him, they're enabling him as much as possible, but this last pick Lash is absolutely doing what it was designed to do so far.
Yeah, he's just been able to clean up so much farm, and with these sort of stolen stacks, these kills that he's getting. Like, he is finding so much across the map mid one. Mid tries for the hook there, Yamich. No grab this time.
They've got their pipe timing. I mean, they can rally around Boom pretty hard here, and very difficult, I would say, for Aureus to take a team fight now at this point. Even if the gyro turns up with this pipe, it could make a big difference. Natsumi, though, does have Ags, so I think he is going to look to join with this team.
Go top. Yopaj. It's another Chrysalis. He'll get the lasso back. Can they burst him? They can't. Chrysalis is going to be able to get the ultimate off. Might still die towards the end of it, as there's going to be no further ways of saving him. Chrysalis will fall. They get the kill that they were looking for. See if they can find more. They turn towards Yamich with the Soul Rip, but now the turn comes in. Celery lays down the kisses. Bushwhack not going to latch there from Tims. MOUZ continue to retreat. Aureus, though, showing that they can get in, get the carry. Can't get out, though. The hook. Yamich drags Yopaj back. It will cost Yamich his life, but he'll take that trade, throwing his body away there to get Yopaj the mid in return.
Flesh Golem is expiring soon.
And Boom still has Ravage at the ready if they want to push for more.
Mid one has an amp damage at the tail end of it too.
They won't go into the high ground. They'll hold the Ravage for a bigger fight elsewhere. But now Aureus able to get that kill, getting in there on top of Chrysalis. Sure, he gets the ult off, but still it's very much a point of the game where he will die as soon as that ult comes to an end. But it's unfortunate in the sense that they couldn't quite back out in time and ensure that they didn't lose a core themselves.
Yeah, if they can cleanly disengage, that's pretty much the dream, right? They didn't get caught by any of the spells, but Yopaj not expecting that play, not expecting the ward plus the hook. Yamich, again, just on top of things with this Pudge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think as we're saying though, Boom, when he is on the front lines, it's like, what do you do? Like, going on this tide at the moment with the damage they have seems pretty impossible. Like, Boom is pretty indestructible in these team fights.
Yeah, not for quite some time can they go for any type of play of focusing the tide. He has to be just ignored and kind of dodged until way later stages when they actually have ways to burst him as Tormentor play.
I'll take it out pretty quickly and safely. Smoke's coming out from Aureus.
Mid one is actually out of mana, so they need to get out of here on the side of MOUZ.
See what they can find, Aureus. Let's just say the two of MOUZ already TPing out. Boom, still in the area. Maybe if he's
alone, they can do it.
They'll find him solo. Boom.
Nice break.
Yeah, they'll drop the lasso. They'll take him out. So, indeed, catching the tide on his lonesome. Aureus have no trouble. Slowly but surely taking him out there.
Yep, completely isolated. 30 seconds while he is down. How much can they get done with it? They'll just shove the lane. So Natsumi wants no business in being up there anymore, and they're going to go back to farming before they want to take another fight. Probably just wait for lasso every single time before they take that fight. And Nico, he is getting time to actually... I mean, his blade mail hasn't been like super effective in a way of getting a kill or anything, but he's actually gotten time to chill and now get that pipe. So he does have that at least to counter quite a bit of that magic damage from the Lash and the Snap. It's an early purchase. A gem for Celery.
Damage. Oh, look this time.
Spray paint always kills me. And Scam.
Natsumi.
I like what's Scam. It's a simple job, but this is literally what you do, right? Omni Knight. You are pretty much IO in a way. You just hug your gyrocopter. Never leave his side.
Because unless they're able to find him, out of the two of them first, like Scam's always going to be able to keep Natsumi alive, at least long enough for TP backup to come in from the rest of the team.
I think Boom probably... Okay, yeah, he's queued it up. I was going to say, I think he wants to get that Blink Dagger, because if he gets Blink and then they just Ravage and you catch the Omni Knight as well, which is very likely that you're going to, they can look to focus Scam before he gets anything off also. Initiation is definitely going to become pretty big in this game, of who gets the first jump. Either the Bat Rider or if the Tide's able to just Blink Ravage backline. We're getting to that point. Nags is done for Crystallis. The Blink is about to be finished up for Boom. So MOUZ, I think they're about to be ready to fight with this triple item timing. BKB also for mid one done, so 3 big core items.
One, he's in. They will make the jump straight over towards Tims. Tims will be able to scurry away in time. Scam's coming in with the backup. Look at the grab on a Yopaj. Indeed, they kill him off. Or put the BKB with a hook. Finishes the job. Scam's in trouble as well. Natsumi's going to try and turn this one around. Puts the BKB in with a flat cannon onto mid one. Turns to Yamich. Natsumi cleans up the two of them. See if they can go for Crystallis and Celery as well. The tombstones drop down. Nico trying with the chase. Can they close this gap? Doesn't look like it. Cookie's going to be there. Crystallis is back under the safety of the tier 1. But yeah, this time round, Aureus able to find that fight where they're able to turn around the power of Natsumi. And yeah, with this gyro in position, the fights are not easy for MOUZ to take against him.
No, if he's there, right, if they're able to just rally and he gets on top of the Lesh like that, that was perfect timing. Right before the BKB also is finished too, so MOUZ, they were looking for this fight because their timings were all coming out, but the fight actually comes to them a little bit sooner before they have it all. They do get Yopaj again, but Natsumi gets the big win, and it's all about Natsumi.
Trying to get the jump on the mid, but not quite able to set it up with a flame break. And Boom, not alone. Yamich and Crystallis nearby.
Even with the break at times, it can be difficult to go for this Tide. And he actually switched the build. I think he went for the Force Staff instead of the Blink Dagger in this game on Boom. So they won't have that instant one, but they're going to look for the fight.
They still want to try and do something with this Ravage timing.
Yeah, BKB cooldown for Gyro. If they get on top of him, very likely that he dies.
Yamich can get some sort of blink setup, will be an easy play. He'll just go for the quick setup onto Tims.
Just a support.
I mean, Can they go for the Roche actually with Zampa?
That's what I'm thinking also.
Yeah,
I think
the
so.
Tier 1,
Yeah,
go to
you want to
Roche.
commit. Yep.
I mean, you've got Ravage, right? So if they want to try and fight you, you're going to be able to hold the defense pretty well. I guess the question is then for Aureus, are you trying to do something about this?
Do they make it? Is my question. There's still 20 seconds on the hood. I don't think they make it.
They're trying to run over. But indeed, this Roshan should be gone a little too quickly for them to have anything to say about. Yep, they finish off the job. Aegis on a Crystallis. I mean, MOUZ, they can sort of reset and back off. They don't need to take a fight here from the low ground. They got what they came for.
All possible because of that amp damage that he finds. So, little luck for them to find it, but a good opportunity that they seize with it.
On him. They're trying for the jump on the mid one. Mid one will get the BKB off, but the lasso's there. See if they've got enough physical damage to bring him down. Natsumi hitting pretty hard. The hook. Hook comes in from Yamich. That will be enough to get mid one back to safety. Yamich with the save.
Whew. I thought Midwin was dead for sure there. He gets the BKB off before the grab, which is absolutely clutch, and then Yamich, of course, saving him at the end. This game is delivering right now.
It is. We're getting a much closer match than the first time round. Sure, overall, Aureus still very much playing from behind, but absolutely with a shot in this one down to how bummed Natsumi is on his gyrocopter and just the nature of the hero this time round. As we said at the start, much more of a hope for Natsumi to be able to just sort of 1v5 this game, even in the later stages.
We have potential for some pretty awesome stuff in this game. There's definitely potential for 50-minute plus. There's definitely potential for even early closing out. This is a big pickup. He's got the data list now. So yes, the Lesh has good, the BKB for that magical damage, but definitely fragile versus all this physical now. Midwood might have to, buy plate mail or might have to go for something even, trying to think. It probably is just going to be a casual plate mail, but he needs some armor.
See Crystallis. We'll have the BKB off this next couple of camps or so. So still a decent window where MOUZ can try to go for the fight with the Troll, having both the Aegis and the BKB. Blink's also picked up on Boom, so hitting some good timings themselves to try and use this Aegis to further inflate this lead that they have right now, stuck at 4k gold. This is a pretty strong go time for MOUZ.
There's a nice in-between. It's not the same amount of armor per se, but it is at least something, right? 4, he has the Veil. It's extra damage too. And yeah, a lot of item timings coming together. As we said, Natsumi does have this Daedalus, but into Aegis could be hard. And with that Blink reveal, right, Boom, he hasn't shown it yet. He only showed that 4-staff pipe. If he gets the surprise, the teamfight can end very quickly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Crystallis is going to head back and deal with the bottom wave. So they will split back up. Aureus.
The rest of the team is smoked. Looking for a potential catch around their vision here in the triangle.
Take a little bit of time for Crystallis to reconnect with them. He's going to start swinging back over now that he dealt with the push coming in on the bottom.
They had a ward here, so they see these three.
Oh, Nico. He's walking into the high ground. They're respecting now. Okay, Yamich will turn with the hook. Look at the setup on the Nico. See if they can kill him off quickly. They can't. Force for the side. Watch on the Rami. It doesn't hit anyone, I don't think. Uh-oh. Still, they're able to kill off Nico. We'll see Yopaj look to pop Crystallis up on the cliff. Boom still able to make the jump over towards Yopaj with the gush. They'll turn to Natsumi. Natsumi pops the BKB. Looks towards Crystallis. Crystallis has the ult. Has he got the damage here to come through this gyro scam? Coming in with the GA to bail him out. The cookie forward as well in onto the two of them. That's Crystallis gone the once as they take out the Aegis. Nico starting to build up the decay stacks. Round 2 from Crystallis. He'll put the BKB. Is that enough to survive against Natsumi? It is. They'll bring the gyro down. Now we'll turn over towards Nico. Nico getting rooted up by Chris. The scam forced back by Mid1 and Boom. MOUZ, they'll clean up this fight.
With a zero-man Ravage.
It was right. He didn't hit anyone at the start, but it worked, Fogg. Somehow, some way.
I mean, Yamich saving the day. They do have a 4-staff, I believe, on Celery as well, but hooking Crystallis off the high ground, allowing him to stick on these targets. They clean up the Tombstone, and Mid1 very patient. He waits on the sideline until these BKBs go down, until the Repel GA is gone. Gets the follow-up, but yeah, did something hit him? Because I think he was looking for, I don't know, either man, zero-man Ravage.
Catch it on the replay.
And they win the fight. That's pretty crazy.
They win it big time. 10k gold lead now. I mean, it looked like maybe they were going to be able to deal with Crystallis 2 times, especially because he used the Battle Trance on his first life, but as a team, just able to keep him alive. And pretty much as soon as that Gyro's BKB came to an end, he just could not stand his ground against the troll. Because as we'll see here, watch the saves were coming out from Skem on that first life, allowing Natsumi to be able to finish off that big kill, take that Aegis out of Crystallis. The round 2, not as easy. With the troll on top of him, no way for Natsumi to get the hits back in onto Crystallis. MOUZ come out on top.
Yeah, and Crystallis, he saved this BKB, and also, yeah, this mid one's positioning. That was the big thing I wanted to highlight there. He literally just waited on that side there for so long, till that ended up going down. Gets the jump. Now it's a 12k lead.
Yeah,
a zero-man Ravage. That's so nuts that it was a zero-man Ravage and they have such...
Yeah, that's the thing. If that's what happens when they don't hit someone with the Ravage, imagine when Boom does.
Yeah.
My goodness. Could be rough. With the lesser one of Celery. He's going to be able to slide back up to the high ground, and with the cookie, he might just make it away. There's a missile heading his way, but a hook from Yamage into the Glimmer. Will throw the dust down on a Celery. They want this Snapfire dead, and they'll get him. Have they got any interrupt for Yamage? They just have the straight-up burst, so... Good attempts there to try and bail Celery out, but does end in both supports being killed off. And around the time, the Tormentor's available. So, Aureus, they can head over and take the Tormentor.
And they get the gem. So, big move there from Yopaj. I can see Celery was trying to pass it to the Pudge, but the Pudge actually had Quelling Blade in his inventory, so had no space, trying to go for the TP. They tried to bail it, but a good move. They strike back. Aureus. That's an exciting game. As you said, MOUZ showing clearly still an advantage, but Aureus keeping it relatively close here.
They are. And as always, when there's a Gyro in the game and it starts to be a game where you fall behind, there's chance for some Rapier gameplay in this one, Fog, isn't there?
Definitely.
We'll still, of course, take a bit more time to get to that point. But yeah, I've got every belief that, Aureus at the least should be able to hold on for quite a bit more this game. Sure, they're down 7k, but we're seeing that their team fight, especially when it comes from like a defensive high ground position, they should be able to keep their hopes alive a little longer here this game.
They're just definitely lacking in terms of controlling heroes, right? They have a lasso, and then that's kind of it in terms of keeping heroes locked down for Natsumi to hit them. While on the other side, MOUZ just has so many more outlets to be able to keep these heroes locked down. So it is a bit tough for Natsumi to just hit at times. They can just kite him in a lot of different ways. Life steal now also for Crystallis. He's going to be getting that mask on the way toward that Satanic.
MOUZ don't go for the high ground quite yet. Yamage. I'm gonna find Tim's. Tim's away.
MOUZ likely to play for, it's probably for on that next Roshan. It's probably gonna be the next big fight, and I'm curious how Aureus is gonna approach that next fight, because as we said, it's just the ease of execution for MOUZ is there. As we said, the zero-man Ravage netted them a super team fight win if they can get a big one. Absolutely will be very decisive. A Satanic now finished up, so Natsumi, he's very survivable.
Okay.
Let's see if they can bring down Crystallis.
Yeah, go for the smoke here. Obviously not an easy smoke to find something off the back of, because the Ravage and everything is up on the side of MOUZ.
And the saves that we've seen, Yamage, a couple of these hooks have bailed his teammates out of pretty bad scenarios.
See what sort of grab Yopaj can find to start things off. Leading the way.
He has to be so careful.
Be up in 2 minutes. And have eyes on Boom, but Boom needs to link up to the high ground, and even if he was to be grabbed, they're not really an easy target to start things on.
Tim's running an illusion, and their smoke broke on the side of MOUZ at the same time, so they thought that was real. Celery did show himself bottom.
Yeah, Yopaj wants to put a stop to that, but Celery's pretty speedy. Running down the river, they'll get the knockback with the Flame Break Cookie, though. I mean, Yopaj still can't get that lasso.
His team is here.
Go for it. Has to commit with the BKB, but indeed time's been bought for mid one to turn up. Yopaj has to back off with the remainder of that BKB.
Taking too long for them to catch Celery. He's being really pesky, just resetting.
Near the creep this time.
That's Yopaj's BKB. Like, that's a pretty big deal. He's not going to have it for 80 seconds for the fight, and he can't really approach the fight without BKB. He'll die super fast.
Damage. Then with the bushwhack Boom. He's ready for the jump in. Natsumi lays down the cooldown. Homing missile as well onto Yamage. Yamage, he'll fall. MOUZ pulling back a little bit. They don't want to completely commit into this fight. They'll let them just take the Pudge.
So that's Tombstone also used. BKB is on cooldown for 50. They could reset and look for the fight perhaps when the Pudge does respawn. There might be a small window.
that they've got the Arcane Rune as well on mid one ready for the next team fight.
Oh yeah, that's a big one. He's farmed a lot in these last few fights also. 8-1-7, as we said, having a pretty flawless game. He is under vision.
See if he can get that lasso. There it is. He's got the opening. Can they burst Crystallis? They can't. He's able to get the BKB and the battle trance off. TP backups coming in. Can they get over to help Crystallis in time? He's starting to heal up, but Natsumi stands his ground. This time, able to take Crystallis out.
Nice lasso from Yopaj. He actually saw the target on the north side that he could have potentially gone for. He goes for the bigger one. He finds Crystallis. 80 seconds, no troll.
They want to go
still
for a
gonna
move
smoke
without
the
him.
fight. There's no BKB on the gyro. He did use it.
Sure, and I guess obviously we still have mid one with his Arcane Rune pumping. He is going to be an absolute nightmare in the fight, especially if Boom can get the setup with the Ravage. So he's still feeling strong with the 4v5. We'll see how much Aureus respect this and expect this sort of move to come out.
Because what? BKB is back up. Lasso's about to come back up. No Flesh Golem, though. No BKB. They're looking to try to catch at least a small type of thing, but I think if the time keeps building up, they might just wait for the troll to respawn. Because Roche, it is on. It is up.
Yeah, they cannot afford, neither the team can afford to take a bad fight here around the Roche respawn.
Yeah, it's all important. This next Aegis could definitely be the decider.
Natsumi leading in onto the high ground. Yopaj ready to scout things out with the Firefly, see if he gets a grab with the lasso, but MOUZ, he'll find him. Gets the grab on a Yamich, not bad to get a free little pick before the Roshan.
They can go Roshan now.
Yamich gone for 50. I think they could definitely try. Now the question's going to be is, if you're MOUZ, do you try and run over here? You buying back on Yamich? Do you try and commit to contest this? What do you do?
I was going to say, I think they're going to buy back on Yamich and fight. They're at least going with 4 at the moment. Yamich is not going to go for that buyback. Boom. They see him.
Send the illusions in to scout things out. Nico. Try and frontline here, pushing them away, trying to give space for Natsumi to continue to finish the Roshan. It's taking a bit of time to take it out, though. Crystallis.
Nico has Ceaseless Dirge up, so it's okay if he gets killed at the start. He'll just come right back into the fight.
I mean, they're pushing them out of the pit, so Yamich won't have to buy back. Will respawn in time to be a part of this fight.
Mid one went all in. He did buy the Hex. He did also get Pyrrhic, Timeless Pyrrhic Cloak, so pretty big neutral item pickup that he's been able to grab.
So I imagine ideally is mid one looking to try and get that jump onto the Omni Knight in this fight? Like, who's the ideal Hex target?
If he can just get anything precast, but yes, it's ideally just, they have to just do it in unison, right? It's as the Ravage comes out, they have to jump all together. They've just been under vision this whole time. I can't believe they didn't deward this. It's a full duration hill ward that Scam had on the right side there. The catapults are starting to do a fair bit bottom, so they are pinging it out. It is double catapult waves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Both teams not quite bumping into each other. MOUZ just pushing in on the mid.
Both teams trying to claim the high ground. Boom. He will
MOUZ
claim it.
Yeah, they'll get it for now here. Nico. He's ready to charge in. He feels strong to try and just run in and get the info. And look for the jump. They get the last one of Crystallis. Have they got the follow-up lockdown? Ravage will come out, but the BKB is already there for both Natsumi and Yopaj. Crystallis will pop his own BKB in the battle trance as he's able to stand toe-to-toe with Natsumi. Double kill from mid one. The 2 buybacks coming out now. Nico still somehow alive, finally goes down. Natsumi, that's the BKB, he's vulnerable. Yamich jumps in with the dismember. Skem trying to bail him out with the repel, and the GA is keeping Natsumi alive. He turns, shoots down Yamich. Skem with the saves allows Natsumi to fight on through as they'll chase MOUZ out of the fight. Tims gets the pushback on the Crystallis. Boom, jumping back in, looking for the burst on Tims, but he gets Skem with the purification, keeps Tims alive. Buyback from Yamich. Aureus. That's used 2 buybacks there of Yopaj and Skem, but both of them, Skem's in particular, absolutely worth it, as it allows them to take the fight and get themselves in a position now where, yes, Boom has a dieback. He's out for 80. As Aureus, they have everyone alive.
And we're seeing the literal 1v5, right? You're seeing it from Natsumi. He did 14,000 damage in the fight. And thanks to Scam, that buyback, that save.
Scam, yeah.
Yep. Scam has to be careful with the next upcoming fight. Mid one focused him, so he did blink hex him in the backline and got him before he got his spell off. The fight last, well, he got the buyback up, he got that positioning, and now the Roche. Natsumi,
MOUZ have to
full
let this go.
butterfly also.
Yeah, but with no boom for a minute, they can't piece together a fight with the 5 of them. Sorry, the 4 of them against the 5 of Aureus. Aegis now onto Natsumi. They're ready to get aggressive now, Aureus. They're ready to punch back.
And he's got the benefit too, if he's got this butterfly now versus the troll, who was, honestly, Crystallis is falling a bit behind in terms of being able to get a next item. He's died now a couple times in a row. He wants to go for Satanic, but now he probably just has to switch to MKB. I mean, he kind of needs the Satanic though, because he's not really getting any lifesteal in the fights too, so he needs both. And with this Aegis, they can absolutely look to start pressuring here.
Oh, for sure, yeah. That's at the tier 2 top. The rest of Aureus ready to start bringing in the mid as well. Amplified damage rune.
It was the 2 buybacks you said, right? Yeah, it was Yopaj and Scam, and then also Nico's Undying, right? The Cecil Sturge that brought him back. So they essentially had like these 3 mini buybacks. MOUZ. How do they approach it versus this Aegis now? Natsumi essentially has, yeah, like 3-4 lives. Scam, gonna keep saying it. He has to be very careful. I like his next item that he's queued up. Definitely needs this Aeon Disc.
Yeah, because they're going to be doing everything in their power to find this Omni Knight.
Yep.
At the start of the fight.
And it really can't break things. And we do have to say also, this one again, it kind of was a zero-man Ravage. Not that it's Boom's fault, it's just that all the BKBs were popped, right? So it is difficult for him to get these windows because they found that angle again on the side of Aureus where they got the initiation with Yopaj. They get their BKBs off.
Let's see how confident they feel around this Aegis. Do they want to try and tease the high ground?
They're going to go for Boom with the break pledge.
Lewis was there, so Yopaj locked in position. Will still now be able to back the BKB. They're coming with the wraparound. They're in onto the 2 supports. They've got Scam. They're going to be able to bring Nico down low. The wraparound works out here for MOUZ. Natsumi, see if he can hold his own against them here. 3 versus 5. The Ravage comes in on towards Yopaj. Double kill for Crystallis. Natsumi, he's got to try and hide and hope he can get out in the trees. Tries for the TP out, but Yamich has him with the hook. Crystallis in on top of him, can stand his ground with the battle trunks. Bring Natsumi down the once. And they can definitely set up for a second time here. Natsumi with no help here left to save him. Natsumi will fall. MOUZ, they find that angle. They get in onto the 2 perfect targets, getting that jump onto both Scam and Nico.
I mean, Celery, super clutch Lotus. We can see, right, they got baited. They're like, oh yeah, we can break the tide under and go from it. Lotus, Reflect, they get stuck where they don't pull them out of the base, and they have to commit forward. That just gives this gorgeous wrap. I mean, that's like the most beautiful wraparound you could ever ask for there. Kill Scam instantly.
Yeah, Yamich had the dismember onto Nico, and Mid-One got the Hex onto Scam. You couldn't ask for more when it comes to the 2 key targets that MOUZ have to find at the start of the fight, and they find it there in that defense.
I literally picture perfect, because you were saying if the butterfly was picked up, it's not the easiest for Crystallis to go for this type of focus on the gyro, but when it's like this, when he just gets isolated, he absolutely can. That was insane. That was super cool wraparound play. And they got baited a bit, right? Yopaj, a couple of these last ones have been good, but this one was a great trap that MOUZ set.
They're going to get quite a bit from this. Down the mid, MOUZ. I'll get the full set of racks. See if they can get more. They'll start to tease with the tip. In fact, take over the jump. They get the jump onto the Scam. Go again, and Scam. They're both of them are dead.
Oh, he can't get caught like that. He has the buyback.
They don't. MOUZ ready to try and push this game to an end. Onto the tier 4. I mean, they're gonna have the 3 of them up on Aureus. But
they need Scam though.
5, can they stop this? The tier 4's falling. Boom. In position to just hold them back as the space is being made for MOUZ to beat onto the Ancient. 3 versus 5, Aureus, can they hold on? They're going to look towards Chris's Yopaj. Will get the grab onto Yamich, but straight away, Natsumi gets blown up. He'll have the BKB ready for round 2. He TP's in, desperately trying to push them back. 20 seconds until Scam's back up. 30 seconds until they'll see Nico again. They're going to be able to hold on here.
They might reach up.
MOUZ.
Mid-One's thinking.
He's straight in. Can he get the... There's the Ravi. This time it's a beautiful one. Immediately in onto all of those alive on Aureus. This game is over. This series is done. MOUZ will be moving on to the playoffs in Singapore.
Pretty explosive ending too. I mean, what a wraparound. You can see a good comeback a bit there from Aureus playing around Natsumi with this gyro, but my goodness, what a play. A Lotus to reflect the lasso, and yeah, look at the happiness. That was, whoever made that call for that wraparound and that bait, that was super smart play up top. That was a fun game.
Absolutely. Yeah, Aureus, they gave it a much better shot here in game 2, but indeed the shot calling at the end by MOUZ enough to secure this victory and take the series 2-0 here, knocking Aureus out.
Yeah, what an amazing call from MOUZ there, because this game state could have gone either way at any moment. And phenomenal performance from Natsumi, from Aureus. Unfortunately, it's not enough. MOUZ with this 2-0 here will be securing their ticket all the way to Singapore, getting to play in the indoor Singapore Stadium there at November 7th to 9th. So make sure you guys get your tickets if you want to come there. But for MOUZ, their ticket's already secured there. They know that they're going to be making it to Singapore, and what a fun game to end it on, to end your run here for Blastland 4.
Yeah, I think Aureus honestly put on a great show. I think coming into the series, they were the underdogs. MOUZ looked like the better team. They were, positioned much higher in the bracket standing, and I think that showed in these games. But I think Aureus, especially Natsumi, had a great game and really made it close. It was very, very close throughout the entire game, and I think there's nothing to be ashamed of throughout this tournament or in this game specifically.
I feel like as well for MOUZ, I'm very happy to see when a team doesn't really break their identity. I think as you progress through a tournament, you can see other people succeeding, maybe having new strategies, but it feels like MOUZ are in a very select club of teams that don't care about what other teams do. It's like, we're going to keep doing our strategies, you have to break us. Like, they had the option of so many high meta heroes in first pick. They just go back for their own Snapfire, they play it in 5, other teams playing it 4. And I think the fact that they stay true to themselves the entire time put them in such a good position to lock in their position, or placement, sorry, at Singapore.
Amazing stuff from us. I think they're proving once again that this group stage was not just, I was trying to hint that maybe they had a drafting advantage on other teams because they just have a wider hero pool and very unconventional, but I think this is a statement that, no, they can take on teams with, even if they're figured out, even if they don't have the surprise effect, they're just that good of a team that they're going to win anyway. So it is very impressive, again, for a team that is that young.
Yeah, and it felt like most of the ways in which MOUZ were winning the games outside of just the heroes they were picking up for themselves was having a really good early game, snowballing a bit more. But in this game specifically, Gwen, that wasn't the narrative, and they still come out with the win. That early game, it felt like they were a lot more lost throughout what to do, and their lanes going a little bit rough too.
Absolutely. I think this is some of the hardest they've been punished in the early game throughout the entire tournament. They got absolutely smashed. This is maybe the longest I've seen the offlaner have 0 CS in a game in like forever. They're getting chased around like crazy. Natsumi is top net worth for the entire game, and they were still able to come back. I think Boom actually had a pretty decent game, and his net worth was not bad. It was even over the Bat Riders after having such a horrific start. I think is a great sign that they're, they've proven they're able to, like Nat said, obviously play very well from ahead in snowball games, but also not be totally trampled if things are not going fully their way.
Yeah, and mid one, another phenomenal performance from him. Yeah. I think he had amazing lash. Like, he's the standout player for me. Like, from us, all of them are doing great, but it's good to see this guy in prime form because he has been known as one of the best mid laners out there, and I think he's, very rapidly climbing back up.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's so much around it with this conglomerate of players making it to Singapore, making their returns, if you want to say, as well, to Tier 1 Dota. It's a lot of fun. And the comeback in this game was so good, too. The final fight before the end felt like, obviously, very pivotal towards the win.
Yeah, and we just saw it so recently, but I feel like we want to watch it again because for MOUZ, like, they are under some pressure, right? Like, they have this window of Aureus having the tempo, right? They've got the Aegis, they've got the banner, but the fact that MOUZ identify who they need to jump. The Omni dies first, the Undying dies second. If you don't kill these heroes, there is a world where we're talking about a game 3. We're talking about the fact that Natsumi was the carry to do it, to lift them up, to get them into that position of maybe qualifying. But, you need to make that wrap around, and yeah, it's the strength of Troll v Gyrocopter. We're seeing it again here, but yeah, I just love the call here to take the fight quickly before Aureus get that kind of good development.
And on Aureus' side, this is like a classic, classic mistake. Not that it's a basic one. It's very elaborate play by MOUZ, but it's a mistake that has happened a lot, and I think for experienced players, like we fell for that many times. Mm-hmm. It's when your supports are the fight condition. It was the case in this game. We talked about how Troll counters Gyro, but Omni fixes that. So, now it's a Gyro with an Omni, and it's much more complicated. You have to kill the Omni first, and the Omni has to make sure he stays alive. So when you're pushing high ground, which it was the case, as Gyro's knocking at their base, and he has Aegis, we see the Bat, we saw in that clip the Bat jumping the base, which actually breaks the formation, because if anything happens, you're not ready to answer it. And actually, the worst case scenario happened. They were wrapping around with a smoke onto the supports, but the chaos just happened from the bad jumping, two things happening at a time. Next thing you know, Omni is dead. The game is lost.
Also, MOUZ had just good RNG, okay? They had 4 Peric Cloaks. Not saying that's why they're qualifying to Singapore, but it is probably the most busted item in the neutral of tier 4s, and they had 4 of them, and against a gyrocopter, flak going everywhere, you're returning the damage. Please, Valve, get rid of this item. I don't like it. It's really, really good.
That's T's one plea per series. That's what he's done here, all right? But with MOUZ qualifying here, let's have a look at our updated bracket. We had our Liquid Yakult series earlier, where we saw Liquid advancing into this next stage of the road to the play-ins, and then of course the Bebim team over on the B stream had theirs as well. We've concluded our MOUZ up against Aureus, but as you will see, Aurora and Navi are still going. They're actually on their game 3. If you guys would love to see that one over on B stream, but here we've got to see another team that's going to advance and lock their way to Singapore, and we are of course going to get to see Heroic up against Liquid.
Is here for Whisper. He's going to pop it, and he gets a 3-man off of it. Surprise! They'll kill 2 inside of it. Miro did have his borrowed time, where Kiritich has just been bounced around in this fight. He keeps on hitting supports, and then they keep kiting him away. They are killing Yuma, thanks to blade mail from Miro, but he still had the extra life, and Kiritich, he's just going to call it. I'm done with this game. Got the Wisdom Shrine. Now here comes the entrance. Terrorize goes out on 2. Mickey jumps in from the side, already killing Pelosin. They surround Fly inside the Wukong's command. He got off the stone gates though. He's low. He's out of mana. Gets a little bit of helper there. Nisha's gonna die. He ends up blinking in too aggressively. Gets turned around on still though. Liquid can win this fight out with a Fiend's Grip on the Medusa. About the strike on Zeal as he tries to get out. They get wiped.
Whilst we did unfortunately see the Gyro Omni not work out for Aureus, just they're a team that knows how to make it work is Heroic. Many times have they been able to not only pick up this Gyro, but also that duo in Gyro and Omni. And so being at the forefront of what feels like not so much innovation, but shaking up what is currently in the meta.
No, I mean, we talked about the teams that were, sort of pushing their own style in MOUZ, and I think Heroic definitely falls into that category. They're not afraid to do what they think is correct. They're not following the meta. They play the heroes they like. No one else is playing Omni Knight or Baden 5, and they're pulling it out in games they think are correct. Davai and Whisper have very specific hero pools, flexing Enigma to multiple roles, and not in the case of necessity like with Yakult, but just choosing to do it for, because they think it's a good game for it. I think that's, been a big key to their success and why they've been so, honestly, dominant this tournament so far.
Heroic fan, reporting in. So
I like in every matchup, Seb's like, yep, I'm a fan.
I really enjoy watching the team right now. I think they're bringing great dots to the table. They're aggressive, they're daring, which is what I like about this game, and they're creative. So what else do you want, at this point? You're getting everything. They're a very strong team, and they also have a lot of momentum. Like they've played they won 5 of their last 6 games, and the game that they lost, like it was against Spirit, it was this Rapier TA. It got really, really close, way too close for comfort for Spirit. So this is a team that is like just feeling it right now. They're vibing, and I think it's also these are players that get even stronger when there's such this like forward-going mentality and positive energy. So Liquid is a very, very tough job for today.
But you say, what more can you want? From Heroic, I want a better laning phase, because even though they're creating these like epic moments the mid to late game, they're buying the Rapiers, they have the confidence. I was looking at their last 8 games. They've only had a net worth lead in 2 of them. Out of the other 6, they've just been down. And I'm talking 15 minutes into the game, they're down 6,500 gold against Na'Vi, nearly 6,000 gold against Liquid, Falcons down 5,000 gold. Sure, we've had some epic comebacks in some of them, but the fact that they are reliably losing the early game on the majority of their games is a slight red flag where maybe Liquid can exploit that with certain heroes.
It's a strategy.
That's where the
gold
aggression comes in.
Like it's the same for me when I'm feeding. I'm just pretending, and then I know I'm getting the gold back. It's just a comeback mechanic. It's a strategy.
Okay.
Basic mistake. They're doing fine.
Yeah.
So totally.
I can't argue
take
with
it from the fan of Seb there.
That's what a fan sounds like.
I feel like when you have that jigsaw puzzle and it feels like things aren't really working, a key piece for them that is slotting in right now is, of course, their carry player, Yuma.
The winning the previous online tournament, boss, all right? Do you feel like it added any extra expectations coming into this Blast Slam?
Not really. I think one of the talks we had as a team since the start, since the beginning, even though that tournament we took it more as like scrims kinda, because we had just gotten here, took it more relaxed, let's say. we tried, like we had a lot of talks about expectations and all of this, and to be honest, it's better not to have any, because you play, let's say you play with less pressure, right? Because like if you're like, oh, we won last tournament, now we're supposed to do good, it gets in your head, and then it's a snowball of bad things, I think.
You are a very strong player, but I feel like recently you've kind of like leveled up to being able to kind of like control the games, to make the games kind of like the Yuma victory, right? There's been like epic moments with Gyrocopter. Like, what do you feel you've changed to be able to have these moments?
What do I think I've changed? I think I just started focusing way more on myself and on my own gameplay, and I don't know, like, yeah, I think it was after Riyadh that we had a rough tournament, and I thought, like, I don't know, like I was not entirely happy with my own performance, and I just started looking inwards, let's say. Yeah.
Is there anything specific that you didn't enjoy about your gameplay? If you're able to share that, of course.
I mean, I think I was, you could say, inconsistent. I think that I've always been a bit more on the active side, but I think that sometimes I would be too active and it would hurt. It would hurt my own game. Sometimes it happens here and there. Like, I think against Aurora on the Pudge game, it happened a bit, but let's say that now I'm more aware of it and I can like control it while in the game.
I like it. A little bit of introspective interview there. Something that we haven't really gotten before, T, so thank you.
Yep, trying it first, maybe last, but yeah, no, I think Yuma gave some good insight. I think the answer about him being too aggressive might tie into the early game as well. Like if he's running around the map trying to do stuff, one mistake from a carry can kind of break open the game for the opponent to punish for a good window.
Yeah, but I also think that aggression is so key in what is able to bring a game back. Because when you're behind, Quinn, as a carrier, as players, you kind of just want to sit there and you kind of just want to be like, I want to farm up. But Heroic take that other way. When teams aren't expecting it, they really bring it to them. And that's also something Liquid are somewhat able to do.
Yeah, I think that is one of Heroic's strongest points, is their ability to not be scared and not play too passive whenever they're behind, like you said. That they continue to bring that aggression, and even if, you know, they try something once and it goes poorly, if they think it's still a good move to make, they will run it back and do it again. There are a bunch of clips of them doing this where, you know, we could see this moment here where they try to make this move mid and gank the Slaughter. It goes horribly wrong. They mess up spells, they overcommit, they misread the situation, they both die. It's a disaster. But that doesn't deter them because they understand that they are strong here. This is a misexecution, and they come back and they bring numbers, and they end up winning this fight in a pretty major way and pulling the game back. And I think that is something that they do very well. That while we've seen Liquid have some back and forth in games, I think their ability to recover once the game has gone awry has not been quite the same as Heroic, and I think it's an advantage that Heroic has. We've seen in some of Liquid's games where they'll be ahead, the game will be pretty good, and then at some point it will stagnate a little bit, they'll lose a small fight, and then things will crumble from there. And I think you can see it here that Liquid is, while they've improved a lot throughout this tournament, I think they're still not quite on the same page, and you have moments like this where they've been winning the entire game, and then suddenly things stagnate a little bit, and it's just not on the same page, and they're trying some fight that maybe they shouldn't be taking, and the game can crumble. And I think you don't see this from Heroic. I think you see a little bit more cohesion and a little bit more just being on the same page about committing to plays or not committing to plays. And so I think when you consider the two teams, I think Heroic has this slight edge in this way.
Yes, I fully agree with Quinn.
Fully agree with Quinn. Okay.
No, I do. I share. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
Yeah, it's good job, man.
We saw Liquid playing. It's too wholesome, all right? Shut up, guys. We've seen Liquid playing.
Wow.
We saw Liquid playing earlier today, all right? And they got to win their best of 3. Yes, it did go all 3 games, but they won their best of 3 up against Yakult. And there were very hit and miss moments. Something that was just so hit, though, was them being able to get their hands on the Lycan. That game number 1, it just was an absolute blowout. It felt like this old Liquid. It felt like a Liquid that had the synergy, knew where to go, and had direction on the map. They didn't have that lull, that plateau at all.
No, and I think on top of that, like that first series, obviously it was a collective effort and everyone played really well. But to me, the standout player was Ace. I think he was absolutely, you know, he played an awesome like in game 1. The Brood was even better in game 3. And I mean, there's a reason for why this player has been that successful, Quinn would know a lot about it. And he's a player that you just can't ignore when you play against him. He has these heroes and the strategies that can revolve around. Like typically this Lycan is a hero that, you know, it was first pick, they try to stop it and they couldn't, and this leads into, it also enables, you know, with the Axe Lycan, when you click it on hero like a Monkey King, I think also Mickey, Liquid is the kind of team that like to strategize. So I think Mickey will be a carry player that will, at some point, you know, build synergy with Ace, try to understand what he wants to do and how he wants to do it, and also like, you know, make it even better. So this Monkey going for the Deso first item, and kind of, you kind of see the timing synergize towards this point where they both hit critical mass. The Monkey has items to use the Lycan Axe, and it becomes just, the game just breaks at a point. And I think it only happens when teams are theory crafting together and you know, helping each other understand how they want to play, which items they want to buy and why, and what do they see most importantly in these items. And this is what Liquid, I think, showed earlier today, which honestly is a very, very good sign, and will probably mean that they will bring the heat to Heroic.
But I'm actually kind of scared in that regard though, because we've just seen how Lycan was so dominant, and they're not going to get their hands on Lycan. I have no idea why Yakult gave them Lycan. Like, every team's banning out this hero in, you know, in normal drafts, and I feel as much as it's been a great concept, they need to find that next playbook, that next strategy. And they've been utilizing Queen of Pain from Nisha in the mid lane, but then Ace hasn't really found his hero to kind of fix that problem. When Lycan's not in play, it's like, sure, there's a Broodmother in the last pick, but I'm really looking at Liquid to find something. And again, I don't have the answers yet. I still need to wait for the draft, but I'm anticipating it.
Yeah. Oh, are there any heroes that when Liquid have opened up with, you're like, this is a great building block, this is fantastic foundation for them? Or is that also still something that you're like, well, we'll see. It's more down to like the later parts of the draft that feel good for Liquid.
I mean, I think on the core department, it's not that battened down. I think you know, we see some heroes here that they've picked here and there, but there isn't something that we're seeing every game super consistently. You know, this puck is something they've had as a massive building block in the past, but it's banned a lot these days where they opt to pass on it sometimes. And so while I think they have some options going, there's a little bit of variance there, whereas when you watch a Heroic draft, it feels like, okay, they're going to pick the Whisper Queen, or they're going to pick his Lesh, they're going to pick Enigmas, things like this that are more you know, sort of stock standard for Heroic, whereas it seems like Liquid has a little bit more variance for better or for worse.
I just really want to see the Mirana personally. I feel like Tofu's Mirana has been able to activate a lot of the fight, utilizing Moonlight Shadow to get into different places. So for me on that list, Mirana, I could even see it being like first phase picked when you're like really doing like the mini meta between two teams.
Yeah. Felt like there was a little bit of overlap, Seb, in that graphic where it's like, oh, some of these actually could also be Heroic heroes too.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, some of them for sure are going to be contested. At the same time, I do think that Heroic have a little bit more of a wider pool, not in the sense of what they can play and what Liquid would not be able to play, but they have committed like to heroes and they have made them work and built a system around it. I think for Liquid, it's a little bit more restrictive for now. It's probably getting better game after game, and these are, you know, tier 1 players, so just maybe just talking about like a draft or an idea, they could just be able to execute it after. So these things are meant to change. I'm not as convinced as how much Liquid actually utilizes first pick. I think they're still figuring things out, and they're pretty good at like reacting. So to me, I'm mostly looking at what happens in the middle of the draft and the later stages.
Yeah. Well, Liquid having already played earlier today, they won their first best of 3, but they're not secured for Singapore by any means. All that stands between them is another best of 3 and Heroic.
How do you feel going into the matchup against Liquid?
I'm feeling good. I think, I mean, they're a good team. We'll just try and play our best. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, they're a fun team. It'll be fun playing them. Who will win? I don't know. Hopefully we will win. So I qualify.
It felt like two very different vibes coming into this best of 3, where Yuma, calm, oh, we're gonna try our best, we'll see, no expectations, he doesn't want to raise anyone's hopes, including himself. Boxy, on the other hand, well, he's at least given us the expectation that this is going to be a fun series for Liquid to play and hopefully for us to get to watch too.
We are seeing two different players though, right? One that it has found the top success of an Aegis, while one has not, right? So I feel like for Yuma, he's keeping himself grounded. They did win an online tournament, but I think you can't get too carried away. And once you've won an Aegis, you kind of have the freedom to be a little bit more, flippant and enjoyable in the moment, right? So I can see why Yuma is so reserved compared to the likes of Boxy.
I wouldn't say I felt like an overwhelming amount of energy in the qualifier. I thought it was like a little bit in between.
Yeah.
Maybe that's his way of showing it.
We're meant to make it sound better.
I've seen a little bit more enthusiasm in the past, like it has happened at least. So, I think both teams are kind of keeping their head down right now, and for good reasons. I think Liquid, they don't want to get ahead of themselves. Sure, they won a best of 3, and they did start in the last chance. Like technically they were one of the worst teams of the group stage, and I think they know that. We had the Mickey interview earlier that was saying, he was pretty real about it. He's like, things are a bit tough right now, and we're figuring things out. So let's see where this gets us.
And they understand that Heroic are coming into this with a 7-4 scoreline for a reason. They've been underestimated before. They're able to come back at a deficit of, what was it, a 6K net worth deficit at 15 minutes. So there are so many ways to potentially overlook Heroic, and they understand you got to keep yourself a little bit level-headed here. And with a Game 1 draft, we'll see exactly where their heads are. Nagasarian being banned out from Liquid and Nature's Prophet on the side of Heroic there. So maybe going back to form of some stock standard meta bans compared to our previous series.
And you mentioned like they were 7-4. Like 5 of these 7 wins were in the last 6 matches. Like this team has barely lost anything in the last 6 matches, so they're coming with crazy momentum and a lot of confidence in what they've been doing.
No, absolutely, and I'm curious to see if what path they choose to take and how this first phase goes, because we've seen Heroic pretty consistent on these Queens and Leshracs first phase. They haven't honestly really deviated too much from that. I can't even think of other stuff they've first picked, to be honest. So I'm curious to see if Liquid gives those things, what their response is, and how this pans out.
One thing to mention, I was just gonna jump on quickly the Huskar, is like, this is for once a hero that I believe is absolutely not open for Heroic. This is a team that does not play Huskar.
Yeah, they will not play.
So out of the equation, which will maybe give Liquid a little bit of a drafting edge.
But
But
they know the Enigma Husker matchup now in mid, and we know a team that loves to play mid Enigma.
They can punish it, for sure.
So that's also maybe Husker isn't actually as free for Liquid.
It's been banned out, so okay.
See, that's how aware they are of it.
So aware.
Good ban. Honestly, good ban. It's a very hard hero. Like, there's very few things that counter Enigma offlane. It's already a headache. And now if you also have to factor in the fact that he can go mid, it's, even more annoying.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, though, for Heroic, even though they are a strong Lycan team themselves, they still ban it out when they're first pick. They don't like the idea of first pick Lycan, unlike, let's say, Liquid in the previous series where they did it themselves. So Heroic kind of showing a bit more information for other teams in the future that they have to kind of use a ban against themselves. And of course, the Gyrocopter, we've seen Yuma dominate on it from the first pick. They always will craft a strategy to put Yuma on this pedestal to be the center of the game. And we've been mentioning Queen of Pain for some time now. It is no surprise Liquid take it.
And that is like this Gyro pick is good twice. It's good just because they had success and it's a strong hero, we've mentioned that, but it also blocks the Timber, which Heroic will threaten in the second phase. So now Liquid also need to kind of, I'm quoting the word, but waste their ban on Timber. So it hurts them twice.
Yeah.
Will the Queen of Pain look for the Blade Mail build because you see Gyrocopter just trying to go into the middle of the fight and threaten Yuma before he gets to BKB Satanic later on?
It's definitely possible depending on the other heroes. I like these last two first phase bans from Liquid. We haven't seen teams take this route yet, but I think Heroic has a couple of flex heroes that are very caustic with a lot of unit summons like that, and they decide they're going to ban both of them. So they ban both their flex heroes that are also happen to be summons heroes. Heroic does take Gyrocopter, which is just a carry, so I'm curious to see what core Heroic chooses to take next phase, because in a lot of games, they have that flex hero, that early pick for Whisper, and there's no Queen for them to take. Picking Lesh into Queen is nonsense, so I wonder what that option ends up being.
And if you're Liquid, like, what do? Do you ban the Omni that goes with the Gyro, which is their strategy? Do you ban the Timber? Like, and you have only one ban. Like, there's like a big choice to make. It's not an easy one.
It also depends if they're already thinking about their supports right now during this ban, because against Gyrocopter, you always like to have some type of control during that BKB, prevent him from standing his ground. Like a Tusk can do that really nicely, or even the Mirana that we've been talking about. You go for the Moonlight Shadow, have the evasion when you get the Talon. There's ways to try and play around the flat cannon and the big clutch moments through the support duo.
Yeah, I mean, there's still that Bane, the Yakult ban, I think all 3 games, and is quite good against Gyro in a few different ways. They do respect ban that Omni
I was going to
Knight.
say the Omni. I mean, they literally just saw it. Heroic have won with it too.
The only issue with that is that now the Timber's through the pool and the Gyro is not available for grabs. So I hope that Liquid did not lose track of that. I doubt they did. I think they're an amazing drafting team. And the one thing with Liquid is that they have a lot of experience in drafting in these best of 3, best of 5, which is really where you learn, you know, the subtleness of drafting. So this is a team that's going to be very hard to out-draft anyway. So I think that right now they're going to choose a hero that obviously fits the game, but also prepares for the Timber that might be coming from Heroic.
But that's where the Bane that Quinn was mentioning, based on the lockdown of the Gyrocopter for BKB, through the points that Quinn was making, like this could be the pick here to fix it all. Instead, they go for Dark Willow.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think there are some worries oftentimes about the laning against Gyrocopter, because the hero is. I mean, that's why they're able to first pick it like this. The laning is incredibly stupid. You can either play aggressive or you can spam up the lane with flat cannon and spam pulls, and there's really no counter to that, to be honest. So Gyrocopter will pretty much always have a good lane. And Willow is a hero that can play the lane pretty well because you can just dodge all the flat hits and avoid that kill threat. So his option of playing for kill threat is sort of off the table, so then it becomes much less about the spam and more about the farming and the pulling. So I think it was something we prioritized in the past against Gyrocopter, having that solid lane against it, because he's such a lane and early game dominant hero that if you can shut that down some, then the power of the hero decreases quite a bit.
Because one thing to understand about that is that obviously, you know, you would think, yeah, maybe just pick melee heroes against Gyro and stuff, but it's not that simple, because when you commit to melee force, it also restricts the amount of mid heroes you can play. And typically a co-op, or like you have to kind of factor in, because Dota is a lot about what happens in the first 7 minutes of the game. So what happens about the water rune, the river fights, the power runes. So, you know, thinking about the synergy you have between your support and your mid matters a lot. So you don't want to be like this. Gyro could have a butterfly effect on the heroes that you pick, because they might not fit what you want to have at the end of the game.
We've seen both teams as well also collapse onto a lane with 4 or 5 heroes trying to take those objectives that you're mentioning. And at the moment, both lineups have that ability to take that really early fight. So we could be seeing a lot of early clashes between these 2 lineups.
I think the best way for Heroic right now is if they can pick 2 support somehow and then just surprise Liquid with a Timber 18 or no Timber on 18. It's gonna, like, they can create a very deadly trap. Okay, they actually commit for the Night Stalker, which this is very surprising. Like, could this? Why would you commit to a Night Stalker position 3, or is it flex in any way? Like, could it be a position 4 Night Stalker or support Night Stalker?
I doubt it's support Night Stalker, to be honest. I mean, so there was like, at one of the prior Blast Slams, there was this drafting idea that popped up where when you're first pick, you pick a first pick core, and then you pick a core on 14, 15, and you pick a core on 18, because there was some abuse of force happening where if you picked range 4s, then they would respond with Chen or a couple other heroes that were really abusive of range 4s. So you wanted to leave that option open to pick your last support on 23, because it's hard to ban in that spot for support, and so you'd leave it open. And so that may be something they're working on, because Heroic does this very consistently, right? They first pick a hero, and they always pick a core 14, 15. They're not saving cores for 23, so they clearly have some idea about this.
Yeah, and Night Stalker is strong enough that you can play some difficult lanes because you start at nighttime. You then can buy like earlier boots, kind of just play for that. And then it also activates Gyrocopter in the very early fights. When you pop the nighttime, you have that flying vision, Gyrocopter again with the flak. It just gives a lot of purpose to converting on damage. And the heroes, like, you know, Queen of Pain, Willow, they do not want to play into Night Stalker. I hope that we get to see like a really early BKB on him. Playing into Disruptor Willow, you're going to get controlled up. And of course, Ace goes for a little bit of a comfort hero there with the Underlord.
Yeah, it's great against Gyrocopter. As long as you can get out the lane and you don't like die a million times to Rocket Barrage. Underlord farms super fast, especially with this treads. You can push out the lane and farm the back camps over and over again, and you get to this Crimson and Pipe. And we've talked about a bunch of times with how much Gyrocopter there's been about how he's a spread damage hero. He's someone on the low damage end, and Underlord is the king of damage mitigation. So until you get to that sort of rapier tier territory, it can be a big problem.
Underlord, amazing hero versus Night Stalker also, in the sense that Night Stalker relies on, you know, clicking Night and forcing you to disengage, to not stand your ground. And he, you know, he kind of excels when you're just running away, and he can, you know, in and out and decide, find your supports, you know, break your formation essentially. And Underlord does exactly the opposite. It's like, I'm gonna click the auras, I'm gonna click the Pit of Malice, and we're just gonna stand our ground. And then it becomes like a head-to-head team fight between Night Stalker and Underlord that always favors Underlord.
We've seen some of the replays though earlier in the show that Liquid's positioning in the mid to late game isn't as polished as it can be at the moment. So that could be something Heroic are able to punish, because you know, you don't fix that overnight. That's a thing that you need to really build up as a team over, you know, a couple tournaments.
I think if you're a Heroic fan, you're really hoping they ban Templar Assassin here. It is classic counter to Night Stalker, Puck, and it has a pretty good matchup against Gyrocopter. I think it would be quite good for Heroic here. While Puck is very good against Queen, one of the best heroes, the lane is not dominant for Puck. The lane is actually quite drawish, and Queen can even win the lane with some superb play. And on top of that, I think Queen with the auras, with, you know, this pipe coming in and some backup spells, Heroic has a lot of magic damage and a lot of sort of slower damage. So if you blink in with a Blade Mail and you've got this pipe behind you, you can actually tank a lot of damage and in some ways play in a weird way well against Heroic's lineup if your early game is good.
And a beautiful ban from Liquid though. With the Rubik, you need a position 4 on Heroic. You have Underlord, both Pit and Firestorm are OP on Rubik. You literally just cannot play their game. You're just giving Rubik just excellent spell to steal. So yeah, very nice ban there.
The heroes like that Mick is going to be looking at most likely are going to be Monkey and TA. I think they both, I mean, obviously he's very known for these heroes and they are actually very good, like both are really good in this game. I'm a little bit surprised about the DK pick. It's a good, like the DK ban, sorry, from Heroic. It's a good ban. I just wonder if it deserves to go higher in priority compared to the Monkey or the TA. We'll have to see. It also depends on when they're planning to last pick, obviously, which is an information we do not have. So it might kind of explain itself.
Is it too weak to go for like a Nyx Assassin on a Heroic, or do you want to see like a ranged 4? I'm assuming maybe KJ can be taking the Hoodwink, because they need to pick a support last, right? Like, do you want to have more fight pressure, or do you want to have more kind of lane pressure? Ranged here would be the lane pressure.
I think I don't like it, because this Night Stalker really, unless you're playing some Night Stalker with the other facet, this Night Stalker really needs a head start on the lane, because then daytime happens. So if you're going to grief him the first 5 minutes into daytime, the guy literally does not play the game. So I love Nyx for the game. I think it's like very, very risky. Yeah. Unless you're thinking of some Nyx 5 tech, but...
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think they will... I don't know if there's some support they necessarily need. I mean, the Omni Knight, funnily enough, would have been really cool here if it wasn't banned. So, you know, heads up on Liquid for banning that. Because I think there are a lot of things against Gyrocopter here. There's a lot of stuff that's good against immobile heroes at Blobby Boys. And the Omni Knight is gone. It's quite... It's an okay. I mean, they could look for a bad, and it's not great against Underlord.
I'm just gonna say one thing. I think KJ has been a Gyro 5 player. I kind of suspect them to.
Sure.
I think they should flex the Gyro. Just play Gyro 5 and pick the Ursa or whatever you think is the best pick here. Honestly, now that I think about it, this guy is actually, he's played Gyro so much in last seasons. It's not very good, but we've seen the flexes on Mars, on Axe. Like, it's not so much about how good it is on 5, but more like what are you getting in return.
What if we're overcomplicating it and it's just a casual Jakiro for KJ to play a strong lane to try and chase down the Underlord, and then you force him to play comeback and then pivot elsewhere?
It's possible, but I'm just looking at this Underlord. Once he gets Crimson and Pipe, the game is kind of over. Like, honestly, like they actually just don't have any damage.
Yeah.
Like, they need to snowball so hard, and this Shadow is just not... And we don't even see the carry matchup, so it's gonna get worse. I would like to see a pivot, personally.
There's a TA ban. I think it would have been very difficult for Heroic to beat that hero, so keeping the game closer. While the Monkey King is still definitely an option, I think Night Stalker versus Monkey King has some... Like, it's not quite as cut and dry, because you can press this flying and just sort of flap around. Like, it's not easy for Monkey to get stacks against you. There's the Pugnant that mentioned earlier, and it is very good against Queen of Pain and also these supports on these rune fights. You put this ward down, and those heroes are not casting spells. It all does like 150 damage each. Their spells are very high mana cost. So if Puck was worried about some supports coming and fighting runes before, she's not worried now, because if Pugnant's there, then no fight is happening.
It also helps with a bit of that map progression. When you get a pick off, you can start chipping down the tower, get additional gold. You're talking about how Gyrocopter needs to get online. If you take a tier 1, tier 2, that's going to be all the small accelerants required for Yuma to feel like he can, out-damage the auras of Underlord.
So what do you decide to play if you're Mickey here? Do you go for the monkey, or do you see something else that fits their lineup better? I could even dig like a Luna, these kind of heroes, like the group up. I think this Underlord is not addressed. I think it's very disrespected by Heroic. And
Sven.
Okay, they go for. I like that. This is like even more tankiness. It brings the damage that they lack. Now, on top of the auras that the Underlord is going to build, they're going to have the Warcry buff, which means the support are also going to be able to survive through the fight. I think Heroic might have gotten undrafted. That is my 2 cents. I think, Ace Underlord has won many games for a reason, and this is like one of the best one I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is a great Underlord game, and I think Sven is also a hero that has pretty good matchup against Puck, so they didn't have that blink stun before, that easy kill threat on Puck, and now they have that, so they've got the silence, they've got the root, they have some potential Yules into spells, they have a lot more options to kill this Puck, and they also have this infinite wellspring of damage. Well, I don't know if Heroic has that same option.
There's this like 20 to 30 minute window of the game where Liquid just feels unkillable. Of course, when you get past that, then we see Gyrocopter bring his 4th or 5th item to the game. Maybe this is the game where Yuma takes a page out of Parker's book back in the day, and you go for a really early Rapier to get an Aegis, and you just play on the confidence of this is my game, don't get to your auras. But I've only ever seen that from one player. Again, ex-Heroic player, but I don't know if Yuma has the same read for that. It might be the game for it.
He's done it twice, this tournament. I think he's the, like you talk about the Parker legacy, like this is like he is a Parker disciple in that aspect for sure. He is the Rapier buyer, so if it comes down to that, hopefully he will do it. Because if he doesn't, I think it's Rapier or game 2, or loss. That's the way I see it. Like drafting wise, obviously the game is much more complicated, and luckily for us, a lot of chaos is going to happen. It's gonna take bold decisions.
But Boxy promised us that would be fun in this series, and it feels like that's already coming to fruition just in game number 1 draft here. But this Gyro, it was their opening pick. Will it be Heroic's win condition? Liquid have done their best to try and answer it, and let's see what our answers are gonna be for game 1.
Here we go, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into our next best of 3 of the day. A Liquid up against Heroic. Fogged.
A treat.
Talk to me about these two teams. They're sort of, what sort of your feelings have been watching them play up until this point, and how are they going to match up against each other with these two lineups?
Heroic, obviously super exciting, very aggressive team. I've been really enjoying this, Whisper in the mid lane. Devi bringing a nice, this kind of like sacrificial play, bringing this nice roundup to the team that they kind of lack, because they do have some, some kind of greedy things, of course, with Schofield doing his craziness a lot of times. But yeah, they've been super strong. In most of their drafts, you can see a clear direction that they want, that they always have a clear direction to be able to win the game, right? This one, they have a win condition. Potentially, maybe it will be something like that Rapier. But yeah, a very, very cool draft that they round up with the Pugna as that last pick to be able to mitigate some damage. Liquid, a really strong draft, let's be honest, right? They have the Warcry, they have a lot of damage mitigation that's going to be coming from that, plus the Underlord, and just overall well-rounded draft. So let's see if they can execute it, because Heroic, they've looked quite a bit better than Liquid.
They have. A lot more reliable, right? Liquid, they have had some highs, but they've definitely had some lows. See which they come up with here today. Obviously where it has the most, the Bushwhack. It's going to catch on to Mickey. Will turn with the stun. They'll drop a blood grenade down onto Mickey. Another blast to come in, but will be dodged, so Mickey survives. Not quite enough there from Heroic to take him down.
Was that... I mean, actually, you know what? Maybe we'll need a replay for it, but I think the Bushwhack was thrown and Devi planted a tree for it. Did he not? Was that not the Night Stalker who put the tree down for it?
Looking at the adventure, I think you're right, yeah.
Right? Because there was, I think it was going to miss, and he put a tree and it got instantly cut.
We'll probably be able to get a replay of that, yeah.
Like a little small thing, but that was that's really, I've never seen people do that in unison between the two offlaners. So that's something cool to point out if they're going to try stuff like that later. But we've seen a lot of players very good with the Quelling Blade. People are cutting trees. They're preventing a lot of these stuns, and they're going to get this very successful block versus the Sven. So it's going to be under his tower.
Yeah, okay. Of course. The walk back to base. TP's back out. But will have to deal with the fact that first wave shoved underneath the tower.
Yeah, this Ace pick, right? They mentioned it. It's a classic Ace hero. the Auras, if he's able to get them at a decent point in this game, it does feel like it's going to be very problematic for Heroic to fight into in the mid game. If he does get the pipe with Crimson, there can be damage issues.
Bottom. Bit of harassment there again. Scofield getting the two-man bushwhack. In terms of regen, though, they are prepared. Okay, still have plenty of tangos for the lane. So, definitely ready to be poked by both Scofield and Devi down here.
This is the fun lane to watch, for sure. They're going to try to pressure as much as they can. That's why they have Scofield on this Hoodwink, of course, to be able to go for this type of play. They didn't want to pick something so passive with the Night Stalker, so they pair this together and they put the Pugna as a 5. Can definitely put a fair bit of pressure onto Mickey.
How much of expectations from the mid lane? Here with Whisper and Nisha going head-to-head on some classics here, the Pug versus the Quap.
From what we've seen recently, Whisper's been a bit better, but Scofield.
Still got a bushwhack to play with. Gets it out onto the two of them, but he's kind of stuck in this position. Maybe they can bring down Token first. They're trying. We'll see who goes down first. It's go for Pods the Fairy Fire. And Heroic, with that, will be able to get the first blood. Mickey, he's not actually going to be even able to finish off Scofield. So Scofield survives. Nice little move there around that little pond area and getting off these bushwhacks countless times. I mean, already I think he's hit about sort of 3 two-man bushwhacks here. He's being quite annoying already, as we've come to expect to see from Scofield with his playstyle.
That was absolutely insane little gameplay there from Scofield. Playing and then dancing around that little stump, whatever you want to call it, that little cliff thing. That was actually really, really nice. So the mid matchup, I was saying, Whisper's had a bit of an edge overall from what we've seen in terms of gameplay, but it's Nisha, right? So Nisha can just pop off sometimes, get back to his usual form. And this, like Quinn was saying, this is one of those lane matchups that can get co-op favored if there's a bit of a mess up from the puck. Ooh, misses the money creep, Whisper.
Definitely so far so good from Nisha on the first few waves.
Lotus fight. KJ, he's already got the ward down, so it looks like he'll be able to get this one up top. A very difficult lane to pressure, but at the same time, Ace should be able to get his own trade farm out of this because he's got this great base damage versus the Gyrocopter. But Yuma should be able to get a fair bit up here.
And in terms of that top lane, were you happy to see the Pugna come through for King Jungles as the final pick?
Yeah, I can never really say I'm upset about seeing a Pugna, actually. This hero just feels good in almost every game. Yuma will be just fine. Unless they did want to do what Seb was talking about fully switching things up and picking a bit different carry. I like this hero almost always, right? I feel like there's very few games that it's a bad pick for a Pugna. Actually gets him there.
Yeah, okay. All right, easy one there for King Jungles.
I didn't think he'd have to reach, but my goodness, actually, it's able to hit him that last attack.
I think Boxy didn't think they'd have to reach either, but yeah, they get him. Boxy goes down.
Ace takes quite a bit of damage here. There's a lot of damage between these two, with the Pugna being off to a good start. Level 2 Blast is online. Ace,
he's trading a lot of damage into them King Jungles.
Yeah, he's owning. Honestly, this hero tends to dish out one of the highest damage, if not the highest, in laning phase, almost always, compared to everybody else, who's just the constant harass.
On lane.
Got him, Mickey.
I mean, they're just going to be able to take him out underneath his own tower.
They're owning.
They're getting both of these side lanes, getting these kills. And so situations where I think, you know, Liquid, they don't expect to be losing heroes like that. I mean, underneath his own tower there, Mickey, they couldn't keep him alive.
This might be one of the fastest Helmet Dominator Night Stalkers we see. Honestly, this is super fast that he's going to have it done. Into a Sven and a Disruptor. Like, Disruptor sometimes can be a bit of a difficult hero to lane against just from constant harassment, but Devi is going to have it at record time here. And we do have to mention always, right, Liquid, we talked about timings and about all these auras and all that. They do have Disruptor. Playing from behind with Disruptor can be pretty problematic.
Oh, for sure, yeah, this safe lane already off to a little bit of a slower start than they would hope for, Liquid.
Yeah. And Tofu. A hero that can really get hunted in this game, especially versus this Night Stalker and Puck. Jumping into the back line is definitely something Heroic has access to quite easily this game.
Your nightmare continues.
Mid lane. Whisper He's really been able to sort of catch back up to Nisha. You know, not that much of a gap anymore between the two of them. 34 and 5, 29 and 4.
He's got the coil available too, and Nisha's getting out harassed. That's the thing about this lane, right? Puck just has infinite sustain. Quaps eventually does start to run dry. Sure, he has Raindrop to block some damage, but Puck just walks into tower, clicks phase shift, and just restores. So Whisper doing a fantastic job of, out regenning, and now catching completely back up versus Nisha.
Both teams bringing the supports in mid will allow Heroic to maintain control of the power rune. Schofield grabs that, so no chance for Nisha to that refill. It's a bit of a chase down onto King Jungles. Should have him here. I mean, he's got the Decrepify to buy some time, but the Shadow Realm hit will come in. King Jungle's able to finish the job. Can Yuma get the trade? Looks like he can with the Rocket Barrage rundown, so sure, they lose King Jungles, but you know what? Sets up a kill for his carry.
Yep, KJ will take that all day.
On bottom. Again, trying to get this aggression right up underneath the tier 1. Not enough this time to kill off Tofu.
Devi is going to be a big problem, the fact that he got this type of start. He's very, very good in this game versus kind of everybody in a way, right? Sure, the Sven later on is great versus him, but great versus Quap, great versus 4 of the heroes. And he's not going to be able to get pushed out of this lane unless there's a rotation. He's just way too tanky with this Dominator this early. And Yuma's free farming. It's Mickey feeling this pressure for sure at the start here.
They're going to bring Boxy down bottom because they do indeed want to try and do something about Devi having this very strong start. Not easy for them to get a catch on him though, and Devi's playing very, very safe.
I was going to say, even as the 3 of them, some limited damage at the moment.
And maybe they can punish Schofield if Schofield gets a little greedy. Catch him with the root, the brambles, but still not easy for Tofu Root to really get in range for a glimpse back. So Schofield's going to be able to get away with this.
And it's super smart the way he's playing. So Devi is like, he's kind of there, right? He has his Dominator creep, so it's like a hero essentially at this point in the game that Schofield can play to just soak experience from while Devi was just jungling. So that was a clever little move there.
And with that as well, I mean, it comes around that 8-minute power rune, so obviously Liquid with the supports down on the bottom, they couldn't do anything about. Now Whisper just getting the chance to freely take the Invis rune hit around the mid.
Very heads-up stuff in Heroics. Their supports can, they can hit buildings pretty easily. Like looking at mid, Whisper's been poking it. KJ now in the area. It's at 1/3 HP already. The supports probably have to stick around here on Liquid now.
Can Boxy Tofu actually get the catch?
Whisper.
The Bramble. Able to jump out with the Orb of the Waning Rift. He's far enough to not get caught by any sort of glimpse.
Whisper. A very tough hero to go for here. And now Yuma, since they see an opportunity to go for bottom pressure, I believe Nightstalker ult is at the ready. Soon nighttime. Yuma's looking for a move, and Mickey does have to be a bit cautious how he shows here. He's only level 5.
He should be aware, because they did hit this with the scan. And yeah, now Yuma's showing. Yeah, Heroic figure that, you know, Liquid know this is up, so they'll just settle for the tower push.
Oh, and Mickey's level 5. Yuma is approaching level 8 already. So the momentum that they can definitely gain right now on Heroic is pretty massive. They take buildings good. It's about to be first nighttime. They have Nightstalker. Nothing concerns for Liquid. We'll see if Ace can start to bring things together because he's having this good start. We see he's got his Vanguard picked up. He's got the point saved to join into things, but so far, Heroic is very comfortable.
Because Devi with this sort of start, right? Sure, the cores of Liquid are pretty beefy, but the 2 supports, they're not going to have a fun time, right, if a stacked Nightstalker turns up to the fight.
Their literal food. Willow at least has something that he could do to play around it, but yeah. Really smart stuff. And earlier, we did see an Obs Ward that was actually placed inside of the Sentry, Obs Ward inside of the Ancient Camp from KJ. That's why he died earlier. It hasn't been dewarded.
10-minute power rune. It's going to be top, Boxy. I'll just take that away from Heroic getting their hands on it again.
And if I can farm. He's got what? He's got phase boots. He's queuing up that BKB next. The 3 cores are looking real solid. Liquid, they have heroes that can recover. You know, Sven, of course, one of the best farmers at recovering if he's been able to give that time. But Heroic, with the way that they've played throughout this tournament, I can imagine there's no way that they're going to just look to take some creeps with this timing.
Yeah, definitely rounds for that first major pickup from Yuma you know, I would imagine we'll see Yuma just go straight to joining the fights once he has these Aghanims. Well, you know, he'll be if Liquid ever try and push for a fight around a tier 1 tower, Yuma will be turning up to fight back.
Yeah, it's as we, you know, Gyro just tends to be able to show up a little bit earlier, but he also has the benefit of a puck that can just coil them, right? So he can just drop a call down right on top of it and doesn't have to really run into things. Foxy tries to stack Ancients again. It's blocked again. So almost full duration that this Observer Ward has lasted to prevent those stacks versus the Sven.
Right. Starting to group up a little bit with the 4 of them. And King Jungles wants to continue with the pressure on the mid, try and take this tower away.
Tofu has hit 6. So there is a Disruptor ulti now.
Look at the deny, but it's still tower gone very early here, 11 minutes in. Schofield. Not quite going to get the grab onto Moxie.
So now they have 2 choices. It's either for Heroic, they can go pressure for Mickey because they have full, I think they had full vision of him when he was going for this camp, or they can look to pressure this top tower. Because for Liquid, it does feel a little hard for them to show up in these 5v fights at the moment. Unless they can kill the puck at the start of things with the Static Storm. Power Rune. Go the way Whisper. And they know exactly where Mickey is. And look at the wards. Oh man, Heroic is... They're brutalizing poor Mickey here. Look at the bottom section. Double sentries placed to block the camps that the Sven ideally wants to build a farm to catch up. Really hindering his catch up.
Not going to find an opportunity with that smoke to get something going with Dream Coil. We'll get some of the vision set down here. Liquid trying to make sure that they're prepared for any sort of aggressive play. They'll get the D ward.
Liquid's bringing numbers. They always can bring that Underlord too. They're very healthy in terms of being able to fight right now. Heroic also. Whisper does have that regen. And Heroic, they're not going to fall for going for a play down bottom. They're just going to back up. Continue to farm. Divide. That was actually a sick play. Super nerdy, but whatever. He dominated the Wild Wing and used the pull on it to pull it out of the camp so it could stack. That was actually cool. Little efficient play. Slow pace though. 4-1, but Heroic is getting, I mean, they're getting a lot, but Liquid is getting time to catch up for Mickey.
They are. Yeah, after that sort of rough death in the lane and getting bullied out rather early. Catching up, only about a 1k gold difference between him and Yuma, so still very much recoverable.
Yeah, not too shabby, especially because they put so much emphasis to shut him down, right? With all these sentries, with the blocking of the other camps too. So slowing down a little bit here. Schofield has shown which build he wants to go for. He wants a bit more catch. They are playing versus the Quap, so Atos can feel pretty good. We don't see many people do this anymore.
Sure. Going to be able to stick around for potential power in. It's going to be down bottom, and we're going to see Heroic go for this. They get the jump immediately onto Tofu. They'll drop the Dream Coil as well. Whisper in with the burst. Cooldown coming in. Tofu will break the coil, but will still fall. Gets the Static Storm down, but they don't care. They're pushing on through it. Look over towards Ace. They might even just be ready to dive to tier 2. Yuma getting him with the Rocket Barrage. They'll take Ace out as well. Heroic, they're ready to jump back. Nisha, he'll jump in aggressively. Blinking in for this one, but the Bushwhack's there. He'll get the Sonic Wave off. Does clip Divide, so at least able to bring him down. Nisha getting away with that aggressive move at the end of it to at least find something for Liquid. But still, overall, that's Heroic taking down 3 and only losing the 1.
Oh, Nisha with a high risk, high reward blink. Does end up getting the kill there, but my goodness, looked for a second that they could potentially turn onto him there. Heroic felt their power timing, just ran at them, and couldn't ask for a better angle from Divide to start it on top of both the supports. Ace comes in. He's tanky for a bit there, but not quite having the pipe yet, of course. That magic damage absolutely adds up onto him.
I'm not sure Divide goes down at the end of that, but next time round, he'll very likely have the BKBs, just a recipe away from it.
Yeah.
Liquid, they've got to be a bit more careful about how they try and respond to those aggressive moves. Mickey's still getting a huge amounts of space. As the Echo and the Mask of Madness done, can start working into the Blink and the BKB.
Oh yeah, I think Liquid is actually pretty happy with that because Nisha did survive and got that last kill. I think the experience is going to favor him pretty nicely here. And they didn't have Mickey turn up, right? So he was just farming during all of it. So I think overall that was actually pretty solid. Although Heroic did get some stuff out of it. Game stays pretty even. 7-2 Heroic with a slight lead at the moment here. Yuma keeping himself a bit ahead of that Sven still.
Will very likely hit that timing with the two BKBs on the two cores, Yuma and Divide, when they could very much look to run at Liquid again, Heroic. And the amplified damage ring in the bottle for Whisper, ready for the next play.
Amp damage, and he's got Blink. So Whisper can play the fights quite a bit easier, and he can jump and follow in with Divide a little easier as well. It is daytime for about 4 minutes. They do have Ascension if they want to look for a play here, but let's see if Liquid wants to use this daytime at all to make any type of aggressive move themselves. Looks like they are kind of in position to do so, but as we said, Dark Ascension is available. And they are going to smoke on it. Okay, let's see what they can catch. Ace, the pipe is done. He's on his way toward that Crimson as well.
They have great catch and huge burst damage. Level 12 on Nisha. At the moment, not catching anyone. They could look to go for this sort of twin gate move and sweep the top. See what they opt for here, Liquid.
I mean, this is a lot of time they're spending running around while Heroic is literally just hitting the creeps, getting that BKB online like you were mentioning. Liquid, they wanted to try to take advantage of this daytime, but Heroic, they just chilled. They sat back, wait till that nighttime comes in, wait till their items come in.
Because, yeah, there it is, the BKB on Divide. Got that extra catch as well with the Atos on Schofield.
It could be Heroic that potentially look for something here now with this, because the second BKB Yuma, they might look to smoke to just to protect Yuma to finish that BKB. See where they want to go. Because Mickey also, he can start getting involved. He's got the Blink Dagger.
They're going to try.
Second smoke.
Here around Mickey. Ready to get the Sven involved.
Can they catch
sort of
Whisper?
A jump they can get? I mean, Heroic are pretty, sort of grouped up and ready to fight back. So again, it's difficult for Liquid to get this opening, even with these smokes.
They ideally wanted to see Whisper, and if they can get the Sven Blink stun onto him and catch him off guard, because they wouldn't have known that the timing was there, but Whisper doesn't actually show himself, because that's the ideal one that they can catch on Liquid if they do see him. And see how they're poised around mid.
I mean, it's just, again, a couple of smokes in which, as you say, they're not hitting creeps, they're not closing that gap against Heroic. They're desperately trying to hope for some sort of opportunity to jump Heroic, but Heroic are being very smart. Anytime that Liquid's off the map, Heroic just not putting anyone in a position to get caught.
And he is queuing it up, Owen. They talked about on panel that Yuma is absolutely one of the ones that wants to do this. They were talking about the damage block, the Crimson plus the pipe from Ace. If he gets Rapier, that'll go right through it. I risk super high reward, though, if it does work.
I mean, these two won't be able to do anything about Ace.
Oh, this is so cool that he's actually going to do this. We are in for an absolute treat, because this is absolutely the answer, right? This is how you want to play versus it.
Let's see if he gets away with it, and if he commits for it. I'm a little worried he's going to buy the BKB and then be like, you know what, well, I'll get the Rapier later. But no, I want to see this kind of pre-30-minute Rapier rush.
I'm pretty sure he will, honestly. I want to see immediately, like, Schofield and not go for this Yules then. I want to see him go like Vlad's, right? Like, go for anything that you can just to throw onto him, Solar, Vlad's, etc. Because he's already built for himself on Schofield once. I see he's building the Yules too, potentially. I mean, it's obviously an amazing item on Hoodwink, but we'll see. He does have KJ that's going to be able to bail him out of a lot of situations with Decrep and Life Drain, but...
Well, let's have a look here as well, because this is what, pretty much in the last 3 minutes, a third smoke attempt from Liquid. The first and the second didn't get them anything. This one also looks like they're not going to find anything with this smoke. I mean, it's something about the way Heroic are playing. It's just not leaving any chance for Liquid to get a successful smoke gank against them.
Yeah, to get pretty much anything. Heroic just playing it beautifully. And now it's nighttime, right? So for Divide, now he can lead the charge, scout out for his team to be able to look for a potential catch. And Liquid, they are set up bottom for the Tormentor, since it is, versus Night Stalker.
But look at this angle. I don't think Liquid's going to expect a Heroic coming from this direction, right?
Oh, this is so clever if they do catch him here. The word is there. They see it. Mickey.
Here's the jump, Mickey. gonna get caught at the start of the fight. They're in on top of him with the silence. Whisper jumps in with the Dream Core, pretty much onto the three of them. Mickey's still alive, gets up the high ground with the Dream Core snaps. Mickey's dead. They'll now turn over towards Nisha. They've caught him with the bushwhack. Nisha shot down here by Yuma. As they just get cleaned up. Ace, he'll be lucky enough to TP out. But they did not expect that move one bit. Heroic coming across from the bottom side, from Liquid's own side of the map, and catching them after that Tormentor.
Actually, genius shot calling, right? Because they're maybe expecting either that Tormentor move or they catch a Sven down there wildly kind of farming. So they get the perfect wrap and they catch literally the perfect kill. They get on the Sven immediately before he gets anything off.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, and that's got to feel bad as well, because for Liquid, they've just tried 3 smoke ganks. None of them found anything. And then Heroic turns up. They're like, hey, guys, we'll show you guys how it's done. And they hit them with an immaculate smoke gank.
And now he probably doesn't go Rapier, right? Yeah, he switched it. I think because of the fight, he's like, you know what? I actually don't need to be able to, I can pierce through it anyway. Slightly disappointed,
Maybe
but you know what?
You know, Crystallis, then get the Rapier back on. No,
I don't think he needs to.
The standard stuff, yeah, you're right. He doesn't. But we want him to, Fogged. We want him.
So that like 15 to 25 minute period when they have the Crimson in the pipe, I think that's the hardest moment by far for Heroic in this game to be able to fight. Unless it gets to like these crazy super late game stages and stuff like that, but that right there is the hardest like hurdle to kind of get over there. So I think when he gets over that hurdle, he goes, you know what? We actually do have enough damage. Oh well. That would have been so sick if he did go for it, but we'll see. As things are not decided fully yet, but a 6K lead now for Heroic, and honestly, they're kind of dancing on Liquid, just fully understanding the movements.
I mean, for Liquid, what is the sort of shot call that you're making after that? Because whoever's sort of taking the lead on saying, hey guys, let's go for a smoke and such, they're going to be losing a bit of confidence, right, after those last 3 moves didn't get anything, ended up in them losing the fight. Like, what is the next play that Liquid are going to try and bring together?
It might be, now we have to wait for items, right? They might be like, oh god, now we need to sit back and wait for BKB, but Heroic playing fast.
Lead in. I mean, Ace is going to come across here with the Fiend's Gate.
Ace?
See if they can do anything about this. I mean, he's tanky. We'll hold them back with the pit, but I mean, the rest of Liquid's bailed on Ace. Yeah, he might be able to live for quite a bit, but he won't be able to live overall. They push through, take him down. I think, as I said, I feel from Liquid's side of things, they don't quite know what to do now. It's falling apart.
All falling apart.
When they tried to make the moves, it didn't work. It feels like they've run out of options, Fogged. What do they do?
The timings are definitely being broken, and now Roche, Heroic just more than 1 step ahead. It feels like 2 steps ahead in every single move at least. Super smart moves. Ace, I literally hands him, on a silver platter. And Mickey just probably saying, guys, I desperately need the BKB in order to fight now at this point.
For sure. Boxy, maybe thinking about a terrorized play to try and interrupt, but not going to get the angle for it. Heroic, because clean up the Roche, Aegis on Yuma.
It's both of them, right? It's Mickey and Nisha at this point. Nisha needs BKB too, or he's just going to get silenced by Puck, then silenced by Night Stalker, and then controlled by potentially a Bushwhack. He needs it as well. And Mickey, I did want to point this out, is he didn't do the disassemble play. He actually bought the Ogre Axe, so it's going to take him quite a bit more time to actually finish up this BKB. Heroic. This is the Heroic that we've seen throughout this tournament. Just super heads-up moves, great ways to control the map, and that is outrageous that they dodge all 3 smoke ganks and then they get theirs that successful.
You just don't see that. I feel like in all of the other games that we've seen at Blast Slam 4, at least the ones we've casted, like never have I seen a team try and do 3 smoke ganks and get nothing, and then get completely smashed by the first smoke gank that the enemy hits them with. That's not a great start here to this series for Liquid. They're gonna have to do some heavy recovery. Down, 8K here, 12-2. Heroic with the lead, 24 minutes in. Yuma in an incredibly fantastic position as the Gyro is pretty much going to have that Daedalus on the way out. And they're going to have a good few minutes to push on and look for fights themselves around this Gyro Daedalus at an incredibly early time.
Yeah, you could hear, like when the panel was talking about it as well too, they were a bit worried for Heroic about the timings when Liquid was able to get this Crimson in pipe, but Heroic have just played so beautifully, just dancing around, and now they absolutely have overwhelming damage to go through it.
Oh yeah.
Mickey, I mean, look at this. Has BKB, but now they have a Nullifier too.
Yep. Device is like whoever he gets on top of, as long as there's that extra +1 of like the Gyro around, they will disappear.
Yeah, now the Warcry is just going to get dispelled in every single asset until he's got the shard picked up.
Whispers in with the jump. They'll drop the core down on the toe for a beautiful angle for Schofield. They snipe the Disruptor.
And that's Fiend's Gate used.
Ace.
Ace. Put the Atos onto him. Bushwhack as well. They don't want to poke too hard towards him under the tier 2. They'll focus the objective first, Heroic.
This nullifier is going to cause some huge problems. It's going to just dispel that Crimson Guard block. It's going to dispel the war cry that they desperately need now versus this gyrocopter as well. I think he might, okay, this is sad to say, but he might want to buy Shard.
Whisper's just diving the tier 3s and killing off Boxy.
Okay. Okay. Whisper styling.
Down to the bottom lane, Heroic. Ready to go for another tier 2. As I say, still plenty of time with the Aegis here on Yuma.
These guys are playing so well. This is as clean as it comes. 2 kills only for Liquid.
Another tower gone. Heroic. They can absolutely look to do so.
Yep. 2 minutes.
Here we go.
Whisper.
I mean, he's already in. Just immediately going in with the jump onto Tofu. Tofu this time will survive. There's the push. Momentarily glimpsing back Yuma. Trying to limit the damage done. Nice to drop down the pit in the Firestorm, but Yuma fighting through it. Get healed up. Nisha tried to jump forward. Whisper again in with the silence onto Nisha. Tier 3 pretty much gone. Liquid, can they get any sort of catch? The pit onto Yuma. See if Mickey's able to find some sort of entry into the fight as well. Yuma getting very low. That's the Aegis out. Do they want to try and go for round 2 on him? They're going to try. Here's the God Strength. Mickey's hit, but straight away gets Jules. Up into the air. Will not be able to full commit here with the God Strength, and they just back out. BKB TP from Yuma. Heroic, they get everybody away from the God Strength Sven.
Liquid can't even get a jump. The instant Yules can't get that BKB off to get I mean, even if he gets the BKB off, they might just disengage anyway. Heroic. Heads up again. This is daytime. It's going to be getting closer to nighttime again for Devi. He's got ult at the ready. These are genius moves. Continue to get perfect disengages. So we saw the BKBs are done for Liquid, so now they do have ways to at least take these fights. But let's see if they have the damage. That's Heroic. Just, yeah, literally just danced around them.
About 30 seconds until God Strength's back up.
Okay.
And Liquid, if they do want to go for it, obviously now there is no more Aegis on Yuma. So a little bit of a potential window. But the items are just flying in. The damage from Whisper, I mean, we're seeing already. You know, the fact that he was getting away with those sort of just blind jumps onto the high ground, poking the support, in some situations just straight up killing them. He's now got Parasma online.
Yeah, the issue is really that it's not just the gyrocopter or anything, right, that they have to worry about. It's all 3 cores are super strong, the supports as well. And even though Yuma is such a concern for them because how much he's going to do, if they put too much emphasis on Yuma, then Whisper's probably just going to pop off in the fight, or Devi will. Liquid. Also under, this is insane vision too, we do have to highlight here from Heroic, that ward from KJ scouts out everything, the base ward as well, it's still alive. They've got pretty much full information of what Liquid's trying to do.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
By the looks of it, probably just waiting for the Daedalus on Mickey before they do try and go for another attempt.
Satanic is going to come for Yuma at the same time, though. He is re-queuing that Rapier, of course, as we probably anticipated.
That one he'll go for, I feel like.
Unless they win the next fight, then he probably goes Butterfly, because then he's going to have, no true strike on the Sven or something.
Nah, he's going for this Rapier now. I don't want to see that.
I hope so.
Leave his quick buy again. Yuma, he's an entertainer. He knows the fans love it. He wants to get himself another rampage here at Blastland 4.
He's gotten, what, 2 or 3?
At least 2.
At least 2.
At least 2 for sure. Yeah, what was it? 1 on the Meepo, 1 on the Gyro, right?
Yeah, the two that we covered.
Yeah.
30 minutes. Power Rune about to spawn. Also nighttime. And yeah, that's Satanic. It's about to be delivered. So, and Mickey, I don't blame him obviously because it feels pretty bad to ever do this, but he does have to build for himself, get this data. That means they're not going to have the shard on the Sven, which makes it undispellable. And that's definitely going to be a factor that we have to look at with this nullifier that Devi has.
Okay. Here we go. Liquid. Ready to try another smoke move. The ones that didn't work out earlier, that's in the past. Enough time has passed and Liquid's like, you know what, let's go. Let's try it again. Maybe it will be different this time. And you know what? They say, let's try that angle that Heroic came at us from. So taking a page out of Heroic's book, they're like, okay, that's how Heroic did the spot. We're going to try that ourselves. See if it works out as well as it did for Heroic coming from this angle, Liquid.
Heroic is just so prepared for it, though. Look at this. Everybody
it does
sitting.
Look like it.
Perfect formation. They're even... Oh!
I mean, the smoke's going to wear out.
They'll send Schofield to scout stuff, or they're baiting it potentially until they see something.
I mean, Liquid, do they still want to do this?
They have a ward down.
I mean, Heroic's just not giving it to them.
Nope.
They're just not letting up at all. Not giving any sort of weakness that Liquid can punish. So Liquid, again, huddled up as 5. They're not going to find anyone, Fog.
It's very hard when you're playing versus this Night Stalker when he has this type of advantage. Now he has Gem also, and he did get, I did want to point out, he does have the alert Gale Guard. Like, Device vision is tremendous at night. Approaching this Night Stalker is incredibly difficult, and he's just getting rid of all their vision.
Well, Liquid, they'll TP over. They really want to try and fight here, Liquid. But this one, Heroic's kind of ready for. They get the burst in on a Boxy. Nisha will jump forward. Boxy, he'll fall. They get the Static Storm down on a Whisper. But again, he's sent up into the sky, and McKay now get the BKB off. They will be able to finish off the puck. They turn towards Yuma, but Yuma's got to by his side. McKay's BKB about to come to an end. He's got to run. There's a homing missile heading his way. The BKB comes to a finish. The homing missile connects as Mickey's taken out. They've got the Atos on towards Nisha into the Silence and the Bushwhack. They're going to take down all 5 of them. Triple kill at the end, and they kill off Ace before he can TP away. Liquid, they tried to fight, but Heroic was so ready. They only lose the puck. And again, now Mickey's trying to get in with his God Strength. It keeps getting thrown up in the air by the Yule Scepters, Fog.
Instantly gets Yuled, and they just don't have the damage. He can just stand his ground there. Yuma, far too tanky. Pops a Satanic at the end. He wasn't even close to getting brought down. Whisper, yep, he takes the brunt of it all, but as we said, it's this Tricord. They're far too strong. Boxy got nothing off. He died before the fight started. Oh, Heroic.
Top set of racks.
It's 32 minutes. 21k lead. Only 3 kills that Liquid's been able to get with this draft.
Crazy.
With a Disruptor and a Queen of Pain.
A fullback for now, Heroic, but in an absolutely commanding position here in this game 1.
As decisive of a fight as you could ever imagine, right? Like Whisper, yes, he dies, but it's likely that one person is gonna die versus this Static Storm full combo. So.
Oh, this Roche will be theirs.
Maybe one last chance here for Liquid. They're gonna go for it.
They're coming through the gate. Nisha, and make the jump to the side. Ace steps in. Can they get the snatch?
Yuma got it.
Yuma's already picked up the Aegis. Mickey with the BKB and the God Strength will be able to take Yuma down the once. Can they go for round 2 against this Gyro, though? Off the side, Mickey will also pick up the kill against King Jungles, but they've lost both of their supports, Liquid, and now Yuma's ready to come running back at them. Nisha looking towards Whisper, but Whisper can blink away. Jump forward to buy, in on top of Nisha. Nisha to fall, double kill, triple kill for Yuma. Looking at Ace as well. They're going to get team wiped here, Liquid. A final moment in the sky there for Ace, but as he comes crashing down, his life comes to an end.
GG.
They've had enough. GG is called. Heroic take game 1, and they make Liquid look just completely helpless in this one, Fog. Liquid, they couldn't do anything.
This is a definition of a masterclass, I will say, from Heroic. Just beautiful stuff from start to finish. Pretty much, I want to say almost 0 mistakes in this game. Just absolutely amazing the way they had this game plan planned out. Literally from the beginning, right? They go for the aggressive first move. They block the wave. They pressure Mickey super hard early. Set up their gyro for success. And wow, this is amazing. And that's dodging 3 smokes. And then their 1 smoke that goes for that Tormentor play, they full wipe Liquid when Liquid had the timings that they wanted to go for. They're Heroic. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 steps ahead of Liquid right now.
Yeah, they really were in this one. That is a rough one for Liquid. We'll see how they pick themselves up going into game 2. But this game 1, the definition of beautiful Dota from Heroic.
I feel like Owen pretty much just accurately described everything we were going to do, but we'll try and do it in a little bit more detail here. It was some beautiful Dota played by Heroic. A great draft for themselves. This Gyro first pick. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this and ask you this exact question, Seb, but how do teams keep getting away with the first pick unpunished?
Heroic fan? For a reason. No, I mean, honestly, I think, of course, Gyro's strong. They're making it work, but I think there's more. There's much more to it. I think this team is just on right now. Like everything they do is great. Like they have good ideas. This fight, for instance, like the wraparound that they do all around the map. This is Liquid's timing. This is Liquid's moment to win the game. Like they hit the auras on the other load. There's no damage on Gyro yet. There's no nullifier on Night Stalker. Yet they're getting team wipe because of the smoke angle, the way they play the map, how decisive they are. Like the way they punch as a team. They punch really hard. There's no hesitation. You can tell that there's a lot of self-confidence in them, in each other also, and that just translates into how they play. And I think Liquid is just they just can't deal with it right now.
I think what we're seeing from Heroic is the fact that they, no matter what the net worth is, they have this respect of what do we need to do as a team. Like they clearly have a lot of talks together where it's like this item or this concept is our go time. No matter what happens in the game, we're ready to do it. In this game, of course, it wasn't as dire as other ones. It was actually pretty good in the early game. They utilized Night Stalker to great length, so we didn't see them having to play a comeback. They were just ahead the entire time. But just knowing that they have this even understanding, and of course I think Divide is going to be the center of a lot of our conversations on this Night Stalker, as all the clips that we're seeing, he's at the front, leading the charge, enabling Whisper to play behind.
I have two bad news for Team Liquid. The first one is that they lost the first map, and the second one is that they actually had a better draft. So I don't think it gets better than that. I think you need to, you have to go back to how well you played, or how poorly you played, and how well the opponents played.
Yeah, I think honestly, Heroic has very quickly gone from, it's sort of the middle of last year, from being not so good of a team, to then a TI, hey, this team's pretty good, to now being, they're not some super aggressive team. They don't just abuse certain strats. They're honestly just a world-class team. And I think it's pretty clear that's the case. There's no ands, ifs, or buts, no caveats. They aren't abusing certain heroes or cheesing you. They're just really good, and they push their strats, and they're playing super well. And Liquid needs to match that if they want to have a chance, because like Seb said, I think Liquid's draft was better, and they just got thrashed.
I think we just have to give the respect to the dynamic of communication, right? How Yuma said that he used to over-talk and felt like he was doing too much for the team. I think bringing Divide back to the roster, he can lead the charge, he can communicate, and that gives Yuma the kind of the mental freedom to understand why he's making those moves. When you give a key player the ability to just breathe in the game, it can just make their potential go even higher. So I think just we have to respect that. Adding Divide back from a questionable previous stint to now being one of the key reasons why they're able to take such beautiful games.
Yeah, and beautiful team fights too, having such great target prioritization. I feel like being able to know the key person you want to take out. In that earlier part, it was that Sven when we saw around that Tormentor fight. In later parts, it's the supports. No matter how many pipes or crimsons you buy, they're still going to be somewhat squishy supports. But we're going to wind it back all the way to the start, because something really fun and interesting about this Night Stalker was what items he started the game with and what item he ended up rushing towards.
I think we questioned the Night Stalker pick, how it ended up happening. It was a blind Night Stalker pick, and we were really surprised, like, what justifies such an early pick? And if you look at his items here, like, he buys the crown and the branches, he gets pulled tangos, and he's just abusing the fact that Night Stalker has an innate that would nighttime regen, like a very high nighttime HP regen, which means he doesn't need to buy tangos. Like, the few tangos he's going to get from the support are going to cut it, and then he's just rushing this Dominator and making sure that when when the day happens and the night ends, which is usually when you want to abuse Night Stalker, now it's a dumb hero. Like, this is extremely early in the game. Like, there's no heroes in Dota that can deal with a Helm of Dominator that early, which means they have no window to shut him down. Like, he's dominating the lane the first 5 minutes. He then gets a Dominator that he absolutely rushed. Like, you don't rush it as much as that. Like, this is like the extent of it. And now he just keeps dominating the game from beginning to finish.
And this is a critical reason why when we see the fact that Liquid take this 20-minute fight around with Tormentor, they don't have any life to the fight, because Mickey's playing comeback the entire time. He's not just a Sven where traditionally against Night Stalker, you farm, I farm, my map doesn't really get progressed because you're a Night Stalker, you might kill my supports. This is a completely different Night Stalker in regards to pacing. So when Underlord's online, the Sven isn't ready, and then all the timings that we expected are disjointed because of how they itemized and played this early game.
No, I think there's also like very little tiny things that add up that make this Night Stalker early work. Like Lycan and Naga Siren are some of the hardest counters to Night Stalker that you ever see. And both of those heroes are first phase banned every game. Little things like this add up, and you don't really think about them or notice them until suddenly it's like, why can't we counterpick Night Stalker? Oh, all his counters are banned. And stuff like that. I don't know, it adds up, and I think kudos to Heroic for maybe picking up on that, hey, these are consistent bans. What are these heroes good against? And upping the priority on this Night Stalker.
Can I also talk about how debated I feel with this gyrocopter? And his item build, I thought we were going to get a third item rapier, guys. It was so hype. We saw him queue it up. And then he backs down. He's like, no, I should play it safe. I guess I should actually go the normal item build.
Never trust the quick buy of a pro player. That's the thing. The amount of time, especially a MOUZ. Yeah, but I feel like in this game, the rapier was the correct choice based on how they were kind of playing it. It felt a little bit slow at some points, and then they win that fight, and then Yuma realized it's not an even game. They're winning the game. Don't need to play for that volatility. So he's always adjusting. The fact that he has the mentality to even think about it is really cool. And the ability to read the games going well to change it is also very good. So I think Yuma is just reading his items perfectly there, that it didn't need to be a rapier.
I do want to mention, the unsung hero, I think, which is Whisper. This guy just switched roles, guys. Like, he was an offlane player, and now he's a mid player. He's going against the Nishas and the Malrines of the world. And he's just dominating. Like, he is, like, you don't crush these games without a very competent mid laner. Like, I think you just don't. He would just slow them or even let them down, and it's just not happening. So he's doing an amazing job.
It's another layer as well, because originally when he made that lane swap, Quinn, it was on these niche heroes where it felt like he was bringing offlane heroes to the mid lane. But Puck is very stock standard in the mid lane. That's where he thrives. And so now we're seeing an offlaner play in the mid lane on a conventional hero and doing amazing.
No, absolutely. I've played against Whisper's Puck and his Queen and his Invoker too. He's got quite a mean Invoker. He has quite a pool of mid heroes just from playing mid casually in pubs. He would have an offlaner on his team, and when you see, it was almost unfair in pubs because when he was drafting, he'd pick another offlaner and he'd go mid, and he's just as good as all the other mid players. He's like, this isn't fair. You're not a mid player, because he just has that. He just gets it. He just gets laning. He has amazing clicks. His last hitting, they're all just very pristine, and you can see it when you're keeping up, like you said, with Nishas and Malrines. It's like, nah, this ain't a fluke. You don't just accidentally keep up with them. That he's just a great laner.
Yeah, and we can hype Heroic up as much as we want, but the battle is not over for them. This is a best of 3. There is still space for Liquid to be able to come back here. It's going to be game number 2 just after this break.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Shaker here.
Big items did come up for Yakult here, worth mentioning. Abyssal Blade on the Ursa and the Hex on the Invoker.
One of my favorites.
The lockdown there's the lockdown.
With the Ravages, 2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield. Now Yuma half HP, no HP. Fly rips him a new one, and well, there goes that little bit of a comeback from Heroic. They may have gotten those 2 supports, but back up as 5.
A beautiful initiation. What a meteor placement from Emo.
Coming with the repel, keeps him safe, divides him with the grab on a snaking. Boris Strike comes in from Whisper, that's snaking out for nearly 2 minutes. No buyback, Marino. Get the hook comes in from Amar. The buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2. With the borrowed time, he's in on top of Yuma, has the Abyssal, but King Jungle's able to just freely throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the Ultra, give him the rampage, there it is, Yuma! Closing up this Rapier comeback game with a Rampage. Heroic will take the victory.
They just missed out on being one of the top 2 teams that directly qualified to Singapore, and that's why we see them in this best of 3. But they are 1 game up and 1 game away from making it there. Liquid, on the other hand, they've already had to fight tooth and nail in their best of 3 earlier against Yakult, and they're going to have to do it again here. For game number 2, we have our draft. Nothing yet banned, which means there are so many options and doors open for them, Seb.
Basically every
126, now 125.
125.
Keep counting these entire
doors.
All right, minus Beastmaster. I mean, last game they were like few, innovative approach, I would say. Like the first pick Gyro is, we've seen it, but I think we've mostly seen it as an answer to certain heroes. So now we went higher up in the priority, and I would say that Liquid did try to counter it in the Underlord and Sven, 2 heroes that are pretty popular against Gyro and that usually function. So now it's just back to which conclusion did Liquid come to? Like, was it misexecution? Was it theory that was wrong? Was it just Gyro being too strong and them underestimating it? This draft will give us the answer.
And the perfect thing is Liquid's still in the same pick order, right? So it is going to be the same, amount of bans, amount of picks. We'll see if Liquid is going to adjust. At the moment, the key thing is nothing. They're still the same bans. But they are taking a fair chunk of their reserve time to think of a second ban. That's quite rare, I would say.
Yeah, and they're banning the co-op, which is a little bit surprising. They have picked it themselves, so they're kind of denying their own pick, given the fact that they are first pick. So there's definitely like an adjustment that they're making. It's just hard to know which one yet.
This means Naga Siren, Marcy, or Enigma will be available in the next phase.
Oh yeah, the Marcy.
So they're the other heroes. They're trading one of those bans to then promote Queen of Pain to a ban.
Wait, Marcy got banned, or am I?
Yeah, Heroic just banned it themselves.
Okay, no Marcy, no Marcy.
I'm wondering what their choice will be then, because looks like all of Liquid's typical first picks. Oh, I guess there's the Timber Saw, right? So they could ban Gyrocopter, take Timber.
Yeah.
Banning Jug, I don't know what that's for.
I think you steal the Gyro here if you ban the Jug. Like Jug is considered like an answer to Gyro. I think they're just planning to steal it.
Yeah.
I hope so, at least.
It would. I don't know what it would be for. This Jug would be banned for otherwise. So I would imagine, yeah.
I can only think of the Gyro, really.
Yeah.
I misspoke, by the way.
They're using time, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I did, yeah. It's Liquid's first pick. I said the order's the same.
It's fine.
I'm so wrong.
We all make mistakes.
Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
there's the Gyro. Good call on that.
So Gyro first pick, they deny it from Heroic. It's a good approach, and they're no strangers to Gyro themselves. Like, this has been, an important hero for Mickey. I think they even played it earlier this tournament. I'm going to check if they first picked it earlier. I think they lost the game though, but it was a convincing game nonetheless. They actually first picked it themselves against Heroic, funny enough. It was 9 pick, not first pick straight up, but it was in the first phase of the draft.
Okay.
They did lose the game though, but I think they were...
Small detail.
Pretty small detail, exactly. I like that resilience.
Okay, so this Bristleback is actually what Heroic banned last game when they first picked the Gyrocopter. So clearly they think it's the best response. It is quite good in the game. You just goo him up, loses all his armor, and he's one dude, and Bristleback is really good at killing one dude with his mass damage. Is also not a natural Manta Buyer or stuff like that. That's normally very good against Bristleback.
I just like playing tempo against Gyrocopter. Like, we're seeing Gyro have success, but that's because the team with Gyrocopter is able to stabilize the game. Like, when you break down the early map, when you force the Gyrocopter to lose some of his ancient stats, contest the early game, he wants an Aghanim, he wants 2, 3, 4 items, right? We saw how, Yuma was even thinking about the Rapier in the last game, but because they want to fight, he changed. Like, when you pick Bristleback, Heroic's making that statement, we are going to run at you, we are going to try and just force you to fight us.
Any Bristleback passive expert, like interaction between Bristleback's passive and Flak Cannon? Do you guys know anything about that? Because I don't. As in, does it ignore it, or
no?
You know how like the Flak Cannon ignores some of the damage block?
No, I believe it should proc.
Okay.
And it should block the damage.
Good for Heroic, I guess.
Depending on where Gyrocopter is positioned.
And obviously Bristle turning around.
Yeah.
What if they both turn around? Like, as in, if you technically... All right, let's... probably not the most important conversation about this draft. My bad. I just...
we're loading up a demo right now.
No, I'm actually interested to know.
No, I think
the
you should not be interested. I appreciate the support,
down.
but I think you should just move on from the silly question. My bad.
We can move on. The next phase of bans that were coming out in the previous draft had the MOUZ, the Centaur, the Enigmas all questioned around it. And this time around, a bit of a change up. The Ursa and the Abba, along with whatever Heroic want to ban here, that's what's more important for them.
Yeah, Ursa, pretty good counter to Gyro. I mean, pretty good matchup. And I think also might tell the, give a hint on what Liquid's looking at next, because Ursa blocks a lot of off-lane picks.
Yeah.
It's a very punishing hero on the lane, so perhaps they have already decided what they want to play on Ace, and they don't want to deal with either Ursa or Abaddon.
I could definitely see it being an Axe. Abaddon is also the other, high up there, hard counter to Axe, so maybe looking at something along those lines. I can see a Centaur or something like that as well. Yeah, Axe.
I love the Axe idea. Super good against Bristle.
Yeah, whereas something like a Centaur is pretty bad against Bristle generally. Low armor and another, much like Gyro, this sort of one solitary dude, kind of clunky, it is very vulnerable to getting gooed up and just getting blown apart.
Yeah, outside of the counter picks, it's also just 3 good heroes against Gyrocopter. So they might just be overprotecting the Gyro.
On top of it, like the Gyro also blocks the Enigma, like on position 3, right?
Yes.
Which means because Liquid kind of saved themselves an extra ban, they had to ban Enigma in the first map, and now they don't have to because they know that if it was to be picked, it would just go mid. I think they still need to respect it and not kind of lose track of it. Yeah, to me, like a big question mark is why is Heroic not going to the Timber at all? Like I think literally like 2 of the best Timber players are in this team, and they just don't care about the hero whatsoever.
For Liquid now, I'm intrigued to know if they're going to run back the task that they often play with the Gyrocopter, the drinking buddies, amplify its farm. I just want to see Mickey kind of get online, and either you go for Clockwork 5 or Tusk 5. They're like the biggest 2 to bring in life to the Gyrocopter just because how dominant your lane is.
Tusk is nice. Tusk is very nice.
Also saving against the Sharpshooter of the Hoodwink, buying just a bit more time to convert on a potentially bad initiation to the fight. They can just reset, take the secondary fight nicely. Oh, instead they go for Pugna.
I think it should be something that's pretty good against Bristle. He's sitting there spamming his spells constantly, and you put this Nether Ward down, and I can see a world where it makes the laning complicated or annoying. But compared to something like a Tusk, it heals Gyro a little bit, but it's not buffing him. So you're looking for the buffs in that Solar Crest. Because I do think when you're playing Gyro against Bristle, you want those buffs. You want either this drinking buddies or solars and things to help Gyro be that carry that hero can scale, because Bristle has a decent matchup against him. So you're looking when you pick this Pugna that, okay, we have a good lane, Pugna gets fat, you take some towers, you get this early solar to then buff him up and help you with prevention against that Bristle.
Yeah, so Liquid support Gyro, they're going to be able to buff Gyro in 2 different ways, right? Batrider will bring heroes towards Gyrocopter to kill, and then Pugna, like you mentioned, will itemize to do it. They are amplifying Mickey's gameplay through the supports.
And honestly, this Gyro steal from Liquid causes a lot of issues for Heroic, because one thing they have relied on a lot in this tournament is they picked the Yuma hero early, and Gyro is really the only hero they've done that with. And then they just pick a flex, and they just kind of flex it until the end of the draft, and that creates a lot of issues for the opposing team. Now they have to think twice, because they need to either, I don't want to say throw Yuma under the bus, but give him, much rough of a lane, and we've talked about how important this guy is to their scaling and how the game goes when it hits like the middle and the late game.
Yeah.
Or they just need to reveal where this Bristle's going to go. So it's not an easy pick for them.
I mean, there's 2 heroes that come to mind, the Pudge and the Meepo right now. I know Liquid have Gyrocopter for late game, but the damage to kill Meepo is not too good, and the flexibility of Pudge for Heroic could give more life to the draft, where they can flex between Whisper and Yuma and then see a bit more, but I think both heroes don't really care too much about what Liquid have drafted at the moment. Right, so they're actually not even trying to flex the Bristle back. I was expecting them to keep it to the end.
Unless it's flexed. I mean, it could be a Bristle +1. We've seen it from Heritage this tournament. Like, some players have picked it. I don't think it's a hero you think of when you think of Yuma, but you never know.
There's also a world where I could see Whisper play mid-Mars if they felt like there was a reason for it.
True, yeah.
And they last pick something else. So there's a little bit of flexibility there. I don't think it's overly valuable, but it is, it's a possibility.
He's an exceptionally good Mars player,
yeah,
that is for sure.
He's great at the hero, for sure.
It does tie down their kind of initial skirmish that you see with Hoodwink and Bristle. Like, they want to chase down the fight, keep looking for another, early, just pick off. And yeah, I think Mars just brings a lot of life to it. By Blink Dagger, your job's done. Like, you're ready to punish any hero on Liquid at the moment. They are going to die inside Arena.
It's a great Mars game. Like, these supports are very elusive. They really want to stay alive in the fight, like Batrider and Pugna. Mars prevents that completely. And Mars, obviously, like, the Bulwark is also a very good tool against a Gyrocopter, so makes a lot of sense. We see the Bane that we talked about. It's very good against Gyro. Like, Gyro needs to get, I mean, first of all, Fiend's Grip just happens naturally because Gyro's always, like, in the front of the fight and, kind of ready to tank spells. But on top of that, the Enfeeble is the bigger issue. Like, even a short duration Enfeeble would just negate the entirety of the fight, because if you're not paying attention and Flak Cannon goes out when Enfeeble has been applied, the team fight is pretty much over.
Storm Speed.
It's interesting. It's a very liquid pick, and while Heroic doesn't, it's a decent Storm game, and I think when you look at Liquid's heroes, they want someone who can sort of go in there and start fights. Their lineup is very skirmishy, and they have the pick off of the Bat Rider, but you don't want Bat to be your only initiation. It can become a very difficult game for him to play. So having that secondary initiation, especially like we talked about, Ace doesn't really like to play the jumpers, so getting that when they don't have it for their other heroes, I think makes sense setting up for their last pick. But it's certainly not some wow, oh no, it's Storm 18. It's a guy, and it's fine for their lineup, but it's nothing cataclysmic by any means.
And MOUZ can also naturally buy Yules if you want to. So when Storm's jumping in, you can Yules him to then set up someone else to provide the lockdown, even a spear. And for Liquid, the fact that it's only Bat and Storm jumping in, that might not be enough chaos, that during the early fights, Heroic have time to understand, okay, where is the Storm? When you have multiple forms of initiation, someone jumping in first, Storm can then kind of use that to enable him to be aggressive and not to get picked off. I'm a little worried that Liquid are missing that one extra hero to kind of amplify their jump.
And even though these supports are not the best at catching Storm, I think they're also not the worst against Storm, because they're naturally tanky, like doing with the passive and obviously the mischance, and Bane is just naturally tanky, so it's not that easy for Storm to just commit on them, given that he might get stunned, clipped by the Mars, or when the Yule starts to happen. So this is a lineup by Liquid that it's a very strong and solid lineup, but there's a lot of weight on Gyro's shoulders because Heroic heroes are naturally tanky, and therefore you need a lot of damage to get rid of them.
The bans from Liquid, they're still thinking it's potential mid. They are thinking Bristle's going to carry, MOUZ going to offlane, and I mean, when I see these heroes, like we've already mentioned, MOUZ could be mid, Bristle could be offlane mid. There's a lot of flexibility between them that at any minute, their last pick for Heroic could be Yuma taking the carry, Whisper taking mid, or Devi taking offlane. Like that is how annoying having Devi and Whisper on the same team is.
And now that you see the Storm, is there any of these heroes, Quinn, that you don't want to send to the Storm, like Mars or Bristle, or is it whatever?
I think Storm has good matchups against both of them. I think both of those heroes can do okay against Storm. They're not gonna, crush them or anything. Storm will probably win a little bit, but nothing too bad. I think it's a bit weird to run Bristle mid into it because you're not going to really interact with any of these heroes for quite some time. Like Whisper will be largely useless for a lot of the early game. He'll just be farming, I think, mostly, which is not, I think, what you want from Whisper. When I think about what Whisper offers to the team, I actually quite like this Undying pick, to be honest. I think Liquid needs to play in formation, especially before this pick. They can't go too far because Heroic has so many kiting tools. And so this Tombstone gives them something like, okay, we put the tomb down and now this is our space. And we're going to fight you in here. They can last the people back into it. And Heroic doesn't fight so well on the Tombstone. The heroes are quite bad at killing it.
And Undying is an anti-tank hero. Like Mars, Bristle, they care about Undying. Like there's no such thing as like frontlining and just like not caring about anything. Undying Core will kill you, and he will amplify the damage that Gyro's applying. So it's an amazing Undying pick by Liquid, and I mean, it's a great anti-mage game, but it's a very rough lane in my opinion.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking of talking about anti-mage, but with the Undying pick, I was going to at least be hesitant to hype it up because of how strong the lane is. I think that's why Liquid potentially went for the Undying, to go for that strong lane. But when you look at the heroes, we're talking about Nietzsche on a Storm Spirit. He's going to have a good time mid. What happens in the back of his mind that he can't be extra aggressive knowing that a Mana Void will break him? He needs to think about BKB. So for Heroic, they aren't the best team in the early game. We've seen their net worth at 15 minutes. They are struggling to at least build up, unlike the previous game. But it is a very good anti-mage game. You break into 20, 25 minutes, you're going to crush it. And in the lane, I feel like Undying should just win the lane. But maybe if he can burn the mana, you start with double support. But I think Undying just wins these normally, right?
I think you should destroy this lane. Like Bat Undying versus AM Bane, they have no business winning this lane. But you never know. You never know.
Mid MOUZ. There it is. It was waiting. They were taking their time, looking it all in. I was wondering where the pieces would fall and how the chessboard would play out. And it's that mid MOUZ we did warn about.
Yeah, I think it's the best alignment for the heroes. I think putting Bristle mid would have been a pretty big mistake. So you put the Bristle into the Gyrocopter, which I think is quite good against it. One of the better ones you're going to get. And mid Mars is, while a bit unconventional, very difficult to crush in lane because his whatever the W is called is so efficient mana damage wise. So you can kind of just spam it, especially with the stick charges the Storm's giving you off the Remnant. I don't know my spell name super well.
Rebuke. God's Rebuke.
God's Rebuke. Thank you very much.
No
yeah, so I think Heroic's got something very cool. It's like y'all said, it's a great anti-mage game, and if he does get to his items, if he survives the lane enough, he will obliterate these heroes. They cannot deal with him eventually.
I really want to see Heroic play through the safe lane at some point and seeing their position 4. I think Schofield, I don't know if he's playing Hoodwink or Bane, I missed that, but whatever he is playing, I want him to play through the safe lane at some point. Let the Bristle be and help the anti-mage.
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of help. It's the Hoodwink that Schofield is playing, and it's going to be a 5 Bane. Could this be the recipe for success for Heroic? They only need to win this game to make it to Singapore, and Liquid are going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they want to be able to go to a game number 3.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time between Liquid and Heroic. Fogged, we're getting that last pick anti-mage come through. We've had, what, 2 anti-mage games, I think, only from Yakult brothers early in this tournament. No one else is touching this hero. Yuma's grabbing it this game. I tell you what, going from the carry performances that we've seen, if there's any carry that's going to make anti-mage work right now, I can believe in Yuma to do it.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was thinking the same thing because I looked at this pick and I was looking at their draft overall. I'm like, man, they're kind of lackluster in some catch. I didn't think that they would actually go for this AM because of this Undying pick, like the panel was talking about. But if he can get out of the lane, if he can actually get to a point where he gets his items, this can get to a point where it's like a free AM game. It can be pretty devastating how much he can do versus these lack of disables, and he can even like reflect a lot of the the 2 single target disables that they do have, we can say, right? The Bat Rider plus even the Vortex at some points. It looks definitely strong from Heroic if they can get to these timings. If Liquid's able to set tempo, their draft can absolutely run away with the game. I just don't know if Liquid can do that with what we've seen from them lately. They've been struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That last game as well, even though they've already had some rough moments, I feel like that last game performance might have even been their roughest. It did not look great from them. So let's see. Game 2, fresh game, fresh start here for Liquid. As I said, sure they've had the lows, but they have had the highs. So maybe they can find themselves in with a bit of a better shot here.
Yeah, and let's say they can set up to shut down Yuma. That's going to be the biggest thing, because I think it was Seb who said it at the end there. He wants to see Schofield play through the lane of the anti-mage. That's another thing that I want to see. Maybe even start with the first blood, so you get him off to a hot start, and then you can ditch and do whatever you want and do your Schofield thing. Because, you have a Bristleback in the off lane. You can sack him a little bit. He'll be able to recover from stacks at some point, too. So enable Yuma, because this can absolutely get to that point where the AM can be just the absolute king. We'll see what Schofield wants to do, though.
The battle begins.
Okay, that tells me he probably doesn't, because he just skills the acorn shot. He's probably just going to look to play with the bristle with that. If he wanted to go for a kill, he probably would go bushwhack. So they're just going to play the lane. So let's see how the AM and Bane can handle the Bat and Undying.
All right, let's have a look. Coming into this game too. Also, this might be a dumb question, Fog, but are we seeing teams do this and I just don't really take note of it, putting both opses around the mid to start?
No, not all the time. Definitely not. Maybe because it's a Storm Spirit, and Storm always has the opportunity for you to set up for ganks early, so maybe it's something like that because they have a repositioning hero in the mid lane, right? If he does see an angle where he can get a spear backwards, they can have just a quick rotation and go for a kill.
Sure. So
it's probably just to protect Nisha.
Yeah, just putting everything into trying to give Nisha that bit of an easier start. Yep.
And he should have an edge, right, in this lane. Overall versus Whisper. Whisper will be able to sustain at some points. It's not like he's going to get smashed in the lane, but Nisha should have a fair bit of an edge over him.
Yeah, so this bottom lane, we've sort of heard the panel and yourself talk about how there should be the potential to punish this anti-mage. Is this sort of straight from like the level 1, or like how does this lane go for the AM against this Bat Undying?
Yeah, it's from the start. It's just the damage advantage. You can see AM 59 Undying. If he gets like 2 decay stack, he's sitting at like 80 damage. So you can get a ton of denies in the lane. It's really nice. Bane is actually kind of decent versus it. This is actually really funny, but the way the Icar works, if you know about the innate, when you get decayed, you only lose 1.3, since the way it works with the universal and the distribution. So it's actually a little bit of an interesting kind of matchup.
I gotta say, so far, the CS is looking pretty fine from Yuma against these two.
Yep. Very good. He had actually got it under the tower, and he's been CSing beautifully under the tower with it, where they can't actually contest them. So nicely done.
The brawl continues here between Whisper and Nisha. Both have the bottles out already.
I'm hyped to see the Whisper Mars too, because it's something that I haven't gotten to see too much lately, because now he's a mid player, of course, but getting to see him play it is really fun, because it's one of his big heroes. And ooh, Nisha sidesteps the spear. Nicely done.
And then up on the top, what do you sort of expect out of this one? You know, with Mickey on the gyro this game, we saw, you know, obviously last game, Yuma have a great time on the gyro. Is it going to be as easy for Mickey on the gyro on the other side of things for game 2?
I don't think so, actually. This is a pretty good lane. It's a pretty oppressive lane. Yes, they've got the Pugna behind, which is, of course, the same thing, but these are strong heroes that can apply pressure. And if they're not careful, right, these quill stacks, they've truly hurt. Nice tree cut there from Mickey. They actually were about to get aggressive up there. I think they had 4 quill stacks onto him. If he gets caught in that stun, could have died.
Mid CS continues to be very close. A little bit of a lead here for Nisha on the first few waves.
Ace will be just fine. KJ actually got the pull onto him under the tower, so it was a couple tower hits that hit him there. And yeah, they're making sure, so this is actually really interesting. We'll see if they are going to get dove because of it, but KJ's just chain pulling the waves.
All right, they're going to go for the dive, as you say, onto King Jungles, but backup's going to come in from Schofield. He's able to line up the bushwhack on the 2 of them. That's going to be Boxy going down. Ace tanking the tower hits as well. They're losing both of them down here. I mean, that rotation coming in from Schofield just completely breaks this offlane duo from Liquid, and they're giving up kills to the anti-mage.
It's just a natural move for him too. You know, Seb, we were saying we want to see Schofield play a little bit through that safe lane. They got overzealous. They saw the double wave. You know, KJ, I was mentioning, he's just chain pulling the lane, and it's just keeping it under the tower for Yuma. They wanted to try to abuse that with the glyph and go for the play, but Schofield, next level.
I mean, yeah, they've got to be aware of these TPs coming in, because they're going to come in if Liquid try and make that sort of dive.
Schofield truly a menace lately. He's got the boots now picked up, so potentially getting early arcane boots for his bristle back also will be really, really nice. And now the lane, I mean, the AM is going to be fine, right? He's got the helm. He's going to probably have the full Dominator at a crazy fast pace.
No, I mean, I would imagine, like yourself in the panel, I think they would have expected to see Yuma have a bit of a tougher time than he has. But to come out of this, you know, first 4 minutes, 20-7 on the CS, and getting a kill on top of it, it's got to be the dream for the AM in this scenario.
And now they can't actually slow him down, because he's got the stick, he's got the helm. He'll just be able to out-sustain a lot of the pressure that comes down here. This is pretty dangerous already for Liquid, the fact that this AM is off to such a hot start. Yeah, their gyro's doing well, so is their Storm, but this AM is meant to shut down, because we said, pretty much there's very little stuns that he's ever going to have to deal with in this game.
Yeah, and little things up top as well. I mean, Schofield, you know, is annoying down bottom, he was annoying up top. He snipes Mickey's courier, so small stuff like the Band of Elven skin getting held back for an extra minute off the back of that snipe from Schofield.
Okay, so Ace actually changing a little with the build too. He's 2 points in Soul Rip, so they're literally just trying to spam Yuma. But like I said, he's out-sustaining it. He's been hit by 2 of these big Soul Rips, and he's chilling.
And Yuma really is.
Impressive. Very impressive stuff. And Devi he's not being sacked really, right? Schofield TP'd, but he returned to the lane very quickly. It's 26-1 on the bristle.
Now, Liquid, they do have Nisha starting to get that pretty decent edge against Whisper in the mid lane. We're seeing Nisha start to get the lead with the last hits. So he's off to a hot start in the Storm.
Let's see if he gets a good power rune.
Schofield, he's going to be able to catch Tofu here around the rune spawn. Whisper's coming over to clean up the kill. Tofu's dead.
And the rune as well. He'll get it.
Yeah, Whisper's going to get the pick
Nisha
up. Should be, well, the speed's up in a second, but it's just a little too long, the cooldown, so Whisper not able to follow up on that bushwhack. Again, Nisha's having to back off and didn't get that rune refill on the bottle.
That's the big thing, right? Like Nisha, he's having that good time, so if he gets a good rune, perhaps could look to make a move on one of these side lanes. The fact that he doesn't get it means he can't. Whisper, he'll have that invis to potentially make a move himself, and Yuma in a 1v1 versus the Undying gets us some free last hits, and that's the Dominator. It's already done.
I mean, Liquid, what do they do about this anti-mage? Obviously, that failed attempt early. Do they just have to accept that this lane's gone a whole lot better for Yuma than it should have? Or do we see an early rotation, a +1 come down here to try and punish the AM early?
I think you might want to just, like, you can't really kill him, but maybe you can just force him out of lane. You just send Mickey and you go for pressuring the tower, I think. But I don't know, the damage is kind of done very early at this point. They wanted to be able to shut down this AM in the first 10 minutes. So, I mean, we'll see what the move is going to be. It's definitely dangerous. Because if they do make a wrong move down there, there's just so much space that gets given on the map. You know, Devi is going to be cruising. Same thing for Whisper. Speaking of Whisper, too, Tofu.
Bushwhack won't connect. Tofu will be speedy enough to get out of there. So, I mean, Liquid, they did avoid that move as well. Whisper made that invis play towards the top, but the sentries down spotted him. So, Mickey was able to stay safe.
Foxy.
Stay safe for now, though. Devi's kind of punching through Mickey. The backup comes in from Nisha and will make sure that Devi gets punished. So this time, a successful bait there from Liquid. Same time in the mid, Tofu will eventually get caught in the arena. Still ends up going down to Whisper and Schofield. But a good move from Liquid top.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'm just trying to think about trying to like answer your thing. I think they just have to now, you have to just accept the fact that this has happened, and you don't want to overreact, I guess is the best thing that you can do. Yes, you can bring the gyro down to look to pressure the tower relatively early, but definitely don't want to overreact, as Nisha actually is able to sneak the regen here.
He's going to try and play aggressive with the regen. See if he can get Whisper. Whisper's got the one charges. It's enough to allow him to get the spear off onto Nisha. Nisha won't be able to continue to push for the kill quite yet. Whisper can salve up.
Nisha still got it running, though. Can look to go again in a second here.
Close supports of Liquid as well around the mid.
Gonna play around their strengths. Yuma is starting to move over a little toward the mid too. And
leading on to Whisper.
Whisper?
They're able to collapse in on top of him under the tower. They turn over Will Schofield and King Jungles as well. The Bushwhack will hold back Nisha for now. Yuma's here. He's done over the rotation. Always looking for a mana void. He'll find it. Not enough damage to immediately kill any of the three of them. Nisha goes for the TP out. Will manage to make it away there. So Liquid getting away with the aggression. They get the 2 kills in the mid. They only end up losing Boxy. That definitely could have got a whole lot messier.
I was scared because I saw Yuma near the area. I'm like, oh my god, he could get a huge mana void, but doesn't get the biggest of connections. Ace drops Tombstone to pressure tower, but does mean that Yuma's just going to walk over and actually just kill this Tombstone, so hence a fair bit of money over.
Easy money.
Yeah, Yuma will take that all day.
And not too much damage done to the tier 1 on the bottom lane either. So at the least, Liquid this time round able to make some successful moves and getting away with this aggression. Nisha already 1-0-2, having a pretty decent start here from the mid this time, at least getting more out of the lane than Whisper did, but Whisper is not that far behind.
No, not by any means, and his hero is always, you know, he's playing the off lane from the mid, essentially, this game, fully, so he can be a little sacked in this one. It's Devi and Yuma who are truly set up for success, and
Nisha
want to see Liquid play fast.
He's going to find himself another hit. Another kill for Nisha.
Yeah, play around the Storm as much as you possibly can. Give him as much success as you possibly can to get him all these power runes. He's not going to get it. Whisper is going to be able to find himself a haste, a really nice one. But yeah, you just have to accept the fact that the AM is going to be given this game, and I just want to see Liquid. They have to play pretty fast. It's just a ticking time bomb, really, of this anti-mage.
He's going to have the backup of Tofu. These two won't be able to do anything about Yuma.
I feel like I do want to see Liquid. It's a little dangerous now, right? Because Whisper does have a haste, but somehow to get this bottom tower so that they can just move the AM from just hitting like normal creeps, make him hit jungle a little bit here. Because he's just getting away with way too much, it feels like. But again, it's not the easiest because Whisper does have this haste. And Whisper will start to get some tower damage here mid. So Nisha has to respond.
Pop of fortification. Tofu and Ace just continue to just watch Yuma down bottom, knowing that there's not a whole lot they can do. Boxy will clear up the stacks on his road towards the blink.
Tofu. He's getting slept. He's trying to blast this tower down.
King Jungles has got the grip if they just want to set up for an easy kill for Yuma. They'll go for it. Here with the grip, TP's coming in as well. You will start getting the hits into a juicy mana void. Takes out Tofu. They get the spear pushed back on towards Ace. They take out the Tombstone. King Jungles will survive that last decay. They take out Ace's courier. And now they should be able to finish off Ace as well. He's got a fair bit of HP, but he's out of mana. Another spear in from Whisper, locking down the Undying and setting up for Yuma to be able to get involved in another bit of action. Boxy turns up, but not able to do anything to punish Heroic in return.
So heads up. I mean, such a good play again. They bring the rotations. They just want to help Yuma, enable him as much as possible. It's a top net worth anti-mage Owen. It's 12 minutes in. He's getting away with so much here.
Yeah, this is crazy. And as you said, well, into a lane where he should really have not. Ooh, pushback in the spear. It's pretty, but they don't have follow-up. So Nisha, he's fine. In fact, he's trying to get aggressive back over towards Whisper. Still has to be careful. Yuma is in the neighborhood. No mana void for 20 seconds, though, so Nisha will be fine.
Yeah, these are super good plays by them. Just continuing to enable the anti-mage, not losing too much. Killed the Undying and the Pugna out of this play, which can be pretty two annoying heroes, right? With the Tombstone plus the Nether Ward, we see how much damage was actually kicking off. But Heroic, yeah, this is some incredible early game again from them. Of course, Liquid, Gyro is farming, so all things considered, like, it's not bad by any means. It's just this is a draft that wants to play way further ahead versus an anti-mage. Like, I would say they want to be like 3-4K out of the lanes ahead. The fact that they're, it's kind of like even. I feel like Heroic is probably extremely happy.
Still been able to hold on to this bottom tier 1 tower.
How long? It's almost 14 minutes. It's the AM's tower. AM Bane have been able to hold on to their tower still to this point. To now where, I mean, Whisper, he has Blink Dagger too, so they're going to keep chipping on it. Here, Tofu is trying to bring it down, but it's dangerous for them to full commit for the tower because then Whisper can get that arena. Should be able to finish it now.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yuma picked up some farm around the mid. He's going to be feeling pretty safe wherever he goes on the map. I mean, there's just not a lot of instant catch threat for the anti-mage at this point.
Even the lasso, right, when he gets Blink Dagger, because we see Boxy, he's doing the same thing they did earlier, where he just rushes it rather than any small items. There's ways to counter it. If he just gets that counter spell off, it literally would counter any of their disables, as we were mentioning from earlier. They're all single target.
Whisper with the Arcane Rune and looking to get on the hunt here with the remainder of this smoke with the Blink Dagger.
Much easier for Heroic to set up for the kill onto the enemy carry than Liquid. They get the scan.
Mickey would be the big catch.
They're waiting till Yuma's a little closer as well, just in case of things.
Got pretty good info. We'll see if Mickey shows himself. He's staying hidden for now, so it won't be too easy for Heroic to make the clean jump. Liquid, they have backup on the way.
Yep.
There's the jump, though. In with the spear, straight in on top of Mickey. The bushwhack to follow up. They'll drop the arena as well, trapping the two of them. Mickey still surviving through this, though. Yuma stays on top, cleans up the kill with a second spear from Whisper coming in, getting the double. Liquid, can they find anything in return? They look to focus towards Divide, but jump in from Whisper. Another spear connection onto Tofu. Sets up for a triple on Whisper. And Nisha, he's a little low on the mana. He'll have to keep his distance. Yuma can get back on with the tower push. Nisha's still trying to push them away, but he's on his own.
KJ stopped Ace's TP. Ace wanted to join this fight. That's why he gets that tip. They wanted their Undying for this one.
They're going to try for Divide. Dropping down the Tombstone. Divide not back as well. The spear will push them away from him for now, but the overall chase is too strong. Liquid able to at least take down Divide on the defense and be able to set up to... Oh, okay, try and get the tower denied, but actually mistimes it there. So tower goes down, still in favor for Heroic.
They're still just... it's not as much as that last game where they felt like they're like 2 steps or 3 steps ahead, but they're still 1 step ahead. They catch Mickey before all of it kicks off. He dies. Sure, Nisha, as we said, you know, he gets a little bit of a cleanup there. Mickey continues to just really struggle. And Heroic, great fights that they can take. And yeah, highlight there for KJ that we didn't see on the screen. The catch, and now Nisha.
They got him!
What
enough damage there with the sharpshooter flying in off the screen from Schofield. That's a big kill to get as well. He was yet to die, Nisha. Whisper getting that kill on top of the fact that he got like that triple up on that top play. Whisper's getting a lot of money out of these moves.
And I love that he did this. He bought the shard. Something you don't see all players do, but him getting it this early, extra little bits of damage actually matter. And that sharpshooter, beautiful. Now, honestly, the fire burn killed him. Otherwise, he might just actually live with 1 HP.
Whisper's crushing it this series. Had a great game 1, and now coming into this game 2 on the MOUZ, looking fantastic.
Blink is done for Boxy, so they do have a form of catch. Just as we said, though, it's All single target forms a catch versus AM, who's gotten absolute free time. He's top net worth. All 3 cores looking super good for them. And the Storm now, even though Nisha, as you said, having such a good time, now he's actually the bottom of the pack of the cores. And it's always dangerous for him in this game. At any moment, he's literally the pinata that Yuma wants in the fights to pop. Him or the Pugna, two of the higher mana pool heroes. Pugna, the highest in-game hero, so always a good target to mana void.
Bottom. King Jungles.
Breaks the smoke instantly.
Yeah. Easy smoke display. They're like, what, hold up, who was that?
Oh my god, KJ.
They don't expect him to be hovering around this point of the map, it seems, Liquid.
And they're coming for the fight. Undying's coming also.
Oh, they'll get the lasso on a Whisper. KJ from the side, he's got the grip control. They'll get the arena down, but Whisper falling low, still gets the spear off. Anisha to the rest of the grip. At the side of the arena wall, he will fall. Schofield backing up Divine, trying to get stuck in on the front lines. He's going to opt to TP out, but the damage from the rest of Liquid is enough to burst him. So whilst they might have lost Nisha, they will make the fight go in their favor, Liquid.
And the, okay, so KJ actually breaking that smoke. The wards get placed down, and the wards are actually what allow them to catch and jump Whisper there. So it ends up actually hurting them that they dispel the smoke instantly because they get that opportunity to jump the bars instantly.
So try and clean up a kill here towards the end of it. Schofield's going to help out. Another one for Yuma.
Liquid at least striking back, though, in a decent manner, but then immediately right back into its place. Yuma, all the way up to that. Yasha, he is level 14. Gyro, level 15, of course, which he is farming super well, but it's an AM having this type of start. It's just, yeah, it's going to lead to these scary, scary mid-late games.
Good stacks being set up as well by King Jungles.
And the points in the Enfeeble will start to come also. I was waiting until he did start to get some points in it too, because I know Seb, and most of the time we do like to talk about that gyro spread damage. Once KJ starts to get more levels, it does matter. This Enfeeble can be very, very impactful inside of the team fights if the gyro doesn't notice. And at the moment, no dispel, right? So Mickey could just get that thrown on him.
Clear up the stacks on Devi. That'll be the money for the pipe.
He is spotted. Some good vision here from Liquid at the moment. Maybe they're going to look for a catch here if they see someone fully out of position, but let's see. Devi is pushing forward. They have complete vision of this bristleback.
He's going to head through the gate as well, ready to help out. He's not even needed. Indeed, with the 4 of them, they can very easily kill Devi.
And it's around the Tormentor too, so they'll be able to set up for that one. Undying always going to be able to give them that kill threat onto these tankier heroes. Boxy.
He blinked in to steal the rune, but it'll cost him his life. Even though, you know, Roche was trying to do his best to help him out after initially throwing him about, was trying to throw Heroic about. Yeah, he tried to take the rune away, ends up costing him his life there, Boxy.
That was a really nice move there from Liquid. They need to get this type of like small little gains, small little momentum things, but the big picture still is looking so scary. Oh, and this AM is just too big. He's got Manta done. Butterfly's coming up soon. His core-to-core matchups are just so damn good. And at any moment, right, Nisha, he's been playing it careful. He's only got the 2 deaths, but at any real moment, he could just pop his whole team too as Shrine. Liquid does not want to sack that one.
Alright, they'll smoke up, but indeed, they won't look to run aggressive into this. Despite the fact that they do now have, BKB on Whisper, so he's going to be very formidable on the front lines.
Looks like they're setting up to potentially find Mickey. He doesn't have the BKB just yet, too. This could be a very ideal timing for them to slow him down at least, but he is looking to join his team with the smoke.
Let's see if Liquid have a little bit better luck with the smokes this game.
They see him. They do have this. They have the cliff ward, so they see Mickey. Whisper.
Whisper's gonna get the jump. Ooh, but quickly with a blink. Boxy tries to get away, but the arena still catches him. Whisper did commit in with the BKB and the arena to go for this. The lasso will come up, but gets reflected. And keeping him alive. Finally, Boxy will fall. Nisha turns towards King Jungles. Has the control to take down the Bane. Mickey pushing forward. Yuma turns with the mana void. Not a lot of damage, though, at that point. So Liquid will live through that easily.
That's a buyback from KJ. Very aggressive buyback.
Nice. Dragging in Devi there with the harpoon.
Flesh Golem, half duration. Foxy respawning, so Heroic, that buyback from KJ. Not gonna get anything just yet. He does have Fiend's Grip. He does want to look for a potential play here, but Mana Void on cooldown. Not enough there from Yuma.
And for the next fight, Mickey's got the BKB done, so he'll have even easier of a time getting into the front and dishing out the damage. Yuma. Next Mana Void will certainly hit that bit harder though. Level 18 online for the anti-mage.
Ooh, I wonder which one he takes at 20 also. Maybe he is just going to take the damage. It could be pretty huge versus that Stormer versus the Pugna for sure.
I think you might, especially because you already have decent stun from like the lockdown from the Mars, the Bane, and the Hoodwink.
It's like the stun ends up I think is the one that most people take if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, I can definitely see the damage, what it can do here. As Liquid, they're grouped up for the fight here.
Boxy, can he get any lasso? Device pretty tanky, and they're going to just set up and turn and destroy Boxy.
Heads up turn. And now they could potentially look for more since it is a 4v5 scenario. Liquid.
So King Jungles can get his hands on them.
Okay. So I think Ace is actually super important for these fights because he needs to be there to be that damage amp that the team kind of needs.
I mean, it's a good setup from Whisper. He's able to start the fight, getting the spear back onto Ace. The Fiend's Grip as well. They'll be able to just blow him up with the Mana Void. No struggle. They have the Ace set him on Anisha. No further follow-up, so Nisha will live. But a clean entrance into the play there from Whisper, getting that pushback with the spear.
Hey, Ace, he respawns, but I feel like he's so important in these fights, actually, to be able to provide that damage amp so that the Gyro can actually do all this, because he needs every little thing that he can get at this point versus this anti-mage. Ace has to be very careful with this next upcoming fight. If he gets caught again like that, he won't have the instant respawn, and I don't believe that he has buyback. Yeah, he does not. Roche, it's around bottom. Liquid, setting up for it here.
I mean, can they get away with this? Like, surely Heroic are going to want to try and contest this. They smoke up Heroic. Liquid, can they actually do this quick enough?
They do it very safely, right? Tombstone is tanking every single one of the hits, so everybody's full HP.
Sure. Ward's been taken out. Devi. It's ready to start to mess with them, charging in, but Liquid, they'll finish the Roche, get the Aegis on Mickey. They turn to Devi, he'll get Glimmer Cape. Devi, can he actually survive this? He's falling low, the arena's down, but Devi goes out. Whisper, he'll get the arena pretty much on all 5 of them. Yuma's in with the Mana Void, it's decent damage, bursting them low, but the Vortex controls there onto Yuma. Yuma will blink out just in time, up to the high ground. He's solo, he's bailing out of this one, he'll TP away. The rest of Heroic not quite as fortunate as Whisper gets left behind. Both teams losing 3 heroes.
Liquid lost 4, right? Because they lost the Aegis,
yeah.
Right? So
they did come out of the hands of Mickey at the end of it.
The cleanup there from Schofield, actually, right at the end there, makes it pretty damn good, actually. You see for Liquid, yeah, 2100, but then they get that last little touch. Schofield able to get the kill on Tanisha. That was actually kind of huge. He's level 14 now. That was a 5-man arena.
Yeah, he was right. He got them all. He got them all there, Whisper. But still, Liquid able to come out at least with a not a terrible trade. And obviously, if they were able to get Yuma at the end of it, that would have been amazing. But Yuma able to back out just at the right moment so that he doesn't die in this fight. As we see that decent mana point, but not quite enough to really finish off all those targets immediately. And Yuma, yeah, just surviving at the end. Liquid, they really needed that kill. If they can kill the anti-mage there, fantastic. But as it is, a pretty even trade.
I think Liquid would take that, though, because they can make that, you know, that aggressive move. Of course, Heroic is probably still very happy with things because the anti-mage is still, I mean, Yuma's probably saying, I lived, and now I've got Butterfly for the next fight, so it's going to be very difficult for the Gyrocopter unless he just goes straight for MKB, which, okay, he did. So, Mickey did actually predict and expect that item build, so he will have at least finished. And I wanted to highlight this too from Whisper. He was bulwarking. I wonder if that bulwark actually blocked a hit or two to protect Yuma in that fight. It probably did.
It's a high chance.
We didn't see
yeah, you're absolutely right, yeah. Liquid.
Pretty heads-up stuff they can do as Liquid.
Ready to smoke. See who they can find. They'll make the jump onto Devi. All 5 of them going for him here. Get the auras off Devi, continue to try and run, but they've got the lockdown. They take Devi out, they turn towards Schofield. They'll get the both of them. No struggle. Now, Liquid as a team, easily having enough to bring down this Bristle pretty easily at this point.
And they got the gem, I believe, there. So I see Nisha does have one. So they were trying to, I think they were trying to just break the smoke and disengage, but unable to there. Great lasso comes in. Now rallied around Mickey with this MKB. Maybe they poke high ground a little bit here and force reaction with these 2 kills.
Let's see how confident they feel.
Yep. But force the glyph, force some reactions.
Whisper's ready with the setup. He's straight in. He's going to get the Spear Arena set up immediately onto Mickey. The grip full up as well. Yuma trying to move in for the damage, but Mickey's able to get the BKB off. He'll be fine for now. Liquid can start to back off Yuma in with the Mana Void again, bringing them low, but they turn. They've got the control. The Nightmare comes in to try and bail Yuma out, but no, this time they'll bring him down. A big kill for Liquid as they take Yuma out.
Oh, and look at the HP on some of these Hero. 30 on Boxy, 70 on Nisha. So close to them dying. They're going to be able to disengage cleanly. Oh, wow. That was beautiful plays. The I think it was it Boxy actually? I think it was, right? Yeah, the blink Yules. He blinks Yules, stops the Fiend's grip.
Yeah, that was
with
huge,
this ward that he placed down. And it actually, I think it saves the majority of them there. I was really concerned for Mickey for a second.
They needed that Fiend's grip to stop. And we'll see again here. The setup, good aggression at the start from Whisper.
Like, look at Boxy.
Play, but yeah, Boxy straight in, stops the Fiend's grip, and then from that point onwards, it gets so tricky. You know, Yuma tries to commit in with the blink, the Mana Void, but again, as we're seeing, it's just not enough damage, these Mana Voids. It gets them low, but it's not quite getting those burst kills that he'd hoped for. And that even is with him having that extra damage from the level 20 talent. Still just not a situation where he's able to find someone with a mana in position to actually get kills with that Mana Void.
Honestly, so clutch from Boxy. All the other things, of course, them getting healed up, but yeah, the fact that Fiend's grip gets stopped. Otherwise, honestly, I think they might all just die there to the AM. And now AM is going to be respawning, but it's 80 seconds that Liquid had to control map and get all these cooldowns to come back up. And Mickey, he had just finished up the MKB right before the fight, after the butterfly. He's getting, after the butterfly that he saw in the AM, and he's very close to the Satanic too, so might be able to just sustain himself if they get him out of that stun.
He's getting pretty huge for sure on the gyro.
Yeah, and I like that he did the, you know, the disassemble play. That's why he did get that MKB so early, right? Disassembling the Daedalus, which no other hero can do, of course. Only the gyro with that chop chop.
Nisha, super strong as well. Between so the BKB and the Kaya Sanji's not an easy one to burst.
Has hit 18 now too, so it does have that level 3 zip online. This game is actually truly delivering. I was very worried for Liquid with how big this AM was, with the way that they were just getting so much, but Mickey, he's keeping himself toe-to-toe. And the supports are doing quite a bit of work. Boxy, as we said, his lassos have been pretty solid overall, but that play right there.
Radiant's bottom is under attack.
Yeah, the next big timing for Yuma could make quite the difference in the fight. Now, having the Aghanims, then when he's making these sort of aggressive blinks in, if he gets on top of like the Storm, a couple of hits, just a huge portion of his mana is going to be burnt. And that will sort of give a higher chance of these Mana Voids absolutely just destroying heroes. Foxy.
Another catch.
It's going to get another grab onto Devi. We've seen them being able to kill him easily before. They'll do it again here, Liquid. That's Devi gone for a minute, no buyback.
And there's no glyph. Instantly to the high ground. Boxy. A couple of these lassos have been clutch. Look at the wraparound, though. We saw Heroic do this the previous game.
Yuma has that Aghanims, as I say. If he can find the target this time, could set up for a huge explosion. They get the arena set up straight in. He's looking for the Storm. He's burning the Mana Void comes out. That's Nisha gone. For now, Mickey controlled by the stun. Still has the BKB and Satanic ready to pop. Yuma will separate from them for now. Whisper's able to TP out with the remainder of that BKB. Liquid, they'll push on despite losing Nisha. I mean, Mickey's still tearing through the barracks here. And they'll be able to get the full set here on the bottom lane. Whisper jumps in, we'll get the spear push back. They get the setup onto Boxy. Decrepify comes into play, buying some extra time for Boxy to maybe live. Never mind, the brain sap still gets him. King Jungles finishes off the job. Heroic, they want to try and punish Liquid more for this. Jump forward from you.
Liquid run.
Right away, the Mickey's turning. They've got to be careful of the gyro. Mickey still hits super hard. Whisper, he's got the control for it. In with the spear, on towards Mickey. King Jungle's gone. We'll buy back immediately as Heroic still as a team, desperately trying to punish Liquid more. Schofield super low at the side. Be able to poke in with the Atos to lock down Tofu. Set up Yuma to clean up another. BKB up for Mickey. He'll pop it and try and run, but Heroic, they're hot on the chase. And Mickey, he's going to try and stand his ground here with the Satanic Yuma. He'll kite it out, blink away, make sure that Mickey can't get a huge amount of lifesteal off for the active. Tofu in with the buyback, trying to get Mickey back to safety, but Defy pushes on forward. Whisper in again with another spear, but Nisha zips in with a BKB, gets the catch on a Whisper. Whisper falls. Yuma tries to commit for the fight, but he's going to get full solo. The grip comes out onto Nisha. Do they have the damage to kill the Storm? They do. They'll finish him off, but they've lost Yuma. Heroic. Defy starting to pull back now. Respawn comes in here from the bat boxy. Has the Yule set up on a Schofield. They'll find the hook wing off to the side. King Jungles and Defy, they'll retreat.
A 2-minute chase. My goodness, Nisha respawns, jumps in, dies immediately afterwards, but they do get the AM kill at the least because of all of it. But losing Mickey and Nisha again, this game is crazy. 25-22. The chase there from Heroic, relentless because they want to get all these cleanup kills, but they will die themselves. I have no idea who even comes out ahead on that one. I think it's actually maybe fairly even, maybe Heroic with a slight edge because they get Nisha back-to-back and he loses Galvanize. I don't even know.
Sure. And I guess because they do get Mickey. I mean, the next...
Yeah, they lost their racks, right? But it's like this racks is, this is dealable with. The pressure that's going to be coming in from these creeps pretty easily.
And we're interested to see what Yuma goes for next, because he was considering either the BKB or the Skadi. I mean, which do you think he'll end up committing for when it comes to trying to survive? Because we're seeing obviously a lot of the times when he blinks in, he does have to be very cautious and most of the time has to start backing away pretty quickly, especially if Mickey's alive, because Mickey hurts.
I quite like the Skadi, I think. It's just about the tankiness, right? Like BKB sure will protect him versus some of this stuff and make him also tanky, but this is going to make him really tanky and reduce all the healing. And there is a crap ton of healing. Soul Rips, Life Drains, we haven't really talked about all of them, but they've been going on during these fights, plus Satanic, so... I think I'm cool with Scotty. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he does end up committing for it. Liquid, they're going to get this Roche very likely. Let's see if Heroic can actually make it to contest.
They do have all the ults ready to go, but yeah, getting here quick enough, not going to happen. So Liquid, Aegis will be theirs. Okay, to take this.
Whisper is looking after this Hex. Refresher, of course, is going to be that next choice for him. He is at least one component to having it. It's a lot of control that he's going to be providing, and I'm worried because Nisha's falling a bit behind here, and that death did hurt him a lot. But Mickey does have his Daedalus again finished up.
Yeah, he's massive. And, we've seen plenty of times Ajara being able to 1v5 the close-up here at Blast Slam 4.
And overall for Nisha, he is a Storm that's fallen behind, which does feel a bit bad, but he can still go the Aghanims route, right? And then it's just going to benefit the team so much for Mickey to have that extra control that they do want. They absolutely do want.
I mean, Mickey's going to be ready to just head up to the high ground, start sieging again. He's got the rest of his team smoked up behind him. Let's see what the response is going to be here from Heroic. Desperately trying to get his Skadi done. I think Yuma, he's just got enough to have it finished. So he will be able to turn up to the defense with the Skadi. Tier 3's falling quick. They got to get back here soon.
Let's see Liquid's positioning. I mean, right now, it's looking pretty good. They don't want to stack the two supports on top of each other at all. Have them completely away from each other. I mean, right now, they are getting a bit on top of each other.
I mean, look at this angle from Yuma and Whisper. If they can find a big jump with the Arena and the Hex, they might be able to start something. The Tombstone's going to get dropped down, but straight away Nisha's quick. He gets the opening onto Whisper, into the lasso. A perfect grab there to ensure that Whisper is not the one to get the jump. Liquid,
second rack.
Jump forward with Mickey. Take the melee racks, they'll look over towards the range. Yuma trying to get in on top of the gyro, but the zip force there for Nisha. Gets the vortex control onto Yuma. Glimmered up, Yuma. He wants to get in. They get the Hex in, on towards the point, but the Mana Void comes through. Decent damage this time around, enough to burst Mickey at least the once. He'll be back for round 2 after the Aegis. The heals from Tofu not enough to keep him alive. Yuma will back out for now. 2 dead on Liquid. Nisha and Mickey pushing forward, wanting to finish off the job here on the racks. They'll get the objectives, and they'll get the kills as well. Drag back onto Whisper. That's Whisper dead. A dieback on him, out for 110 seconds. Jump forward, back in from Yuma. Gets in onto Mickey, but the Satanic's there. Yuma and Davai have to keep their distance. Nisha still with a little bit of mana to play with, but now no mana at all. Yuma in on top of him, burns through the mana. The sharpshooter hits onto Mickey. They're going to be ready to chase them out of the base here. Yuma, he wants to clean them up. The Yules will throw him up into the air, but Defy's able to finish off Mickey. Yuma tries to look for the jump over to Boxy, but Boxy's able to get the blink off. Bushwhack into the trees, catches Ace. Yuma brings in the damage. Ace's mana disappears in an instant. His life is gone. Heroic, they might have lost the mid set of racks, but they will be able to push back hard.
Well, and I was checking it. They actually did not have the buyback for a second on the gyrocopter, but he does actually have the gold now. I think maybe something died or whatever. He does have buyback, but the other three do not. And we see the halberd. This little buy from Schofield, he bought just at the end there, just disabling during Satanic, during some of these moves, keeping Yuma alive. Whisper dies back, but the AM cleans up completely. That mana void, I don't even know how much it did. It killed Mickey almost 100-0.
It really did. Yeah, completely wiped his first life with that Aegis. Here's the push. See how much they can get done. There's still a tier 2 in the mid, so the mid set of racks not open for Heroic, but the top and the bottom are. Yuma
probably just settles for the one set.
10 seconds or so until they see Tofu and Nisha back in the game. Backdoor actually kicks back in, so he won't quite finish the range racks, but maybe the creeps do here as they'll turn up. And the wave will spawn. Oh, actually keeps it alive a little
2
longer.
HP.
2 HP.
Deny it.
Deny it. They will leave it up for a little longer.
Of course. All right, I mean, this game is absolutely crazy. Just all about these jumps.
Yep.
Whisper, he did hurt himself a lot, we will say, right? Because he did have to buy back in order to get this big hill. But Yuma did get the big win where he's going to probably, I mean, be pretty close if not have the BKB for that next upcoming fight, so he can stick on targets a lot easier. And I did see Devi, he almost has the nullifier. So with the nullifier, then they can actually go for this Pugna a little easier. Because Tofu, he's been pretty pesky, being able to glimmer and decrep and reset away from this anti-mage a bit more. This nullifier could just make him that much more difficult.
But there's that Ags though for Nisha though that you're talking about on the other side of things. They'll have that good setup for Mickey to do crazy amounts of damage in the fight. You know, in terms of the gyro, still not yet seeing it fall into a territory when Mickey wants to consider the rapier, wants to go for the disperser next.
So I saw our beautiful observer, of course, they're also pointing out anti-mage is hit 25. So this is something I actually wanted to talk about also with the Scotty pickup. This hero, it's not like you kind of run out of mana sometimes if these fights go super long because you're blinking, resetting, using your items. With the Scotty, he will be able to get potentially multi-mana voice off if it goes long enough. 20-second cooldown. That fight lasted 2 minutes before.
Liquid. They'll claim the Tormentor.
Who gets
Guard
it?
Here for Nisha.
That's a nice one. He also did get Dizun, Owen, so we do have to talk about that. He did get Timeless Dizun as well, so
that's nice. Look
at the AoE. It's a bit bigger than on that Vortex, but it's relevant, and he does have the 20 talent. So how long is the duration with Timeless? It's what, 2.4, 2.5-ish seconds?
Yuma will sort out his inventory a bit, gets rid of the treads, so he's got the BKB now.
Okay. Trying to keep track of all these new neutrals that they just get picked up. Serrated Shiv with it's Vampiric Serrated on Yuma, some cast range on the supports. Boxy's still just sticking with the Cobalt Cup, but yet to see his tier 4 could get a monocle. Some pretty big pickups though. Magnifying monocle on double supports, and then as we saw the Dizun on both mid laners.
Mickey, and he's sort of considering, you know, Disperser or Swift Blink, what he wants to get to try and, you know, be that item that allows him to quickly get in position for these fights. At the moment, looks like he's settling on the Swift Blink. I'll probably say that's going to be the preferable one, right?
It usually tends to be, but I could see why also the Disperser, because he has 2 Dispels on himself, but if the fight lasts long enough and he does get enfeebled too, like a mobility item plus another Dispel is also quite nice. Ace has gone a different route from most of the Undyings that I've seen. Hard. Yeah. I think most of the Undyings I see, they buy Octarine because it works on the Ceaseless Dirge as well, if I'm not mistaken. So you actually just get this crazy amount of cooldown stuff. But looking to just tank up.
No, for sure, for sure. And it makes him sort of one of those heroes that... Well, that's the other focus. The smoke from Heroic. Ooh. They're going to see Ace. Gonna go for the jump in. Whispers in. He's able to get the Hex straight in on him. Mickey Yuma's bringing in the damage. Can they save this gyro? They will. The heals are coming in. They get the chance to get the BKB and the Satanic off. Yuma trying to battle against Mickey. Mickey surviving through though. The Vortex comes in locking Yuma down. Yuma has to back out. They tried to go all in there to kill Mickey. Devi will be able to TP out at the end of it. King Jungle's not as fortunate as Liquid will catch him. They just couldn't go all in onto the gyro. There was too much backup. They didn't even get close to killing Mickey.
Nobody touched Tofu. Tofu just sat there full duration. I mean, he's just full sucking. I don't even know how much he healed in that one. It's probably an insane amount that he was actually able to get onto him. No control onto him. They full committed with the nullifier, everything onto the Mars, but look how much damage was taken.
And
I don't even know.
Liquid. They're ready to run it down the lane. They didn't lose anyone themselves there. The buybacks are going to have to come out from Heroic. Schofield in with his, but still, 40 seconds without Whisper. Of course, his buyback's still on cooldown. They get the jump in. They're looking to try and blow up Mickey, but the Vortex is in, grabbing back the 3 of them. Yuma, he's got to back out. Divide, get the blade mail off, but again, the lassos, they're looking down the mana void. It's huge, though. Yuma gets it with a big hit. The Decrepify keeping Mickey safe for a moment. Yuma trying to get in on top of Tofu, but Nisha keeps him covered, zips over, drags him back with the Vortex. Yuma tries to blink in over towards the Gyro, but he doesn't. He blinks aggressively. He doesn't opt to blink out and tries to stay in the front of the fight, costs him his life fogged. Yuma's dead. He has buyback available.
Whisper up in 5. He might buy back when Whisper goes for the play.
Liquid, they want the mega creeps.
Someone needs to deal with Tofu.
Whisper's in. Oh, it's a beautiful spear. He's caught the 2 cores. He's got both Mickey and Nisha. There's the mana void. Mickey blown up. They try for the TP out. Nisha, the Atos catches him. They'll kill him off. Liquid, they get the mega creeps, and they get a buyback out of Yuma.
Wait a minute. Did Nisha... Okay, I'll talk about it in a second. I think Nisha died because Dazoon, he tried to use Zip and he died to Enfeeble Tick? Is that what it was? I think the Dazoon actually reduced his health enough to die. Okay, I mean, crazy stuff that's going on here. Whisper now has a full refresher for the next fight too, so they potentially do have that double control. This game is delivering absolutely here. The catch, Whisper, second he respawns, the instant buyback.
Because the thing is, right, Liquid, they'll say that's worth, right? Sure, they lost the cores at the end, but they
got megas.
The mega creeps.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage has to buy back. Liquid, they have buybacks if they're pressured to do so. They probably won't be. Now, Heroic, they're going to settle for the Roshan. The game stays, closer to Heroic. Still with a chance in this game, too. But Liquid, definitely in the superior position.
This is probably the most exciting game that we've gotten, at least for me. It's 44 minutes. Yes, there's mega creeps, but there still is the potential for this AM, because now he's going to get this Rosh. They've got Refresher on Whisper, like we were mentioning. Now they're going to have a Refresher Shard as well, too, potentially on somebody. Maybe Yuma. Maybe you just Mana Void, Refresher Shard, Mana Void. If you can.
That's kind of high. I don't know if he's going to play with the slots for that. He is. He's going to hold it for now. We'll see if he passes over to anyone, or if indeed he's going to look for that double Mana Void opportunity.
It's the double Mana Void, double BKB, double... I think it's incredibly valuable on him, and it could just be like a game decider if he's able to find the connection. You saw the damage that it's doing. It's like, there's some instances where it's doing like 8,000 damage Mana Voids if he's able to get that connection. All right, we'll see.
And Liquid close it up. They have the mega creeps. Can they push this to a game 3? Or is this going to be sort of the culmination of Heroic's road to the LAN, where they might just go to LAN off the victory against mega creeps, and with an anti-mage, a hero that no one's really touching right now? It would be quite the win for them, but Liquid, they're in a great position to close this up against Heroic. If this anti-mage, if Yuma trips up once more in the fight, the game will come crashing to an end, and we'll get the game free.
Maybe twice in the front because the Aegis, right? But yeah.
Sure. I mean, Yuma, he's thinking about that Divine Rapier for him.
He is. He's never scared to go for it.
No.
Liquid. They just have to be, again, a little bit careful about the clumping. Of course, they have these mega creeps coming in, so they have this great advantage coming in. But Heroic, they show that they can win any fight if they do get the proper jump. How's KJ doing? He could buy a full Aghanims here.
I mean, I guess the question is, Yuma, do you just go sell that Butterfly and buy Rapier? Because there's an MKB in the game anyway.
I mean, Butterfly also gives you quite a bit besides, just evasion, Owen. So I don't...
Yeah, sure.
I quite like having agility
what's he freeing up? What's he freeing up? Oh, top lane, they get the grab. Whisper is going to get caught by the lasso. Whisper taken out. He does not have... Okay, he's 50 gold short. 50 gold short of buyback. So somebody find a bounty.
Grab, though. That's a massive grab that they can find onto him there, though. He is the thing that rallies the whole team together for Heroic. Yes, Yuma's the one that carries it, but they need Whisper's disable super bad.
They're looking for the zip onto Yuma.
Yuma?
Trying to sort of cut waves, hold waves back. Yuma. Can they get a jump on him? Counter spell, quick blink away. It's been slippery,
Yuma. On
Yuma.
the high ground. Yeah, he sees them. The ward that KJ put on that triangle is scouting all of Liquid, so he's playing with fire.
Schofield. Gonna get a pushback just onto Ace. Missile heading his way. Be able to reflect that. Thinking about jumping in, but yeah, without Whisper up for 50 seconds, it's risky. Yuma's gonna go for it. Make the jump over towards Nisha. They turn towards Tofu. Tofu tries to turn with the life drain. Tofu, he's surviving. Finally, he'll fall. Yuma pops the BKB. Looks to take out the tombstone quickly first. Now he's ready to jump up to the high ground, get on top of Mickey. Mickey standing his ground, though. He'll up with the Satanic Anisha. He's in with the Vortex onto the two of them. It's a die back on Whisper. Yuma, he'll blink out just in time. Can he survive? A missile heading as well. Be able to bounce that back with the counter spell. Still has the safety of the edges. He's in with the Mana Void. Finds Nisha trying to TP out and kills him off with the ult.
The creeps, though, coming in. There's no buildings left in the base. They have to be super careful how they push forward after those plays. Whisper, the dieback, the pull timing, that was perfect from Nisha. Whisper, he didn't even get the refresher off. If he was able to get refresher, BKB get that secondary full control, could have just been Mickey dying. 90 seconds, no Whisper now.
Yuma.
Such aggressive plays.
So close to being able to pick up that rapier.
Yeah.
Because we might try and play just get it in the slot after the Aegis expires. We'll see.
Look at this. I mean, the split second right there, getting that Vortex. Because otherwise, Mickey could be screwed. So Nisha coming in clutch, even though he dies.
Right? Yeah, Yuma keeping his cool. Like, hey, knowing there's going to be this chance to maybe catch Nisha trying to TP away. And does so at the end of that. Of course, down to the fact that he has this 25 talent with a minus 50-second Mana Void cooldown. It just came back up.
Hey, okay, he's gonna buy it. It does feel like, right? Aegis is gonna get reclaimed in the next 50 seconds or so.
Do it. You gotta go big if you want to try and get this win against the Mega Creeps. Yuma.
And here's the real big play, right?
Ready for that.
He uses it. He uses the rapier, and then when they get the low on mana, he swaps it to Magic Amp, and then Mana Voids them.
I mean, you could do that, right? Because it's when you swap it, it goes on cooldown, the swap back. But so effectively you can get away with one swap in the fight, right?
Yeah, but I'm just messing around. It's just I'm saying it because the other day I think Yuma had a rapier and he accidentally clicked it and he swapped.
Oh, yeah, he did, unfortunately.
Yeah, so a little bit of a meme, of course. All right, 25s. A lot of them have been hit. We talked about a couple of them there. A couple of these supports are starting to get theirs too. I think Schofield is about to have one done. Not the most impactful.
Because the question is, is Yuma, is he really going to opt for playing with the rapier over buyback? He is.
Yes. Yep.
He is. He's going all in here, Yuma. Rapier ready to assemble when he sees necessary. But of course, this does mean he does not have anywhere near the gold required for the buyback. Sure, his buyback's still on cooldown, but not for long. There's just 1 minute left on cooldown, the buyback for the Anti-Mage.
I'm trying to I gotta lock in. This game is insane. Could close at any moment here.
I mean, I want to see Mickey get the rapier. I guess he feels he doesn't need to because they already had the megas.
I'm down.
But we might see
Mickey's not the same. Yuma is, Yuma is a bit of a wild man, as we've seen. He buys rapiers, even maybe when not the most necessary. Actually, no, it's been necessary most of the games that he's bought it, but I don't think Mickey will do it. But maybe if it continues to keep even like this for the next few moments. Butterfly does seem pretty value, though. Yes, he's playing versus the Charaded Shiv, but still, can definitely have its merits versus Yuma for him to stand his ground.
But I imagine they'll just wait for the next Roche in this sort of situation. You've got the Mega Creeps. Is there any real rush for them to try and push in? I mean, I feel like with this rapier already picked up on the Anti-Mages, his progression is kind of reaching a peak, so Liquid, they can kind of chill and wait for the safe timings, right?
Yep, Yuma only really had 3 options, right? He had Rapier, he had MKB, or he had the Abyssal Blade that he can go for. He went for Rapier, so it's the risk, but maybe the one that he needs to go for in this game. And yeah, Liquid, they can play cool. This is a full refresher now on Nisha. Maybe they go
aggressive.
Because Whisper doesn't have buy, right?
Yeah, that's very true. Still very much on cooldown here for Whisper. And obviously with the Rapier pickup, as we say, Yuma, he is nowhere close to his.
Schofield.
Spawning them out. Whisper's going to jump forward. They'll get the Hex on a Mickey. Arena and Spear as well. They've locked down Mickey at the start of the fight. The grip's there onto Nisha. Yuma's bringing in the damage. They're not going to be able to take Nisha out. The Storm's gone out of the fight. Now with the Hex, they turn to Boxy. They get 2 quick kills to start things off. Mickey's got to run. He'll go for the BKB TP. They don't have anything to stop him through it. but this will leave Ace behind. Whisper with the spear catches Tofu, trying to TP out in the trees. Device getting low, has to get back from Ace. I mean, Ace has an insane, he's nearly got 10k HP on this Undying, but Heroic will slowly but surely be able to bring down the raid boss with the damage that Yuma has. It's going to be 3 dead. Immediate respawn, of course, with the Ceaseless Sturge on Ace, but there's no Nisha for a minute. I mean, again, saw the persistence there from Heroic to reach out and go for that. This Arena and Spear just starting the fight, clipping Mickey off the edge, meant that they could have no way of bringing in damage to just try and help out Nisha. And King Jungles, these late game Fiend's grips, they just can ruin a hero.
The base took a decent amount of damage. Again, the creeps are continuing to come in. The Megas are truly doing their job. It is down to half HP on that throne, but Schofield just runs in, puts this, I mean, I guess it was KJ, but Schofield goes in, gives information, and the fight got really split. You saw Mickey was on right side, Boxy jumped left side and got instant hexed. This was a beautiful coordination from the side of Heroic.
2 down in the mid, Yuma. 20 seconds until Nisha's back up. Nearly 50 before Boxy's back in the game. They don't have the buyback.
I mean, these extra talents that Yuma's getting from level 29 and 30 are pretty relevant, Mickey.
He's trying to start off the defense. Decent damage, Yuma. Gotta be careful. That's a lot of damage.
Imagine he died like that. That would have been sad.
I must have them all.
This game is incredibly tense, as we see there. Heroic, they can even though the Mega Creeps are in any of the fights, if they're able to get these clean catches, you can see the path to success for them.
Yeah, they're holding on. They're holding on against these Mega Creeps, something that not a lot of teams have been able to do when they've been put in this situation.
I mean, Whispers, Refresher's back up in, what, 50 seconds? They're actually getting on the aggressive route here, Yuma.
I mean, Liquid, they are relatively set up for this.
Ace.
They get the jump.
Mickey.
Right in, they find the Hex, the Arena, the Spear locked down as well, but the Tombstone save will come in and buys a bit of time here for Mickey, but the stun's down the follow-up as he comes out, the Fiend Grip as well, they've taken Mickey out. He'll buy back immediately. Nisha, looking to make his way into the fight. Can he get the grab? They get the lasso onto Whisper. Nisha popping the BKB. They'll focus Whisper first. Whisper getting a bit of safety here with the Eon disc, but he will fall. They take Whisper out, he's dead for 100. The rest of Heroic immediately on the retreat after that buyback from Mickey comes out.
They gotta go for Roche on Liquid. Mickey having to use that buyback. Whisper is dead for 90. If they want to be super risky, they can go for the play, but just go for this Roche. Get this Aegis.
I mean, because Yuma's going to know they're going to go for the Roshan, so he can kind of get away with maybe a bit of split pressure on.
Is he going to go for a play here?
This
got the Refresher Shard. He's moving it back in.
The solo play. I mean, Schofield's trying to bait some sort of action, maybe give some information. It's not going to work out. Schofield's going to dive for this, and Yuma will not see an opportunity to join him.
He pulled them far from the Roche, or a bit far from the Roche at least, so he's buying time. Whisper, 60 seconds till he is going to be respawning, so he will be there for the hold. But Mickey will have this Aegis, so we'll have the 2 lives. They can absolutely deal with those 2 lives, though, as we're seeing. If the jumps do come out.
There we go. Aegis. Into the hands of the Gyro. Refresher for Ace.
Refresher Shard. Yep. Nisha, as we said, he still has this Refresher, so the potential double pulls is still always going to be there as well.
Yeah, those vortexes have been pretty huge in giving them the chance to lock down heroes, especially Whisper. He's been tripped up a few times by Nisha's plays.
I mean, it really is their only lockdown besides the lasso, as we were mentioning from even early game. Boxy's done a great job, but he can't do it all with that single lasso. So Nisha, definitely crucial to get the catch. Whisper is going to be able to respawn. 8 seconds.
Yoshima has got plenty of gold to afford the buyback. He will not have that rapier for round 2 if he does fall.
This is sneaky. They're smoking to perhaps look for a little pick-off if somebody does split away.
I mean, King Jungles has been pretty fantastic at finding these opportunities to still get Fiend's grips off in these chaotic late-game fights.
He did get the Dream, right? He did get the land. He has lands, but he also got Magnifying Monocle with Mystical, so he has that insane cast range, which always is the dream for Bane. Bane's almost 25. We're getting some 25s that you almost never get to see in games. Bane getting close to 25. We saw Pugna just hit 25 for the Nether War damage.
Liquid. I mean, again, they're so close to being able to push this to a game 3. They've had the Mega Creeps for quite some time. They've got the Aegis and Cheese. Can they force this to the 3rd game? Boxy tries for the jump. Won't find anything. 10 seconds and Heroic will have the full lineup back up.
Look at the buybacks. Whisper in 1,000 gold. Nisha is 60 gold short of his. Almost everybody having these buybacks available.
Liquid.
It's scary.
High damage rune on Nisha.
It's a scary to fully approach, right? Because even though you do have Aegis, Mickey did use that buyback before. So if something, chaotic happens, could be disastrous. Device sitting on 8,000 gold.
I mean, what would you like to see from him? He's switching what? He had Abyssal, Shiva's Guard.
I mean, his Blade Mail is probably pretty redundant. No, I guess Shiva's could be nice to negate that healing, as we're seeing. Because they already have the Scotty, right? So add that on top, it could be pretty nice. I also didn't mind the Abyssal if he wants to go that route. That actually feels pretty good, too. Having extra lockdown. Then they don't have to just rely on Whisper.
Yeah. Now, especially because we're seeing a lot of situations, right, where Mickey is getting the chance to BKB, Satanic, heal up in these fights. He's been surviving through these last few pretty well.
Yeah, we'll see. They're toying with a lot of different items. They're switching up all over the place. Schofield, he was considering going maybe damage. Now he's queuing up Hex. He wants extra control also.
Oh, Yuma. Smoke's going to dispel Liquid. They know that someone's around. Won't get the move, though. Yuma backs off. Because this next fight, Mickey's just picked up the butterfly, so we'll have that extra evasion. If it does get focused.
There is a Shiv, as we said for Yuma. That's the only true strike.
9k gold as well on Yuma. Yuma stepping up, counter-spell and a blink out. Of course, still with the luxury of maybe being able to find the moonshot. He does have enough for it and buyback, but the other things on his mind right now, Mickey. Moves in, they get the Hex open onto Whisper, but it's getting reflected. Mana Void comes out a little bit early. Nisha's able to put the BKB. They've got the Fiend's Grip again in on towards it, but the Tombstone save comes into play. Keeps Mickey fine for now. They'll get the drag back, but Yuma still full HP. They blow up Mickey the once, and indeed Nisha's gone. Will buy back straight away in an attempt to return to the fight. Heroic, they'll reset. Just waited out a little bit before getting back in.
They've got another round of spells on Whisper in a second here. Jump.
Right for the catch here. Nisha in with the BKBs, looking towards Yuma. This defensive sleep will come out. He's Yuma safe. Yuma, he's getting in aggressive. Blinks forward. Liquid, they'll back away from him. Whispers in.
Liquid scared.
Can you get a Hex or an Arena onto anyone? No, Liquid. They're off to the side. They're going to try and turn for Yuma. The Arena's down. They have the Vortex on the Yuma. Is there any follow-up? Yuma is able to get the counter spell up. Turns with the Mana Void onto Ace. He'll blink back to safety for now. Cheese passed over to Whisper. He's back up to full HP. Mickey's got to be careful. BKB and cooldown. Yuma trying to get back in. He'll be held up for now by the Yaw. Sharpshooter comes in onto Mickey. The ward is down, so Heroic have to be careful how they fight into Liquid.
Jesus. It looked like Liquid was scared for a second. They were able to get that reset play. Nisha did have to buy back. He died in an instant. Still super chaotic fights as we're seeing, but the control, Heroic, they're getting the control on these heroes. These Mana Voids, again, continue to be pretty massive. I think that one did like 5k damage or so as well. They can't close it up.
The bots upgrade on Yuma. It's got the bots level 2.
Okay.
They need to move around the map a little bit more. And in a situation where they all have buyback now, ready to go on Heroic.
Yep, and Nisha, he did use his, and Mickey's, of course, still on cooldown for a minute. We're gonna get 60 minutes on it. This is the first one I think that we've gotten, right, throughout this?
I think so, at least in the ones we've covered, yeah. I saw they did have some longer games going on Stream B, I think. But here on this Stream 8 today, for sure, this will be the first.
There's some pretty insane ones, of course. The Helm, if it does come out. Arcane Rune on Nisha for that next fight. Heroic. She said they have everybody ready with these buybacks. This next fight, you're gonna see the Boots of Travels, right? You mentioned the Boots of Travel 2. You could see them.
Oh, they get the lasso.
Like 7 heroes. Lasso.
That's quite a nice grab as well. King Jungles has been quite a nuisance for Liquid in the fights.
Great catch there from Boxy. 90 seconds. Game just continued to be incredibly close as we see these little save plays too. Definitely wanted to highlight the Ace Tombstones a couple times also. It feels like it's actually saved them out of some pretty dangerous scenarios of big Mana Voids.
It really has, yeah. A few times it's given sort of Mickey that extra bit of a chance of survival.
All right.
With these saves.
What do we got?
He's going to get off pretty much every time, of course, which is how tanky Ace is with this incredible amount of HP.
Yuma does not really get the greatest choices. He's Minotaur and he can just keep Shiv, but he does not get the helm.
Mickey got Regalia.
Yeah. Oh, okay, there we go.
Titanic Regalia. All out on the damage.
He's going to hit hard. Not quite the rapier level that we always hope to see from the Jara, but it's definitely close.
Yeah, I mean, it essentially gives him a rapier of damage almost, right? It's pretty outrageous how much he's going to be able to get with that. Yuma could just die. Yeah, Yuma very likely could just die in that stun, and we are seeing these helms. So Nisha did get his. Boxy also got one. So if you kill them, they absolutely can get those spells off afterwards.
It'll make it sort of just that more difficult for, even with the Aghanims, to get off the Fiend's Grip, because it's highly likely that even if they get the jump first, somebody's still going to be able to interrupt the cast.
Very true.
And that
we see Yuma.
Of him and his illusions.
He gets the Minotaur Horn with the Titanic himself. Everyone just looks like they want to just gather those and not looking for a fight just yet until they have all these tier 5s picked up. Ace has gone damage also, Stygian. There's a realm where if Liquid can like force Glyph, they could just all in it as well too at some points in this game.
Amplified damage rune as well in the river.
Ace is getting a lot of control with these. He's got the shield rune, he's got an amp damage. Maybe they smoke with this.
Radiant are scanning.
Depends if they want to wait for Roche. It's going to be up within the next couple of minutes.
True. Very true. Perhaps we'll wait for that one.
Looks like they're going to see if they can try and catch Liquid first. Again, of course, much harder for them to make these plays with the pressure of the Mega Creeps pushing in on their base.
So how many helms did we see them get? Sorry. It was 1, 2, 3 on Liquid, 0 on Heroic.
Oh, and is that okay, so there's a backup rapier for Yuma.
All right.
He's got one waiting in the base, has the buyback available.
This helm makes it impossible to know what the hell is going to go on in these fights, honestly, because even if Tofu dies, he can still just life drain and potentially save people, so let's see what we get.
Mickey! They're going to find him!
Mickey!
They get the job, the Hex, the Fiend's Grip, they completely lock him down. That's Mickey gone for 2 minutes. They're going to try and turn for more. Ace attempts to stand his ground over the BKB and the Tombstone drop down. Boxy will get up for the high ground and goes for the last shot of Whisper, but the Eon disc keeps Whisper safe. He'll get the arena out. Devi, though, gets completely crumbled by this insane amount of damage from Liquid. Let's see if they can get the chase for more. They can't. The TP out's there, so Liquid, they'll get the 2 of them. They did have to buy back on Mickey for this.
And it's
they get Devi and they get Whisper.
It's a disgraced Regalia now, though, for Mickey. So we did talk about how it was great that he got that, but now it's gone. They get the snipe kill onto him immediately, so he has no neutral item until they can replace it later on.
Yeah, that's spooky. I mean, as soon as the respawns are back in for Heroic, if they're able to make that sort of play again and catch Mickey once more, the hopes and dreams for Liquid in this tournament could come crashing to an end, even though they've been in this game for so long with these Mega Creeps up in their favor.
I'm wondering if they want to maybe even just get, like, I don't know, like Wind Wakers, Yules, or Blinkins or anything. They need some extra things just to throw on Mickey. If he's split away from his supports, he just dies instantly.
Roshan's up. Liquid. I'll be able to get this one nice and easily.
I mean, Mickey dies, has the buyback, and then he just gets given an Aegis again, so we've been having the same kind of pattern happen, I think, 3 times now. Liquid just continue to hang on. The same that Heroic just continue to hang on themselves with these fights. We did see Schofield have a Hex picked up also, and he does have a Stygian Desolator himself, so he does deal some damage too in these fights.
Oh, let's see if they can find Yuma. Oh, was very close to being able to get the catch on him whilst he made his way back to the high ground.
If he gets the initial pull, Boxy can probably get the lasso. Well, this game just continues to be so tense, and it's all up to these initiations, and really for Liquid, if they can keep Mickey alive. He's got this Aegis now. So Heroic just continue to just be able to full commit onto him.
It's just, even in the later stages of this game, do you still find it understandable that Mickey doesn't want to get the Rapier this game? Is it just what he feels that he doesn't have the slot for it? It's not necessary? You know, I feel like a lot of other gyros, I feel we would probably see getting the Rapier in this situation, but Mickey does, you know, he's opted for other things.
Maybe it is just the speed that he can actually die in these fights, as we see. Like, if he gets jumped, he dies almost instantly. Perhaps it's something along those lines, but I mean, he could get it, but he just doesn't really want to. He feels like he's more comfortable just getting these. Because, like, right, he dies in 1 hex.
Sure. Liquid. Starting to bring in the move along the bottom lane. As we say, they're pretty much all buybacks available for Heroic. They'll have 2 lives on the defense. But for Liquid, Mickey just relying on the Aegis alone. They get the jump in. They find Devi. Tear him outside the base. The bristle's gone.
Great catch. Hey, Boxy's done this so much throughout this game. Just can they force the question? It's 90 seconds. Can they actually get... Can they get him to buy back?
Humans pressure on up top.
Yeah. Pressure back up for Nisha in 5 seconds if he does want to force. Nisha still has growth as well, too. We should talk about this. Since he does have just mostly control and he was a bit behind on terms of cores. He still can eat Ags. He still can get Lincolns. He still can get quite a bit. He'll find an Arcane rune. They're using couriers to scout runes, so Nisha will always have a power rune.
Still 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis for Mickey.
Devi not having to buy back, though. Still 45 seconds.
They're trying to see if they can catch Yuma outside the base somehow. Every time Yuma's getting away with this sort of split push, he's always able to back up before Liquid can sweep over to find him.
He has his reserve rapier, and he's gotten a full Abyssal Blade now, finally. Because he did not, they did lack a bit of control from him with that.
Trying to clear the way, they make the jump onto him. He's got the Eon Disc, allows him to get the BKB off turns with the arena, but the lasso's there to lock him down. Actually gets put to a stop though. Whisper, he's able to get the refresher off. The second instance on towards Mickey. Enough to decrepify, keeping Mickey safe for now. There's the extra arena, locking them down. Yuma has to back off. Starts to get focused, wants to fall back here with the remainder of the BKB. Same for Whisper. Defensively comes out towards him. The Nullifier takes out the Eon Disc. That's Whisper dead. Has got buyback available here. And Mickey didn't lose his Aegis. He's still got it here for the push on. Jump forward from Yuma. He's in on the Tofu, but the Elders is going to keep Tofu safe. The Vortex controlling Yuma. Yuma falling low. The Hex will stop the damage output for now from Mickey. Schofield getting focused by Nisha. That's Schofield gone. He'll buy back immediately. Devi's gone. He's also likely going to have to buy back. Yuma leads in, looks to take out the Tombstone. Devi TP's in on top of Yuma, who looks to chase Liquid outside the base. In onto Tofu. The Murder Voice there for the Hell of the Day will come to play. Mickey's able to get the kill, and he gets to pick up with the Rapier, but the Feed's Grip comes out. Buyback from Yuma. They need to get back over towards Mickey, and they will. Whispers in with the Hex. The Nullifier down on the wall. Mickey's gone. Dead for 2 minutes. Ace taken out as well with the buybacks. Heroic are doing it. Nisha to fall. Heroic. They come in clutch with the buyback defense. Yuma will be able to keep the Rapier back in his possession. Let's see how much they can get here with the pushback. Liquid, of course, they have buybacks available themselves. Apart from Mickey, he's still on cooldown for 2 minutes.
Mickey's all important, though. He's all the physical damage. He's the one doing pretty much all the damage. Yuma, the backup Rapier, buybacking in. Whisper getting the catch. Oh my god, KJ, the Fiend's Grip, honestly, the big decider one there, just getting that long grab. Mickey.
Really was.
80 seconds.
Again, just the fact that these Fiend's Grips are coming through throughout the chaos, these late game fights, was everything there to buy time for Yuma to get back in with the buyback, get on top of the targets. KJ setting it up, and here comes the push. Oh, he's dropping into him, he gets Hex! Nisha tries to clear the way, but straight away he gets caught, but the Hex has a dieback on Nisha. He throws his life away in an attempt to stop the push. Whisper, he's now dual wielding as the MOUZ with the double Rapier. After he was able to get the pickup, obviously, on the one that ended up on the floor, and he buys himself one on top of it. They're ready to close it up. Heroic. No Mickey. No Nisha here for the defense. They'll try it with a lasso to put things to a stop. They get the opening onto Yuma, but Whisper BKB is safe for Yuma. They're looking to close it up. Stamp their ticket towards the Singapore LAN. As the fortification buys a little bit of time for Liquid, but without their mid, without their carry, they cannot stop Heroic taking the victory against the Mega Creep. 70 minutes in, 2-0 for Heroic. My goodness, Fogged, I think the crowd's gonna love these guys.
Holy shit, I'm speechless. Honestly, Owen, I'm absolutely speechless. The plays that they're doing here are absolutely crazy. Devi holding on to buyback so long while this whole jump is happening. Whisper using double BKB catches, but some super clutch little individual plays. Yuma going for this Rapier, absolutely working it out for him. 18, 420, 1200 last hits. this game was super cool. It's one of the best games I've seen in like a year or so.
Yeah, Liquid able to push it to the later stages. Very bittersweet for them, though, for sure. They get this much closer match than game one, but losing despite getting the Megas as early as they did, it's gonna hurt. The end of the road here for Liquid, but as I say, Heroic moving forward to the Singapore LAN. I can't wait to see these guys play in the stadium.
If this game number 2 is any indication as to what Heroic is going to bring in Singapore, I am so excited to be able to defend from 43-minute mega creeps and win the game. How many teams have ever had this mega creep comeback?
And I wish I had that stat to give you, but for Blast Slam, this was the first time, and that is all that matters, right? For Heroic, they've had so many different comebacks in different styles, and that just is such testament to the team and what they've been able to build in this roster, right? And it is so impressive. Again, Mega Creeps is such a difficult thing to manage, and they managed it beautifully, itemizing for Aeon this, managing their buybacks, being able to poke for Liquid's buybacks, and of course, you could be very analytical on the good, the bad, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's about, like, when you get to late game, it's the intensity of one choice, and Heroic has made just beautiful ones.
Time and time again, people talk about like how different of a game late game Dota is. I mean, Quinn, you're a person, you're very veteran in the late game Dota set. What are the emotions? How does a team keep calm in this? You know, we see Liquid losing to it, but it's not through any less of a hard fought battle.
Yeah, it's quite the headful. I think I don't know who on Heroic is the calm keeper, but it's just a mess, really. Late game is chaos, it's madness, it's nonsense. Like T said, one decision can change everything, and you can look back on the replay and be like, oh, this or that or the other, but at the end of the day, you just have to clutch up and you have to make the right call, and I think they all made the right calls. I think in this last fight, Schofield has this halberd, and halberd's the gyrocopter, which saves the anti-mage, which would have just ended the game immediately. Just these little things, like who thinks to buy halberd on Hoodwink in these late game scenarios? Or, I don't know, just every little thing. That Bane grips from the upper side of the fight. He runs around here and grips from above, like all these tiny little decisions. Honestly, super impressive from Heroic, and continuing to show that they are a comeback team to not be trifled with. Is an amazing game, and it feels so good to win these games.
I mean, this is the biggest comeback that you can possibly have, so amazing props to them. But yeah, it is all about that spell casting, the itemization usage here, but also the item builds as well. So it feels like everything Heroic was still that one step above, even if Liquid were in the driving seat for most of this game.
Honestly, they're just very impressive. They're very entertaining, but they're very impressive to watch. Every little decision matters in these late game scenarios, and there's actually too many of them to even highlight, you know, or pick one. It's just everybody is kind of, you know, different than the early game where everything is very well structured, well thought through, you're in control of everything. Late game, it comes down to individual skill, decision making, decisiveness, and Heroic is showing that they are amazing at it, honestly. Like the decision they make and the risks that they're willing to take in order to win the game. This is a team that is playing to win.
Wait, there were 3 rapiers at the end of that game? Because Whisper had 2 of them, and Yuma still had 1 as well. Oh my goodness. I even lost track of how many rapiers were in this game.
Yeah, and I'm just like replaying the game as well in my head. I'm like, how many times did I watch Yuma blink out where Storm was like zipping from the high ground? Like, Yuma had to play with so much confidence to skip the waves, to keep the game going. And at any minute, if he gets caught, he buys back, and then all Liquid have to do is choke the map. But he doesn't get picked off as well. Like, there's so many moments in this game where you can praise Heroic. It is, yeah, just an incredible game.
It's also hard to overestimate how difficult this anti-mage hero is. It's one of the hardest heroes in the game and one of the hardest carries in the game. And so playing anti-mage in general is insanely difficult, but especially in these long games where you have so many buttons, he's constantly swapping items in and out, deciding, do I want this item at 70 minutes or this item at 80 minutes? All these micro decisions, like T said, not getting caught and blinking in and out. It's such an incredibly difficult hero. And Yuma topping off this, you know, first half of Blast as he moves into Singapore with another great performance after an entire tournament of amazing performances.
128,303 hero damage.
It's wild. It's completely wild.
That's a lot, big number.
Big number.
Yeah, we talked about, I think the record was like over 100K.
It was
so
like
far,
101,000
which is already a lot, and now he's topping it. I mean, this guy has he's broken every record, I think, here. He's the Rampage guy, he's the most damage, like, and honestly, it's understandable. When you watch him play, he's so explosive and so good.
I mean, I'm just grateful that Blast is actually having an arena event at the end of this, right? Like, this is the group stage going to playoffs. Like, Heroic deserve to be playing in front of a crowd, right? Playing inside a studio doesn't do this team justice. So it's just like the icing on the cake, that knowing that they're doing this in a studio. What happens when they go to into front of thousands of fans?
Yeah, we should talk about the other side a little bit as well, because as hype of a game it was, that is also thanks to Liquid. They had an amazing performance here. Unfortunately, it does fall short. It means that they won't be going to Singapore, but this Undying, it was their last pick. It was, you liked it, Quinn. There was still some part of a question mark about it. At the end, this man is like 6-hitting a bristleback with 10k HP. Like, it was just such a joy to still get to watch that.
No, Liquid absolutely put on a great performance and pulled it back. I think they're probably beating themselves up a little bit, looking at this game, thinking, if we just did this differently, or we could have just thrown them here, we could have done that there. You always do, especially in late game. There's always just, it's like, oh, it's so obvious we could have done this, because hindsight is 20/20. But I think Liquid have improved a lot, and I think it'll be really interesting to watch them play throughout the year and continue to improve and see how they can grow and change. But today, Heroic was just the better team.
Yeah, they were phenomenal. I do want to have a look at our bracket, because here on A-Stream, we've done our 3 best of 3s. It started off with Liquid getting a 2-1 over on Yakult, with B-Stream having a 2-0 in favor of BetBoom there. We then got to see a 2-0 for MOUZ over Aureus, which booked them a ticket to Singapore. Similar story over on B-Stream, with Aurora getting the 2-1 over Na'Vi. That one was amazing. They also had a 73-minute game over there. A lot of fun that you could potentially go back and watch. Here, Heroic clutching up, getting the 2-0. But what is still going on is Spirit up against BetBoom. They're in their second game at the moment. I don't have a current update for it, but it is, it's a lot of fun. And so then it forms out an amazing bracket for what is to come in the indoor Singapore Stadium, obviously in Singapore.
Heroic MOUZ, wow, what a matchup, actually. Heroic MOUZ on the main stage in front of a crowd, that's going to be a very, very hype game.
I think especially for teams that don't see crowds, I think, that often. So a lot of newer players who, in an era of Dota where there aren't that many stadium events, so I think a lot of these players haven't actually played in front of crowds that much. And so for them to get in front of get to play in front of such an awesome crowd and such an awesome place, I think it will be awesome to watch, and I think also for them to experience as players.
I mean, it's the perfect bracket, right? Because at top side, you either have Heroic getting to a Tier 1 LAN Grand Finals, South America. You either have MOUZ with mid 1, regional favorite, getting to a Grand Finals, or you have Tundra, white 1, regional favorite, getting to a Grand Finals. So no matter what, a Grand Finals in Singapore will have a beautiful storyline, either through 2 different hometown heroes or a South America team doing it.
It feels like there's a pretty favored top half there.
You never know. You never know, because there's gonna be time in between. There's gonna be work put. Dota moves fast. The patch might move also. There's gonna be meta changes. Teams are gonna get evolve a lot. You never know. Don't expect anything. Just sit, relax, and enjoy the dotes.
Just sit and relax, enjoy the Dotes. And that's still possible for you guys. If you head on over to our B stream, we talked about it. Actually, this is what's happening right now over there. So a little bit of spoiler for anyone there. Spirit and BetBoom team, it looks like they'll be going to a game number 3. So you don't have to rush over there right now unless you want to catch the end of that game number 2, because it does feel like there's going to be a long night ahead of both those teams. Our casters, Cap and Avery over there, and everyone else getting to watch it too.
Yeah, long Dota is good Dota, as we just saw. So the more the merrier.
Well, it's been a lot of fun with you guys. Before we completely wrap it out, I want to hear some takeaways and what you're excited for when we do get to the stadium in November 7th to 9th.
I'm honestly I just think every time we're able to have these big stadium events and get to see all the fans and all the passion for Dota, I think you feel that, and you feel the emotion and the care of the people who play this game, but also people who watch this game and are fans of it. And I think that's what makes the game so special. That so many people care about it, and it brings people from all around the world. And I think that's really what I always looked forward to with these big crowd events.
Yeah.
And I do think that crowds and generally the energy of arenas and crowds, they can transform teams for the better or the worse. But it's gonna bring a lot of surprises, and I think it's gonna make the games even more exciting and hype. So.
And also, there might be a, little, patch at some point by the end of this year, copium, and you want to stamp your ticket as the best team before that happens, because after that, you never know what's going to happen. Falcons, Tundra, they're doing good right now. 7.4 might not be good for them, so I feel like, get a quick trophy in the cabinet before, the chaos of patches, and yeah, that's the joy of Dota.
You wish.
You wish.
I'm coping super hard, but I don't care.
He is, but look, it's been a lot of fun, Quinn, Septi. I've enjoyed paneling with you guys so much. Of course, please head on over to that B stream. Make sure you enjoy what is still left here for this Blast Slam 4. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. We will see you guys again in Singapore, right there at Singapore Indoor Stadium, November 7th to 9th. Make sure you get your tickets because it's going to be a lot of fun, especially getting to see a team like Heroic live in the arena.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earthshaker here.